Welcome to the Zoli Manhwa channel. If you like it, don't forget to give me a like and subscribe. Hope you enjoy watching. In the year 2025, the divine world suddenly appeared. Whenever people fall asleep, they get pulled into this world. There, life is currency, dying costs lifespan, and killing monsters can add more. Players can even spend lifespan to bring power into reality, tearing tanks apart, slicing planes in half, even fighting against nuclear bombs. From day one, Jin Feng carried his frail foster little sister, overcoming countless trials to become one of the top 100 strongest warriors in the world. But in the final battle, just after claiming the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, he was betrayed by the very little sister he sacrificed everything to protect. For a divine artifact, for a cheap idol, she coldly swung her blade to end him. In his final moment, Qin Feng died unwillingly, blood deep red with a curse. This life, I will definitely come back. The story begins in a ruined city, shattered walls, bodies scattered everywhere, under a gloomy sky with rain pouring down as if trying to wash away the stench of blood, thunder roaring, mingling with the cold scent of death. Amidst this tragic scene, a woman stood tall. In her hand, the mace's blade still dripped fresh red blood, while the other hand tightly gripped two eerie eyes. She slightly curled her lips, her cold gaze full of sorrow. He really was something else. With his lifespan draining 100 times faster, he still managed to surpass the ancient god's ruins. But I already took the Eye of Judgment divine artifact. Not far away, a man lay writhing in blood on the stone floor, his eyes gouged out, face twisted with pain, terror, and despair. He croaked out a shout in the rain. Why? Why betray me now? I'm your brother, aren't I? The woman, Qin Xiaodu, showed a frosty face, just snorted coldly, her eyes showing no flicker of emotion. Brother? Qin Feng, you're just the foster child of my parents, no blood relation at all, so how dare you call yourself my brother? As she finished speaking, a mocking laugh echoed from behind. A man stepped forward, a smirk on his lips. He dominantly pulled Qin Xiaodu into his arms, while juggling the two blood-soaked eyes like trophies. Xiaodu, don't say things like that. This big brother isn't useless. Hasn't he helped us a lot? He looked up, eyes gleaming with pride as they swept over Qin Feng's battered body, voice full of provocation. Qin Feng, I really have to thank you. Because of you, Xiaodu and I got this divine artifact. To drain your lifespan immediately, I spent so much effort to implant the soul-stealing mark into your body. So, do you like this parting gift? Blood spilled from Qin Feng's mouth. He bit his lip hard, eyes bloodshot, full of hatred and sorrow. Qin Xiaodu, I worked hard raising you like my own. I even hustled to pay your tuition. After the game started, I risked my life countless times for you, even risking death just to protect you. Yet I really misjudged my little sister like you. Hearing this, Qin Xiaodu's lips curled coldly, her eyes sharp as knives. After our parents died, you always suppressed, controlled, and interfered in my life. When I and Tongfei needed protection, you were somewhat useful. But now that the divine artifact is in our hands, your only value is gone. With that, Tongfei tightened his grip on the sword, eyes flashing cold light. He charged at Qin Feng, laughter booming through the rain. Qin Feng, just die peacefully. I'll take good care of Xiaodu for you. In despair, Qin Feng screamed, voice breaking with rage and resentment. Even if I die, I won't forgive you bastards. His last words barely out when the cold sword sliced through the rain, severing his head from his body. Hot blood mixed with rainwater, staining the cold stone red. When he opened his eyes again, before him was no longer the bloody battlefield rain, nor the cold gaze of a traitor. He was shocked to find himself lying on a familiar bed in a small, bare room. Where is this? The real world? He sat up, face full of horror. Memories of his recent death tightened his chest. Shaking, he grabbed his phone, eyes scanning the screen as if stunned. 2025, could it be? He rushed to the window, looking outside. The dark night covered the sky. He looked out at the familiar neighborhood. Everything so familiar it felt strange. A chill ran down his spine, memories flashing back 9 years to the day the divine game first appeared. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded. The door was kicked open. A figure rushed in, voice filled with reproach. Qin Feng, you're really home. Why didn't you answer my calls? It was Qin Xiaodu, the sister he gave his life to protect in his past life, but who ultimately pushed him into the abyss. She stomped angrily, suddenly kicking over a trash can, scattering garbage all over the floor. Her shrill voice rang out, full of fury. Wasn't I supporting Tongfei? Are you trying to disappear on me? You don't even understand how important this support is. The Tangshu gang and those bitches have started infringing on his interests. I have to support him. The more she spoke, her eyes blazed with anger, tone full of hatred. Those damn Fan Qiang and that wrong shoe really make me sick. They cling to him like fried dog skin stuck tight. He's in crisis, and you're here blocking me, hiding my feelings, not letting me compete on the leaderboard. You make me look bad, and you have to take responsibility for this. Qin Feng silently watched her, his heart weary. As expected, just like predicted, on the day the divine game launched, he and Qin Xiaodu fought hard over Tong Fei. Before the game appeared, Tong Fei was a famous underground idol, and Qin Xiaodu was one of his crazy fans. On the surface, he looked flashy, dazzling many, but Qin Feng knew the truth. Tong Fei was a bastard, secretly cheating countless female fans out of money and their bodies. That's why, to protect Xiaodu from being exploited, he never let her hang out with him. Unexpectedly, Wu Oan ended up interfering in her life. Seeing Qin Feng silent, Qin Xiaodu screamed even louder, eyes full of contempt. Are you dead? I'm talking to you. Pretending not to hear? Because of you, he dropped in this month's rankings. If you don't give me money, I hadn't even finished my sentence when a heavy slap echoed through the air. Tan Tu Du was stunned, staggering and falling to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, a bright red handprint clearly imprinted on her cheek. She clutched her face, eyes wide and trembling from shock and anger. Qin Feng, you actually dared to hit me? Qin Feng lowered his head to look at her, his gaze cold as ice, his voice deep and full of authority. Tan Tu Du, I don't have time today, nor the mood to waste another second on you. But mark my words, if you dare cause trouble for me one more time, I'll slap your mouth to pieces. Qin Feng looked at her coldly, while his sister still held her cheek, crying bitterly. His voice rang out heavy as a hammer strike. This is the money left by Mom. Over the years, no matter how hard life was, I never touched a single cent. With that, he pulled out a card and slammed it down in front of Tan Tu Du. Today, I'm giving it all to you. Because of Mom and Dad, I won't be petty with you anymore. But listen carefully. Starting now, Qin Feng here doesn't have a sister like you. The door slammed shut with a heavy bang, leaving Mac Tan Tu Du sitting on the floor, tears mixing with blood running down her face, both in pain and stunned. In the quiet room, Qin Feng sat down, his eyes deep and heavy with memories. In his past life, to protect Tan Tu Du, he missed countless opportunities. Every secret treasure cave that needed risking to explore, he gave up, all just to exchange for the safety of someone unworthy. He gently placed a glass of water on the table, then slowly took out some eye supplements and swallowed them. A cold light flickered in his eyes. He told himself, without this burden, I want to see just how high I can rise. The corner of his mouth curled up with deadly intent as he clenched his fist. Tan Tu Du, you can just live and die on your own. As for that Song Fi, I'll personally kill you. After taking the pills, he put the glass down and slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, Qin Feng's soul was instantly pulled into a strange yet suffocatingly familiar space. A vast hall appeared before him, the place to choose a profession. Seeing this magnificent scene, a wave of indescribable nostalgia stirred inside him. He remembered the first time he came here, panicking and taking hours to finish choosing a profession. But this time, it absolutely couldn't be like that. In his past life, he chose warrior just to protect Tan Tu Du. Though warriors weren't weak, that path no longer suited him now. With no one holding him back, solo speed was everything. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then nodded slightly. Mobility is the most important thing. It's decided. This life, I'll choose assassin. At that moment, a strange voice echoed in his mind, solemn and cold like a verdict from the void. The divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, had completed its binding. The Eye of Judgment activated its unique attribute, the Power of Judgment. Activating the passive ability, when entering the divine discard game, you will automatically receive the highest level profession and talent. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, his eyes flashing with surprise and confusion. That Eye of Judgment had actually bound him from the start when he was reborn, so that's how it was. A shock surged through him. Once a divine artifact has claimed its owner, no matter how much you dig, force, or destroy, it's all useless. Maybe that's why he could come back to life this time. Before that thought could settle, Qin Feng's whole body suddenly plunged into endless darkness. A cold, indifferent voice echoed through his mind. Congratulations, you have received a hidden profession. Currently transferring profession. Transfer complete. You have become darkness. A cold aura burst forth, Qin Feng's hair suddenly turning silver white, and his clothes changed too, blending perfectly with the night. Darkness. So this is the highest hidden profession of assassins? Qin Feng muttered softly, his eyes showing clear shock. Everything was completely different from the warrior profession he held in his past life. Just after switching professions, his power had already surged to an unbelievable level. In the past, every time he chose a profession, the chance of getting a hidden profession was pitifully low. But this time, the power of judgment gave an absolute rate, an undeniable guarantee. Then the system voice echoed again, deep and distant like coming from the farthest reaches of the universe. Power of judgment, the primal power, the most authentic and ancient in the universe. Power beyond all rules and order. You do not possess divine nature and cannot actively activate this power, but the passive effect will always exist. Qin Feng's signal trembled slightly, his eyes flickering with a hint of trembling. The primal power can even surpass order and rules? In memories from his past life, it wasn't until the 7th year after the divine discard game began that a strong player succeeded in escaping the divine land, entering the land of order. From that moment, humanity first learned of the existence of order, power. But after countless years, no one had ever touched that power. Yet today, Qin Feng from the very start received primal power, something even beyond order and rules. A fire burned in the depths of his eyes like an undying flame. As long as I can leave the divine discard land and enter the land of order, I will gain divine nature. Then this power will truly be activated. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched, his gaze becoming determined. Looks like in this life, I have another big goal. The mechanical voice coldly echoed in his head. Profession selection complete. Please enter your in-game name. In-game name? Qin Feng frowned slightly, his eyes thoughtful. He silently pondered for a few seconds, then gave a faint smile. If my profession is born from darkness, then just call me Darkness. The mechanical voice immediately responded, monotone and emotionless. Your name has been set as Darkness. Now entering the divine discard land. The scenery before him shattered like a glass mirror, and then reformed into a desolate wasteland. The sky was gray and gloomy, cold wind howling through the ruins, the ground littered with scattered white bones, the air heavy and suffocating. This was a wasteland overrun by countless demons. Please be careful. They are ready to tear you apart and take your life at any moment. Leave the town and kill monsters, and you will receive tradable lifespan. But if you die in the game, half of your lifespan will be deducted, including both tradable and non-tradable lifespan. The mechanical voice pronounced each word like a cold blade carving into his mind. In this area, Shelltown is a place of peace, no monsters inside, and players cannot attack each other. Lifespan loss rate is halved. Please note, as the light flashed, Qin Feng stood in the middle of a crowded square. Around him, countless strangers looked at each other with confused and fearful expressions. Hey, where the hell is this? What's a profession? What's a code name? I just finished my night shift, went home and crashed. So how did I end up here? Is this some kind of hallucination? Same here. I ate chicken all night and then slept. But why am I in this place? It hurts. This isn't rain. Whispering sounds burst all around. Many people clutch their heads, some panic and slump to the ground, others scream trying to escape. Qin Feng quietly watches, his eyes serious, thinking to himself, turns out I'm not the only one caught up in this game. Soon, powerful players from all over the world will appear, and the order of this world will be reshaped. If I want to get ahead of them, I have to move faster. Time waits for no one. While he's still planning, the eyes of those around suddenly lock onto him. Someone quietly asks, "What profession is that? Why does he look different from us?" No idea. But look at that dagger in his hand. He's probably an assassin. I'm an assassin too, but why don't I look that cool? Check it out. There's even a special effect on his weapon. At that moment, a flash of light. The teleport gate opens again, throwing groups of people out one after another. Ouch, that hurts. So dying means you respawn in town? Complaints echo non-stop, faces pale, and bite marks still visible on their bodies. Those monsters are brutal. One bite takes away half your health. How can we fight back? It's clearly just some trash level 1 creep. Another guy growls angrily, eyes red from frustration. The three of us attacked together, but only managed to reduce a third of its health. My lifespan got cut in half too. Sister Ledoux, what do we do now? Hearing this, Qin Feng glanced at the girl they called Sister Ledoux. He thought to himself, the archer's starting weapon should have been a short bow, but she's using a long bow. Looks like an hidden profession. Just then, Ledoux's eyes also landed on him. She raised an eyebrow, then stepped forward to talk, her tone friendly but probing. Bro, looks like you have a hidden profession. Join our team. The wild monsters outside are strong. One person definitely can't handle it alone. Our team got wiped out once, but at least we gained some experience. Hearing this, Qin Feng smirked, a mocking glint in his eyes. Haha. Experience from getting killed, sure. He shook his head, replied curtly, no thanks. Saying that, he turned and walked away, his figure decisive, not bothering to look back. Immediately, Ledoux's crew sneered, their tone bitter. If he won't talk, fine, acting like he's some big shot. 5 of us couldn't even beat it. He thinks he can do it alone? Ha ha, I'm dying laughing. Told you, it's dangerous out there, and he still dares to go solo. Probably wants to die early. Someone else jumped in, half-heartedly defending. but with a soft voice. Don't underestimate him. He's got a noble hidden profession. Plus, he's an assassin. If he can't fight back, at least he can run away, right? While they kept whispering, Ledoux quickly opened the system to check. The words on her screen made her frown slightly. His name is Darkness. Ledoux's crew immediately got noisy. What? Darkness? Just the name sounds dark, definitely some kind of elite. Ledoux's lips curled into a sly smile. She waved her hand. Let's go. Let's quietly follow him and see what skills he really has. Maybe we'll gather new info about those monsters. Her eyes sparkled as she muttered softly, like she was looking forward to a good show. Let's see how he dies. And so, the whole group silently trailed behind Qin Feng, the abandoned divine land. This place is seriously weird, full of unpredictable dangers. I don't get why I was thrown here. But with years of online gaming experience, I quickly gathered nearby players to form a small squad. But the unexpected happened. The first monster right in the newbie village wiped out our whole team in seconds. That thing wasn't an enemy level 1 players could handle. In confusion, a few juniors whispered low, eyes constantly glancing at the stranger. That guy's starting weapon isn't like yours. You only have daggers, but he's wielding a polearm. Not only that, he's faster than you too. The assassin's agility stat should be the highest, right? His clothes don't look like ours either. Ledoux frowned, her mind sinking into chaotic thoughts. The player named Darkness clearly isn't normal. If we follow him, maybe we'll get important info. Just as that thought flashed, Qin Feng, aka Darkness, suddenly turned his head, his cold gaze passing by, making Ledoux's heart skip a beat. She quickly hid, Long whispered anxiously, "Did he spot us?" Before they could react, Qin Feng activated Shadow Step. In a blink, his figure dissolved into darkness, vanishing completely without a trace. Ledoux's group rushed over, but only found a silent empty space, all stunned, as if witnessing something impossible. Where did he go? Did he really disappear? Is this stealth skill? Starting skill, but stealth? What profession is that so cool? Another guy glanced around worriedly, then sighed. Forget it. Let's head back to town and level up. It's too dangerous out here. We already died once, and our lifespan got cut in half. Yeah, maybe there's hidden rewards like treasure or a secret NPC. After some discussion, the group reluctantly left. But no one knew Qin Feng hadn't gone anywhere. He quietly hid in the shadows, watching everything, eyes sharp like a predator waiting for the right moment. In his mind, words appeared clearly. Shadow Step when entering invisibility state, only revealed when attacked. After escaping, the first strike's power multiplies. Master Stealth, invisibility duration doubled, stealth level increased by 1. Then Qin Feng left, a thought flashing through his mind. Didn't they see me? Darkness profession really is special. For normal assassins at this level, stealth is easy to detect by others, but Darkness masters concealment ability, making both players and monsters unable to sense his presence early on. He smirked slightly, eyes shining with confidence. A bunch of naive newbies just entering the game. What useful stuff to boost power is there in town? That place is just a temporary shelter for players. He slightly curled his lips, his eyes shining with confidence. A bunch of newbies just entering the game. What useful stuff could they possibly have to boost their power right in town? That place is just a temporary shelter for players anyway. In this abandoned godly game, the weak quickly become prey for the monsters. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes briefly turned cold, his steps becoming more determined. After walking for a while, the invisibility status on him vanished. The transparent feeling disappeared. His body became visible again under the light. The invisibility ended, and the duration really wasn't long. Fortunately, the cooldown time didn't start from when the skill was activated, so after waiting a few more seconds, he could disappear from the world's sight again. Qin Feng opened his information panel. Character name, Shadow. Level 1, Dark Profession, non-tradable lifespan, 75 years, Strength 10 plus 3, Constitution 10 plus 3, Agility 10 plus 8, Spirit 10 plus 5. His eyes flashed brightly. All players' initial attributes started at 10 points. Different professions granted additional bonuses based on this foundation. In his previous life as a warrior, he only got 3 extra points in Strength and Constitution. But this time, Darkness increased all stats comprehensively, especially Agility with an extra 8 plus 5 attribute points waiting to be allocated. Definitely a difference. Qin Feng smirked slightly. Many players would hastily dump points into Strength or Spirit to boost damage right away, but to him, that was a fatal mistake. Without hesitation, he put all 5 attribute points into Agility. Agility was the most important. In the early stage, no matter how much strength or spirit you pumped, damage from monsters was enough to crush players. Only superior speed, striking first and killing them without getting hurt, was the way to survive. Just then, a dry, clacking sound like claws scraping the ground suddenly echoed ahead. Qin Feng's eyes instantly sharpened. He tensed, alertly looking forward, then recognized the thin, twisted back of a monster staggering closer. A level 1 creep, normal grade, leveling up. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, a flash of coldness in his gaze. He thought briefly, this CP is devouring lifespan. Could it be the monster that killed that 4-man squad? Examining the mottled wounds on the monster's body, he immediately recognized signs of a fierce battle. Clearly, those people had desperately slashed and torn its flesh before dying, but all was in vain. Once a monster kills a player, it steals their lifespan, and by devouring that lifespan, it can quickly evolve. A hoarse roar sounded, the creep's blood-red eyes blazing fiercely. It charged straight at Qin Feng, claws tearing the air, exuding a deadly aura. At that moment, Qin Feng immediately stepped back several dozen paces, keeping a firm distance. His hand quickly drew a sharp, short blade from his side. His figure blurred, then vanished into thin air like he never existed. Phantasm. A shadowy silhouette appeared above, darkness like a wild beast, stalking prey from the sky, diving down. The blade flashed a cold light, carrying a condensed, sharp energy into a critical slash. The ultimate stealth strike. The blade pierced precisely into the creep's head. A cold mechanical sound echoed in his mind. You dealt 174 damage. You killed a level 1 CP. You gained 10 experience points. Immediately after, a special message appeared behind him. If you attack from outside the enemy's sight, damage doubles. The creep let out a pitiful, choked cry. Then its whole body shattered, turning into a silver light stream. Qin Feng sheathed his blade, eyes showing a hint of surprise. Didn't expect to kill it in just one move. He knew attacking the nape could cause critical damage, but this damage far exceeded expectations. Clearly, multiple profession skills activated simultaneously had boosted the power to a terrifying level. He recalled his past life as a warrior, where a critical hit only dealt over 40 damage at most. Killing a level 1 creep took a long time, often leaving him badly injured. Now, just one slash was enough to finish it. The light dispersed into fragments of essence, falling into his palm. Immediately, the mechanical sound rang again. You gained 3 tradable days of lifespan. You gained 54 years, 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. Qin Feng frowned slightly, silently calculating. The 5 people killed, each must have lost at least 20 to 30 years of lifespan, adding up to definitely over 100 years. Yet from this creep, he only gained 54 years of non-tradable lifespan. Clearly, it had swallowed most of it. He exhaled, his gaze quickly returning to calm. No problem. Non-tradable lifespan has no use for now. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The power of judgment has been activated. Congratulations, you have obtained the talent of infinite evolution. With the primal talent, when you kill monsters in solo mode, you have a chance to receive evolution points, which can be used to evolve skills. Every 24 hours, you automatically receive 5 evolution points. If you kill a boss-level monster in solo mode, you receive 100% evolution points. Current points, 5. Hearing this announcement, Qin Feng's heart pounded. Excitement surged, his eyes blazing like fire. Infinite evolution, and can even evolve skills? He clenched his fists tightly, breathing heavily. In my past life, I never heard of this. Whether equipment or skill books, once dropped from monsters, they were forever fixed at that level, absolutely unchangeable. But this power surpasses all rules, all orders of the game. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, a low chuckle echoing in his heart. Fine, let me see what you've got. As the thought activated, the mechanical voice immediately responded. Consumed 4 evolution points. Skill evolution successful. Phantasm skill upgraded from normal to bronze. Invisibility duration 12 to 16 seconds. Attacking immediately reveals you. After exiting invisibility, the next attack gains an additional 60 to 90 attack power. Cooldown time 28 to 26 seconds. Backstab skill upgraded from low to normal passive. Damage effect when attacking from behind the target increased by 15%, up from 10%. Qin Feng was stunned, his eyes shining with disbelief. The Phantasm's duration now maxed at 16 seconds, combined with Stealth Mastery. Doesn't that double the time to 32 seconds? He took a deep breath, his palm unconsciously tightening around the short blade. Such a long invisibility state was like maintaining stealth almost infinitely. If the skill upgraded once more, even a high defense, thick-blooded creep could be killed with a single strike. Just as Qin Feng was immersed in excitement, a voice suddenly sounded from behind, carrying surprise mixed with sarcasm. Look at that scrawny kid over there. He just killed a monster on his own. I told you, this game is just that simple. Qin Feng startled and turned around, immediately spotting a young couple approaching. The guy, muscular and confident, smiled smugly, putting his arm around her like a hero. Brother Kangdu, you're seriously amazing. With your strength, you could take on at least 10 more guys. Ha ha ha, I'll protect you. With me here, you can relax. The girl snuggled close to him, her eyes shining with admiration. Just as Qin Feng was about to leave, his expression suddenly changed drastically. In the corner of his eye, on a branch above the couple, a shadowy figure appeared. A giant, terrifying monster with dozens of blood-red eyes staring down hungrily. The couple kept chatting innocently, completely unaware of the danger nearby. The guy even loudly called out, "Hey bro, I see you're struggling alone. Want me to guide you along?" Qin Feng's nurturer immediately stepped back and activated stealth. His figure quickly vanished into thin air. The couple froze, staring at each other wide-eyed. "Hey Kangdu, where did you just disappear to? He must be scared of your muscles." Ha ha. But before the smile could fade, the sky suddenly darkened, and the giant shadow descended from above. Both looked up, their faces instantly pale, cold sweat pouring down like rain. "Oh my god, what the hell is that?" Before they could react, a giant spider lunged down from the tree, claws slicing through the air, killing both in an instant. A cold mechanical voice echoed inside Qin Feng's head. Level 1 Nurturer, Qing Tong Grade, Nurturer of Level 1 Monsters, Normal Difficulty. Qin Feng hid behind a tree, his eyes glowing thoughtfully. The newbie boss Nurturer's health was about 1,600, far beyond what a normal player could handle. Plus, it commanded a swarm of smaller spiders. A smirk tugged at his lips, battle fire blazing in his eyes. But that's good. Let me see just how strong my newly evolved skill really is. Seizing the moment while the spider was distracted, Qin Feng dashed out like a ghost, blade flashing, unleashing a stealth-breaking strike, slicing precisely into the monster's glowing red eye cluster. Clang! The mechanical voice rang out. You dealt 338 damage, hitting a weak spot. The giant spider screamed chillingly, its 8 massive legs stomping wildly, scattering rocks everywhere, frantically searching for the ambusher. Bright red blood splattered, and Qin Feng's eyes gleamed. He immediately activated stealth again, his body vanishing into the shadows, quickly hiding behind another tree. At that moment, a cold notification sounded. You received 9 points of damage. Qin Feng breathed heavily, his palm trembling slightly. That was close. If I had reacted a second slower, with just over 130 health, I'd be dead right here. His gaze hardened, a satisfied smile curling his lips. That single strike had dealt over 300 damage. Haha, this is seriously exhilarating. Then the giant spider roared, its 4 pairs of long legs wildly swinging, knocking down trees all around. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, smirking. It's gone crazy. He knew well that monsters like this weren't dumb enough to just attack randomly. Its current frenzy looked like wild attacks, but it was actually a defensive alert, not letting anyone get close easily. The baby spiders surrounding it also showed tension, their bodies trembling, ready to pounce any time. If he guessed right, a thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind. He bent down, picked up a stone, and threw it hard at the spider's belly. You dealt 299 damage, hitting a weak spot. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Sure enough, he took a deep breath, heart pounding with excitement. His biggest damage source wasn't just his weapon, but also the added effect from breaking stealth with his shadow skill plus his class buffs. Even a seemingly harmless stone in his hands could become a critical hit. Without hesitation, Qin Feng grabbed another stone, this time aiming straight for the spider's head. You dealt 279 damage, hitting a weak spot. His smirk grew wider, eyes flashing confidence. He immediately activated stealth again, his figure fading, then disappearing, blending into the darkness, waiting for his skill cooldown. This brutal loop repeated, stealth, strike, hide, each attack sharp and critical. Meanwhile, in the newbie village, the system suddenly broadcasted a server-wide announcement. Shadow class player has killed a Qingtong level nurturer and is the first to reach level 2. The Vosso town leaderboard instantly activated. Bright letters appeared before everyone's eyes. Rank 1, Shadow, level 2. The whole square erupted in chatter. No way. I got killed twice by some little monsters and barely understood what happened, and this guy soloed the boss already? If anyone knows this badass dude, hook me up. What? Solo? Seriously? There's only one name on the leaderboard. At that moment, the name Shadow, which was Qin Feng's, became the entire server's focus. Sister Ledoux, that Shadow guy is the one who just stepped outside. Is it really him? But how did he level up so fast? This clearly breaks the usual rules. It's impossible to reach level 2 so quickly. And on top of that, he defeated a boss. It's ridiculous. Our whole team combined couldn't even kill normal monsters. Yet he alone took down a giant Qingtong level spider? What kind of joke is this? Could the system have glitched and sent a false notification? Could that big spider really have been killed by someone else? But there were still baby spiders lurking around. Who exactly is this shadow? Could he be the stealth assassin we thought only hid in the shadows? On the other side, the giant spider's massive body began to dissolve, turning into shards of golden light flowing into Qin Feng's hands. The mechanical voice echoed coldly and decisively. You have killed a Qing Tong level nurturer. You gained 300 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 2. Congratulations on earning 2 evolution points. Congratulations on unlocking the Vaso Town leaderboard. Congratulations on gaining 1 reputation point, announced to the entire town. You have gained 46 days of tradable lifespan. You have acquired the Qing Tong level Greedy Hand skill. You have received the Qing Tong level Corrosive Dagger, Attack plus 35, Agility plus 3, Equipment Requirement level 1, Unlimited Evolution Points plus 2. A rapid stream of notifications made Qin Feng's lips curl into a slight smile. He gripped the bronze saber that had just fallen, the metal reflecting a cold light just like his eyes at that moment. As the giant spider completely vanished, the swarm of smaller spiders around it let out chaotic squeaks, then frantically scattered, fleeing all over the cave. He frowned slightly, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes. I slipped up. I should have taken out the little spiders first. That way, I could have earned way more experience points. His gaze landed on the glowing skill book in his hand, the Greedy Hand skill book. Just reading a few lines of description made his heart beat a little faster. The Greedy Hand skill book, bronze rank, a skill exclusive to the assassin class. After learning it, every time you kill a monster, there's a 20% chance to get extra loot. Requires level 1 to learn. Qin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes shining with hard-to-hide excitement. Never expected a bronze boss to drop such a rare assassin skill. This was truly an opportunity he couldn't miss. He tightened his grip on the skill book, his mind racing with future possibilities. If he could keep taking down powerful bosses with the Greedy Hand skill, he'd have a 20% chance to get extra loot every time. In his past life's memories, Qin Feng suddenly recalled someone from the Godslayer Guild. That person's strength was pretty average, nothing outstanding compared to other masters. But just by using a special skill exactly like the Greedy Hand, he quickly rose up and secured a solid spot. Every time he showed up, he had his own bodyguards and was welcomed like the center of attention. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes flashed, his heart swelling with complicated emotions. Wait a minute. He tightened his grip on the skill book, his heart pounding. Even though this skill only had a 20% success rate, if combined with his ever-evolving talent, wouldn't that rate increase infinitely? Then the rewards would be more than anyone could imagine. That thought made the corner of his mouth curl into a slight smile, his gaze as sharp as a razor blade. While Qin Feng was still lost in memories and plans, the atmosphere at school in the real world was unusually noisy. Xiao Du, aren't you going to call your brother and apologize? A female friend softly reminded. Yesterday we skipped the exam and even secretly went to support Songfi. Your brother must be really mad. Xiao Du frowned, her voice full of stubbornness. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? If it weren't for him, we almost would have missed the entrance time yesterday. The one who should apologize is him. The friend sighed softly. But he really is good to you. Sometimes I even envy you for having a brother like that. Brother? Xiao Du laughed coldly. Good my ass. All he does is control my business all day. Besides, he's not even my real brother. I've got Song Fi, and that's enough. As soon as she finished, the friend suddenly noticed something and anxiously asked, Wait, Xiao Du, what's wrong with your face? Nothing. I just fell. Xiao Du dodged, her eyes briefly showing unease. At that moment, the hallway ahead suddenly erupted in chaos. A crowd of students gathering, whispers spreading everywhere. What's going on? Why are so many people standing in front of our classroom? 2 girls hurried over, only to see a shocking scene. Inside the classroom, Zhang Wei was slumped unconscious on the desk, his whole body gradually turning transparent, like a faint illusion. What's happening? Why is Zhang Wei like that? A male student shouted. I don't know. Just now, Vi said he wanted to take a quick nap, and now he's like this. The atmosphere grew tense. Someone exclaimed, Damn, this isn't just Zhang Wei's condition. Social media is blowing up about this everywhere. Apparently, a lot of people around the world turn transparent like this whenever they sleep. Another student shakily pulled out his phone, his voice urgent. Some experts say that sleeping puts people into a special kind of illusion, but no one knows the exact cause yet. I have to call my parents right now. Hearing this, the friend turned to Xiao Du. You should call your brother too. Warn him to be careful. Xiao Du clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with cold hatred. Humph, I won't reach out to him first. If that kind of person disappeared from this world, it might actually be better. In the game at that moment, the Greedy Hand skill of darkness had successfully evolved. A brilliant golden light flashed, the skill upgraded from bronze to golden rank, with a noticeable boost in effect. System notification. Assassin skill usable on monster corpses. Chance to receive extra loot increased from 20% to 70%. You have learned Greedy Hand +2. Greedy Hand, skill judgment successful. You gained 2 evolution points. You gained 46 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng's eyes shone brightly, his face unable to hide his excitement. Not bad luck at all. And he even got 2 more evolution points. He clenched his fist tightly, the corner of his mouth lifting into a satisfied smile. Only 3 points were needed to upgrade Greedy Hand to +3, and now he was more than halfway there. The thought of reaching a 100% chance to drop extra loot filled Qin Feng with an indescribable thrill. He slowly took a deep breath and thought to himself, the countries around the world must have discovered this by now. More and more players are flooding into the game. I have to speed up. Without hesitation, Qin Feng quickly equipped the gear he had just obtained. The bronze money-eating saber gleamed in his hand, stats showing 35 attack, 4 agility, requires level 1. After equipping, he activated the stealth skill, his whole body gradually fading until he vanished into the shadows. In invisibility, the darkness left the area, his lips still holding a cold smile. The thought of the future made his heart sink. Soon, everyone would realize that the skills and gear in this game could be applied to reality. When that happens, the world would definitely be shaken. A bloody, stinking storm would cover everywhere. To own the skills and gear, he knew 2 conditions had to be met. First, a minimum level of 10. Second, enough tradable lifespan. If he only hunted small monsters, progress would be painfully slow. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with determination. I need to find stronger bosses. While thinking, a sudden unusual noise came from ahead. Qin Feng cautiously stepped closer to the cliff to observe. In front of him was a group tightly surrounding a level 2 fast runner monster, bronze rank. His eyes lit up, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. Fast runner, haha, just when you're sleepy, here's your pillow. But then, his gaze froze when he saw a familiar figure. Wait, that's Vuongman. Surprise was clear on Qin Feng's face. Didn't expect to run into Vuongman here. The long-standing rumors echoed in his mind. As soon as he entered the divine game, Vuongman immediately used a summoning charm to form a team. All 6 members possessed rare hidden professions. At that moment, Vuongman raised the shield in his hand and activated the divine shield skill. The moment the creep charged to attack, a radiant golden aura of the shield appeared, enveloping his body, firmly blocking all damage. As a bearer of the hidden profession of Holy Shield Warrior, Vuongman had initial attributes twice as high as a normal warrior. On top of that, he had an invincible support skill, making his defense nearly unbreakable. Right after, a female mage in the team raised her staff, condensing fire essence into a blazing fireball and launched it straight at the creep. The fireball exploded, dealing up to 70 points of damage. Watching from above, Qin Feng squinted, his eyes flashing with interest. Magic damage was really strong. The celestial mage was truly different, with power twice that of a normal mage, plus the celestial fireball skill. His gaze then shifted to the distance, where an archer and a priest were providing support. The archer had sharp eyes and attributes twice that of a normal archer, with a rapid-fire skill and extremely fast attack speed. The divine priest had healing abilities twice that of a normal priest and already possessed a group healing skill. Qin Feng frowned slightly, a mix of curiosity and disbelief shining in his eyes. All hidden professions. This team was seriously terrifying. However, the fast-moving creep was no easy opponent. With extreme speed, it dodged all attacks and suddenly charged straight at Vuongman, sending him flying backward. This isn't good! This boss is too fast. Long-range attacks are hard to land. Vuongman shouted in a deep voice. Healer, heal me! The others continued attacking, chipping away at its health until death. Qin Feng hid in the shadows, a mocking smirk curling his lips, chipping away. Vuongman is way too optimistic. He forgot this is the wild zone. If the fight drags on, it'll attract more monsters. Sure enough, in no time, terrifying growls echoed from the dark forest. Shadows emerged, bodies covered in dark brown mud. Qin Feng immediately recognized the polluted beasts, common level 2 monsters specializing in ranged attacks. Extremely annoying. Boss, watch out! A swordsman from Vuongman's team shouted and charged forward, swinging his sword hard at the polluted beast. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, surprise flashing in his eyes. Oh, another hidden profession he had never seen before. But the surprise quickly turned to shock. That slash only caused 33 damage, far less than expected. Defense was really high. Qin Feng exhaled silently, seriousness shining in his eyes. At that moment, the polluted beast opened its mouth wide, spitting out a thick slime aimed straight at Vuongman's team. Damn it! One guy cursed, his face turning pale as the muddy liquid stuck to his body, binding him tightly. Qin Feng frowned. This is bad. It's a slow trap. Their movement speed has been severely reduced. At that moment, A polluted beast screamed and charged straight at the female mage in the team. Her face immediately paled, eyes filled with fear, voice trembling as she shouted, "Help me!" At that critical moment, a shadowy figure flashed by at lightning speed, a cold gleam of a blade shining. In an instant, the polluted beast collapsed, its body cracked open and turned into dissipating light. The whole team was stunned, frozen in place, because the shadow was still cloaked in invisibility. No one saw who struck, only vaguely sensing a sharp killing intent pass by, but excitement was clear on every face. Just one move and the polluted beast is down? Is someone helping us? A mage whispered, eyes trembling with disbelief. Even a level 1 stock, we'd need to surround it for over 10 seconds to kill it. But this level 2 polluted beast was killed almost instantly. How is that possible? Before they could recover, behind the swordsman, another polluted beast silently approached. But in a flash, it was cleanly slashed to death, blood splattering before turning into light and vanishing. Again? The group was shaken once more. It's definitely an assassin, one teammate asked nervously. Dai Litu, can you see who it is? I can't see anything. Hopefully, this person really came to help us. Don't get distracted, keep attacking. While the team was still discussing, Vuong Man gritted his teeth, eyes fiercely focused on the fast-moving creep in front of him. His serious voice rang out, "Only the fast runner is left. Keep the pace steady, don't lose focus." Up in the tall tree branch, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Qin Feng's ear. "You have killed 2 level 2 polluted beasts. You gained 40 experience points. You received 1 evolution point. You picked up a skill book, Toxic Throwing Darts. You gained 8 days of tradable lifespan." Qin Feng's eyes gleamed, a slight smirk on his lips. Toxic Throwing Darts, continuous damage skill, effective at both long and mid-range. Very good, evolve immediately. The mechanical voice echoed again. Toxic Throwing Darts +2, silver quality, assassin skill type, maximum throwing range 14 meters. On hit, deals an additional 120 points of damage and applies poison status. 5 seconds cooldown, requires level 2 in extreme poison. Effect deals 50% continuous damage per second plus weakness status lasting 5 seconds. Cannot stack. Qin Feng's fingers tightened on his weapon, eyes flashing with determination. He could clearly feel his power growing by leaps and bounds. Below, Vuong Man's team was in extreme danger. Vuong Man struggled, the shield in his hand shaking violently. A charge from the fast runner pierced through the front line. Vuong Man's body was immediately sent flying, fresh blood splattering everywhere. "This isn't good," the priest in the team panicked, voice trembling. Vuong Man's health can't recover in time. Vuong Man knelt on the ground, face pale, blood pouring out profusely. He gritted his teeth and looked up at his teammates, voice weak and trembling as if about to breathe his last. "Everyone, run now." At that desperate moment, a whoosh of wind sounded. A dart gleamed coldly, piercing precisely into the fast runner's head. Thwack! The boss's health dropped sharply. An 845-point critical hit number appeared above its head. The 2 remaining teammates immediately widened their eyes, faces dumbfounded with shock. What the hell? The boss lost half its health in an instant. How is that possible? The fast runner screamed miserably, body trembling violently, blood gushing out like a waterfall, its HP bar plummeting uncontrollably. Then, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Qin Feng's ear. "Your damage rate is over 90%. The loot belongs to you. You have killed the fast runner, Bronze. You gained 600 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 3. You received 2 evolution points. You received 55 days of tradable lifespan." Qin Feng's eyes flashed, a cold smile curling slightly at the corner of his lips. He thought to himself, who would have guessed that the continuous poison damage from the darts could actually stack effectively on his passive attributes? Combined with the hidden potential, I can become invisible and throw unlimited darts. In the early and mid stages, no monster will stand a chance anymore. Down below, Wang Mang struggled to stand up, his chest heaving violently, eyes still filled with terror. He whispered hoarsely, "Terrifying! With damage like that, can this still be called human?" The corpse of the fleeing one gradually dissolved, golden light condensed and then vanished, the glow of the loot fading away as well. Wang Mang cupped his fists and bowed deeply, trying to keep calm though still trembling. Clearing his throat, he said, "I don't know which god or saint you are, but thank you for saving my life." Qin Feng's voice echoed from the shadows, cold and emotionless. "Thank me? Yeah, but out here in the wild, don't trust others so easily." Wang Mang's group all nodded in unison, responding respectfully, "Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. We won't bother you with gear checks anymore." Wang Mang cupped his fists again, sincerely saying, "My name is Wang Mang. If you ever need help, just come find me." Another person quickly jumped in, voice full of excitement. Elder, I'm Break Bloom. Everyone calls me Dolly Z. Can I be friends with you? Another teammate quietly snapped, Stop talking and let's get out of here. Chin Feng said nothing more, just stood silently, his eyes deep like a lake, face thoughtful, as a sudden thought crossed his mind. Wang Mang, this guy's not bad, trustworthy. Plus he's backed by a powerful government faction with plenty of resources. Exactly what I'm missing right now is a stable sales channel. Later, I can sell him stuff I don't need anymore. Then, Chin Feng slowly raised his hand to activate the greedy hand skill. A flash of light sparked before his eyes, accompanied by the cold mechanical sound echoing in his mind. Congratulations, you have received 3 evolution points. You have received 55 days of tradable lifespan, obtained a sprinting pants of blue copper quality, assassin system equipment, physical defense plus critical hit, resistance to all elements plus 5, cooldown reduction plus 15%, requires level 2 to equip. Chin Feng's lips curled slightly, a satisfied smile clearly showing. This haul isn't bad at all. He glanced at his backpack, feeling even more pleased. There were still plenty of gear and skill books belonging to other classes, all valuable resources. Once the backpack is full, he'll return to town to exchange all this for tradable lifespan. That means my current growth speed is already 100 times faster than my previous life. Chin Feng's eyes gleamed sharply, his hand clenched tight as if holding back rage and determination. Tongfei, I'll be coming for you soon. Meanwhile, deep in the dark jungle, another team was desperately trying to hold the line. Screams echoed through the darkness. No good! Monsters keep coming! Run! Someone shouted urgently, voice trembling with fear. Hey, what are you all just standing there for? Turning around, one guy in the group immediately went pale, cold sweat dripping down his temple. Before the monster stench, a giant monster 3 zhang tall stepped out, its body covered in sharp spikes. What the hell is that? Before they could recover, the monster hissed angrily and shot out a barrage of sharp, thorny vines. In an instant, the whole group was pierced through, each person falling tragically. After a flash of white light, they were all forcibly resurrected back to Newbie Village. One guy gritted his teeth and cursed loudly, eyes full of helplessness. Damn it, monsters always come in packs. Once they see blood running low, they run away. You have to reach level 3 to escape this game. How can we possibly reach level 3? Another frowned, trying to suggest. Looks like we need to gather more people. If 3 isn't enough to form a team, then make a 6-person team, or even 10. Immediately, a gloomy voice objected. I'm afraid that won't work. I once saw a 10-person team attacked by a large pack of monsters, and they still got wiped out. Besides, too many people easily attract the boss. The monster stench turned pale as he recalled a group of 40 accidentally attracting something cursed. Just one move wiped out over 30 people. Not long after, even Lazie's group was wiped out. A flash of white light, and they too returned to Newbie Village. One desperate voice whispered, trembling as if all hope was lost. If we can't reach level 3, won't we be stuck here forever? We all came here after falling asleep. In other words, what entered this game is our consciousness. If we can't escape, our bodies out there will starve to death. A hoarse voice, trembling with fear, echoed in the gloomy space. Damn it, why is this game so damn hard? Another shouted, face full of despair. Sister Lazie, we've died 3 times already. No tradable lifespan left. Less than 10 years remaining. Real or fake, we absolutely can't die again. The atmosphere sank. All eyes unconsciously turned to Lazie, the female leader. Her face was tense, eyebrows furrowed. Looking at the leaderboard before her, she couldn't help but whisper, how did this shadow guy level up so fast? He must know some method. A flash of light sparked in her sharp eyes. She bit her lip. I've decided to find a way to ask him to help us reach level 3. As long as we get out of this game first, then we'll think about what's next. You guys spread the word for me. If Shadow agrees to help us level up to 3, when we return to reality, I'll send him 10 million cash. I don't believe he won't be tempted by that amount. Her followers were stunned, mouths agape, hearts pounding. What? 10 million? They couldn't believe their ears. While chaos reigned here, elsewhere in the jungle, Chin Feng acted silently, eyes sharp, breathing steady. He tilted slightly. Each poison dart in his hand shot out precisely, piercing the monster's weak spot. The system coldly echoed in his mind. You have killed a level 2 polluter. You have received 20 experience points. You have received 1 evolution point. Chin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Good, evolution points are enough. He immediately used 5 evolution points. A blue light exploded in his palm. The greedy hand ascended from platinum to jade green. A skill screen appeared before his eyes. Assassin system skill usage rate on zombie monsters is 17% to 160%. There is a chance to receive additional loot. 20% chance to get an extra loot that boosts a toughness stat. Chin Feng squinted, a spark flickering in his eyes. This effect is seriously unbeatable. If it keeps evolving, could it reach 100% or even 200%? Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed through the forest. Qin Feng immediately suppressed his aura and silently slipped behind a big tree. In his sight, a massive shadow appeared. It was the Cursed One. On its body, fierce flashes of light surged, its wild breath withering the surrounding plants. Qin Feng frowned slightly. It seemed to be consuming lifespan, about to evolve into a silver-tier boss. It must have wiped out quite a few people, probably at least a squad of 40. A flash of regret crossed his eyes. Too bad his backpack was full. Killing it now wouldn't yield any loot. His hand tightened around the dart handle, but in a flash, Qin Feng relaxed, decisively retreating. Mark this spot first. It needs time to finish evolving. Clean out the backpack first, then come back to kill it later. Saying that, his figure quickly melted into the night. Then he smirked slightly, activated his stealth skill, his body gradually blending into the shadows before vanishing, quietly leaving. The next morning, in Newbie Village, the atmosphere was still buzzing, with chatter everywhere. Heard the news? Someone's willing to drop a full 10 million to get the Dark Elder to help them level up. Too many deaths, lifespan keeps dropping. Now that you've got cash, you come up with all sorts of ways to survive. Folks like us? Forget it. No one can afford that price. While everyone was talking excitedly, Qin Feng suddenly appeared right in the middle of the crowd. No one noticed when he showed up, like a ghost. He calmly sat down, pulled out a bunch of gear and skills, then clearly said, "Only selling for 10 minutes. If you want to buy, better hurry up." The whole square instantly exploded. Oh my god, when did this guy even show up? He's wearing 2 bronze items, and now he's pulling out 2 more to sell. Isn't this the guy who took down the bronze tier boss? Look at his name. Dark Shadow is the top on the leaderboard. The crowd got more and more hyped, but no one could see his face even if they squinted. Both the in-game and real-life interfaces allowed hiding, so he chose to conceal his entire appearance. Acting all mysterious, huh? Someone muttered with envy. At that moment, a beautiful female mage stepped out from the crowd, voice full of curiosity. "How are you selling this ice tracking skill?" Qin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. He answered decisively, 100 days of tradable lifespan. In his mind, he calculated that this woman was the Grey Rose, currently ranked 11th in Shelltown. She also activated full concealment. The female mage frowned a bit, hesitating. 100 days is already a lot. Can you sell it cheaper? Qin Feng replied calmly, voice firm. Even though ice tracking is just a normal level skill, at this stage it can massively speed up magic training. 100 days of lifespan is already way too cheap. The female mage hesitated a moment, then asked, "Can I use real-world money?" Qin Feng shook his head slightly, voice steady but firm. "If you have a lot of money, buy other people's lifespan first, then trade with me. If no one outbids you, I can hold the item for you." The female mage was silent for a moment, her eyes flashing hesitation before nodding. Wait a moment. She quickly opened the group chat. Some members of her team started discussing. "We can hit level 2 fast, all thanks to your leadership. I don't object, and I have no opinion either." With ice tracking, the whole team got pumped. Someone quickly said, "With ice tracking, our team can reach level 3 faster. Anyway, let's log off the game first before talking." Another person chimed in, sarcastic tone. "All right, then everyone transfer tradable lifespan to me. When we return to reality, I'll pay everyone in cash." Without hesitation, the other members all agreed at once. With enough lifespan in hand, the female mage happily returned to the trading booth, eyes shining with ambition. "This is 100 days of lifespan, let's trade." Qin Feng silently nodded, handing over the ice tracking skill. In his mind, he calculated that a level 2 team must have killed at least 30 to 40 crips. Their tradable lifespan must be over 100 days. Immediately, a cold mechanical voice echoed in everyone's ears. "You have sold ice tracking, skill book, and received 100 days of tradable lifespan." Tradable lifespan increased from 268 days to 368 days. As the number jumped, a satisfied glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, but he showed no expression. Just then, an arrogant voice rang out from behind, mixed with the pride of a hunter who just found prey. "Finally found you. Dark Shadow, I'm giving you one chance. Take me to level 3. When we return to reality, I'll give you 10 million in cash." The words made the surrounding space explode. The crowd was stunned, then immediately buzzed with chatter. "Oh god, I heard someone drop 10 million to find Dark Shadow. Turns out it's true? This guy just casually made 10 million. Qin Feng turned his head, eyes narrowing slightly. Memories from his past life stabbed like a cold blade. Turns out it was her, Jiang Lei. He clearly remembered in his past life, Jiang Lei was the leader of a notorious crime syndicate, eventually wiped out by the government. Reports said she used cash to buy tradable lifespan as bait, then kidnapped greedy people, forcing them into illegal work. Anyone who resisted, she didn't hesitate to kill, even in the real world. Seeing Qin Feng silent, a slight smirk curled on her lips, voice full of confidence. My dad is the chairman of Daijiang Industrial Company. You can check freely. No need to worry about my funds. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, cold eyes scanning her, a single word cutting out like a sharp knife. I refuse. Jiang Le was momentarily stunned, as if she couldn't believe anyone dared reject her. Moments later, she quickly regained her pride, voice soft but seductive. Dark Shadow. Although you're strong in this game, no one knows what this game really is. If you come with me, I guarantee later you'll have good food, nice clothes, cars, houses, women, everything. Qin Feng kept his cold expression, eyes not even flickering, calmly replied, if you're not buying, don't bother my business. Inside, he sneered slightly. Cash? That's worthless in the real world now. The real standard currency in this world is tradable lifespan. Hearing this, Jiang Le got angry, eyebrows raised. With a sharp voice, I spit on that. I only asked you to lead the team because I valued you. If this were the real world, I would have made you taste it already. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold, his pupils blazing with murderous intent like a blade pressed against a throat. His voice was deep, each word heavily emphasized. Say one more word, and I'll kill all your lifespan until it falls below 0. The killing intent was so intense that Jiang Le and his gang behind him were scared stiff, barely daring to breathe, their hands and feet trembling. In that moment, their earlier arrogance vanished, and they all hurriedly turned to flee, losing every bit of courage. Meanwhile, Qin Feng calmly sat there, deftly selling items, a cold message appearing before his eyes. You have sold a cyan-grade quantum cloak. You received 19 days of tradable lifespan, bringing your total tradable lifespan to 527,546 days. He stood up, lightly brushing dust off his clothes, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Done. Time to pack up and deal with that cursed guy. The moment the thought flashed, Qin Feng's figure instantly vanished from everyone's sight, melting into the darkness. He had activated his latent vision, entering stealth mode. Those around him were still stunned, not understanding what had just happened. At this time, no one knew the terrible truth. Tradable lifespan wasn't just a survival value, but also had the power to turn in-game skills into reality. No one expected that this so-called sacred discarded game would gradually topple the real-world order. Things once society's pride, money, power, status would soon become meaningless. In the end, only personal strength would truly survive. Meanwhile, Jiang Le's group, after escaping, ran like hell to a dark, deserted corner before daring to stop and gasp for breath. Jiang Le gritted his teeth, eyes full of hatred. That shadow guy not only rejected his offer, but even dared to threaten him back. Wait until I get back to the real world. I'll definitely catch you. Then he clenched his jaw fiercely. Just then, a man's voice came from the dark alley, his tone drawn out and full of scheming. Hello, Miss Ledoux. I'm Mao Laptuan, but you can just call me Old Mao. I'm currently level 2, and I've got some tricks to level up. I wonder if that 10 million is still on the table? Jiang Le frowned, eyes squinting suspiciously. Tricks? What tricks? Old Mao smirked slyly, his gaze piercing into her. I never reveal these to ordinary people, but since you're Ledoux, consider it my goodwill. I'll break the rules this once. To level up at this stage, you just need to put all 5 initial attribute points into agility. Only then, when we run at full speed, will we be just a bit faster than those shareholders. Got it? Jiang Le was stunned for a moment but finally snapped out of it. A look of clarity flashed across her face, eyes wide open, so that's how it's supposed to be played. She couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, I put all 5 initial attribute points into strength, wasted for nothing. But after thinking a bit, Jiang Le smirked slightly. Forget it. Luckily there's someone who knows how to play. This guy's actually kinda interesting. She turned, her voice calm but tinged with pride. Alright, take me to level up. But since you're not as strong as the shadow guy, I can give you 5 million. Do you accept? Take me to level 3, and I'll transfer the money when we get back to the real world. Mao Laptuan smiled, a calculating gleam in his eyes. He nodded firmly. No problem. Although that shadow guy was strong, his brain seemed messed up. Refusing such a simple 10,000? What an idiot. While the two were still negotiating, Qin Feng quietly entered the forest. Thanks to a previously marked location, he quickly found the cursed guy. Sure enough, this boss had evolved to silver grade. Gray mist swirled around its body, waves of fierce aura spreading out, and it was still continuing to evolve. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed, a slight smile curling his lips. Going from silver to gold grade would take at least 7 or 8 hours. He didn't have time to wait. Thinking this, he didn't hesitate, immediately throwing a poisonous dart combined with a stealth-breaking strike. The cold dart sliced through the wind, piercing straight into the cursed guy's head. 659 damage appeared floating, along with a poison effect. Total damage dealt was 1,316 health points. Without stopping, Qin Feng quickly used latent vision, his whole body melting into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. The silver boss was definitely harder to handle. Its health was double, even triple that of the cyan grade boss. With this much health, he'd need at least 2 or 3 poisonous darts to take it down. At this moment, the cursed guy roared angrily. It gathered magic power in its hands, forming a gray-black orb that shot wildly in all directions. The magical beams tore through the air, their force so strong the ground trembled. But Qin Feng had already planned ahead. He leapt out of the attack range, his figure light as the wind. Sure enough, this was a magic-type boss. He thought silently, eyes serious. Most of its skills were wide-area attacks with extremely high damage. After throwing darts, he had to retreat immediately. One slip-up and with his current health and defense, death was certain. Unable to locate Qin Feng, the cursed guy became more frantic. It roared, launching chaotic attacks in all directions. But each attack, Qin Feng skillfully dodged, leaving behind only faint afterimages in the thick gray smoke. Qin Feng held his breath, hiding within the dense gray mist. He had to wait until the cooldown of latent movement ended, calculating every second in his mind, eyes focused on every move of the cursed guy. The boss's attacks weakened, its magic nearly depleted, breathing chaotic, hacking coughs, shaking like breaking metal. Good, now's the time. As soon as latent movement was ready, Qin Feng dashed out like a ghost from hiding. In an instant, he executed the stealth-breaking strike, the poison dart piercing the boss's weak spot. 659 damage flashed in midair, along with the poison effect, draining another 1,316 health points. The boss's health plummeted to the bottom in a blink. Sensing death near, the cursed guy panicked, turning to flee with heavy, desperate steps. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, a cold smile curling his lips. The boss started running when its health got low. Good. Compared to going berserk before death, running away obediently is way less troublesome. Without hesitation, he chased after it. His figure streaked through the smoke like lightning, right hand raised with a dart, launching the finishing critical strike. Ding, the familiar mechanical sound echoed in his head. You have killed the silver-grade cursed guy. You gained 1,800 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up to level 5. Congratulations on receiving 4 evolution points. You have received 124 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng's eyes lit up brightly, a wide grin spread across his lips. Ha ha, so it actually helped me level up by 2? And on top of that, it gave me 4 evolution points? Without hesitation, he immediately used the greedy hand skill. A jade green light radiated from his palm, sweeping over the loot that just dropped. The greedy hand skill successfully judged. You have received 4 evolution points. You have received 4 evolution points. You have received 124 days of tradable lifespan. You have received 124 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng paused for a second, then burst out laughing in surprise, directly getting double the bonus rewards. This silver boss actually gave me a total of 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. Another mechanical sound rang out, deeper and full of weight, activating the additional effect of the greedy hand. One of your loot items will be upgraded from silver to golden. Qin Feng's eyes widened, his hands clenched tightly, unable to contain his excitement. This is definitely a golden tier item. The demonic aura gleamed with a greedy light, joyful like a kid getting candy. No wonder the greedy hand at Jade Beast level has a 20% chance to upgrade loot by 1 tier, and I just got lucky with 7 or 8 items dropping. But the joy didn't last long. He suddenly frowned because his backpack only had 1 slot left. He couldn't always kill bosses, then have to run back to clear inventory. Such a waste of time. Qin Feng looked up at the glowing loot in front of him, eyes full of hope, wishing this cursed guy would drop a ring or something to expand his inventory slots. Otherwise, it would be a real pain. Qin Feng reached out to grab the golden item, a flash of astonishment in his eyes, didn't expect luck to fall into his hands. Elsewhere, in the newbie village, Wang Man's team, after a day of reckless monster hunting, finally wearily dragged themselves back. They breathed sighs of relief as they walked, faces glowing with joy just to be alive and returning. Luckily, we have our boss Wang Man. Otherwise, today, there's no way we'd level up to 3 smoothly or even get back to the small town safely. Someone laughed and said, no doubt, Boss Wang Man is too awesome. Another immediately chimed in. Wang Man just smiled sincerely. This is the hard work of all of us. The female mage in the team blushed, twisting her fingers on her robe, mumbling regretfully that she didn't have time to make friends with the boss. Maybe because I'm always gloomy, the boss just didn't notice me. She lowered her head, cheeks even redder. The teammate nearby laughed teasingly. Maybe if you had worn that new gear back then, he would have agreed already. Just as the team's atmosphere was filled with laughter, suddenly someone shouted in alarm. The leaderboard just refreshed. The darkness has reached level 5. What? The whole team was shocked, eyes wide open. Jumped straight from level 3 to level 5? What kind of boss did he kill? Just over 10 minutes ago, I saw the boss selling gear. How could he level up 2 levels so fast now? Another guy's eyes lit up, voice full of admiration and daydreaming. My little sister is 18 this year. I really hope the boss likes her. Then maybe I can also get a chance to be taken by him to level up. Come on. The person next to him immediately snapped with disdain. If he doesn't even care about 10 million, why would he look at your sister? Don't dream impossible dreams. Damn it. I barely struggled to level up to 3, and the boss already jumped to level 5. Is there even any chance left for others to survive? Amid the complaints, Wang Man suddenly turned serious and warned, "Hey, don't overthink it. We should get back to reality and tell our family and friends about this divine game. The outside world might fall into chaos. At least we need to prepare those close to us." "All right, then we're logging off first." The whole team nodded, logging out one by one. Meanwhile, at some military camp, Wang Man dreamily opened his eyes, and his teammates immediately cheered joyfully. "Look, Brother Wang is awake. Tell the captain right away." "Brother Wang is awake." Someone anxiously ran to his bedside, grabbing his shoulder. "Brother Wang, how do you feel? Are you okay? You scared us to death. Do you know how you looked just now? Your body was transparent. Don't scare me like that." Wang Man wiped sweat, voice a bit panicked. "I told you yesterday, just rest. Leave tracking the suspect to me." Before he finished, Wang Man's complexion suddenly turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain. He shouted urgently, "Quick! Call everyone to assemble immediately! Something big happened!" Soon, the military high command was summoned. An emergency meeting began. A heavy atmosphere filled the room. A leader sat at the head of the table, voice stern. "Previously, you reported that you formed a team with hidden professions, which was almost wiped out before someone came to rescue you. Is that correct?" Wang Man nodded strongly, eyes shining with emotion. "Yes, the one who saved us is someone named Darkness. At that time, he was only level 3, but by the time we reached level 3, he had already jumped to level 5, even leveling up twice in a row." "Jumped 2 levels straight?" Another commander frowned, voice full of doubt. "If he really reached level 5, wouldn't he be the #1 in the world now? So how exactly did he do it?" Wang Man wiped sweat quickly, lowering his voice. "Maybe by killing a special boss?" Immediately, someone else interrupted. "But you said Darkness reached level 3 in just 1 hour. So why hasn't he returned to reality yet? Could it be that he has no relatives in real life to inform?" Wang Man shook his head slightly, face vague. "I'm not sure about that, but it's probably not true." Suddenly, a girl spoke sarcastically. Could this Darkness be a time traveler? Time travelers are usually orphans, so it's easier for them to rise quickly, right?" The whole room immediately turned their gaze to her. Her face flushed red, a bit embarrassed, but she defended herself. "Am I wrong?" The superior frowned, sternly reprimanding. "And you, I told you, normally you should read fewer novels. In such a serious situation, don't joke about fictional stuff." Hearing that, and Yufeng clicked her tongue and lowered her head, not daring to speak anymore. The commander continued. A deep, low voice seemed to add weight to the atmosphere. The information Wang Man just provided about the divine abandonment game perfectly matched the news coming down from higher-ups. According to recent research, some older players died immediately after falling asleep. After collecting data and cross-referencing with those who had returned to reality, it was discovered that all of them had died multiple times in the game. In other words, he paused briefly, his tone turning cold enough to send chills down everyone's spine. If the lifespan in the divine abandonment game resets to 0, then the player will truly die in real life. Someone in the group slowly spoke up, their voice filled with doubt. This was a supernatural matter, beyond our understanding. The leader fell silent for a moment, then nodded, his tone becoming serious. "That's right. It's very likely we are facing an unidentified superpower invasion. The higher-ups have issued an emergency order, immediately forming a vanguard team based on local regions to infiltrate and explore the divine abandonment game while sharing intelligence. We must quickly build a professional army. This is not just an important event, but a crisis that could affect the entire world." He looked around at everyone, his voice growing heavier. "Currently, all countries are putting their full effort into researching the divine abandonment game. If we fall behind, it means losing the initiative on the international stage. Therefore, we must gather intelligence at all costs." His gaze stopped on a young female officer. "And you, I appoint you as captain of Team 1. And you straightened up and responded clearly, "Understood." Vuong Man will serve as deputy captain, and both of you can choose your own team members. Orders received. The whole room shouted in unison, their voices strong and resonant. The leader continued speaking, his serious eyes flashing with thought. According to Wang Man's description, the darkness has a good personality. You can try to start a conversation and find a way to befriend him. The reason I assigned you as captain is because I believe she is better suited to investigate and approach the darkness. He paused, emphasizing each word. I hope you can quickly uncover the true identity of the darkness. In the worst-case scenario, we must represent the government, establish a cooperative relationship with him, and obtain the information he holds. He looked at all his subordinates, his tone a warning. The most important task for the rest of you at this stage is to maintain social stability. Understood? Understood. Dismissed. That afternoon, at school, the atmosphere in the courtyard was unusually lively. Students gathered in groups, chatting non-stop. Zhang Wei, his face full of excitement, shouted, I heard that people from the same area will appear in the same rookie town when they sleep. Another classmate's eyes widened in surprise. Really? No way. I want to go home. I have to take care of my parents. They've never played games before, and I'm afraid they won't be able to adapt. Zhang Wei frowned and advised his friend, don't make yourself a burden. Actually, we can develop ourselves first, then go back to help our parents later. It's not too late. Tan Tu Du sat staring at the phone in her hand, her eyes full of hesitation and anger, a chain of confusing thoughts stirring inside her. Such a big deal happened, but Qin Feng hasn't made a move at all. Why didn't he come to apologize to me? Why is he so arrogant? She bit her lip, recalling previous times. Before, whenever she was angry, that guy would find every way to comfort her. But today, not only did he not soothe her, he even dared to hit her. Something her parents had never done. The frustration surged, and she slammed her phone screen hard, breathing heavily. Didn't I just skip school to go to Tang Fei's concert? Qin Feng, you're really something else. This time, if you don't apologize to me 1,000 times, I will never forgive you. Yeah. Thinking of this, her face was both angry and proud. But then, recalling last night's concert, Tan Tudu's heart softened, and the corner of her mouth involuntarily curled up. Luckily, I went to see Tang Fei. Otherwise, if the divine abandonment game incident happened, I might never get another chance to see him. That thought immersed her in the radiant image of Tang Fei, her eyes dreamy, lips softly whispering. But then, as if waking from a dream, she sat up straight, her eyes shining brightly. That's right, if sleeping means entering the game, then Tang Fei must be there too. As long as I get into the game, I will definitely find him. Thinking this, Tan Tu hurried home and changed into more comfortable clothes. A name flashed through her mind. Zhang Wei has already leveled up to senior high, so he must be a pro by now. I have to ask him. Without hesitation, she immediately opened her phone and texted Zhang Wei. Pro Zhang Wei, do you have any strategies to teach me? Receiving the message, Zhang Wei's lips curled up smugly, his eyes flashing. Oh man, Tan Tu, the goddess I've always admired, actually reached out to ask me for strategies? This is a golden opportunity. Thinking this, he immediately replied, his tone boastful. You asked the right person. Let me reveal a secret. When you first enter the game, you have to put all your initial attribute points into agility. If your speed isn't enough, monsters will torment you badly. Tan Tu frowned briefly and typed back, what if I choose a mage? Do I still need to increase agility? Zhang Wei quickly answered, definitely. Yeah, agility isn't useless for magic users. It helps speed up spellcasting, especially important in the early stages. Tan Tu tilted her head, eyes full of worry, and asked, but what if I still can't fight even with agility? Zhang Wei smiled, his voice firm, as if reassuring her. Don't worry, Tu. Once someone in the town reaches level 5, the teleportation formation in the town will activate. Then you can form a team to level up freely. When the teleportation formation is ready, I'll find you and take you there. Hearing this, Tan Tu face relaxed slightly, the corner of her mouth curling up proudly. Good, these clingy guys are actually useful. Looks like I've got a shield now. She thought to herself with a smirk, her eyes flashing with challenge. Qin Feng, I'll cut you some slack this time. I'm in the game now, so just pretend all you want. When you finally get in, I wonder how many levels ahead I'll be. Then don't even dream about me helping you level up. Rewinding a few hours earlier inside the game, a cold, mechanical voice echoed. Cursed ring, golden quality for all classes, all attributes +8. Dark element resistance +26, attack coefficient against weak points +0.1, requires level 4 equipment. After reading, Qin Feng froze, amazement flashing in his eyes. Each attribute increased by 8 points, which is basically like getting an extra 32 points in total attributes. He took a breath, his hand tightening around the ring. A normal person could only reach this level after hitting level 3, but he had it right now, plus the added dark element resistance, making him insanely effective against undead monsters. The weak point attack rate was already 1.5 times. Now with this ring, it increased to 1.6 times. Definitely not bad at all. But it didn't stop there. The system voice continued. Swift Shadow Slash Silver, an assassin skill that dashes in one direction up to 15 meters, instantly switching to stealth mode lasting 5 seconds, while unleashing 3 slashes on all enemies in the path. Cooldown time 12 seconds, requires level 4 to learn. Slash width 2.1 meters. Each slash adds 100 attack power. 100% counts as a back attack, but it can't deal weak point damage. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, nodding with quiet satisfaction. A skill that deals wide area damage, allows fast movement, and includes stealth. This is definitely a killer ace up his sleeve. He smiled. Without hesitation, he learned it right away. Checking the interface again, he noticed he still had unused evolution points. Perfect. He decided to evolve Greedy Hand first. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his ear. You have spent 8 evolution points, 4 points remaining. Greedy Hand evolved from Jade to Diamond. Assassin skill usable on undead corpses. Chance to receive extra loot increased from 160% to 220%. Extra loot has a 20 to 40% chance to upgrade 1 grade. Qin Feng's lips curled slightly, eyes flashing. Just as expected, now killing monsters definitely yields 2 extra loot drops. 1 monster equals 3 for others. That's a huge profit. He pondered a bit, deep eyes showing calculation. 4 evolution points left, so Swift Shadow Slash could be upgraded to level 3 now. The mechanical voice sounded again, emotionless but bringing an indescribable excitement. You have spent 3 evolution points, 1 point remaining. Swift Shadow Slash Silver upgraded to Gold. Continuing to upgrade to Platinum. Assassin skill dashes forward up to 15 meters, increased to 18 meters, then to 21 meters. Stealth duration of 5 seconds increased to 6, finally reaching 7 seconds. The skill creates 3 slashes, increased to 4, then 5 slashes, all hitting enemies along the path. Cooldown 12 seconds, requires level 4. Slash width increased from 2.1 meters to 2.6 meters, then 3.1 meters. Each slash adds 100, 150, finally 200 attack power. Qin Feng frowned, tapping lightly on his sword hilt, voice tinged with regret. So it doesn't reduce cooldown time? That's lame. But right after, his eyes flashed sharply, excitement rising inside. But just relying on Swift Shadow Slash alone, I can basically have infinite invisibility. That's enough to crush any opponent. He glanced over the pile of items just received, disdain dripping from his voice. The rest are all trash. But this Silver Warrior Skillbook Battle Crimson can be sold for some cash. Just then, chaotic rustling sounds suddenly echoed from deep in the forest, the ground trembling, footsteps of monsters drawing closer. Qin Feng immediately spun around, cold eyes scanning the darkness. Seeing the level 4 quadruped climbers charging, he couldn't help but smirk. Good. You guys came just in time for me to test the power of Swift Shadow Slash. Without hesitation, he exploded forward, his figure becoming a flash of lightning. Swift Shadow Slash activated, sharp slashes tearing through the night. In a blink, the entire group of monsters was shredded. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Short screams echoed, then fell silent. The mechanical voice sounded again, coldly announcing the result. You have killed a level 4 quadruped climber. You have gained 80 experience points. You have received 5 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng smiled slightly, satisfaction clear on his face. The centipede monster effect has improved significantly. Before, using only poison darts, he had to throw at least 2 darts to take down 1 monster. But now, combat speed is much faster. The shorter the fight, the lower the chance of unexpected incidents. He glanced at the status board, calculating that his current tradable lifespan had reached 618 days. But to be able to extract equipment and skills from the game into reality, he needed at least 900 days, equivalent to 2.5 years. For now, just go back and sell the stuff in the backpack. The tradable lifespan on him is almost enough to meet the minimum requirement for extraction. Once I reach level 10, I can extract skills and equipment, turning them into real power in real life. Thinking this, Qin Feng turned to leave. But after just a few steps, a teasing voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations, young lady. You have reached level 3. Is it time for you to keep your promise yet? Qin Feng looked up to see not far ahead, Jiang Lei and Mao Li Tuan's group waiting. Jiang Lei smiled calmly, voice firm. Don't worry, Jiang Corporation isn't short on a little money from you. Now let's return to reality. Here's my phone number. You can contact me directly. She tilted her head slightly, eyes shining. Right. Sell me all your tradable lifespan. I'll pay you 10,000 for each day. No problem. Next to her, Mao Li Tuan laughed heartily, not forgetting to taunt. Haha. I told you Dark was a blind fool. Even a big boss like this young lady doesn't value him, so we'll be waiting for you in reality. Pride swelled inside him. Ha ha! Even if this game really affects lifespan, so what? Lifespan can be earned anytime. Only those who know how to turn gaming skills into money like me are truly smart. After they all left one by one, Qin Feng quietly headed toward the teleport gate. He touched the glowing circle, instantly activating the town's instant teleportation formation. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his head. Congratulations, you have activated the instant teleportation formation in Shelltown. You have gained 1 reputation point. You can teleport once for free each day. Multiple teleports will consume tradable lifespan. No other teleportation spells were activated in Jianghai City. Qin Feng was deep in thought, his eyes slightly narrowed. The initial teleportation spells in the towns were originally two-way. Lighting up just one spell didn't do much good. Before players from other towns can travel between each other, they have to reach level 5 to light the way. He let out a soft breath, a fragment of a past life memory flashing through his mind. If I'm not mistaken, Songfei is in the small town of Daonong. If I could set a reminder, once that place activates the teleportation array, I'll be the first to know. Thinking that, Qin Feng quickly set it up and immediately used the formation to return to the town. Still, he understood well that teleporting back and forth between starting towns wasn't very meaningful. What he truly craved was level 10. Only then would he have the right to set foot on the continent abandoned by the gods, where this game truly begins. A moment later, Qin Feng leisurely walked to the town center. He sat down calmly, opened his shop, his voice steady but carrying weight that instantly grabbed everyone's attention. Selling equipment and skills for only 10 minutes. If you want to buy, act fast. As soon as he finished, the whole square exploded. Players around rushed over quickly, their eyes shining bright like starving wolves hunting prey. Damn, the Dark Lord is back. The big boss has finally arrived. I've been saving up 150 days of lifespan, just waiting for the big boss to open shop. The noise surged in waves, many trembling as they recalled. Last time, the big boss sold the ice chain technique, which shot the Grey Rose straight to second place on the leaderboard. Hoping this time there'd be a mage skill book too. Just as everyone's eyes filled with desire, a book did appear on the counter, but once they saw it clearly, all hopes turned into whispers of disappointment mixed with regret. There really was a skill book, but it was only a white-silver Battle Crimson for warriors. I want to trade this Battle Crimson successfully to get 300 days of lifespan in return. The cold mechanical voice rang out, sparking heated debates among the crowd. Is 300 days of lifespan worth it for a skill book? Definitely. If a melee warrior learns Battle Crimson, their monster-killing efficiency doubles. 3 days of use pays off in just 2. The atmosphere grew lively, shouts rang out non-stop. I want that cloak, I want those boots, I want. Within moments, all of Qin Feng's items were snapped up. Those who missed out frowned, some even sighed in frustration. Boo-hoo, twice now I've been robbed. Same here, sell more next time, please. Please, big boss, will you sell here again? Qin Feng was silent, calculating inside. In just a brief minute, every item he put up was swept clean. The total lifespan gained from this trade was 650 days. Adding up, his traded lifespan reached 2,174 days, a number that made many envious with red eyes. Yet Qin Feng wasn't satisfied. He furrowed his brow slightly, a flash of determination in his eyes. Not enough yet. If I want to extract levels, attributes, classes, equipment, and skills from this divine game world into reality, the road ahead is still long. While Qin Feng was pondering, a graceful figure suddenly approached. It was a girl with delicate features, her sweet voice tinged with a hint of shyness. Big boss, I have this treasure. Do you want it? Qin Feng paused briefly, waiting for her to show the item, his eyes suddenly flashing with excitement. A storage ring. It doesn't take up space in either the ring or backpack slots. His heart beat faster, a slight smile curling his lips. This is a space ring, an extremely rare item that can store things without occupying backpack or equipment slots. That means its value far surpasses ordinary storage bags. While each player can carry up to 3 backpacks at most, owning a space ring is like holding a massive advantage. Although theoretically, this ring can drop from any monster, the drop rate is insanely low, almost 0. The girl in front must have been insanely lucky to get it this early. If sold, a 12-slot ring like this could fetch more than 3,600 days of lifespan. Qin Feng thought silently, his eyes shining uncontrollably. He looked at her and asked softly, "How do you want to sell it?" Fairy Girl smiled, shaking her head, her tone sincere yet playful. "I don't want your lifespan. I just want to be friends with you. And conveniently, big boss, take our group to kill a boss." Hearing that, Qin Feng was a bit surprised, then nodded slightly. System reminder. Black Cloak player Dai Litu has accepted your friend request. Qin Feng calmly asked, "Which boss is it?" Fairy Girl replied excitedly, "It's just a golden level boss." Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep and steady. "What's its name?" The girl turned to look toward the distant, misty swamp waters, where only an old, crooked boat barely afloat could be seen. She hesitated in her voice. The distance is still too far. All I see is a boat on the swamp, looking really shabby. At that moment, Qin Feng's heart trembled slightly, memories flashing back. A shabby boat. Could it be the Golden Ghost Ship? He clenched his fist tightly. The Golden Ghost Ship is a special rare boss that can appear at any level, but with an extremely low chance. It's not only dangerous, but drops tons of unique, highly valuable items. Every time the Golden Ghost Ship appears, it signals a fierce battle between guilds. The Golden Ghost Ship appeared right in the town, its level only about 5, so it's not too hard to defeat at this stage. But Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, feeling something strange. How could such a rare Golden Ghost Ship appear in a small town like this and drop a rare storage ring? Plus, the one who got it is a member of Wang Man's group. Could she be Cam Lai from the Legends of My Past Life? His gaze unconsciously fixed on the girl before him. How did she discover this golden boss? Fairy girl blushed slightly, nervously clutching her shirt. Lini said, "Big boss, why are you staring at me like that?" Qin Feng shook his head gently, smiling. "Nothing. But who would have guessed they'd be so slow? I was just chilling, taking a walk, when I spotted this golden boss under a cliff." Qin Feng went silent, memories from his past life flooding back. Rumor had it that in Wang Man's group, there was someone who looked like a catfish. Just wandering around in nature, you could randomly run into rare boss pets, underground lairs, or sacred temples. Back then, I thought it was just made-up stories or fake news spread by the government to cover up intelligence info. Didn't expect it to be real. That's definitely her. Nu Tianqi blushed unconsciously, nervously clutching her shirt hem. Lin Yi said, "Big bro, why are you staring at me like that?" Qin Feng shook his head slightly, smiling. "Nothing." The two quickly left the town, heading toward the forest ahead. At the same time, in a dark alley, a sneaky guy witnessed everything and hurriedly turned to run away. In the forest, a group of people were gathered, the leader boasting loudly, "Remember back then I also led the crew to conquer the Lord of Thankat. You guys can rest easy, follow me, and you'll be eating well and dressing sharp." Just then, the guy who had been running returned, panting as he reported, "Boss, that kid just took a girl and left the town." The group immediately burst into sinister laughter. "Ha, as expected from that brat, couldn't resist bringing a girl along so fast, huh? Guys, follow me quickly." Elsewhere in the forest, Qin Feng and the female fairy Qi walked while chatting. His voice was calm and decisive. "I can help with the fight. If the boss drops gear or skill books you can use, I'll give them all to you. The rest will be mine. How's that?" "Ah, what about Captain Vuong Man and his crew? Your team has all kinds of classes. If the drops are for assassins, wouldn't my effort be wasted? Fine, we'll do it your way. But can I make a small request?" "Go ahead," Fairy Qi hesitated a bit, then asked frankly, "If you sell gear to Captain Vuong Man's team, can you give them a discount?" Qin Feng nodded, his tone casual. "No problem." Fairy Qi breathed a small sigh of relief, nodded lightly, then continued, "All right, then we'll set off once Captain Vuong Man logs in." She suddenly tilted her head with curiosity, eyes full of wonder. "By the way, boss, where are we headed now?" Qin Feng replied briefly, "Like it's no big deal. We're on our way to fight a golden tier boss." As soon as he finished, Fairy Qi's expression changed instantly, stunned as if turned to stone. "What? Boss? You're an assassin. I'm just a mage. You can go invisible, but how am I supposed to handle that?" Qin Feng said calmly, his voice steady as if nothing mattered. "I'm enough on my own. You just watch from a safe distance." Hearing this, Fairy Qi shivered all over, her heart pounding. Going solo to kill a golden tier boss? Even knowing the boss was strong, this was beyond imagination. While she was still stunned, Qin Feng suddenly activated stealth. His figure blurred and vanished like he never existed. "Boss, boss, where are you going?" Fairy Qi panicked, eyes darting around, only seeing the silent wilderness. Not far away, a group of people were lying in wait behind a tree, their eyes flashing with malice. "Boss, that shadow guy disappeared." "Haha, I told you. He's definitely just tricking that girl. He left her alone out here in the wild." The leader sneered, voice full of lust. "Let's go. Just catch that girl directly. Have some fun. Then we'll see. I promised. Follow me, and you'll eat well and dress sharp." Look, isn't that woman standing there clueless? They were about to rush out, but before they could move, a cold killing intent surged. In the darkness, Qin Feng darted by. His shadow slash flashed like lightning. Swish! In an instant, 5 heads flew off at once, blood splattering everywhere. They didn't even scream before collapsing. A cold, mechanical voice rang in Qin Feng's ear. "You have killed 5 players and received a total of 12 days of tradable lifespan." He frowned, calmly watching the bodies dissolve into faint sparks too cheap, only like killing two small monsters. Immediately after, Qin Feng reappeared beside Fairy Qi. Expression unreadable. Fairy Qi was startled, almost falling backward. "Boss, where did you just go?" Qin Feng answered with a calm but casual tone. "How many were tailing us? I sent them back to the small town." Fairy Qi nodded, a knowing smile curling her lips. "Oh, I thought you went for a bathroom break." "Right, boss. Now that you have invisibility, going to the bathroom must be super convenient, huh? You can pee or poop anytime, anywhere without being seen?" Before she finished, she giggled, eyes sparkling mischievously. Then suddenly, she tilted her head as if remembering something, teasing in a low voice, "Wait, if your gear falls off your body, wouldn't it be invisible too?" Qin Feng slightly frowned, his gaze darkening a bit. He immediately cut her off, voice firm, not wanting to drag it out. "All right, take me to find that boss you mentioned." Meanwhile, on the other side of Newbie Village, Tan Tu Du just logged into the game. Feeling her body merge with the virtual world, she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, her face bright. "This is amazing. I can feel everything so clearly. This is awesome." Joy filled her eyes as Tan Tu Du clenched her fists, excitement bubbling inside. She had received the Hidden Life Emperor class. This had to be powerful. This would definitely be a perfect match for Songfei. I wonder how Songfei is doing now. Does he know the secret to initial point allocation? As the thought flashed, Tan Tu Du's eyes darkened, a flicker of irritation rising. I don't know where that bastard Qin Feng went. All day he only cares about himself, and when it matters, he's totally unreliable. She took a deep breath, smirking proudly. "Fine, now that I have the hidden class, and Zhang Wei promised to help me level up, Qin Feng, you're on your own. I don't care about you anymore." Just then, her gaze was caught by a large board hanging high above. She opened her eyes wide, exclaiming in surprise, "Huh, is this the leaderboard? Wow, Shadow, ranked first, and already level 6? Tan Tu Du's heart trembled slightly. Comparing, she bit her lip, eyes flashing disdain. Zhang Wei was only level 3 now, yet he dared to brag about his strength. Looks like Shadow is the real boss here. She clenched her fists tightly, a spark of ambition igniting inside. If I could get help from Shadow on the board, I'd definitely level up faster than Zhang Wei. But where do I find this Shadow boss? While she was lost in thought, Tan Tu Du suddenly noticed Wang Man's group ahead. One guy in the group gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, I can't reach Tudo Theogeo. We don't have time to wait for her anymore. Any ideas?" Another frowned, voice full of worry. "Killing monsters without a babysitter won't work. We're not shadow bosses who can solo everything. I suggest finding a new babysitter to team up with instead." At that moment, Tan Tu Du stepped closer, her gentle voice ringing out. "Hello, excuse me, do you guys need a babysitter? I'm the Hidden Life Emperor class. I can't reach Tudo Theogeo. We don't have time to wait for her anymore. Does anyone have any ideas?" Another person frowned, voice full of worry. "Killing monsters without a babysitter isn't gonna work. We're not Dark Lords who can solo everything. I suggest we find a new babysitter to team up with." At that moment, Tan Tu Du stepped forward, her gentle voice ringing out. "Hello, excuse me, is everyone looking for a babysitter? I'm a Hidden Emperor life profession." Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Feng and Nu Tianqi followed the narrow stone path, reaching the edge of a sheer cliff. Below the deep abyss was a gloomy swamp, with cold mist rising in waves, sending chills down the spine. Right in the middle of the swamp, a dry skeleton was climbing onto a small golden boat, the legendary Golden Ghost ship. Qin Feng observed carefully, his eyes suddenly sharp and cold. He tilted his head slightly and instructed, "You stay here and hide. Watch out for any sneak attacks. I'll go handle the boss." With that, he activated his shadow skill, his whole body fading into the mist, disappearing in an invisible state. Nu Tianqi nodded, a look of respect flashing in her eyes. "All right, big boss, be careful." Qin Feng responded with a slight nod, then plunged straight into the swamp. The moment he touched the water, a cold mechanical sound echoed in his ear. Due to the influence of the Golden Ghost ship, this area had become a violent zone, where lifespan drained at a rate 100 times faster. Qin Feng frowned slightly, his eyes flashing. Time flows 100 times faster here? If he stayed inside for 15 minutes, it would cost him one whole day of lifespan. But that was not a big deal for now. Before he could think further, the mechanical sound rang out again. A level 5 golden ghost ship of special golden quality appeared. Duration, 45 minutes and 25 seconds. Hearing this, Qin Feng exhaled lightly, a smirk curling at his lips. Luckily, there was still 45 minutes left, enough time to take it down. His gaze sharpened suddenly. He unleashed a shield shadow slash straight at the dry skeleton, then threw a deadly poison dart into the ship's hull, and finally gathered his strength to perform a stealth strike aimed directly at the small bell hanging at the ship's bow. A piercing sound rang out, shaking the entire water surface violently. What caused many to fail against this boss was not knowing its real weak point. It wasn't in the dry skeleton, nor the ship's body, but in the ghostly bell hanging at the bow. Once the bell was attacked, the boss would immediately activate a counterattack skill, controlling the entire surrounding water, raising massive water pillars with destructive power. Those water pillars dealt terrifying damage, and at the early stage, only warriors equipped with silver-white gear could barely withstand them. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination. Luckily, he possessed the superior speed and agility of the shadow profession. Otherwise, dodging this attack would be impossible. Thirdly, after that devastating ranged attack ended, the golden ghost ship suddenly roared, its whole body radiating a deep, ominous aura. From the pitch-black sea, it summoned 12 rotten water demons, each huge and massive, with decayed bodies and icy blue eyes like nightmares. Each one had power equal to a silver-level boss, rushing madly into the formation, causing unimaginable chaos. The horror didn't stop there. Every minute, the haunted ship would spawn another water demon. If left unchecked, they would multiply uncontrollably, eventually swallowing the entire team in a sea of corpses. Yet Qin Feng remained unusually calm. He stayed completely invisible, like a ghost gliding across the battlefield, making it impossible for the monsters to detect him. At the decisive moment, he chose the blind spot and unleashed a shield shadow slash, the black blade tearing through the night, instantly decapitating the water demons. Qin Feng kept attacking relentlessly, killing the monsters while continuously dealing damage to the pair of ghostly bosses at the ship's bow. Each of his slashes struck like thunder, steadily draining the boss's massive health bar. Nearby, Nu Tianqi watched everything with wide eyes, her heart trembling with fear and shock. This was the dark big boss, the #1 on the star ranking? Too terrifying. Appearing and disappearing like a ghost. The boss had lost nearly 1/3 of its health without any real resistance. But just then, Qin Feng suddenly broke invisibility, his body soaked in killing intent, but his voice was chillingly calm. "Xiao He, I'm about to die." Nu Tianqi was startled and shouted, "Girl, what did you say?" Qin Feng chuckled softly, his eyes flashing with determination. "You don't need to do anything, just wait for me to come back to life." "Why, big boss? Aren't you the one dominating? And what's Xiao He? I'm not Xiao He. If not you, then who? Your name's so long, calling you Black Bow Lam Dai Li Zi sounds like a dog's name. Call you Xiao He for short." Nu Tianqi was stunned, nearly fainting on the spot. Damn, the way he gave nicknames really could kill someone. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the defeated enemy group had also revived in a nearby forest. Their leader gritted his teeth, furious, shouting, "Damn it, we were too careless. I was once a legend, winning every desert tournament, yet now I'm humiliated by some brat." Just then, a subordinate rushed over, panting as he reported, "Boss, we found that girl. She's at the edge of the cliff ahead. That damn shadow guy is fighting the boss alone at the cliff's base." The powerful fighters all glared, the leader waving his hand, his voice full of killing intent. "Humph, this time I've called all my brothers here. I don't believe I can't kill him." Meanwhile, Qin Feng was still struggling fiercely, facing the toughest challenge yet, the golden ghost ship. It emitted waves of 3 spirit pulses like crashing waves, spreading across the battlefield, forcibly locking his body for 5 seconds. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, then quickly relaxed, a cold smile curling his lips. 5 seconds of being trapped and no escape? Then go ahead and kill me. Immediately after, his body was crushed by the ghost ship. The mechanical voice echoed sharply, "You have died, losing 326 years of lifespan, non-tradable. You have died, losing 1,187 days of lifespan, tradable." At that moment, the distant group cheered excitedly, the leader laughing loudly, his voice dripping with mockery and pleasure. "Ha ha ha. Unbelievable, really unbelievable. This idiot got so cocky just because someone called him Big Boss, daring to challenge the golden boss alone. Ha ha ha." Another guy greedily pointed at the light orb that just fell. "Wow, this shadow dog is rich. A big orb like that must be worth at least several hundred days of lifespan. Brothers, the boss is down to half health. Rush in and kill it. Ha ha, so lucky. We get to feast on the boss and pick up a huge lifespan orb. That dog deserves it. Today, my little dog will swallow this big dog whole." Wild laughter echoed, but before they could charge, a fierce explosion of light burst out. They were all blasted away, forced to respawn at Newbie Village. Damn it, how is this boss so strong? How could that shadow guy drain half its health? Encountered a demon? Ridiculous. We just stepped into the swamp and got killed by water pillars on the spot, without even doing anything. Besides, there were countless damn monsters. How could I fight them all? Damn it, the losses this time are way too heavy. But I can't believe it. Gotta try again. I refuse to believe this thing is that freaky. On the other side, a flash of light appeared. Qin Feng once again showed up at the same spot. He gave a faint smile, calmly speaking. I'm back. Xiao Hei, why are there so many lifespan orbs here? Fairy Qi was startled, her eyes shining brightly before quickly speaking up. Big boss, you came back fast. Just now, a group rushed in, but they were all swept away by the water whip. None survived. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded slightly, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. So that's how it is, huh? Guess they overestimated themselves. A wave of sympathy rose in his heart, recalling how in his past life he was also tormented by the Golden Ghost Ship to a tragic degree. The Golden Ghost Ship can only use its immobilizing skill once, so half of its remaining health shouldn't be too hard to handle. However, when its health drops below half, the monster has a chance to vanish and suddenly reappear at a distance, making it hard for ordinary players to keep up, let alone kill it. But Qin Feng had long understood its movement pattern. He coldly threw poisonous throwing stars, aiming straight at the pair of small bells hanging on the ship's bow. The poisoned stars pierced the target, making the bells ring sharply. Immediately after, without hesitation, he activated the Shadow Slash skill. A fierce black blade slashed violently, carving deep cracks on the ghost ship's hull. On the distant cliff, the group that was wiped out earlier approached again. One of them grinned wickedly. Boss, look quick! That brat is fighting the boss again. Ha! Once he's about to finish, we strike and grab all the loot and the kill. Fairy Qi frowned, her eyes briefly cold. She tightened her staff, silently cursing. These idiots are coming to cause trouble again. Damn it. In her mind, there was only one thought. The big boss is about to end the fight, and I absolutely cannot let them get what they want. Deciding quickly, she immediately chanted a spell. Her voice rang out like a divine command. Today, there will be thunder. Boom. A massive lightning bolt tore through the clouds, striking straight at that group. The whole group panicked, screaming loudly. Damn it, who's attacking us? Boss, there's a mage on their side. The leader roared angrily. Humph, that bitch wants to die? Kill her for me. Fairy Qi immediately turned, running and shouting loudly. Help me! The group went wild like mad beasts, chasing close behind, roaring. Stop! I'm gonna tear you apart. Meanwhile, deep in the nearby forest, another group silently observed the whole scene, silent like ghosts, patiently waiting for the right moment. Over here, Qin Feng remained intensely focused. The fight with the ghost ship was nearing its end. He panted, muttering. Finally, it's almost dead. As expected, the Golden Ghost Ship is no joke as a level 5 boss. Taking it down alone is seriously tough. He clearly felt that despite controlling skills and combat rhythm, the damage was still too low, dragging the fight out too long. And because of that, the battle had attracted quite a few onlookers. He glanced sideways, easily spotting a group still lurking on the cliff. Looking closely, it seemed to be the ones killed earlier. Also, near the distant swamp, another gang was lying in wait. Clearly they wanted to wait for me to kill the boss, then swoop in and snatch everything. Bring it on, I'll show you what despair really means. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice cut through his thoughts. You have killed the Golden Ghost Ship, Golden level boss. You gained 4,800 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 8. You gained 7 evolution points. You received 216 tradable lifespan days. At this moment, Qin Feng didn't rush to pick up the loot but quickly activated Shadow Cloak. His body seemed to dissolve into thin air, silently entering stealth mode. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes, lips curling into a cold smile. Not bad, but too bad you guys miscalculated, his voice whispered mockingly. Immediately after, the system's mechanical voice echoed across the server. The dark player in Shelltown was the first to kill a golden level boss, earning 3 reputation points. As the news spread, all players on the server erupted in excitement. First time killing the golden boss. Damn, is this dark dude a demon? How is he so insanely strong? Which country does Shelltown belong to anyway? The first to kill a golden boss has to be a powerhouse from our great Korea, right? In Shelltown, Wang Man inhaled deeply upon hearing the announcement, his eyes wide with shock. Just a moment ago, there was news that the dark player could solo the bronze boss, and in the blink of an eye, he killed the golden boss too? Why is there such a huge gap between people? Elsewhere, Xiao Du sat dazed, her eyes sparkling like stars. She silently admired, this dark YBG guy is seriously badass. If he helps me level up, I'll meet Brother Song Fei in no time. Meanwhile, at the just finished battlefield, after the boss fell, over a dozen glowing orbs littered the ground, their bright light making everyone's eyes sting. The nearby group started moving. Thom Lam's gaze flared up. Ha ha, this boss really dropped way too much loot, and that guy ran off without picking anything up, definitely scared of us. A Quang. Use your skill to find him, kill him, and we'll claim all the rewards from this golden boss. Got it. A Quang drew his bow tight, and each condensed light orb shot out, transforming into ghostly shadowhawk illusions. The giant bird spread its wings, flew toward the swamp, then exploded, the blinding light revealing every blade of grass. Hidden in the misty bones, Qin Feng smirked slightly, a cold laugh escaping. Shadowhawk, huh? Didn't expect this hunter to learn anti-stealth skills so fast. No wonder he's confident enough to try killing me for the loot. His eyes flashed sharply, breath cold. Too bad. My dark profession has stealth level 1, plus anti-detection level 1. They absolutely can't see through me. Over there, finding nothing, the group grew even more smug, faces cocky. Boss, no sign of him. That kid probably got scared seeing how many of us there are and ran off. Guess he's smart. Let's head over and guard the loot. Don't slack off, be ready to fight any time. The loot's ownership protection lasts 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the boss loot belongs to us. As they finished speaking, before he could take more than a few steps, a sharp, dark beam of light streaked by. Qin Feng unleashed Shadow Shield Slash. In an instant, before any of them could react, his figure turned into a flash of light, shot straight back to Tanthu village. Qin Feng slowly lowered his sword, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he muttered, this place is way quieter now. His eyes scanned the area, suddenly flickering with suspicion. Wait, where did that Xiaohei-haired girl go? Forget it, I'll find her later. He took a deep breath, his heart swelling with anticipation. The remaining evolution points combined with the loot from the boss were just enough to allow the greedy hand to evolve one more time. The thought sparked, Qin Feng nodded firmly. First, he'd evolve the skill, then deal with those corpses. As soon as he decided, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his head. Greedy hand. Diamond upgrade to zombie. Assassin skill system, 220% to 300% chance to get extra loot rewards. Extra loot rewards have a 100% chance to level up. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, his fingers clenched into a fist, his heartbeat pounding fast. 100% chance to level up? This was basically a total transformation. Good. I'll make all these light orbs explode in a storm. Aha, bring it on. Excited, he immediately absorbed the cluster of sparkling light orbs. A blinding light burst enveloped his entire body. Once again, the mechanical voice rang repeatedly. You have used the greedy hand skill. You have received 7 evolution points. You have received 7 evolution points. You have received 7 evolution points. You have received 216 days of tradable lifespan. You have received 216 days of tradable lifespan. You have received 216 days of tradable lifespan. You have received the special item Demon Fire Spirit Lantern. You have received the special item Demon Fire Spirit Lantern. You have received the special item Middle Demon Fire. Item information appeared clearly. Middle Demon Fire. This special item prevents the player from losing lifespan upon death. This effect has a cooldown of 1,800 seconds. Passive soul absorption. When killing a ghost creature, the chance to drop lifespan increases by 20%. If you possess 2 Demon Fire items simultaneously, this effect doubles. Terrifying Soul. When actively using 2 Demon Fire items, an extremely powerful effect is triggered. All enemies within a 100-meter radius are instantly immobilized for 3 seconds. Although the cooldown is 600 seconds, this effect alone is enough to be considered a trump card. Qin Feng held the bell in his hand, a slight smirk tugging at his lips, feeling a bit joyful inside, as he didn't expect to get 2 Demon Fire Spirit Lanterns in just one go. These weren't considered equipment but categorized as tools. The best part was, they didn't take up equipment slots, and the 2 bells only occupied 1 slot in the backpack. Compact, convenient, and highly strategic, this was an unexpected bonus. Just then, a familiar female voice came through the comm. Big boss, save me. What do you guys want? Don't come any closer. Qin Feng froze, a flash of worry in his eyes. He immediately called out to Xiaohei. Xiaohei, where are you? On another side of the map, the fairy girl was surrounded tightly against a cliff by a group of men. The wind blew fiercely, her hair tangled, but her eyes were full of resistance. This damn brat keeps fighting back. Since you're cornered, just come quietly. We'll make sure you enjoy it till your eyes roll back. The lewd words made the fairy girl's face pale, but her gaze was terrifyingly resolute. Without hesitation, she looked down into the deep abyss, gritted her teeth, and jumped straight down. Boom! The ground below shattered like a spiderweb, and her body immediately transformed into a revival light orb. The enemies were stunned, silent. The leader gaped, muttering, She jumped. She really jumped. This girl's got a seriously tough personality. On the other side, at Tanthu village, the revival light flashed. The fairy girl immediately called Qin Feng back, her voice pained but forcing a smile. Big boss, no need to come save me anymore. I'm already dead, back at the little town now. Ouch, it hurts so much. Luckily, our team's tradable lifespan is still intact, all kept on the team leader. Vuong Man. Hearing this, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "All right, rest up in town. When I get back, I'll bring you the stuff. Thank you, big boss. You've worked hard," her voice full of gratitude. Qin Feng ended the comm, leaned back, feeling a lightness in his heart. This time, he really made a big haul. His tradable lifespan had accumulated to 3,115 days, plus he received 21 evolution points. Without hesitation, Qin Feng continued investing in the greedy hand skill. The cold mechanical voice echoed in his head. The greedy hand skill has reached zombie level. To evolve further, you need 10 times the current evolution points. Do you want to spend 200 evolution points to evolve this skill? Qin Feng's brows furrowed slightly. 20 evolution points? As expected, it gets harder the higher you go. Not simple at all. He thought for a moment, then dismissed the idea. Forget it. First upgrade the damage skill. The higher the damage, the better chance to defeat strong bosses, which means more loot. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his head. You have spent 3 plus 5 evolution points. 13 points remain. The Shadow Shield / skill has been upgraded from Platinum to Jade, then further to Diamond. In an instant, this skill can be launched with a maximum range of 21 meters, increased to 24 meters, then reached 27 meters. Meanwhile, the user enters stealth mode lasting 7 seconds, then 8 seconds, finally stabilizing at 9 seconds. During this time, each attack unleashes 5, then 6, and at peak 7 consecutive slashes, sweeping all enemies in its path. Cooldown reduced to 12 seconds. Slash range increased from 3.1 meters to 3.6 meters, finally reaching 4.1 meters. Each slash adds 200, then 250, and finally 300 attack power points. The sound ended, and an indescribable excitement surged in Qin Feng's heart. He felt his body exploding with power, his veins pulsing with wild energy. Just one skill evolved twice was already twice as strong as before. Even without stealth or breaking stealth, a single Shadow Shield / could deal up to 3,000 damage. Combined with breaking stealth and striking enemies from behind, those 7 consecutive slashes could unleash terrifying damage. From 6,000 to 7,000 points, enough to tear apart any golden tier boss. He squinted, light flashing in his pupils. With this skill in hand, no boss would be a problem. With patience and strategy, all rare gear would fall into his hands. Just as he predicted, golden tier bosses usually drop 2 to 4 silver tier equipment pieces, and very rarely, golden tier gear. But thanks to the special effect of the greedy hand, Qin Feng managed to collect 11 golden tier equipment pieces, along with skill books. Not to mention, there were also 2 platinum tier items and an extremely rare platinum skill book. He let out a soft laugh, his tone dripping with smug satisfaction. Not bad at all. And out of all these spoils, 3 pieces perfectly suited his assassin class. He opened his inventory, the dazzling glow of the gear lighting up the entire screen. 2 sharp hand flails were drawn out, their cold silver light reflecting off his face. The ghost ship wielded platinum assassin weapons. Attack power plus 136, agility plus 22, attack speed plus 24%, armor penetration plus 17. Equipment level requirement 5. Unique special effect. Each normal attack deals double damage. This special effect wasn't super useful, since I mainly rely on skills anyway, he thought, fingers lightly stroking the weapon's body. Still, its base attack power was surprisingly high, plus an extra 22 agility points. Just that alone was enough for him to clearly feel how different his speed would be. Higher agility meant faster attack speed, shorter skill casting time, and even seamless combos that left opponents no time to react. Not totally useless. Qin Feng's lips curled into a satisfied smile. It even had armor penetration, which was definitely a huge advantage. Without hesitation, he opened the system space again, this time pulling out a blazing golden Hellfire demon armor. The stats appeared before his eyes. Physical defense plus 25, fire resistance plus 50, damage reduction plus 14, health points plus 419, level 5 requirement. Qin Feng frowned slightly. I didn't increase vitality when leveling up, and my current health is only 350 points. Yet this armor directly adds 419 points? That's insane. He imagined the scene wearing this armor. Most early-stage players definitely wouldn't be able to break through his defense. The feeling of standing amidst thousands of enemies, letting them attack without shaking his health, made his blood boil with excitement. Still, Qin Feng carefully put the armor back into storage and chose to hide the equipment. It was better to keep the original Dark Class outfit so no one would notice. Only when entering the game interface could others check, but outside, no one would know his true strength. Finally, his gaze landed on something special, a skill book. A faint golden glow radiated from its cover, revealing the blurry words, Golden Tier Phantom Assassin, Passive assassin skill, increases dodge rate by 15%. When a dodge is successful, immune to all damage. Finally, he got an assassin skill. Qin Feng smiled softly but then shook his head. Though I remember this skill is pretty weak. Dodge rate in this game is really hard to raise. Even if you invest a lot, you have to sacrifice other stats. If you fail to dodge, it's basically handing over your life. His eyes suddenly flashed, a confident smile spreading across his face. But I'm different. I have a skill that can evolve infinitely, meaning I can increase dodge rate without sacrificing any other stats. This is pure benefit. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and strode straight toward the clam town. Only a few quick thoughts crossed his mind. The remaining warrior, priest, and archer items would be sold to Vuong Man at a 10% discount. They couldn't afford to buy now, but given Vuong Man's reputation and integrity, he was sure the guy would agree to buy on credit. This time, his luck was truly tied to Xiao He. Without that little girl, Qin Feng definitely wouldn't have found the level 5 golden ghost ship to defeat and bring back such huge loot. But at that moment, he suddenly ran into a group of people approaching. Both sides stared at each other, confused for a brief moment, but the group quickly realized the shadow before them was Qin Feng and hurriedly turned to flee. "Run fast. Don't block me, you idiots. Don't leave me behind." Shouts echoed from behind, but Qin Feng gave them no chance. In a flash, he unleashed Shadow Shield Slash. The leader's henchmen couldn't react in time and were sent back to Newbie Village, their bodies dissolving under the cold light of the deadly strike. The leader was so scared he broke out in cold sweat, eyes wide as if begging. "I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please spare me. Boss, big boss, Dad, don't kill me. I only have 1 year left to live." Qin Feng's gaze was icy, each cold word falling like frost. "When you hurt others, did you ever think about this outcome?" In an instant, a poisoned dart shot straight into the leader's forehead. The pain made him scream miserably, his whole body trembling. Immediately, a mechanical voice sounded a warning. "Player has killed too many actively, received the killer status. Upon death, 75% of current lifespan will drop." Above, Qin Feng's head appeared 3 blood-red words, "Killer." Qin Feng just smiled quietly. "No problem. I have the demon fire spirit on me. Even if I die once, I won't lose lifespan." Gently, he teleported to the center of Clamtown. Instantly, all eyes around turned to him. People whispered excitedly, "There's the shadow. Damn, he already killed the golden boss and came back. Why no gear drops? Haha, probably because of the support doll. That's why he could solo the boss and nothing dropped." Others mocked. "So funny. Go find a doll and fight for me." At that moment, the leader of the scavengers from before stepped forward, his face both worried and earnest. "Shadow Boss, please stop. Boss, we were wrong earlier. This is the assassin skill book we just bought with lifespan. Please accept it and forgive us." Saying that, he shakily handed a normal piercing skill book to Qin Feng. The cover clearly stated assassin skill, single target aiming skill, increases attack by 20 points and causes target to be stunned for 2 seconds when attacking. Cooldown time, 22 seconds. This was a control skill. Qin Feng glanced at the book, a flicker of thought in his eyes, then nodded lightly and accepted it. He turned and walked away calmly, ignoring the scared and resentful looks from the henchmen. "He and you, we're getting crushed by him and yet we gave him a skill book. Isn't that too cowardly?" One henchman couldn't hold back his frustration, throwing a hateful glare. "Yeah. Since when did we have to put up with this?" Each of us used our own connections to gather everyone, then nodded lightly and accepted it. He turned and walked away casually, ignoring the scared yet resentful looks from his underlings. "He and you, we're getting crushed by him, yet you still handed over the skill book? Isn't that way too cowardly?" One of the underlings couldn't hold back his frustration, throwing a hateful glare. "Yeah. Since when did we have to be in this situation? Each of us is supposed to call in our own connections, gather everyone. Just 1 drop of spit would be enough to drown him. Why be scared?" Q frowned, his voice full of anger but also a hint of helplessness. "What do you guys know? That shadow dude levels up so fast, there's definitely some huge secret hidden there. Now, if we can just find him in real life and lock him up, we won't just uncover the secret, we can turn him into a slave to harvest lifespan for ourselves. So that's how it is. No wonder he and Tiu is so slick, really clever. Turning back, I'll ask the clan to send a woman over to figure out how to get info on him." Just now, that shadow's voice sounded weird, definitely smart within the circle. That means this guy is some kind of noble. Just send a unique beauty right to his doorstep. I don't believe he won't fall for it. Over here, Qin Feng walked up to the female mage. "All right, Xiaohei, accept the deal. I'm giving you some stuff." Nu Tianqi nodded happily. "I'm not Xiaohei, I'm Dai Litu." Qin Feng said nothing more, just casually handed her a few items. Dai Litu couldn't help but get excited, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Ah, This is legit. I'm about to take off. This necklace directly multiplies my damage many times over, and my mana regen doubles too. Big boss, really appreciate you. Qin Feng replied softly, his voice calm but full of determination. No need for thanks. Based on the promise, hand over the space ring to me. Dai Litu quickly pulled out the ring, smiling brightly. Oh right, here you go. Qin Feng frowned, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Oh yeah, big boss. When I ran into the forest earlier, I found a cave that looks like an entrance to some ruins. Interested? Hearing that, Qin Feng fell silent, a plan forming in his mind. First was the golden demon ship, now an entrance to ruins. Befriending this girl really pays off. Fair's fair. If I hadn't given her 2 golden gear pieces, she probably wouldn't have revealed this info. He ran his hand over the space ring, feeling its weight and craftsmanship. The storage space finally reached 27 slots, more than ever before. Qin Feng asked suspiciously, his tone calm but sharp. Where's Wang Man? After selling stuff to everyone, I'll go with her to those ruins. Dai Litu nodded, her eyes bright mixed with excitement. Sure, their captain just got a new pastor. Won't be back for an hour and a half. The ruins entrance. I already marked it on the map for you. There's a stone slab behind some bushes. I moved the slab aside and hid inside to escape, but after a few steps, I heard demon screams from inside. I got scared and ran. Otherwise, they would have caught me. Qin Feng nodded. Got it, I understand. I'll head to those ruins now. When I get back, I'll deal with Wang Man and the others. Just as she looked back, Dai Litu saw Qin Feng use Shadow Step, enter invisibility, and calmly leave. The mix of disappointment and surprise showed on her face, but she couldn't hide her admiration. In Qin Feng's mind, the plan took shape. He originally planned to find a place to train to level 10, but now with ruins, no need to look further. The 3 main types of ruins usually appear in the starting town: tombs, cursed ruins, and shrine temples. No matter the type, even low-level monsters or silver ones, to him, they're a sea of lifespan and huge evolution points. Not long after, Qin Feng slowly reached the marked spot on the map. The 3 main ruins appear here: tombs, cursed ruins, and shrine temples. Tombs aren't great, full of fierce undead. Clearing them is extremely tough and dangerous. Cursed ruins contain monsters that were once human, some mutated, emitting strange energy, even some who turned into demons after death. These creatures are bound by ancient and evil god curses, making them brutal and unpredictable. Shrine temples worship ancient and evil gods, with extremely complex layouts. The gods' followers fiercely protect the shrine. If you can get past these 2 areas, the rewards aren't just special items, but also a chance to learn rare skill books. Qin Feng stopped before stone walls covered in ancient carvings. Every line, every symbol felt strangely familiar. This is the shrine temple, where ancient gods are judged. The symbols on the wall seem to share a root with the judgment eye he already possesses. He frowned slightly, a mix of excitement and nervousness flooding his heart. Elsewhere, Wang Man's group was still struggling to grind monsters. But the monsters were too strong. One hit and Wang Man got knocked back, unable to defend. A teammate shouted at Tan Tu-Du, "Qi Shang, heal, hurry up and heal. What are you just standing there for?" But Tan Tu-Du just trembled, legs shaky, voice choked. What should I do? The monster's charging again, threatening the whole group. Another teammate panicked. Damn it, it's coming again. Use your skill now. But Tan Tu-Du just dropped her staff, collapsed, and cried, too scared to move. In an instant, Wang Man's whole group was wiped out, then resurrected back at the town. Everyone's faces darkened, embarrassed and tense. At that moment, Dai Litu appeared, running over with a bright smile, waving, "Hey, Captain, why are you guys back so soon? The big boss Shadow still hasn't returned, and we still can't buy gear." Someone angrily pointed at Tan Tu-Du, shouting, "Damn it, I've never seen anyone this dumb. Can't dodge monster attacks, can't use skills. Tell me, what else can you do?" The harsh tone and contemptuous eyes made the atmosphere suffocating. Dai Litu immediately ran over, her voice soft, trying to calm things down. "Hey, why so harsh? You can tell she's a newbie. Dying once on the first try is normal." She looked at Tan Tu-Du with sympathy, trying to ease the tension. The other guy snapped back. "Dai Litu, Big Plum, step aside. I gotta scold this kind of person to death." Another teammate jumped in, tense. "Dai Litu, it's not just once. We died 3 times in less than an hour." Dai Litu frowned, seeming to understand the cause. She gently said, "Let me come with you guys. I just got these 2 items from the big boss. Now I'm really strong. I believe if I join, no one will die this time." Her voice was full of confidence, eyes shining with determination. Wang Man nodded, his face less tense. "All right, cut the chit-chat." Dai Litu's suggestion wasn't bad. With her along this time, things would definitely go smoother. Who knows? Maybe when we head back, we'll even run into the Dark Elder. "Sorry, everyone. I'll try my best." Tan Tu stood there, looking apologetic on the outside, but inside, frustration bubbled up. She felt useless and unfairly blamed. If it weren't for these guys being able to connect with the Dark Elder, she swore she wouldn't bother serving them, so pissed she could explode. Elsewhere, Qin Feng stepped into the cave's center. The space was dark, with only 2 monsters kneeling before him. They were loyal followers of the ancient god, level 10, silver grade. Qin Feng snorted coldly, his sharp gaze flashing as he unleashed the Shadow Shield slash to attack. But even combined with a stealthy stab from behind, their health only dropped by half. He furrowed his brow slightly, both surprised and thinking, no wonder these silver grade level 10 bosses have more health combined than the golden ghost ship boss. The surprise was the 2 monsters didn't attack but instead knelt silently toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel suspicious, his inner voice silently asking why they were kneeling like that. The scene around him was eerily quiet, filled with the damp smell of stone. The distant drip of water and faint light filtering through cracks shimmered over layers of moss. Even stranger, they were facing him directly while he remained hidden. Could they sense the divine aura of the judging eye he carried? Maybe that was why they didn't attack. He stepped closer, examining the 2 kneeling silver-scaled figures, their eyes cloudy as if unconscious, yet oddly maintaining a respectful posture. He looked up, asking in a cold, deep voice, "You know the way, right? Take me there." But they didn't answer, only making hoarse, muffled sounds like mute people trying to speak. Their skin showed black corrosion marks, a faint stench of rot drifting by. Clearly, they had been corrupted, their minds destroyed, left only with wild instincts. These once human followers were now like zombies, looting and stealing lives without a second thought. Before he could process it all, the 2 monsters suddenly went berserk, shifting from stillness to movement in a flash. At that moment, from the entrance came the alarmed voices of a group approaching. "Careful, monsters are coming." Their voices quickened with their footsteps, then another scream broke out, scared and broken. "These are 2 silver-grade bosses. We couldn't handle one, and now there are 2. Run, run fast." Before they could react, the group was surrounded, collisions so fast no one could draw weapons. They were wiped out in an instant. Their bodies turned into sparkling light orbs, floating briefly before falling to the ground. Those orbs glowed faintly like bones. Inside were shattered fragments of the victims' memories, the light carrying faint echoes of their last breaths. Qin Feng stepped forward, collecting the orbs one by one, each touch sending a slight vibration through his skin, as if swallowing a piece of someone else's time. He chuckled quietly inside, seeing the fancy appearances of some in the group, thinking, these guys dropped over 100 days of tradable lifespan. They looked nothing like it but were little rich kids. The thought made his lips twitch. After gathering everything, he silently scouted the area, eyes scanning from the moss-covered stone walls to the pitch-black corners. He searched thoroughly, finding no hidden traps, no sign of Yang Bao or other valuable ancient boxes. A mix of disappointment and suspicion crossed his mind. Could it be this place only had these 2 small silver-grade bosses? Forget it, he muttered, deciding not to waste more time. He pulled a highly poisonous dart from his pocket, fingers cold as steel raising it before launching with a sharp curve through the air. The dart sliced through the silence with a sharp whistle like a blade cutting through a drum. A mechanical voice sounded in his ear, plain but cold. "You have killed a loyal follower of the ancient god, a silver-grade judged enemy. You have gained 4,000 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 9. Congratulations on receiving 4 evolution points. You have gained 188 days of tradable lifespan." Qin Feng immediately activated the greedy hand. He stared at the info displayed, eyes showing both surprise and delight. Is this really the level of the greedy hand for the undead? 32 evolution points, 1,584 days of lifespan. He quickly calculated in his head, 4 golden-grade tradable items plus 10 silver-grade. Not only that, there was also a golden-grade equipment usable by assassins. Qin Feng frowned, his eyes lighting up when he saw the golden-grade follower pendant, an ideal assassin accessory. Agility plus 15, cooldown reduction 20%. Requires level 8 equipment, unique effect. Summon a silver-grade loyal follower to fight for you. Cooldown 600 seconds. Qin Feng calculated that after equipping it, the cooldown for the shadow skill dropped from 22.6 seconds to 19.2 seconds. The poisonous dart cooldown reduced from 4.3 seconds to 3.7 seconds, and the shadow shield slash cooldown dropped to 8.8 seconds instead of 10.4 seconds. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Farming monsters would be much more efficient now. All other equipment was above level 8. At this stage, no one else could wear it but him, so he decided to keep it before selling later. Suddenly, a noise echoed. Qin Feng was startled, looking down as a stone pillar suddenly rose from the ground. He furrowed his brow, realizing Sure enough, after clearing the monsters here, the mechanism activated. It was a hidden mechanism. Qin Feng immediately stepped beside the stone pillar. The clattering sound echoed non-stop, mixed with violent tremors from the ground. Then, the entire floor slowly lowered, bringing an unsettling feeling that made his heart sink with each beat. Is this a gun elevator? Qin Feng frowned, eyes flashing suspicion. Time stretched endlessly, and after nearly 5 minutes, the mechanism finally stopped. He took a deep breath, feeling as if he had just been taken down 3,400 meters deep. Stepping off the stone pillar, Qin Feng scanned the surroundings. Before him appeared a massive labyrinth, emerging, hidden beneath the shrine. He thought to himself, there's always a chance of a hidden maze appearing in relics. In his past life, he found quite a few, filled with countless traps. But as long as someone went first as bait, exploring wasn't too dangerous. It just took a lot of time. With his current attributes, if those mechanisms were triggered, he'd probably be dead for sure. Thinking that, Qin Feng took out a sparkling necklace, the Golden Progress Necklace, an assassin-type accessory, adding 15 agility, 20% cooldown speed, requiring level 8 to equip. Especially, it had a unique effect, summoning a loyal white-silver level follower to fight for its owner with a 600-second cooldown. He smirked lightly, relieved it dropped earlier. Without hesitation, Qin Feng activated the necklace, and immediately a loyal white-silver level follower appeared. He ordered the follower to scout ahead, while he cautiously followed behind. With a subordinate clearing the path, his pressure eased a lot, even feeling pretty comfortable. Still, the vigilance in Qin Feng's eyes never faded. Even with a follower leading, danger could still come. Better to be careful. Thinking so, he decided to evolve his passive evasion skill. Mechanical sounds echoed coldly in his mind. You have spent 1, +2, +3, +5 evolution points, remaining 24 points. Instantly, the vague, golden-level phantom demon was promoted to corpse hunter level. The assassin passive skill's evasion rate increased from 15% to 75%. Once activated, evasion could grant immunity to all damage. Qin Feng nodded, the corner of his mouth curling into a satisfied smile. 75% evasion rate was already way too high. He glanced at the leftover points, a calculating gleam in his eyes. There was still a bit left, just enough to evolve Shield Phantom Slash to Corpse Hunter level. The cold mechanical voice echoed again in his head. You have spent 13 evolution points, 11 points remaining. Shield Phantom Slash upgraded from Diamond to Corpse Hunter level. The maximum slash distance increased from 27 meters to 30 meters. When activated, it enters stealth mode, duration rising from 9 seconds to 12 seconds. It deals 7 slashes increased to 9, hitting all enemies in its path. Cooldown is 12 seconds. Slash length increased from 4.1 meters to 5 meters. Each slash adds damage, from 300 to 500 attack power points. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, a satisfied smile forming on his lips. Just as he predicted, the higher the skill level, the more overwhelming the power. He clenched his fists, feeling the fierce energy from the newly evolved skill boiling in his veins. He continued calculating. To evolve a skill from Corpse Hunter to Legendary level would require 10 times the points. In other words, the higher the initial skill rank, the fewer points needed. For example, a skill evolving from Corpse Hunter to Legendary is considered the first evolution, with a base cost of 1 point. But since Legendary is higher, the multiplier of 10 makes it 10 points. That means if he already had a Corpse Hunter level skill, the path to evolve to Mythic, Legendary, even Ancient or Immortal would be much shorter. Conversely, if a skill was just normal, evolving to Corpse Hunter would require 7 evolutions, costing hundreds of points multiplied by 10. A confident arrogance flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, but his biggest advantage was being able to upgrade any skill at any level to Corpse Hunter at extremely low cost. In other words, from now on, all his skills would be at least Corpse Hunter rank. Thinking this, he quickly checked his remaining points. Only 11 evolution points left, so Qin Feng decided to focus on his basic skill. The mechanical echo continued. You have spent 3 plus 5 evolution points, 3 points remaining. The Phantom from White Silver upgraded to Golden, then to Platinum. The stealth effect duration increased from 16 seconds to 20 seconds, then to 24 seconds. When breaking stealth, attack damage increased from 90 to 120, then to 150. Cooldown reduced from 26 seconds to 24, then 22 seconds. With a current cooldown speed of 35%, the final cooldown time was only 16.3 seconds. The cooldown was still too long, and the attack power when breaking stealth was still a bit low. Gotta think of a way to upgrade this when I get back, Qin Feng thought silently, a flash of dissatisfaction mixed with calculation in his eyes. At that moment, the loyal follower ahead suddenly stepped on a trap. Clack! A huge stone dropped from above, crushing its body instantly. Qin Feng frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. If a summoned creature dies, just wait till noon and summon a new one. This maze was so complex and full of dangers, it could only be explored step by step. Hopefully this time he'd find something worthwhile. Meanwhile, upstairs in the shrine, the group who had been killed earlier crawled back. "Captain, it's confirmed. Those two monsters really disappeared." "What?" The female captain's eyes widened in shock. The subordinate gritted his teeth and said, "Our lifespans have definitely been stolen. Someone killed the monsters and took our lifespans. But who could it be?" At this stage, the only person who could kill two white silver level bosses so fast is the Dark Elder. The Dark Elder really came here? The female captain clenched her fists, her heart racing, feeling both fear and resentment. If so, our lifespans have indeed been taken by that elder. But thinking about it, it's kind of lucky, or we might have died again. She recalled briefly seeing a shadow when they first arrived, seemingly talking to the monsters. That person was the Dark One. What skill does he have to mesmerize, even bosses? His power was truly bottomless and terrifying. Meanwhile, deep inside the maze, Qin Feng relied on his summoned follower to scout and smoothly reach the final area. After 3 hours of continuous exploration, he was sure this was the end point. Past life experience told him that to get through here, if using lives as currency, he'd probably have to die dozens, even hundreds of times. He patiently waited another 10 minutes, then summoned the loyal follower again to scout. He gave a short command, "Go, open the door." The loyal monster let out a faint growl and fidgeted before the huge stone door. But no matter how hard it tried, the door didn't budge. "Can't open it? Weird." Qin Feng frowned, stepping closer. He placed his hand on the cold surface of the door, and at that moment, bang, the door instantly opened by itself, without any resistance. Qin Feng's eyes showed surprise, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. "So only I can open it." He immediately tightened his grip on his weapon, eyes sharp with caution, his whole body entering battle-ready mode. Inside the spacious room, there were only a few scattered standing stone pillars. Right in the center stood a massive golden yang weapon, tightly wrapped in sharp barbed wire. Right beside it, a female martyr stood silently, wrapped tightly in cloth like a mummy. She stood guard quietly. He frowned slightly and immediately used his information-checking skill. But the display was nothing but question marks. "This is the first time I've encountered such a mysterious NPC," Qin Feng thought silently, a mix of curiosity and tension rising inside him. At that moment, the female martyr suddenly spoke, uttering a strange string of words echoing throughout the space, carrying an incomprehensible tone. Then she knelt down, her body gradually dissolving into nothingness. And at the same time, the barbed wire wrapped around the yang weapon vanished too. Qin Feng was a bit stunned, his eyes flashing with surprise. "What the hell is going on? She disappeared?" Looking closely, even the sharp spikes covering the golden yang had completely vanished. He quietly guessed that he couldn't read any information about that mysterious female martyr, but this probably had something to do with the Eye of Judgment. The yang weapon radiated a brilliant golden light, proving it must contain a death-level item inside, but no matter what, he couldn't let his guard down. This kind of yang weapon likely had guarding monsters or deadly traps. His eyes gleamed as Qin Feng ordered his loyal beast, "Go open the treasure yang." The loyal creature stepped forward, using its strength to push the yang's lid. Instantly, a blinding light exploded, illuminating the entire room. Qin Feng's heart pounded wildly, excitement shining in his eyes. This is a skill book." A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Blessing of Liberation. Death level. Assassin system skill book. Passive effect. 100% chance to hit weak points. Attacks on weak points deal double damage. Active effect. Throat slash. Your next attack will trigger the throat slash effect, dealing 100% physical damage per second. Lasts for 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Qin Feng pondered deeply, his eyes shining brighter. The passive effect directly doubles the chance to hit monster weak points. The active throat slash skill was even more terrifying. After activation, if his next attack dealt 300 damage, the effect would cause the enemy to take an additional 300 damage per second continuously for 3 seconds. Total damage reaching 1,200 points, power tripled directly. Although skills like Shadow Blade Strike included multiple consecutive slashes, Throat Slash was still counted as a single critical hit. More importantly, this was a death level skill. Just by spending 10 more evolution points, he could upgrade it to legendary level. A surge of excitement briefly rose inside Qin Feng. This was truly a huge haul. His burst power had increased several times, all thanks to Xiao Hei's blessing. He smirked slightly, eyes sparkling as if his whole body was filled with vitality. Then he decided to sell off the rest of the stuff to their group. It was time to head back. Qin Feng thought to himself and quickly sent a voice message. "Xiao Hei, tell Wang Man to head back to Xiao Town. I'm selling stuff to him." Xiao Hei immediately replied, voice full of respect and excitement. Big boss, have you finished exploring the ruins? Then we're heading back to Xiao Town too. Not long after, darkness appeared in the central square of Xiao Town. As soon as his figure appeared, the crowd around went wild, rushing over eagerly. Darkness is here. Darkness. Big bro, Darkness, can we be friends? Big bro, Darkness, do you need any followers? I'm called 666. Are you Darkness? I'm the chairman of the Landing Group in Jianghai City. Want to invite you to join our team. Big boss, we're from Donnam Town. This is my little sister. She's a huge fan of yours. I have no other intentions, just want you two to get to know each other a bit. Big boss, we're from Guanggu Town. Please take us with you. I will marry you as my wife. Big boss, we're from Bitch Van Dao Town. I'm from the voices crowded and rushed out like a broken market. Eyes full of admiration, faces beaming with joy, some even blushing from excitement. Qin Feng frowned slightly, lips curling in a mix of helplessness and amusement. Looks like the gates to other towns have opened one after another. Now I can go to Don Nam Town where that guy Tang Fei is. Right after, Darkness didn't hesitate to use Shadow Step. His whole figure gradually blurred and then completely disappeared before everyone's eyes. He disappeared. A surprised shout came from the crowd. Damn it, who told you guys to cling to him like that? Aren't you the same? Your sister is so ugly and you still dare to introduce her to the big boss? Damn you. Watch me beat you to death. Who's afraid of who? Not long after, Qin Feng arrived at the meeting point. He stepped forward, voice calm and clear. Xiao He. Hearing the call, Xiao He immediately cheered and hurried to lead him. Captain, the big boss is here. Following Xiao He's steps, Qin Feng quickly spotted Wang Man. But at that moment, his gaze suddenly froze when he noticed Xiaodu standing behind them. His heart involuntarily jolted. Why did this girl join Wang Man's group? Qin Feng worried briefly, knowing her personality. Those people around Wang Man would sooner or later get dragged into serious trouble. I have to be really careful. He took a deep breath, reminding himself that the whole world knew about Darkness's existence, but his true identity must never be revealed. I can't convert my power into reality yet, and now many are waiting to take me down. Even an ordinary knife could take my life. On the other side, Xiaodu had also noticed the newcomer. Her eyes lit up, feeling both admiration and excitement. Is this really Darkness? Just looking at him gives off a completely different aura. Compared to Wang Man's people, they're just rotten shrimp and fish. If I can get his help to level up, I'll meet brother Tang Fei in just a few days. While the atmosphere between the two sides was tense beneath the surface, Qin Feng opened the trade panel and calmly introduced, "These equipments are very suitable for your group's professions. Also, there are some basic skill books that can significantly improve your combat effectiveness. The total lifespan value is 2,200 days. The team gasped in amazement. Wang Man frowned slightly, voice hesitant. That much? These are all golden, white, silver level. How can I afford that? Qin Feng smiled faintly and interrupted. No problem. You can owe me. Wang Man was stunned, then his eyes suddenly filled with gratitude. Thanks. I really don't know how to repay you for helping us like this. If you ever need us, just say the word. We'll do our best to help. The teammates all murmured in awe, eyes shining with excitement. Oh my god. Big boss, Darkness is seriously the best. I can't believe I got to use the golden gear this early. And it's a golden tier skill too. Just learned it, and my power's already tripled. Plus, the big boss even let us buy it on installment. He trusts us way too much. The atmosphere heated up, making everyone feel pumped. Tan Tu Du stood behind, eyes full of hope, heart burning with excitement. But right then, Vuong Man suddenly noticed something. Frowning, he asked, "Hey, why isn't there any gear for the priest?" One of Vuong Man's teammates sneered, voice dripping with disdain. What, no gear? So what? She tags along to earn experience points. That's already not bad. Hearing that, Tan Tu Du forced a smile and quickly sent a friend request to Qin Feng. She spoke politely. Hello, big boss. I'm the priest of Vuong Man's team. May I ask, why don't I have any priest gear? But Qin Feng just coldly glanced over, his eyes showing indifference mixed with a sharpness that startled Tan Tu Du. Without another word, he activated his shadow step, his figure fading until he vanished in invisibility. Tan Tu Du looked around, dumbfounded, and blurted out, "Bank, where did he go?" Vuong Man sighed and gave a polite smile. Looks like this time the big boss doesn't have priest gear, but maybe next time. The teammates snorted coldly again, mocking, "Yeah, I think he just doesn't care about her." Xiao He, on the other hand, had eyes shining like stars. The big boss is like a shadow dragon. You see the head but not the tail. So damn handsome. While the team was still chatting, Qin Feng quietly slipped away. His silhouette hid in the misty bones, a deep thought stirring inside him. In his backpack was clearly a golden tier priest staff, even a precious golden tier priest skill book. But such valuable items couldn't be casually handed over to Tan Tu Du. From past experience, When he leveled up higher, he'd have tons of unused gear and skill books. Selling them would take time, and the government needed exactly these items. He absolutely couldn't let a small fry like Tan Tu do mess up the big cooperation deal with the government. Qin Feng's eyes flashed brightly. Looks like he had to quickly find a suitable priest for Wang Man's team and tactfully kick Tan Tu Du out. While thinking, a name suddenly popped up in his memory. Gu Yushu. She used to be one of the managers of the Demon Slayer Guild in his past life, holding a hidden priest profession called White Bird Divine Observer. She was always accompanied by a white bird that could heal and boost special effects. Gu Yushue was the strongest priest he ever knew. Just her alone could defeat a zombie-level boss and became his super-level teammate back then. Compared to her, Tan Tu Du was nothing but a useless loser. Thinking of this, Qin Feng smirked slightly, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Right, he remembered Tia Tuyet, and Tang Fei seemed to be in the small town of Dao Nom. Haha, perfect timing. Maybe he'd soon meet Tu Tuye again and bring her into Wang Man's team. After teleporting to Dao Nam town, Qin Feng stayed hidden. His steps were as light as the wind, silently leaving without drawing attention. But not far away, he accidentally overheard a noisy group talking. Qin Feng frowned and immediately changed direction, but their words still reached his ears. The silver boss is down to less than half health. Don't let it get stronger, or it'll be a waste to die. Damn it, that bastard Tang Fei dragged along a bunch of girls. Who the hell wants to fight him? He's just a minor star. Why so many brainless idiots? I really admire him. Today, you gotta kill that pale-faced guy, right? Yes. Hearing the familiar name, Qin Feng's eyes briefly darkened. He thought silently, so fast someone already found Tang Fei's whereabouts? Without hesitation, Qin Feng quietly followed their steps. Until they reached a valley, he looked up and around. This was Tang Mountain Valley, a level 5 monster zone. The monsters here were all fire and poison types, extremely dangerous. From afar, he saw a group wildly attacking a boss. Charge up, you dare hit me? Go die, run away now. The scene was chaotic, smoke and fire thick, screams piercing the air. Many players didn't hesitate to turn on each other and slaughter. Qin Feng's eyes flashed as he silently observed and quickly identified his target. Tang Fei was casually hiding behind a group of ugly female mages. The enraged attackers roared, a club lunging straight at Tang Fei. Last time you ambushed me and stole my lifespan. Today, I'm gonna kill you. You think you're safe hiding behind female mages? I have a divine skill that counters mages called Poison Monkey. You're dead for sure. The screams echoed through the valley, full of murderous intent. But as they rushed closer, a female mage suddenly raised her staff and slammed it down, blowing the attacker's head apart. Don't even think about hurting Brother Tang Fei, she shouted fiercely, eyes full of wrath. What? The others immediately froze, stepping back in fear. Watching from afar, Qin Feng frowned deeper. To him, this scene was both familiar and hateful. Tang Fei, the so-called rebellious mage god, profession mage. In his past life, he used his reputation and slick tongue to convince countless female fans to pick the mage class. They willingly gave him all their gear and skills, helping him rise like a rocket. But having only one mage in the team wasn't enough. So those fanatics came up with other ways. Some poured all their divine points into becoming fragile glass cannon mages just to support Tang Fei. Some put all their points into agility, becoming harassing mages who ran circles, driving enemies crazy. Others maxed out constitution, turning into giant meat shields, risking their lives to block hits for the team. Some dumped all points into strength, wielding staffs like hammers, becoming true melee battle mages. Thanks to this weird but useful stat distribution, Tang Fei's team was insanely strong early on. Stealing lifespan from players everywhere, no one dared resist. But of course, this so-called volunteering didn't last long. One by one, the girls fell. At that moment, Tang Fei stood behind, looking elegant, voice dripping honey. Girls, you've worked so hard, it pains me. I hope the boss dies quickly so everyone can rest. I hope this world will be filled with love instead of violence. Those words hypnotized the girls around him, their eyes instantly sparkling with emotion. It's not hard at all, Faika. You're the one who's been through the most. You've worked so hard. You shouldn't have to endure all this. Sisters, let's charge forward and kill this rotten bastard. We can't let him hurt Ka. Like a battle cry, they screamed, their eyes blazing wildly as they launched an attack on the monster. No one was afraid anymore. It was all because of the name Fi Ka. Amidst the roaring cheers, Song Fi sat firmly on his throne, crowned like a king. Shouts of "Ka Ka, fly up! We'll follow you forever!" echoed like waves at dusk, making him even more pleased with himself. Just then, a giant monster suddenly charged straight at Song Fi. But before it could reach him, a girl screamed, using her slender body to shield him. Blood splattered everywhere as she fell, yet her eyes were filled with happiness. proud to die in place of Phi Ka. Song Fi let out a soft sigh, feigning sorrow, his face showing a fleeting expression of grief. That act only made the remaining girls more determined, their blood boiling. Come on, sisters, just kill this ugly monster, and Phi will definitely climb to #1 on the leaderboard, surpassing that shadowy guy. That's right, swear to stand by Phi K and conquer the world together. They shouted in unison, regrouped, and surged forward in waves to attack. And Song Fi? He leisurely hid behind, a smug smile curling on his lips. Watching the silver tier boss weaken, he thought to himself, finally, it's almost dead. If even a silver tier boss is this tough, who could possibly solo a golden tier boss? That shadowy bastard must have cheated. I've got so many people helping me, yet I'm only level 7. What the hell is that dark dog using to level up so fast? Song Fi gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the silver boss before him, greed stirring inside. If I kill this silver tier boss, I can level up to 8. Haha, that shadowy bastard has been stuck at level 9 for so long, so I'll just breeze past him and become the #1 player, the god of this game. Just as his arrogant laugh hadn't died down, Qin Feng suddenly appeared from the shadows, launching a stealthy, chilling strike like a blade slicing through the wind, aiming straight for the critical spot. A flash of light, and the head dropped instantly. Ka! Ka! Screams rang out. The girls with Song Fi were still trembling in terror, not yet understanding what had happened when Qin Feng didn't miss a beat. He spun around, executing the Shadow Shield slash skill, firing a dark arrow that cut through the wind, sweeping away everyone around, including the boss and monsters. Cold, mechanical sounds echoed repeatedly. You have killed the two-headed fire phantom, earning 1,500 experience points. You have killed the rebellious mage player. You have killed the player Song Fi Meow Meow. You have killed the player Fi, forever following him. You have killed the player Little Fi. For a moment, silence fell. Then the surrounding players gasped as if witnessing something unbelievable. What? Directly assassinated the boss? A skill that deals thousands of damage? Damn, that's insanely strong. My skill dealing over 100 damage is already impressive, but this is thousands, 10 times ours. Plus, it's an area attack, killing Song Fi and his whole fan group instantly. Who is this assassin? Could it be the darkness? Definitely. This is the Dark Elder, the first to kill a golden tier boss. Otherwise, who could be this powerful? The atmosphere shifted immediately, from fear to excitement. Everyone buzzed with talk. No one dared to step forward to compete. They all stepped back, leaving the loot for the Dark Elder. The Dark Elder only killed Song Fi's heavily sinful group, taking revenge on our behalf. That's right, the Dark Elder is the best. Keep it up, Dark Elder. Dark Elder, I love you. Bank, stop staring. Let's go now. Amidst the crowd filled with cheers, Qin Feng stood silently, his gaze calm. He slightly curled his lips, a cold smile flashing briefly. These people only fear me taking action against them. If this were my past life, they'd have charged at me already. In the town, cold mechanical sounds echoed. You were killed by darkness. You lost 1,106 days of tradable lifespan. You lost 18 years and 113 days of non-tradable lifespan. Song Fi just revived, his face still dazed. He muttered blankly, Am I dead? Was I killed by the darkness? Why did that shadowy guy come to our small town? There are hundreds of primal towns in Jianghai City. Why did he target this place to steal my boss? Still confused, the girls in the team revived one by one. One girl woke up and exclaimed, Ah, I'm dead? How did this happen? Kaka is dead too. Yeah. Another shouted angrily, It's the darkness. He killed Ka and us. He definitely wants to steal the silver tier boss. That bastard attacked when Ka wasn't paying attention. So shameless. That annoying shrimp head. While the group was still furious, suddenly a girl ran over, her eyes shining with hope. Song Fi Ka, can I join your team? I'm a marksman with Hawkeye skill. I can detect stealth. Immediately, other girls pushed forward, glaring at her, harshly saying, Move aside, move aside. Song Fi Ka already said we only need mages. Your monster killing efficiency is too low. You'll slow Ka's leaderboard climb. Seeing the tension, Song Fi showed tolerance, raising his hand to stop them, his voice full of nobility. Don't say that, everyone. I believe love can cover all. I've felt your strong feelings. Even if you're a marksman, it's okay. Come join us, and we'll grow together. Hearing that, the girl was so moved, tears welled up, trembling as she confessed, Ka, I love Bank. The atmosphere calmed down. Then a few more girls ran over, their eyes full of admiration. Song Fi Ka, I'm an assassin. I have stealth too. I can make others taste their own medicine. Song Fika, I've learned area control skills. I can help freeze him. Before the girl's earnest eyes, Song Fi put on a magnanimous look, smiling like a saint. Everyone, We're one big loving family. Anyone who wants to join is welcome. Come here. We'll be united forever." After hearing this, the girls were so touched they burst into tears streaming down their faces, the atmosphere filled with warmth. Following Song Fi Ka Ka forever, they would never regret it. The crowd around began to scream, their faces flushed with rage. That dark bastard only knows how to rely on his assassin status to strike from the shadows. No way. Wuda dared to mess with Big Bro. He definitely has to pay for it. Someone gritted his teeth and growled. Damn right, damn right. Once we take down that dark dude, Big Bro will personally kill him, so he knows what happens when you mess with our Big Bro. Another chimed in, eyes blazing with hatred. Revenge. We gotta kill that dark bastard. We have to get revenge for Big Bro. For Big Bro, kill that dark dog. The shouts kept coming, like waves crashing. At that moment, a group of people arrived, their faces showing suspicion at the scene. What's going on? What's this little star trying to do? One raised an eyebrow. Ha ha, you don't know? That guy was just killed by someone from outside. A sneer answered back. Really? So many girls were guarding him like that. How could he have been killed? Another voice full of surprise rang out. The other guy's that dark dude, you know? Damn, he's a top-tier dark assassin. He really dared to mess with these people? I think those girls' brains aren't normal, idolizing that kind of person. Whispered mockery spread through the crowd. Tang Fei stood with arms crossed, a smug smile curling his lips. His eyes scanned the crowd, thinking, good. The more witnesses, the better. Just wait until I kill that dark bastard. Everyone will have to admit, no matter how strong you are, a lone wolf is useless, especially a rookie assassin. How could he compare to a noble mage like me? Meanwhile, Qin Feng, under the dark title, stretched out his hand, eyes blazing in the shadows. He smirked coldly and activated the greedy hand skill. Sparkling orbs of light were drawn into his palm. A mechanical voice echoed in his head. You have received 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable lifespan, 6 silver-grade loot items, 1 golden loot item. Evolution skill, Liberation of the Grateful Hand. Qin Feng read the notification and immediately upgraded the Liberation of the Grateful Hand skill. The announcement continued rapidly. You have spent 10 evolution points, 9 points remaining. Liberation of the Grateful Hand upgraded from zombie level to legendary level. Passive effect, adjust attack on weak points from plus 100% to plus 200%. Weak point hit rate doubled. Active use causes the next attack to have a throat-cutting effect. Deals 150% of attack damage per second, lasting 3 seconds. Cooldown reduced from 30 seconds to 25 seconds. Qin Feng focused on the attribute panel, eyes lighting up with excitement. He quietly calculated. Weak point damage from 100% to 200%? That means the chance to hit weak spots is doubled. If you exaggerate a bit, half the enemy's body counts as a weak spot. So just using Shadow Slash is enough to deal continuous critical damage. He pressed his lips, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. Plus the throat-cutting skill, damage is further increased, and cooldown reduced from 30 seconds to 25 seconds. With this power, even a golden-level boss could be assassinated by me. Confidence surged inside Qin Feng, but then his expression grew serious. The zombie skill started with 0 evolution points, yet it's already at legendary level. But to go from legendary to mythical requires more than 100 times the evolution points, 200 points total. As for Greedy Hand, to evolve from zombie to legendary requires points, and to reach mythical needs a whopping 3,400 points. That's insane. He frowned slightly and sighed. I only have 9 evolution points left, not much at all. Fine, I'll upgrade the backstab attack enhancement then. As soon as the thought ended, the mechanical voice coldly announced, You have spent 8 evolution points, 1 point remaining. Initial skill backstab enhancement upgraded from golden to silver. Passive effect. When attacking from behind the target, damage increases from 30% to 40%. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded slightly, a satisfied smile on his lips. Silver boss, plus those players. This time I earned over 1,400 days of tradable lifespan. Sweet deal. Time to head back to town. Just as he was about to close the system window, suddenly a shadow lunged from the darkness, a cold blade slashing across with a piercing shout. Die, darkness! Qin Feng's reaction was almost instinctive. He leaned back, narrowly dodging the blade, sharp eyes flicking to the attacker, a slight smirk curling his lips. The attacker, a female assassin, froze for a moment. How did he dodge that? She gritted her teeth fiercely. Damn it, invisibility. In an instant, her figure vanished without a trace. At the same time, from a nearby cliff, another group appeared, their voices full of murderous intent echoing. Die, you dark bastard. You're surrounded by us now. Qin Feng's eyes turned icy. Without hesitation, he activated the Shadow Step skill, his body disappearing instantly into invisibility. But mocking laughter rose immediately from the group. Ha! Useless. We can detect your invisibility. The agile archer raised her bow, an arrow releasing an illusion of a giant bird. As feathers fell, the space suddenly trembled, breaking the female assassin's concealment. Her figure was revealed in plain sight. The lead girl's eyes blazed as she shouted excitedly, "Great! She's exposed! Sisters, use your strongest skills and kill it." A fierce storm of skills rained down. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Plants were trampled beyond recognition. The female assassin panicked, voice trembling. "Wait, it's me." But it was too late. Amid the thunderous explosion, her slender figure was crushed by her own teammates. Silence fell for a moment. Only the stunned faces of the group remained. A cold, contemptuous voice echoed from the crowd. "It's fine. She's not a mage anyway. Proves she didn't really like Fi-Fi. This is the price she has to pay. Release the eagle to find the darkness." "Roger that," the group shouted loudly. At that moment, Qin Feng quietly took out the bell he received from the ghost ship. The metallic clang rang out, eerie and chilling. A cold system message appeared. Special item, Middle Demon Fire Bell. When activated, it disables all enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. The ghostly bell's sound spread. The entire group suddenly froze like puppets locked in place, eyes wide with fear but bodies unable to move. Qin Feng seized the moment, his body flashing with dark light, activating Shadow Slash. In an instant, a dark shadow slashed straight through the battlefield. They all collapsed to the ground, breath extinguished in silence. Behind a tree, Tang Fei widened his eyes, muttering in confusion. What's going on? Why did all of them suddenly die like this? Could it be because of the darkness? No way. If it was him, he should have appeared. A sudden cold breath whispered right next to his ear, the voice soft but sharp like a knife. "Tang Fei, you're dead." Tang Fei's whole body trembled, cold sweat pouring down the back of his neck. He immediately flipped backward, hastily raising a magic shield to defend. But Qin Feng was too fast. A faint, poisonous light flashed. A deadly dart shattered the magic barrier and pierced straight into the middle of Tang Fei's forehead. Thud! Blood splattered everywhere. Tang Fei's eyes bulged, his body stiffened, then collapsed. A glowing orb fell out, rolling on the ground. Qin Feng bent down to glance, his eyes flashing with surprise. "Looks like you had quite a bit of lifespan on you, huh? Yet you only had over 2,000 days of lifespan that could be traded." He briefly frowned as he looked back at the dead female gamers earlier. But why didn't they have any lifespan to trade at all? Could it be that they gave all of it to Tang Fei? His gaze darkened, voice cold as ice. At this point, they still think this game, abandoned by the gods, is just a game? Brain dead for sure, scary as hell. Too bad that pile of lifespan can't be traded, adding up to hundreds of years. Looks like the only way left is to exploit the nearby monsters. Meanwhile, at the respawn point in the Firefly Village, Tang Fei gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it, my 2,000 days of tradable lifespan is down to only 500 now. That damn darkness." A girl in the team whispered, "I already used my skill but only found 2 assassin sisters near me. I also discovered a stealth level in the attribute panel. Could that be the invisibility skill of that dark guy? It must be at a higher rank. Oh right, I also have the Eagle Eye skill, but the anti-stealth level is only level 1, so I can only see level 1 stealth targets. If the opponent is level 2 or above, I can't see them at all." Hearing this, Tang Fei's face darkened, his irritation growing. That damn darkness comes and goes without leaving a trace. How am I supposed to defend against that? And I clearly didn't offend him. The boss was robbed too, so he probably won't come to kill me, right? Thinking that, his face turned pale again, and he started twisting himself. No way. What if he's jealous of my stunning looks and wants to kill me? The subordinates around exchanged glances and spoke up in unison. "For everyone's safety, let's find another place to level up. Fi-Fi, where are you going?" "Over there." A moment later, Qin Feng returned to Firefly Town, still maintaining invisibility. His eyes scanned all around, his expression suspicious. Strange, no sign of Tang Fei's group anywhere. Did they run off to another town, or did they log off? Thinking that, Qin Feng approached a wandering player nearby and asked, "Hey, do you know where Tang Fei's group went?" The other was startled by the sudden appearance of darkness, heart pounding. "Oh no, I'm dead. The big dark lord. Big boss. They're heading toward him. Go kill him fast. But I have one request." He hesitated, face full of pleading. "If you kill Tang Fei later, please spare my girlfriend, okay? Her name is Meo Fai Bao. She's a female hunter." Hearing this, Qin Feng's lips twitched slightly, eyes flashing coldly. He replied slowly, "I suggest you get a new girlfriend." In his mind, he calculated quickly, this guy's girlfriend must be the hunter who could detect invisibility earlier. The other panicked, almost wanting to kneel down. "Big boss, I beg you. It was really hard for me to find that girlfriend." His voice trembled, eyes watery. "Please, big boss." Qin Feng quickly activated his shadow skill. his body immediately fading into invisibility, silently leaving his hiding spot. Although he knew the direction that group was moving, he had no clue about their final destination. Blindly following them would probably waste a lot of time. He sighed softly, wishing he could find Gu Yushui. Just then, a familiar figure flashed before his eyes. Qin Feng paused briefly, then immediately recognized it was Gu Yushui. Without hesitation, he called out, "Beauty, help me out here!" Gu Yushui was startled, turned around, eyes flashing with surprise. "Ah, you're the darkness?" Qin Feng smiled, pulling out a magic staff glowing brilliantly. He said straightforwardly, "I heard your profession can search for targets over a wide area, right? Find Tang Fei's location for me, and I'll sell you this golden magic staff at a low price as a reward." Gu Yushui's eyes lit up instantly, reflecting the golden glow of the staff. She could barely hide her excitement. "But how did you know I have wide area search abilities? I've never told anyone." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, voice calm. "Don't worry about that. Do you want this golden grade weapon?" "I want it, but I can't afford it." He quickly said, "Not even 500 days? Its base price is at least 700 days. Hearing the price, she quickly replied, "Perfect, I just got a deal." Joy showed clearly on her beautiful face, almost laughing out loud. "Hehe, golden grade magic staff." Qin Feng chuckled, lightly tapping her forehead. "Let's get to work." All right. She crouched down and activated her skill, secretly thinking, although this was her first time meeting the darkness, he gave her a strangely familiar feeling. Gu Yushui glanced at him, eyes sparkling with mischief. "Big boss, aren't you afraid I'll take the stuff and run without helping you?" Qin Feng crossed his arms, eyes slightly suspicious. "What? Don't you hate Tang Fei a lot?" Gu Yushui was stunned, eyebrows knitting slightly. "You even know I hate Tang Fei? Are you my friend in real life? But why does your voice sound a bit off?" Qin Feng smirked, lips curling with hidden meaning. "Ha ha, guess what? I'm too lazy to guess." She puckered her lips, then quickly focused to release her summoned bird flying high into the sky. Through its eyes, she observed the entire scene from above. After a moment, her eyes brightened. Voice rushed out. "Found Tang Fei. Coordinates 386957. But I can't guarantee they won't move. By the time you get there, they might have left." Qin Feng smiled softly, voice calm and confident. "Add me as a friend, keep tracking them, and tell me their new location anytime." Gu Yushui faded out briefly, eyes full of suspicion. How long will it take? If it's too long before she could finish, Qin Feng cut in decisively. "Just a moment." Saying that, his figure suddenly blazed like a lightning bolt, rushing forward at an insane speed. In the blink of an eye, he had plunged deep into the dense forest, but as soon as he arrived, Qin Feng's steps abruptly halted. Gu Yushui watched from afar, unable to hide her confusion. "Huh, why did the big boss stop like that?" Qin Feng slowly walked over to a massive ancient tree, gently placed his hand on its rough bark, and asked, "Look around, see if there's any other tree this big nearby." Gu Yushui quickly activated her scouting skills, her eyes sparkling as if she'd just been given an important mission. "Ah, got it. Wait a sec. Big boss, there's one tree about 100 meters ahead and another one about 100 meters to the left." Qin Feng nodded, his eyes flashing with a strange light. He drew a seal on the tree trunk, then moved at lightning speed to the other two trees, carving identical marks on each. Gu Yushui widened her eyes, curious, her voice tinged with excitement. "What kind of symbol is this?" Qin Feng's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Guess what? As soon as the three seals on the three trees merged, a radiant glow burst forth, the space around them trembling slightly. Between the three trunks, a jade sun shimmered into view, casting a mystical light. Gu Yushui was so shocked she blurted out, "A precious jade sun treasure." Qin Feng looked at the scene calmly, but his eyes burned with excitement, surprised to find the blessing of ancient gods right here in Tanthu village. This time, the energy flow isn't bad at all, and it even unlocked a precious sun treasure. The blessings of ancient gods can appear anywhere on abandoned lands. Usually, there are strange symbols in a specific area, and when all are activated, the blessing unlocks. Some summon boss monsters, some call out a group of minor demons, sometimes it's treasure, or even unique rewards. Hearing this, Gu Yushui couldn't hold back her excitement, her eyes shining like stars. "Big boss is amazing. This sun treasure must hold at least 1,000 days of lifespan, right? That's worth millions of yuan." Qin Feng silently watched her, nodding slightly inside. Her estimate was really accurate. In the previous life, at this exact moment, the real-life lifespan exchange rate was only 1/10,000th, but the very next day it skyrocketed to over 1/50,000th. Meanwhile, Gu Yushui quietly memorized everything, her hand swiftly redrawing the symbols Qin Feng carved. Inside, she felt like she'd struck gold. The big boss only needed one finger to unlock the blessing, and if she could record it in time, Who knows how many other precious things she might discover later? A cold mechanical voice rang out. You have unlocked the precious Jade Sun treasure. You have received the cursed skill book, Blooming Curse. Qin Feng froze, mumbling, eyes full of astonishment. Blooming Curse? What kind of skill is this? Immediately, the skill information appeared before his eyes. Blooming Curse, a cursed skill book that, when used on a player's body, causes cursed flowers to sprout from the enemy's body within 15 seconds after death. The flowers continuously drain the target's tradable lifespan until it reaches 0. This skill has no cooldown and can be learned immediately. After reading, Qin Feng's lips curled slightly, a sharp gleam of excitement flashing in his eyes. So the skill's name is Blooming Curse, fitting indeed. Memories from his past life suddenly flooded back. He had heard of this twisted skill before, but never witnessed it firsthand. Now it was in his hands. With it, every time he kills a player, he just needs to protect the enemy's body, and the Blooming Curse will automatically drain all their tradable lifespan. Ha! Tang Fei, your fun days are over. Qin Feng's eyes darkened, his voice dropping cold like a blade. This time, I'll kill you until you're forced offline, then I'll quickly reach level 10, extract this skill into the real world, and then I'll kill you for good. Elsewhere, Tang Fei's group was still busy hunting monsters. Tang Fei sighed, reassuring himself. I've run this far. The darkness probably won't chase me anymore, right? You stole a B-rank boss from me, killed me twice. That's enough. You probably don't need to hunt me down here. Wait until I level up more, then I'll settle the score with you. Darkness. Just then, a girl in the group excitedly pointed far away. Hey bro, look, someone's fighting a boss over there. Tang Fei's eyes lit up, and he immediately shouted with excitement. Oh, what a coincidence. Looks familiar. Isn't that a fan of Niu Ji Kai? What? The girls with him instantly got fired up, their eyes blazing with hatred. It's that fan from Niu Ji Kai again? These disgusting bugs only know how to boost her to first place. One girl gripped her weapon tightly, voice harsh. Sisters, let's go. Kill them all. We absolutely can't let those bastards mess with our ranking climb. A moment later, the other group saw figures appear and thought help had arrived, so they were overjoyed. Great, backup's here. Hello everyone, this boss is almost dead. Let's finish it together. One person shouted enthusiastically, but the little mage didn't even bother to reply, her cold eyes flashing. She swung her staff straight down with a crash, killing their healer in one breath. The whole team was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Tang Fei's eyes bulged, angrily yelling, Along, what are you doing? Are you crazy? The girls behind Tang Fei all tightened their grip on weapons, their aura blazing, their eyes burning like they wanted to incinerate the traitors. This was the fate Fan Niu Ji Kai had to bear. Niu Ji Kai? What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. The other group stammered, utterly confused. Without giving them time to react, the cold hunter raised her bow. A glowing arrow sliced through the air, instantly killing one. In a flash, shouts echoed, golden armor flying, sweeping away the Niu faction, wiping out the wasteland. The vast universe and he alone dominates. Heart like a lone island, love and hate intertwined, all for him. The girls, drunk on fanaticism, swept away the remnants without hesitation, leaving a bloody battlefield behind. Soon after, the boss was also defeated by their combined effort. Dropping a bunch of sparkling orbs, Tang Fei stepped into the center, proudly raising his hand in praise, voice choked as if just escaped death. Oh my god. Thank you girls, my loves. I almost got ambushed by Niu Ji Kai's fans. Didn't expect them to be this vicious and cruel. Hearing this, the brainless girls were moved to tears, their eyes sparkling like stars. You don't need to thank us. From north to south, we're all with you. While the cheers echoed off the high cliff, Qin Feng silently observed, his eyes deep like the night. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Then, without hesitation, he activated his stealth skill, and his entire body vanished instantly, entering invisibility mode. No one noticed his presence until a sudden chill swept over the area. The group of girls who had been celebrating all turned pale at once. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. He's charging. Tang Fei suddenly felt a cold sweat break out on his back, as if a whisper from hell was right by his ear. You're dead. Before he could even turn around, a flash of light appeared, a sharp sword slashed across his neck, and his whole world spun wildly. In an instant, Tang Fei's head was severed by Qin Feng's strike, fresh blood splattered under the horrified gazes of the girls. Brother! Their mournful cries echoed everywhere, filled with despair. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly appeared, invisibility lifted, standing tall in the battlefield with cold eyes, then gently cast the cursed flower bloom. Slash! A blood-red spider lily slowly sprouted from Tang Fei's neck, blooming under the gloomy light, eerily mesmerizing. The girls froze, trembling and stepping back, terrified. What the hell is that? Meanwhile, in the town of DM Dom, Tang Fei, having revived, slammed the table in anger, shouting bitterly, "You shadow freak, are you sick? Why do you keep targeting me? Is it because I have too many sisters? Are you jealous of me?" He gritted his teeth. Long was furious. Damn it, this bastard definitely came to DM Dom because of me. Could it be that the girl he's sweet-talking is also my fan? But what does that have to do with me? A cold mechanical voice echoed in Tang Fei's mind. Lifespan can be traded continuously, decreasing by 439, 389, 370. Tang Fei's face immediately turned pale, eyes wide, heart racing wildly. Could it be that his lifespan was less than 400 days? Worse, the number kept dropping non-stop. He cursed silently, his face twisted in panic. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Dying a lot and now this cruel punishment too? At that moment, the girls in the group also started to revive one by one. One of them shouted in panic, "Brother, brother, something's wrong! That shadow just used a skill!" And a blood-red flower appeared on him, like it was sucking something from brother. What? Tang Fei shivered, eyes full of terror staring at the rapidly dropping status bar. His face darkened, lips trembling with rage. My corpse is growing flowers? And that flower is draining my lifespan? You damn shadow, you're so cruel. So your goal is to kill me. The thought of his lifespan being drained made Tang Fei break into a cold sweat. He panicked and shouted, "No, log off now. If I get killed again, my lifespan will definitely run out." He gritted his teeth and hurriedly shouted to calm the girls, "Everyone, log off first. I'll return to reality, buy more lifespan points, then come back to finish gearing up. Then, all of us fully armed, our combat power will skyrocket and we'll team up to take him down." The girls all raised their fists, eyes determined as they said, "Brother Phi, wherever you go, our hearts are there." Tang Fei snorted coldly, gritting his teeth before hitting the exit command. "Just wait, Shadow. This isn't over. I had to train hard for over 2.5 years to get this far. I don't believe that just throwing money at it won't let me beat you." Elsewhere, Qin Feng, the shadow in the game, stood calmly. Around him lay dozens of cold corpses, each with a blazing red spider lily blooming on them, beautiful yet eerily sinister. A mechanical voice rang out. The player has killed too many others and is now ranked in the 4th tier. Upon death, they lose 96.87% of their current lifespan. Qin Feng squinted, a slight smile on his lips, his voice softly echoing in his mind. Another 1,000 days of lifespan. Looks like Tang Fei's crew really did kill a lot of monsters, huh? But he stopped, his cold eyes scanning the empty space ahead. The spider lilies around the corpses gradually froze, a spark of realization flashing in his eyes. They've stopped absorbing now. Seems like they all logged off already. Gu Yushui saw the scene before her and couldn't help but gape, her heart trembling slightly. So this is the power of the number 1 on the leaderboard? Totally terrifying. A mix of awe and shock spread through her. Qin Feng turned his head, his voice calm but carrying an authority that made listeners take him seriously. "Little too yet. Has Tang Fei logged off already?" Gu Yushui quickly nodded. "Yes, he and his fans all logged off." Qin Feng nodded slightly, a cold gleam flashing in his deep eyes. "From now on, keep an eye out. Let me know whenever he logs back in." Gu Yushui immediately saluted seriously, smiling with a mix of teasing and respect. "Understood, Great Elder. So, can I go now?" He raised a hand to stop her, his tone casual. "Wait, I still have a golden skill for the Holy Sword Priest class. Want it?" Gu Yushui's eyes lit up instantly, her face excited like she'd just found treasure. "Yes, I want it, but I want to go back to the small town first. Can you wait for me?" A little later in the small town they met. Qin Feng pulled out a skill book glowing with golden light from his pocket. "This book is worth 500 days of lifespan," but he casually said, "As long as you promise me one thing, I'll sell it to you for half price." Gu Yushui froze, blushing, stammering, "Great Elder, I'm not selling my body, okay?" The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He unconsciously rubbed his forehead, sighing helplessly. "What are you thinking? I mean, I want you to agree to join a team, become their long-term healer." Gu Yushui blinked, then laughed. "Ah, I see. All right, but if they're too lame, I'll report to you." "Great Elder." Qin Feng's eyes shone with certainty. "Not that bad. Their strength is solid. I'm already in contact with them." Meanwhile, somewhere else, Wang Man's group was struggling to hunt monsters. After a tough fight, he finally collapsed to the ground, battered and panting. "Phew, finally done." Then he shouted anxiously, "Hurry, little Du, detox me fast." Xiao Du was startled, eyes wide. "Huh? Detox?" Wang Man trembled with anger. "Yeah, every priest has a detox skill. Hurry, I can't take it anymore." Xiao Du awkwardly opened her skill menu, heart racing. "Ah, yeah, there really is this skill. Here, purification." But she swung her hand, and the skill flew straight into a tree corner. Oh my god! Xiaohei jumped in fright. As for Vuong Man, he was so furious he coughed up blood, his face turning dark. Tan Tiu Du was flustered, hurriedly stammering, sorry, I let go by mistake. But in the end, Vuong Man was still corroded by poison and died right there. After reviving, he sat silently, hands trembling, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In his heart, there was only one thought. He absolutely had to replace this babysitter. But the problem was, where the hell could he find a professional pastor now? The skilled ones had long joined other teams, and Tan Tia Du was still lost in studying the game. She mumbled while playing. Oh, this game isn't that hard, huh? So chill, and I'm already level 4. Nice. As long as I keep it up, I'll soon get to meet Song Fi. At that moment, Qin Feng picked up his phone, his voice steady and decisive. Vuong Man, I have someone here. She's Bai Duth and Quan, with a hidden class and decent strength. Does your team want her? On the other end, Vuong Man laughed loudly, full of confidence. Big bro, if you say her strength is decent, then she's definitely no joke. Since you brought her up, no need to discuss. She's in the small town of Du Nam, where there's less monster competition. Everyone come over here, let's team up and level. No problem, we'll be there right away, Qin Feng replied curtly. In the small town of Wusu, players crowded too much, making monster fights for leveling tough. Vuong Man cleared his throat and turned to Tan Tu Du. Right now, Wusu town is too crowded. We have to go somewhere with higher levels to train. At your current rank, following us would be dangerous, so I'm afraid we can't take you along anymore. Hearing this, Tan Tu Du quickly opened her mouth, her voice a bit impatient. Huh? But I think I can still handle it. But before she could finish, Vuong Man's group had already turned their backs and ran off, their steps hurried as if afraid of being held back. No time, we gotta move fast. Tu Du, take care of yourself. Tu Du stood frozen for a moment, her eyes slowly reddening, then she gritted her teeth and cursed silently. Damn it, if you want to ditch me, just say it straight instead of making excuses. Humph, I've had enough of you guys anyway. I'm gonna find the Dark Elder and have him take me. Not long after, Vuong Man's group arrived at the small town of Dudam. Upon meeting Qin Feng, they immediately reported respectfully, Elder, you've received 800 days of lifespan. This is the remainder from last time's gear purchase. Still missing 500 days from you. Later, our Captain An will give it to you. Lifespan in this game was insanely hard to earn. Qin Feng hesitated slightly, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Captain An? Could it be An Yu? He nodded slightly, extending his hand to introduce. All right, this is Ha Tuyet Thin, and this is Vuong Man. You two introduce yourselves to each other. At that moment, a clear female voice rang from afar. Vuong Man, I'm here. All eyes immediately turned toward the town gate, where a girl with the name Execution of Justice floating above her character was running fast. Qin Feng glanced briefly, his gaze suddenly fixed, firmly convinced it was An Yu. In the game, she used the name Execution of Justice and possessed the unique hidden class Dragon Swordsman. In her past life, An Yu was among the top 20 strongest players worldwide, the government's main enforcer of Dai Ha, and the nightmare that made countless foreign forces tremble. This was Qin Feng's first time facing a truly powerful player in the game Divine Spirit used up, even ranked higher than him in the past life. And Yu smiled brightly, her voice full of enthusiasm. Dark Elder, what an honor to meet you. I'm An Yu, and I've admired you for a long time. Qin Feng calmly nodded, his eyes steady, reaching out to shake her hand. Hello. And Yu tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling as if probing. Dark Elder, your development speed is terrifyingly fast. Got any secrets? I joked before that maybe you're a time traveler or a reincarnated soul. Ha ha! At the same time, the system announced, you have received 500 days of lifespan. Qin Feng's heart stirred slightly, his gaze darkening. He thought silently, according to memories from his past life, this woman was never on Vuong Man's team. It seemed now, An Yu represented the Jianghai officials, spending a lot of lifespan to make deals. The Dragon Swordsman's survival ability was extremely strong. If the government's lifespan was concentrated on her, they could rest assured, An Yu continued, her smile unchanged but full of cunning. Elder, sell us any gear you get, we'll take everything. Also, all the Jianghai government's lifespan is currently on me. You wouldn't kill me, right? Qin Feng shook his head gently, a warm smile on his lips. No, I'm not that desperate. Cooperation benefits us both. An Yu laughed brightly, her eyes curved like a crescent moon. Ha ha! I knew you were smart, Elder. Qin Feng smiled too, but inside he laughed coldly. Ha! Every word she says is testing me, just like the rumors from my past life. And Yu looked innocent but was actually extremely clever, her tactics as decisive as thunder. Now, She had become the bridge between him and the Daiha government. Looks like this will cost a lot of effort later. In the real world, Songfai's group of sisters quickly exchanged messages, their tone full of panic. Oh my god, girls, have you read the official government announcement? Lifespan in the Divine Spirit used up game is real. If you lose it in game, you die in real life too. Another shouted in fear. What? Isn't this just a game? I've already given all the lifespan I could trade to Song Fi, a trembling voice sounded, full of despair. God, I only have a few days of lifespan left. I've killed many other players, and now I'm marked as a murderer. If I die one more time, it's like losing twice the lifespan. His voice shook, eyes red and tears starting to fall. Wah, wah, wah. No way? 3 deaths and losing that much? That means I only have a few years left to live. Feeling like 1,000 knives stabbed him, he clenched his teeth, his face pale. Damn it, I'm a meat shield mage in this game, always rushing forward recklessly, killing many but dying over and over. Now I only have exactly 1 day of lifespan left. If it hits 0, I'll really die. He shook his head, trying to shake off that cruel truth. No, it can't be. This is definitely not true. I don't believe it. Wait, Song Fi is buying lifespan? That's awesome. I gotta find Song Fi. He'll definitely help me. I'll wear his outfit head to toe, plus the newest gear. Song Fi's super sleek. Then that fat girl can wear it all. Whatever. Let's go. Song Fi, I'm coming. Meanwhile, at Tan Tudu's house, the girl had just logged out of the game. His complexion was still unstable, heart pounding wildly. Had I really come back to reality? Something was still unclear. In a panic, she hurriedly opened her phone, her eyes anxiously scanning through every line of news. Wow. According to the current exchange rate, 1 day of lifespan could be sold for 10,500. I have 200 days of lifespan. Doesn't that make me a millionaire? Just thinking about it, her eyes lit up brightly, excitement making her hands tremble. But as she kept scrolling, Xiaodu suddenly screamed as if struck by lightning. Oh my god! Darkness killed Tang Fei, and he did it 3 more times? Her face turned pale, tears streaming down, crying miserably like Le Hua Da Wu. That idiot clearly told me that if lifespan hits 0 in the game, you really die in real life. Although initially 100 years of lifespan couldn't be traded, after dying 3 times, there's only about 12 years left. Tang Fei, why would darkness want to kill you? Xiaodu trembled while crying, her heart full of fear. Moreover, according to everyone in the group, he killed Tang Fei 3 times, surrounded by dozens of people. That's terrifying. How could one person be that strong? Meanwhile, the fat guy in the group kept yelling like a cicada. His commanding voice spread across the channel. Sisters, beauties, gather up. Tang Fei needs help. Anyone in Jianghai City, come quickly and sell him some tradable lifespan. He's currently at Dajiang Square, buying lifespan at a rate of 1 to 10,000. Sisters, this is your chance to make money and help Tang Fei at the same time. By now, Xiaodu had changed into neat clothes. Hearing Tang Fei's name, her eyes widened, her heart skipping a beat. Tang Fei was at Dajiang Square, which wasn't far from her at all. No way, I can't just watch his lifespan slip away. I have to help him. Thinking this, Xiaodu immediately opened the door and rushed out. She still felt a bit lucky, thanks to those dumb people who helped her earn over 200 days of tradable lifespan, just enough to help Tang Fei survive this crisis. Meanwhile, inside the game world, Tan Feng was still crazily grinding monsters. Mechanical sounds echoed in his ears, cold but igniting the fire in his blood. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. Your 4 virtues attributes propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame have increased by 21. You have gained 5 free attribute points. You have unlocked the profession upgrade function. You are the first player in Jianghai City to reach level 10, earning 7 reputation points. You are the first player in the Great Ha Kingdom to reach level 10, earning 14 reputation points. You are the first player in the entire world to reach level 10, earning 21 reputation points. As the information appeared, the entire system vibrated. When 7 players reach level 10 in Jianghai City, the instant teleport function to the God's Abandoned Continent will be activated. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Darkness for becoming the first to reach level 10. This is a special worldwide announcement. Instantly, the entire player community exploded. Of course, it's Darkness again. He also killed the Golden Head boss. Now the first player in the world to hit level 10 is him too. The Dark Lord is just too strong. Plus, I just heard he killed a newbie star several times too. That's Tang Fei, right? Humph, serves him right. Wait, Darkness is from Great Ha? Fook Smith. I clearly have the only hidden profession, but I'm only level 8 now. So what the hell is that Darkness guy? Among our 100,500,000,000 Tianzhu people, no one can catch up to Darkness? On this side, Tan Feng slowly walked to the shore, waves crashing against the rocky coast, carrying a deep sound like the soundtrack of a mysterious journey. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice rang in his ear. You have consumed 13 evolution points, 0 remaining. Initial skill enhanced for back attacks. Platinum ascended to Furious Passive Effect. When attacking from behind the target, damage increases from 40% to 50%. Tradable lifespan over 7,000 days. Hearing this, Tanfeng slightly frowned, his eyes flashing seriousness. More than 7,000 days still isn't enough, he thought, his breath mingling with the sound of waves hitting the shore. Without stopping, he opened his character info panel. The virtual screen lit up with ID Darkness, Obsession Profession, Only Hidden Profession, Level 10. Non-tradable lifespan 1,219 years, 128 days. Tradable lifespan 7,455 days. Strength 39, Constitution 39. Agility 110, Spirit 41, Reputation 47. Tanfeng's eyes sparkled. He muttered, "If I want to leave the starting town, I must gather 7 people of this level. Only then can I unlock the teleport formation to the gods' abandoned continent. But the highest level now is only level 7. Looks like I have to wait a bit longer. Luckily, I can return to reality first to handle some unfinished business." Finishing his words, Tanfeng logged out of the game. His soul gradually returned to reality. Immediately, the mechanical voice sounded again. "Do you want to use tradable lifespan and extract abilities into reality?" "Yes," Tanfeng answered decisively. The system immediately listed 1. Extract profession to level. 2. Extract equipment. 3. Extract skills. 4. Extract bloodline temporarily unavailable. 5. Extract divine nature temporarily unavailable. Without hesitation, he extracted the profession. You have consumed 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. You have extracted obsession, the only hidden profession. Profession passive attribute boost activated. Strength +3, Constitution +3, Agility +8, Spirit +5. Immediately after, the mechanical voice continued extracting level. You have consumed 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. Your real-world level increased to level 3. Attribute boost, Strength +4, Constitution +4, Agility +14, Spirit +4. Tanfeng took a deep breath, feeling both excited and doubtful. Next, extracting skills. He slowly closed his eyes, thoughts flashing through his mind. Logically, the higher the skill, the more lifespan it consumes, possibly increasing exponentially by level. But unexpectedly, the lifespan consumed during extraction was based on the skill's original rank, not the evolved level. This system is really surprising. Obsession only needed 900 days of base lifespan to extract the skill, yet when synced into the game, it appeared at platinum rank. Thinking of that, Tanfeng couldn't help but smile faintly. He had spent 900 days of tradable lifespan to get a platinum-level potential skill, a rare bargain. Not only that, he also spent 2,262 days of lifespan to extract the Bachngan-level non-toxic throwing stars. In the lifespan warehouse, he still had 1,292 days left, but for now, he couldn't extract any more skills. Qin Feng muttered softly. Trading such a small price for a platinum-level latent skill was truly a stroke of divine luck. His body was now vastly different from before, with physical strength twice that of a normal person, reflex speed so sharp that his stats hit 32 points, far beyond human limits, plus unlimited invisibility and a poison dart skill that could shoot as far as 14 meters, all enough for him to find a chance to take down Tang Fei. Qin Feng pulled out his phone, his eyes flashing when he saw the update. "Oh, Tang Fei, are you going on a crazy lifespan shopping spree? Planning to top up and come settle the score with me?" He squinted at the update location, Dajiang Square, only 7 to 8 kilometers away. At his current speed, it would take just over 10 minutes to get there. Suddenly, his phone rang, breaking the silence. The screen showed the name He Kuai Ban, the arrogant boss who bullied others by leaning on the company's power. A loud voice blasted from the speaker. "Qin Feng, are your 2 wings stronger yet? Not answering your phone? Just being looked at by the heiress is already your blessing, and yet you dare not pick up? Call me back immediately," Qin Feng sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Coldly, he blacklisted the number, then tossed the phone aside. A wave of aura enveloped his body, his latent skill activated, and his figure slowly vanished into thin air. Those guys would soon realize what the real truth of this divine game was. Meanwhile, at Dajiang Square, the big stage blazed with lights. Rows of fans packed tightly, many young girls waving glow sticks, screaming nonstop. Tang Fei, Tang Fei, Tang Fei. On stage, Tang Fei and Jiang Lei sat arrogantly, their faces relaxed, basking in the crowd's worship. Jiang Lei leaned toward him, voice sweet, but her eyes carried a hint of sarcasm. "Babe, I heard you've been killed by the darkness in the game 3 times already. Don't worry, I've sent people to investigate the true identity of that darkness." Oh, how's the investigation going? Her voice carried patient calculation. I've sent someone to Don Dom Town to contact him. Then, we'll offer a number he can't refuse. When he returns to reality to get the money, that's when we'll catch him. And don't forget to call Tang Fei so he can finally let go of his long-held anger. Tang Fei leaned back in his chair, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Make sure to let me know when that happens. He slowly cast a sharp gaze over Jiang Le as if probing. I heard your Da Giang company once used this method to control some players and force them to work for free. Is that true? Jiang Le immediately smiled sweetly, her tone dripping with disdain. They're all just a bunch of stupid trash, with barely any lifespan left and still easily fooled. The only one truly worthy is you. Many women willingly gave their lifespan to you, even ready to die for you. Hearing that flattery, Tang Fei's confidence flared up even more. He slightly tilted his chin, his eyes flashing with pride, his smile growing more arrogant. But the heavy atmosphere of praise was suddenly cut off by a shout from the crowd. Don't be reckless selling your lifespan to others like that. Haven't you read the government news? If the lifespan in the game runs out, you'll die in real life too. And you, Tang Fei, you clearly know lifespan is a matter of life and death, yet you brainwash fans to sell their lifespan to you. You're indirectly harming them, and we're going to sue you. The noisy crowd suddenly exploded. Tang Fei frowned, rubbing his temple, clearly annoyed by the disturbance. He stood up, grabbed the microphone, cleared his throat, a fake calmness spreading over him as he spoke in a reassuring tone. Ahem, to everyone here. Hello, I'm Tang Fei. I've noticed some of the recent debates. My buying lifespan has indeed consumed some public resources and caused trouble for everyone. Therefore, I deeply regret and apologize. Just those few words, and the fangirls below screamed wildly as if losing their minds. No, you don't need to apologize. You're not at fault. Tang Fei squinted, enjoying their blind fanaticism, then leisurely continued, his voice tinged with sanctity. I'm deeply grateful to all my fans for your support and love, but at the same time, I sincerely call for all love to be positive, aimed at progress. I hope you can pursue your idols rationally. During this special phase of the divine game, if everyone can protect themselves while working together and supporting each other, we will create more positive value for society. While the whole country is heavily affected by the game, I actively cooperate with officials and put all my effort into the virtual world. Therefore, I have spared no personal assets, using them to buy lifespan in hopes of becoming a top-tier idol in the game, someone truly worthy of everyone's love and admiration. He deliberately acted teary-eyed, his eyes sparkling as if about to cry. I do all this to repay the feelings of my fans. I hope everyone can gain something beyond the game. Live a happy, peaceful life, and let's work together for a brighter tomorrow. But I didn't expect my actions to cause so much trouble for everyone. If all this has caused inconvenience, I sincerely apologize. Hearing that, the fangirls immediately buzzed, tears streaming, their voices full of anger and defense. No need to apologize. Did he do anything wrong? How can he be so warm? Hey! They all turned to criticize those who had just voiced doubts. You guys get out of here now. We voluntarily support him, so don't insult his sincerity. The dissenters wanted to speak, but faced with the fierce atmosphere and tears of the fans, their words stuck in their throats, swallowed back. Just then, a chubby figure rushed onto the stage. It was the fat lady, who stood firm and shouted passionately, "Don't believe the nonsense rumors out there. How dare you doubt him, you brainless fools, believing everything. How could lifespan in the game affect reality?" Everyone around was stunned, both jealous and angry. When did she get on stage? Mrs. Mack pounded her chest, her eyes shining with determination. I've died for him so many times. Even when I'm offline, with less than 1 day of lifespan left, I'm still standing here. Honestly, even if that's true, if you don't have the determination to die for him, you don't deserve to say you love Tang Fei. The Fan sisters immediately burst into tears. Their shouts echoed throughout the hall. That's right, exactly, Tang Fei, I love you. I only have 20 days of life left, and I'm giving them all to you. I'll give you 17 days, even if I only have 3 days left. It's fine. I have it. The sobbing mixed with the vow to give away lifespan echoed through the entire auditorium like a storm. Tang Fei kept acting all dramatic, his voice trembling like it was about to burst with emotion. Oh man, I can feel everyone's love now. I love all of you, especially you. He turned around, his eyes sparkling with deep affection, speaking to the chubby lady with a heartfelt tone. To be liked by someone like you, I'm truly touched. The chubby lady was so moved, she started crying with snot running down her face. She choked up looking at Tang Fei, her heart overflowing with obsession. Tang Fei, just seeing you so devoted like this, even if I died right now, I'd be willing and content. Tang Fei's eyes also got wet, his voice choked up, as if he couldn't hold back his feelings. But before he could finish speaking, A sharp stone suddenly flew from nowhere, so fast no one could react, piercing right through his head. In an instant, the entire square fell silent, everyone's faces changing at once. On the stage, Tang Fei's body collapsed right in front of the chubby lady. At first, she thought her idol was giving her a kiss, her face flushed with shyness. But when fresh blood splattered all over her face, the chubby lady screamed in horror, her legs going weak as she slumped to the ground. Tang Fei, oh my God, what's wrong with you? Her voice was panicked and trembling, almost losing her mind. But it was too late. Tang Fei was really dead. The bodyguards immediately surrounded and escorted Jiangle out of the chaos. Someone shouted loudly, "Danger! Protect the young lady! Get her out of here!" Jiangle was terrified, tears streaming down her face as she ran away in a panic. A horrifying thought echoed in her mind. I saw it. When Tang Fei died, a glowing orb representing his lifespan appeared on his body, but it disappeared right after. Definitely picked up by someone. The attacker clearly used a skill from the divine game. Could skills from the divine game really be used in the real world? How is this even possible? A strong person could assassinate Tang Fei and then hide to grab his lifespan. Only one person in this world could do that. Could it be Qin Feng? Thinking this, Jiangle shivered involuntarily, but before she could react, another stone flew straight through her head, her eyes wide open, terror still frozen on her face as she collapsed. The bodyguards were stunned. One of them gasped in horror. Young lady. After killing Jiang Lei, Qin Feng immediately activated his shadow skill, quickly turning invisible and disappearing from the scene without a trace. After that night, the whole city was shaken. The tragic death of star Tang Fei at Daijiang Square became a nightmare for thousands of fans. One of his crazed fans even sacrificed all their lifespan and collapsed right beside Tang Fei's body, leaving a heartbreaking scene that sent chills down everyone's spine. The police's preliminary investigation shocked the public even more. Tang Fei died because of supernatural powers. Inside a taxi speeding through heavy traffic, Tan Tiu-du sat next to her friend, her face gloomy, eyes vacant. She whispered softly, her voice trembling as if she still couldn't believe the truth. We clearly went to Tang Fei's concert just yesterday. And now he's throwing invisible darts? Isn't that a skill from the divine game? Her friend next to her squeezed Tu-du's hand anxiously, but her voice still showed confusion. Tu-du, are you saying darkness killed Tang Fei? I heard darkness killed him 3 times in the game, but how can game powers appear in real life? Tu-du's eyes flashed with hatred. Her breath quickened. She whispered as if convincing herself, darkness killed Tang Fei. That's right. In the game, he died many times at darkness's hands. So in real life, the only one who could do that is darkness. Invisible darts. Isn't that an assassin's skill? Definitely. The culprit is darkness. Tang Fei was killed by darkness. And this world has lost its light. Clenching her fists, Tu-du gritted her teeth, her eyes showing a mix of despair and determination. If darkness can really bring game powers into reality, then I'll get close to him. No matter what it takes, I have to be stronger. Then I'll personally kill darkness, avenging Tang Fei. The car stopped, but Tu-du remained motionless, lost in illusions and rage. Her friend kept shaking her, voice trembling. Tu-du, are you okay? You look scary. Meanwhile, at the Hoai Hu noodle shop, Qin Feng sat quietly, leisurely eating a hot bowl of noodles. He knew well that in the divine game, even if players are invincible in reality, their mental energy still drains heavily. When hungry, you still have to eat, or you can't maintain your strength. Just then, the phone on the table vibrated wildly. Qin Feng picked it up, the screen showing a message. He Bantu angrily typed each word like wanting to tear the screen apart. Qin Feng, you blocked my phone. If you don't come right now, consider yourself fired. And Luang Thang, don't expect me to accept him. Qin Feng leaned back in his chair, a thought flashing through his mind. Duong Tuanya, this girl isn't bad by nature, just too weak, often bullied. In her past life, she was also a loyal member of my Godslayer guild. The phone vibrated again. A message from Duong Tuanya appeared, saying, forget him, don't go to work anymore. First, get into the game and level up. Then another message came through. This time the tone mixed concern and curiosity. Oh, Qin Feng, you joined this game already? I heard it's really tough there. Many people's lifespan is almost gone. No matter what your job is, just add all your points to agility at the start. Okay, I heard lifespan in the game is really expensive now. Qin Feng, how about you? How much have you earned? Before he could answer, another message lit up the screen, saying, not much left, almost used up. You bought a car, a house, right? No wonder you blocked that fat hoe. Ha ha. Qin Feng's lips curled slightly, his eyes flashing coldly. Fat hoe? Just a running dog. The real trouble lies with the boss behind him, Shishi. That name flashed clearly in his mind, along with countless unpleasant memories. Shishi. the female senior partner of the TN Corporation. The company I worked for before also belonged to this group. That spoiled young lady does nothing all day but hunt men. First, she goes to hotels with 6 middle-aged foreign guys, then drives a supercar out with 3 African-American dudes. Now she's even eyeing me. Qin Feng's eyes darkened, a wave of contempt rising inside him for someone who blindly worships everything foreign. Not long after the Divine Game was released, she hurriedly left Daha, fled to North America, and established the Alice Guild in Wonderland, one of the top 3 guilds in North America. In her past life, she was a fierce rival to Daha, causing countless troubles for his Godslayer guild. The thought flashed through, and Qin Feng's gaze hardened with determination. This time, he must deal with her before she escapes abroad. If she gets to North America, handling her will be extremely difficult. As long as there's money, she's done for. The Alice Guild in Wonderland definitely wouldn't have formed. Rumor has it that the founders of Alice all had shady relationships with her. Once she's gone, those people will naturally fall apart. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, showing the caller ID, Tan Tu Du. As soon as he answered, her voice poured out bitter and sharp. Qin Feng, you can still answer your phone? I thought you were dead in the game. If you're still alive, I have something to tell you. I've earned enough to buy a house, so don't bother me anymore. Qin Feng kept his tone calm and replied briefly. Good. Anything else? Silence on the other end, as if Teodu choked for a moment, then snapped back with a sharp, resentful voice. Don't bother me anymore. I won't look for you either. And don't even think about finding out where I live. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged, his tone cold enough to send chills. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. A heavy pause stretched, then Teodu's voice grew harsher, almost shouting, You, Qin Feng, we're done. Without letting him respond, she immediately hung up. Qin Feng just glanced at the phone, showing no concern. He pocketed it, stood up, and left the noodle shop, a spark of resolve flashing in his eyes. Leveling up was way more important. Soon, when someone reaches level 10, they'll discover that skills in the game can be brought into reality. When that happens, this world definitely won't stay peaceful. Meanwhile, Tan Tu Du and her friend Sun Yin were logging into the game. A worried look flickered across Sun Yin's face. She softly said, Tu Du, cutting ties with your brother like that isn't good. Why don't you try apologizing to him? I think he's really pissed off this time. Hearing that, Tan Tu Du snorted coldly, her eyes flashing stubbornness. Me apologize to him? No way. I sold my lifespan to the Tien Corporation and got 2 billion back. Sun Yin, I bought a place. From now on, we'll live together. I'll get used to the darkness soon. Then I won't need him anymore. Just then, Zhang Wei waved excitedly as he ran over. In his hand was a glowing book. Tio Du, this is for you. It's the assassin skill book you wanted. Don't forget your promise to me. You have to use it with me. Tan Tu Du gave a forced smirk, her eyes flickering with sarcasm. Yeah. Once this goes well, I'll satisfy your little wish. A cold thought passed through her mind. That damn Sun Nin. Once I bond with darkness, who'll care about trash like you? Tan Tu Du eagerly dialed her phone, her voice full of flattery when she connected with Vuong Man. Big brother Vuong, I have an assassin skill book here, and it's a control type. Could you ask if the Dark Lord needs it? If he wants it, I can give it to him. As soon as she hung up, a smug smile curved her lips, her eyes full of delusion. That dog Zhang Wei still has some value. Didn't expect him to find such a good skill book. This book will be the thread tying me to darkness. In her mind, Tu Du painted a dreamy picture. Darkness, I'll catch up to you soon. You'll be by my side, protecting me, healing me, helping me destroy enemies, leveling up with me. You'll make me feel infinite care, so I'll gradually trust you, see you as my other half. Then, that gentle smile suddenly twisted, turning cold and terrifying. Until I'm strong enough, until you're no longer useful, I'll kill you with my own hands. I'll gouge your eyes out to avenge Song Fi. But reality hit her like a slap in the face. A message from Vuong Man came quickly, short and cold. The boss said your skill is useless to him. Keep it and sell it for money. Tu Du was stunned, her face briefly contorted with anger and humiliation. Flashback to 30 minutes earlier, Qin Feng was preparing to hunt when he suddenly heard panicked screams echoing through the mountains. Watch out! Dodge now! He immediately dashed forward, nimbly hiding behind a rock to observe. In the distance, a group was being chased by a giant monster. The chaotic scene was filled with terrified screams. Damn, this isn't a normal boss. Just run first, then deal with it later. But one person in the team was blocked and couldn't retreat in time. He gritted his teeth and stood firm, trying to hold the boss back for his teammates. Yet in a flash, a heavy slash came down, tearing his body apart, blood splattering everywhere. Qin Feng squinted, a flicker stirring inside. A golden leg segment, an 8-star golden boss. Interesting. If I remember right, this boss has level 2 stealth resistance. meaning my invisibility is useless against it. In moments, the entire team was wiped out, bodies strewn across the ground. At that moment, Qin Feng appeared, his eyes flashing cold light. He unleashed the Shadow/Shield, charging straight at the monster. The cold sword traced a bright line, striking the weak point. Damage numbers showed 3,000, normal hit 1,000. The out-of-sight attack effect doubled damage, but if the target can see through stealth, this effect disappears. Qin Feng realized his damage would be greatly reduced, but he still had a trump card, the legendary Liberation Gift. Its effect was terrifying, directly increasing the weak points on the golden leg segment at the head and heart by 200%. In 9 consecutive slashes, at least 3 would count as hitting weak points, and weak points triple damage. This basically made up for all the lost damage earlier, truly worthy of a legendary skill. Thinking this, a slight smirk curved Qin Feng's lips, a cold gleam shining in his eyes. But I still have to thank the girl for helping me find that shrine of faith. Not far from there, the Grey Rose group hid behind a rock, only daring to peek. Witnessing the Dark One's performance, everyone fell silent, their eyes full of terror. What the hell is this? How is the Dark One's damage so absurd? Just one skill already chopped off 1/6 of the Golden Centipede's health? And that's not all. Qin Feng kept throwing poison darts, aiming straight at the boss's head. A red number instantly popped up in the air, 1,785 critical damage. Although the poison darts were only at the silver rank, not matching the insane damage just dealt, at this pace, leveling up the profession to unlock higher-level stealth was just a matter of time. The Golden Centipede roared angrily, charging at a terrifying speed, swinging its blade to attack. The Grey Rose shouted in panic, "Watch out!" Yet Qin Feng's agility was unbelievably fast. He lightly twisted his body, sliding like the wind, narrowly dodging the sharp blade by inches. The boss could hardly touch him. The scene left the group dumbfounded, mouths agape, hearts racing. Damn, what kind of speed is this? Not only fast, but his reactions are insanely sharp. Plus, it seemed like he knew every attack pattern of the boss. Could it be that the Dark One has faced it countless times before? While everyone was still stunned, Qin Feng silently tightened his grip on the sword, his eyes flashing with coldness mixed with pride. He recalled his past life wandering with Tantu Du, who couldn't even protect herself, let alone save him once. Over time, I've honed this skill. A warrior doesn't just recklessly charge. To survive, you have to know when to attack and when to dodge. That's the way of the strong. That thought made Qin Feng's gaze even more determined. He knew it was this relentless training that brought him from an ordinary fighter into the world's top 100 masters. After a series of rapid combos, the Golden Centipede's health was down to less than 1/6. Compared to special bosses like the Golden Demon Ship, whose attacks were almost impossible to dodge, dealing with this centipede was much easier. Just as Qin Feng prepared to finish it off, the boss suddenly turned and fled. The Grey Rose's eyes widened in shock, her voice full of surprise. This golden boss actually wanted to run away. Qin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. There was no way he'd let a golden-level boss escape so easily. His body leaned forward slightly, his sharp eyes flashing as he immediately launched a killing strike. The sword gleamed with a brilliant light, slashing straight down. Just one strike, the Golden Centipede's head was severed, falling to the ground with a cold mechanical sound ringing in his ears. You have slain the level 8 Golden Centipede boss. You gained 6,400 experience points. You gained 7 evolution points. You gained 497 tradable days of lifespan. Without missing a second, Qin Feng activated the greedy hand. The system kept announcing, you have gained 7 evolution points. 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 You have gained 497 tradable days of lifespan. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled, excitement uncontrollable inside him. Awesome. A golden boss dropped 28 evolution points, plus nearly 2,000 tradable lifespan days. In the falling light, a platinum glowing skill book appeared. Qin Feng picked it up, his eyes briefly stunned. Platinum Dark Light Shield for the Assassin class. When activated, all dodge rate is converted into a damage immunity shield. Lasts 8 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds, requires level 8. Every 20% dodge rate converts into 1 layer of damage immunity shield. After the shield breaks or expires, dodge rate returns to normal. Qin Feng gripped the skill book tightly, thrilled. So this kind of insane skill book drops too? Combined with the 75% dodge rate of the level Ghoul Phantom, Dark Light can provide up to 3 layers of damage immunity. Once I learn it, hardly any boss can hurt me anymore. Without hesitation, Qin Feng used evolution, upgrading this skill to Ghoul level. The cold mechanical voice sounded again, consuming 3 evolution points. Dark Light Shield, Ghoul level, Platinum, Assassin class. Damage immunity duration increased from 8 seconds to 10, 12, then 14 seconds. Conversion rate decreased from 20% to 15, 12, then 10% dodge per shield layer. Qin Feng was so excited he couldn't hide his smile, his eyes shining brightly, chuckling. Haha, now I can directly use 7 layers of damage immunity shields. With this, I can even explore many high-level areas ahead of time. He opened his status panel, staring at the remaining points, his eyes flashing with determination. 22 evolution points left, so first, upgrade the damage of the ultra-poison darts. Immediately, the cold mechanical voice rang in his ears. Consumed 3 plus 5 plus 8 evolution points, ultra-poison silver darts upgraded to Jade. Maximum range increased from 14 meters to 17 meters, attack power from 120 to 240. Ultra-poison damage increased from 50% continuous damage per second to 80%. Hitting weak points adds a 5-second persistent effect, non-stackable. Qin Feng squinted, a satisfied smirk on his lips. Evolving the ultra-poison darts 3 times, and the skill's damage doubled at least. Its base cooldown is only 5 seconds, so its continuous damage rivals Shadow Slash. Before he could finish his thought, the mechanical voice sounded again. Platinum Agile Ring, Assassin Jewelry. Agility plus 20, movement speed plus 20%, attack speed plus 20%, cooldown speed plus 20%, requires level 8 equipment, thick red leather gloves, golden level, assassin defense gear, physical defense plus 18, all elemental resistances plus 15, constitution plus 12, health plus 588, requires level 6 equipment. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, his hands clenched, excitement surging. With these 2 pieces, my cooldown reduction reaches 55%. Shadow Slash cooldown drops from 12 seconds to just 7.7 seconds, plus 51 constitution points, 106 physical defense, and 1,517 health points. Not bad at all. He smirked slightly, confidence flashing in his eyes. With these stats, I can easily survive 3 hits from the Golden Centipede without dying. Plus the Dark Light Shield, my survival chances have far surpassed before. At that moment, the Grey Rose led her teammates forward, faces full of disbelief. One team member couldn't help but shout loudly, "The boss really is the boss. Killing this boss is seriously easy, too strong to handle." The Grey Rose smiled awkwardly, then quickly spoke with eager anticipation. "Big boss, do you have any skill equipment I can use? I want to buy." Qin Feng opened his inventory, his eyes flashing bright, the corner of his mouth curling into a confident smile. "A mage, right? This golden skill book shoots out bone ice. It's a group skill that can release an ice ball and shoot up to 10 times. One price only. 800 days. Hearing that, the Grey Rose froze, furrowing her brow and muttering, 800 days? That's way too expensive. I saw someone selling a level 5 golden skill book for just 400 days. Qin Feng replied calmly, his tone firm, eyes sharp as a blade. The Bone Ice shooting book is a level 7 skill, and the damage at level 7 is 40% higher than level 5. So 800 days is not expensive at all. Hearing this, the Grey Rose immediately nodded without hesitation. I'll buy it for 800 days, no doubt. Right after, a cold mechanical voice rang out. You have lost the Bone Ice shooting skill book, a golden skill. You have received 800 days of tradable lifespan. Transaction complete. They waved goodbye respectfully, promising to meet again. See you again, big boss. Qin Feng didn't reply, just slightly curved his lips, then activated stealth, his body instantly vanishing into invisibility, leaving the place. In his heart, he calculated that now, no early-stage boss could threaten him anymore. First, return to town, announce the news, then gather information on the locations of silver and golden level bosses. This way, I'll have an endless source of bosses to hunt. That will maximize my growth speed. Just then, a notification sounded with a voice message from Vuong Man. Big boss, our former pastor named Tiu Du asked me to contact you. She wants to give you a skill book. Hearing this, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled into a mocking smile, his eyes flashing with ridicule. Tiu Du wants to gift me a skill book? Ha, that's just some trash bronze-level crap. Tell her to keep it herself. Okay, Vuong Man replied briefly. In Qin Feng's mind, a thought arose, a cold laugh echoing in his mind. Now, most people outside guess that darkness killed Tang Fei, yet she wants to give a gift to darkness. Haha, I don't know if she's trying to win me over or seeking revenge for Tang Fei. Maybe both. Right after, he immediately sent a new message. Vuong Man, head into town. I have something to sell you. Get your lifespan ready. Vuong Man replied, got it. He hesitated a bit, then lowered his voice to ask again, his eyes flashing hesitation mixed with curiosity. By the way, big boss, I want to ask you something. Tang Fei, you killed him, right? Qin Feng didn't deny, his gaze calm, tone cold enough to chill the listener. That's right, I killed him. Inside Vuong Man, A slight shock stirred, his eyes showing complexity. He was friends with Qin Feng, so he knew that at the exact time Tang Fei was killed, darkness was offline. The motive and timing matched terrifyingly well. If he dared to ask this directly, the government must have guessed most of the truth already. Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, thoughts flashing. In 2 hours, another player will reach level 10, officially extracting skills into reality. By then, this matter will inevitably be exposed. It can't be hidden forever. So, I might as well use this chance to see how the government reacts. Consider this a test. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed coldly, his voice low and authoritative. What? You want to arrest me? Then Qin Feng returned to town to the meeting spot with Vuong Man's group. And Yu and the others were already there. The atmosphere was heavy, but Yu still looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze and spoke. Big boss, do you admit you killed Tang Fei? Qin Feng calmly nodded, with no intention to deny. That's right. Hearing this, Yu smiled slightly, his eyes showing frankness mixed with respect. Honestly, we conducted a detailed investigation on this matter. Indeed, Big Boss was our prime suspect, but we also knew Tang Fei and Jiang Lei had secretly plotted against you. Plus, Daijiang Company imprisoned countless players, captives, and Charatan to force them to work for them. You killing those two is ultimately self-defense, Qin Feng thought silently, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Looks like they haven't uncovered my true identity yet, so they still maintain cooperation for now. In my previous life, before teaming up with the government, I never had a stain. But this life, I directly killed Tang Fei and Jiang Le. Maybe this will be the start of new changes. This reincarnation will ultimately cause the era of this discarded divine game to have massive upheaval. The corner of his mouth twitched into a faint smile. This time I can totally sell unused platinum-level items. The government has backing, whether skill books or equipment of any class, they need them all. The key is the government's lifespan is always stable. Thinking this, Qin Feng opened his inventory and casually pulled out a pile of items. Vuong Man's group immediately froze, their eyes nearly popping out. Oh my god, that's platinum-level gear, even platinum skill books. One guy gaped in disbelief. Big boss? You killed a platinum-level boss already? No, I clearly didn't see any world notification. Qin Feng replied calmly, tone casual as if it was nothing special. Luck was on my side, so I happened to find a few yangs. Tu Tuyet knows about this too. I even opened a Phi Thui level skill book. Gu Yushui nodded in confirmation, her voice gentle but firm. That's right, I personally saw Big Boss open a Phi Thui level yang treasure. The whole group took a deep breath, their eyes full of envy mixed with disbelief. So many good platinum level things. And you say it's just luck? Tu Hak pouted, laughing bitterly with a scolding tone. You call her Tu Tuye, but you call me Tu Hak. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, smiling teasingly. Not calling you Tu Hak is fine, then I'll call you Hak Du. Tu Hak was left speechless, the corner of his mouth twitching, unable to say a word. You better just call me Tu Hak. Vuong Man sighed, his tone full of helplessness. People really can't be compared. And Yu chimed in with a forced laugh. Right, we had to drain all our strength to kill a silver-level boss, but Big Boss just casually opens platinum-level yang treasures, even Phi Thui ones. After careful consideration, Qin Feng began quoting prices for each item, his voice calm but clear, without hesitation. This platinum-level archer skill book costs 2,500 days. The platinum-level berserker weapon costs 1,500 days. And here's the platinum-level mage skill book for 3,000 days. As for this golden equipment with golden skills, I'm thinking of going for the 8,000-day package. Adding in other platinum-level skill books and gear, that's a total of 25 items. I'm giving everyone a discount. Let's just say 10,000 S. His decisive voice made the whole crowd fall silent for a moment. All right, and Yu didn't hesitate at all. Answering firmly and decisively, she didn't even bother to bargain. The confidence radiated from every word. This reaction made Vuong Man's eyes go wide, his mouth hanging open like a stunned fool. No way, Captain Ann. You're just paying whatever he says? You're not bargaining at all? And Yu turned around, squinting as if it was ridiculous. Huh? You can still bargain at this level? I think this price is pretty fair already. By the way, I'm also paying off the debt that Tu Tu Yet and Trung Man owe from last time. Hearing that, Qin Feng nodded slightly, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips. His warm voice carried approval. Captain Ann really is a heroine, so straightforward and refreshing. That compliment made An Yu laugh out loud, her laughter echoing, full of confidence and ease. Inside, Qin Feng was silently calculating. When lifespan can be traded beyond 10,000 days, the unit automatically converts it into years. 60 years converted to days is about 20,000 Hada days. Based on the current exchange rate, that amount of lifespan equals roughly 400 million in cash. Even for the Jianghai city government, that's a huge expense. But then he thought the government's benefits from this deal would be far greater than that money. With this high-level gear and skill books, Jianghai City can train many powerful teams beyond the time limit. The more the government develops, the more it can avoid future troubles, even gaining advantages in international confrontations. At that moment, Anyu spoke up, her gaze more serious than usual. "Big boss, Dagyang Company has captured some players. We're planning to rescue them now. Do you want to join us?" Hearing that, Qin Feng's heart sank slightly, a faint, unreadable smile flickering on his lips. So this was the real goal. The government wants to pull me in, wants to help me cover up the fact that I killed Tang Fei? Qin Feng smirked lightly, his eyes calm but hiding a cold gleam. He spoke slowly, each word hitting everyone's heart. "I'm not going anywhere, but I can tell you some news. Your suspicions are correct. I used the power in the game to kill those two. Once you reach level 10 in the game, you can consume lifespan and extract game abilities into reality. You understand what that means, right? Seize the time." Hearing this, Anyu's face paled a bit, her heart storming like a hurricane, but she still kept a calm exterior, her voice carrying a slight heaviness. "So that's how it is? Dagyang Company is also buying lifespan now. Once their people reach level 10 and gain game abilities, our rescue mission will face much stronger resistance." Qin Feng just nodded lightly, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. "Good that you understand. I'm off then." As he finished speaking, his figure gradually faded. His stealth skill activated, and Qin Feng disappeared in invisibility, leaving behind a silent void. And Yu looked at the spot where he stood, her eyes serious. She immediately gave orders. "Vuong Man, next, we need to split up to level up. Right now, all 6 of us have very high ranks, and together, we can easily kill any small monster. But if we split up, with one person leading each team, the overall leveling efficiency will improve significantly. In short, everyone must reach level 10 first. Vuong Man, go offline and report this info to the higher-ups." A moment later, Qin Feng, now known as Darkness in the game, entered the town center. He set up a booth that caught the attention of many nearby. "Look, Darkness is setting up a booth again." Rumors spread everywhere. But this time, instead of selling items, he hung a sign buying boss coordinates. Silver boss for 30 days, golden boss for 100 days. Immediately, a group of people approached fiercely from afar. Jiang Lei's henchmen stepped forward, their tone full of sarcasm. "Darkness still dares to set up a booth here? Our big miss already said, if you help her level up, she'll give you 300 million, plus shares in Dajia Industrial Company. How many chances like this come in a lifetime? I advise you to treasure it." The crowd buzzed, eyes full of surprise and anticipation for his reaction. But suddenly, another voice cut in coldly like a blade slicing the atmosphere. "I'm afraid you're not offline, huh? Don't you know Darkness is the one who killed Tang Fei and the big miss of your Dagyang Industrial Group in real life?" "What?" Mao Laptuan's eyes widened, his face showing shock. Immediately, someone else jumped in, voice full of excitement. "The big miss of Dagyang Industrial Company was killed too? I met that girl. She was beautiful. Such a pity. Really a waste. But in the end, it was her own fault. At first, she wanted to hire Darkness in real life for illegal work, but ended up getting killed on the spot." "Jiang Lei, dead?" Hearing this, Mao Laptuan's expression changed, his heart in turmoil. He muttered in disbelief. "Jiang Lei is dead?" Old memories flashed through his mind. Before, Jiang Lei promised 10 million to get Darkness to help her level up, but Darkness flatly refused. Seeing such a big sum, he rushed to take the deal instead, thinking he'd at least get 5 million, but as soon as he arrived to collect the money, he was immediately knocked out by her people. When he woke up, he found himself locked in a dark basement, suffering beatings and abuse. He was forced to play the game to earn lifespan and coerced into scamming many others. Thinking of this, Mao Laptuan laughed bitterly. "Haha, that hateful woman really got what she deserved. At first, I laughed at Darkness's stupidity. Turns out the real fool was me." People around looked at him with contempt, all criticizing. "Looking like a dog like that, you must have helped her trap a lot of people, right?" Mao Laptuan panicked, waving his hands frantically. No, I was forced. Sorry, sir, I must go." From a distance, Qin Feng watched the scene with disgust, silently thinking that bastard deserved it. Whatever, the government will handle him anyway. Right then, someone hurried over, lowering their voice. "I have coordinates for the silver boss." Qin Feng shot back with a sharp glance. "Boss Bok Engan, we'll make the deal in 30 days. At the same time, in another town, whispers broke out. "Look, that's Ak B. Rumor has it, in real life she's Shishi, the heiress of the Tien Corporation. Stay away from her. They say she's already killed quite a few players. Watch out, she's targeting you, trying to steal your lifespan." Shishi snorted coldly, her eyes dripping with contempt. her full red lips curling into a mocking smile. I don't see anything special about this game. Her tone was arrogant as she gently brushed her shiny hair. Huh? Just throw some cash and you can buy all kinds of skills and gear. As long as your combat power beats others, you kill anyone with a high lifespan. And boom, you get their lifespan. This damn game is nothing but a joke, and it's even slowing down my flight. She clenched her teeth in frustration, gripping her designer handbag tightly at her side. I should have been in North America by now, chilling with Bitch Dick and Little Fox, having a blast. But here I am, stuck in Ma Do Great Desert, can't even get abroad. Look at these guys in Great Desert, weak as bugs. Tony's still a man. The men where you're from are way more attractive. Tony raised an eyebrow, smirking confidently. Miss Tien, you've got good taste. Of course we're stronger than those Great Desert dudes, at least in that department. When we get back to reality, you can experience it yourself. Hearing this, Shishi's pretty face flushed pink, dreamy light flickering in her eyes. She smiled coyly, whispering as if reassuring herself. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. I just heard that useless Tang Fei is dead. I tried him once before, couldn't even last a minute. Total trash. They say the one who killed him is Darkness, right? Mentioning that name, Shishi's eyes suddenly lit up, her whole body trembling with excitement. She licked her full red lips lightly, one hand clutching her chest, the other trailing down, legs crossed tightly, her whole body radiating a hard-to-hide, seductive vibe. Even though he's a great desert man, he's still #1 in the world. I could probably get to know him a bit. A sly thought flashed through her mind. If Darkness could kill Tang Fei, then having him kill a normal person would be a piece of cake, right? Her eyes gleamed with calculation as she smiled softly, tracing a vague line on her smooth white thigh. Might as well take this chance to get close to Darkness. Folks, I'm logging off now to make a call, sending someone to get in touch with Darkness a bit. She smiled smugly, her voice full of certainty about 3,000 days of lifespan. Darkness might not care about cash, but he definitely won't refuse 3,000 days of lifespan. Getting that is just like lifting a finger to kill a normal person for him. Aha! Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She bit her lip, a seductive yet cunning smile clear on her face. I'll never forget the look on his face if he dares to refuse. I'll be quick about it. Mei will die, Qin Feng. Elsewhere, Jiang Wei was leading Tan Tudu's group to hunt monsters for leveling up. Just barely escaping death, he shouted angrily, his voice still trembling from fear. Fu Xiaodu, next time when you heal, please don't be so extreme, okay? I almost had to meet my ancestors. Tan Tudu showed no remorse, raising her eyebrows in a pout, her tone blaming him back. What's with the fierce act? Weren't you the one who almost died? Jiang Wei was helpless, trying to soothe the mood, his voice softening. I mean no harm, just reminding you. The system just notified. My hunger level reached 90%. I want to log out and eat. Naturally, let's go. Without another word, Tan Tudu casually logged out of the game, leaving her teammates behind. Jiang Wei clenched his teeth, face flushed with anger, feeling bitter inside. Damn it, she used to call herself the big boss, but after seeing Darkness once, she's acting all annoyed with me. Just wait, sooner or later I'll strip her naked. Meanwhile, in Tudu's new real-life house, clothes were tossed everywhere. Tan Tudu, wearing a bikini, rubbed her eyes after waking up, sighing from hunger. So hungry. She grabbed her phone to order food, but after checking the list, her eyes widened in shock. What? All the takeout places are closed, and there's no delivery drivers to take orders. Have they all logged into the game? She suddenly remembered the times before, when Qin Feng would cook delicious meals at home. Back then, she never had to lift a finger or worry about anything. That thought made Tan Tudu momentarily dazed. She quickly slapped her face gently, trying to reassure herself. Tudu, snap out of it. It's just a meal. Compared to freedom, this is nothing. Come on, you're the best. You can do this. She cheered herself on, whispering as if affirming to herself. Without Qin Feng, your life will definitely be better. Meanwhile, in the game world, at a coastal cave, a giant crab crawled out heavily, its thick shell reflecting cold light. Just as it roared, Qin Feng charged, unleashing his most hidden strike. The sword's light tore through space, slicing the monster in half in an instant. He exhaled deeply, sweat trickling down his temple, lips curling slightly. Phew. In just over an hour, I've killed 4 Bakugan bosses. Not bad for efficiency. Each time he defeated 4 Bakugan bosses, he earned 16 evolution points. On average, each boss of this type could yield 3,500 days of lifespan to trade. Currently, all of Darkness's gear was at least golden quality. His cooldown speed had been boosted from 55% to 75%. The Shadow/Shield skill, which used to take 12 seconds to recharge, now only took 6.8 seconds. His attack power surged, like crossing a new power threshold. Darkness frowned, thinking. Outside the safe town, there were no more platinum-level bosses. With his current gear, Golden was the highest rank. To get stronger, the only way was to advance his profession rank. Later, when facing platinum bosses, each would have at least level 2 invisibility resistance. Without upgrading stealth to level 3, the risk of accidents was very high. He still needed over 20,000 experience points. Only when stealth reached level 3 could the danger be minimized. A flash of past life memory crossed his mind. To defeat a platinum boss, a tightly coordinated team of 20 was needed, otherwise death was certain. Darkness clenched his fists, his eyes shining with determination. No, this time I have to go first, be the first to solo kill a platinum boss. With that thought, he immediately headed back to town. Qin Feng sold all unnecessary gear to government agents. You can trade for 105 years of lifespan. After leaving, the other side's voice begged, "Bye, big boss. Next time if you have any gear, you definitely have to sell it to us, okay?" Qin Feng just gave a faint smile, silently thinking to himself, the shop needs 40,000 days of lifespan to trade, and now I can extract quite a lot already. While leaving the trading area, from a small alley, a strange man hurriedly ran out and blocked his way. His face was full of excitement, eyes lighting up when he saw him. "Hey, you must be Darkness, right? I have an assassination order. Do you want to take it? Go kill someone in real life. And don't worry, the reward for you is no small amount." Hearing that, Qin Feng just glanced once, his face cold, then ignored him and kept walking straight. Seeing no reaction, the other guy refused to give up, immediately rushing to block the path again, his voice urgent. "Wait, don't leave like that. You just need to kill an ordinary person named Qin Feng, and I'll give you the address. If you could even kill Tang Fei, then this should be easy for you, right? Free money, don't you want it?" Qin Feng originally didn't care, but when he heard the other say his own name, his steps suddenly halted, a flash of invisible killing intent flickering in his eyes. Kill Qin Feng? This guy just hit the core point. He wants me to kill myself? Interesting. The man seemed unaware of the change in his gaze, continuing confidently. "Don't worry about this. Anyway, there's no shortage of rewards for you. Just complete the mission, and I'll give you 3,000 days of lifespan to trade." Qin Feng slightly curled his lips, his eyes darkening. He calculated quickly. 3,000 days converted to real value is about 50 million, definitely not a small price. So who exactly wants to kill me? A series of faces flashed through his mind. He had never met this guy in real life, and in his previous life, he had no impression of him either. Clearly, this guy is just a messenger, while the real person wanting Qin Feng dead is hiding behind. In the previous life, I did have grudges with some people, but that happened at the end of the game. Now, being targeted so early, it looks like someone couldn't hold back and struck first. And to spend such a large sum, I probably know this person. A name flashed in his mind. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, shining coldly. Tian Shi. Besides her, no one else has both the motive and the financial power to hire someone to kill me. But he immediately rejected that simple hypothesis. If the Tian Corporation really wanted to kill me, they could have done it before the game even started. So this order must hide another agenda. Maybe Tian Shi's main goal isn't to kill Qin Feng, but to get close to Darkness. Eliminating Qin Feng is just a side action. After all, I already refused her invitation to party before. His lips curled, forming a sarcastic smile. "Ha ha, interesting. I haven't even gone after her, yet she's already crawling to me first?" Qin Feng raised his head, his voice low and decisive. "All right, I'll take this order, but half the payment up front, and when to act is up to me." Hearing this, the guy hesitated briefly, a bit embarrassed. "Wait a minute. Half the deposit? I have to get approval from above." He immediately contacted and exchanged with the other side for quite a while. Finally, a reluctant voice came through. "Okay, half up front is fine. I'll deal with you directly." Right after, the system showed a notification. "Transaction complete. You received 1,500 days of lifespan to trade." Qin Feng looked at the new number. A faint, cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "The deposit is basically interest. Tian Shi, just wait. I'll come find you myself soon." The guy quickly sent the location, his voice firm. "Here's the target's address and info. With your ability, finding him won't be a problem." Looking at the coordinates, Qin Feng paused briefly, his eyes narrowed, lips curling coldly. Sun Tui impression. Exactly where I am now. He chuckled softly, the laugh carrying an unpredictable killing intent. "All right, just wait." Saying that, he turned and left. Behind him, the guy gritted his teeth, bitter inside, cursing, "What the hell are you so cocky about? You're just a lackey working for Miss Tian like me." Just then, a hot figure appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The girl had a smoking hot body, a gorgeous face, breathing heavily, eyes shining with anticipation. "Big bro, please stop. I heard you're collecting boss coordinates." I have the coordinates of a golden boss. Do you want it? Qin Feng glanced at her, his voice indifferent. See the boss today. Pay today. She nodded without hesitation. All right, then come with me. It's in the north of town. A bit far. I'll take you there. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. What kind of boss? The girl answered immediately. One, surrounded by a plague. Are you sure you can go alone? Or should you bring a babysitter? That boss can deal ranged damage. He gave a faint smile, his voice calm and steady. No problem. Just lead me there. Inside, Qin Feng silently nodded, correctly naming the boss. Looks like she really saw it. The one surrounded by plague is indeed a golden-level boss. This boss is dangerous because of the toxic circle. Just stepping into its range causes life to drain every second. The only way to deal with it is to kill it as fast as possible. With my current strength, just a few skills are enough. Then he followed the girl into a damp, dark cave. The air inside was thick with a musty smell, green moss crawling along the rock walls. The girl stopped, pointing down the cliff, her voice trembling softly. It's right there. Qin Feng looked down into the cave. A withered, dry tree gave off a disgusting stench. The foul smell so strong it made others nauseous. From inside the tree hollow, countless blood-red eyes gleamed, staring around, making the whole space eerie. He nodded, opening the transaction. All right, lifespan sent to you. Transaction successful. You have sent 100 days of lifespan to trade. Qin Feng squinted, silently calculating. If I remember correctly, this poison damage can be completely dodged. With the 75% evasion ability of the Phantom Shadow, this will be extremely useful. The girl was sweating heavily on her forehead, her voice hesitant and trembling. Big bro, there's something I need to warn you about first. Actually, this is a trap. Once you start fighting, someone will come to kill you. I remember they even prepared level 2 invisibility gear. Qin Feng remained calm, his eyes as still as a lake. It's no problem. The girl bit her lip, seeming like she had more to say, then quickly blurted out. The important thing is they asked me to pretend to stop you, act like I want to help you to gain your trust. The real plan is to use this chance to learn about you. Then, in the end, they'll try to dig up information about you in real life. Hearing this, Qin Feng slightly frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. What kind of messed up plan is that? The girl panicked, waving her hands frantically, quickly explaining, I'm forced into this too. I'm telling you the truth so you know, but if you want to settle scores, go find the person behind me. In real life, they're controlling me as well, and I want them dead. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened like a blade, his voice dropping low. Who's behind you? The girl swallowed nervously, quietly replying, It's Dong Feng. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, and the girl continued. In the game, he goes by the name Mei Ren, and he said he was killed once by the big boss. Dong Feng, the name sparked a flash of memory in Qin Feng's mind. That's right, he's the guy who initially tried to steal your golden ghost ship boss. After failing, he cowardly handed you a skill book, begging for forgiveness. The girl kept pleading, her voice trembling. Big bro, if you can kill Tang Fei, you can definitely kill him, right? I've laid my cards on the table. You can't betray me. It's best you kill Dong Feng, or else I'll be in deep trouble. Qin Feng squinted, a cold laugh rising inside him. And they actually came up with such a childish plan? In my past life, I never even heard his name. Probably got killed off early on, right? Well, might as well kill this dog while I'm at it. His eyes turned icy, his voice resolute without a hint of hesitation. I'm going to fight the boss now. You keep playing their game, call their people here, leave the rest to me. After saying that, Qin Feng gathered his energy to activate stealth, his body gradually fading until he vanished completely. Right after, he leapt down into the cave, blending into the darkness. The girl froze, mouth agape, then blurted out in despair. Ah, wait. This is bad. Really bad. This darkness is basically walking into death. Earlier, Dong Feng brought 3 squads, each with 18 people, storming in to challenge the boss. But in less than half a minute, all 3 squads were wiped out. The poison from this monster was terrifying. The damage piled on so fast they didn't even chip 5% off the boss's health before falling one after another. No matter how stealthy they were, against this deadly poison, the only outcome was death. I have to find a way out before it hits me. In the darkness, Qin Feng frowned, activating the Grace of Liberation skill, while simultaneously triggering the weakness amplification effect and letting out a roar, then charging straight at the boss. The shield shadow slash descended, unleashing devastating damage. The golden boss's health instantly dropped to half. What the hell? The girl outside widened her eyes, frozen in place, stunned that a single move could cut off more than 2/3 of the golden level boss's health. Yeah, damage over 80,000. Is this even human? Before she could recover, Qin Feng didn't hesitate. He quickly activated stealth again, disappearing into invisibility, then leapt up to hide on a cliff. The cooldown for Grace of Liberation is 25 seconds, but with a 75% cooldown reduction, it's actually just 3 seconds. It's best not to finish off the boss now. Wait for Dongfang's people to come feed the boss, and for the skill to be ready again. That's the smart move. Sure enough, not long after, a group of people stormed in. Everyone get ready, move into the cave and kill the boss. Anyone who dares stop us, kill them on the spot, no questions, the leader shouted fiercely. Qin Feng immediately recognized him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. So that's him. Has he really bowed down to Dongfang? But what made Qin Feng think more was the plan. Originally, Bong Tuyet was supposed to pretend to appear and block this group, buying time for him. But with over a dozen people rushing in like this, could she really hold them off? While Qin Feng was still watching, the girl unleashed a skill, a giant glowing shield covering the entrance. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised. A golden level shield? No wonder they chose her for this act. With this defense, early on, almost no one could break through. Looks like about 80% of the credit goes to meeting Kothan Banfuk, which gave her the chance to unlock the golden shield. At that moment, Qin Feng unleashed Shield Shadow Slash, a cold gleaming slash, instantly decapitating the whole group, blood splattering in a terrifying red streak. Not stopping there, he activated Blooming Curse next, red spider lilies bursting from the bodies, their eerie petals seeming to mock, sucking the remaining life from the unlucky victims. The scene left the girl beside him speechless. Horror surged through her mind, her whole body trembling. Just one move wiped out so many people. It was terrifying. Her eyes fixed on those blood-red flowers, haunted by the image. What the hell is that? Luckily, she sighed in relief, thinking back. Glad she didn't listen to Dongfang. Otherwise, she'd be dead like Tang Fei and the others. The girl quickly canceled her skill, voice trembling but trying to flatter. Big bro, let's be friends. If there's a chance, I'll tell you Dongfang's real-life location. Qin Feng glanced, nodding slightly. All right. Suddenly, her face flushed red, stammering. Big bro, if you need special services, I can offer free lifetime options. Qin Feng's eyes flickered in surprise, then he immediately understood. Turns out she's a prostitute. No wonder she's so eager. Not paying her any more mind, he activated stealth again, his figure fading and disappearing into thin air. With a single leap, he dove down from above, delivering another shield shadow slash to finish off the boss. Immediately, a mechanical voice echoed in his head. You have slain the plague-ridden golden level boss, level 10. You gained experience points. You gained 7 evolution points. You gained 555 days of tradable lifespan. A smirk crept on Qin Feng's lips, satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The lifespan sucked from dozens of people combined couldn't compare to this boss's. Stirring up trouble, not laying low, and hunting monsters is just asking for death. His eyes flicked toward the girl, voice cold. You're not leaving yet? What's up? The girl hurriedly shook her head. Leany replied, No, nothing. I'm leaving right now. Farewell, big bro. Saying that, she hurriedly left, not daring to look back. Only then did Qin Feng open his greedy hand, a glowing item dropping out. He was surprised. Oh, it's been a while since I saw an assassin's skill book, and this time one dropped. On the cover were dark words, Platinum Level Dark Moment. Description: Assassin uses a blade emitting dark light, causing all enemies within 20 meters to become blinded. The basic duration is 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. The higher the target's mental attribute, the less effective it becomes. Qin Feng squinted slightly, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips, a surge of excitement rising within him. Blind them? Perfect. Just what I needed, he blurted out, his eyes flashing with unexpected joy. The thought that just popped up made his heart race faster. As long as he could blind the enemy, even if he wasn't in stealth mode, he could trigger double damage. That calculation made his eyes blaze. He clenched his fists tightly, clearly envisioning the massive advantage he was about to gain. With this, no matter how high the boss's anti-stealth level was, it wouldn't affect his initial damage output. Qin Feng muttered confidently. He quickly opened the next item check panel. A platinum sword appeared, its cold silver light reflecting in his eyes. Platinum Plague Blade, assassin-type weapon, attack power plus 216, agility plus 42, critical hit multiplier plus 0.3, requires level 10 to equip. Its unique special effect: every attack comes with poison. After 3 seconds, the poison erupts violently, dealing an additional 50% damage. Qin Feng lifted the sword, running his fingers along the sharp steel blade, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Nice, another day full of loot. He turned and walked away, his steps light but brimming with confidence. His evolution points had reached 98, just one more step, and his greedy hands could evolve from the corpse handler class to the legendary class. That thought set his heart ablaze. A moment later, standing by the shore, Qin Feng smiled softly, his gaze following a group of small monsters gathering on the sand. Just 10,000 more experience points, and he could advance his profession rank. I'll just farm these little guys. As he finished speaking, his cold eyes swept over the monsters. With just one glance, a killing aura burst forth, making the low-level creatures tremble. They panicked and scattered, but it was already too late. Right after, a massacre began. The sword flashed rhythmically, his figure like a swirling black wind. Every small monster within a 2-kilometer radius was wiped out. Not a single one survived. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile clearly on his face. Phew, I can advance my profession rank now. Immediately a cold mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Your haunted profession has evolved greatly. Now advancing to first rank. Attributes greatly increased. Strength 39. Stamina 39. Agility 824. Spirit 55. Passive profession skill 1. Stealth duration doubled. Can use skills while in stealth. Passive profession skill 2. Stealth increased by 2 levels. Passive profession skill 3. When attacking outside the enemy's line of sight, damage is doubled, even tripled. Reading through the info, Qin Feng's eyes widened, astonishment mixed with joy clearly visible. Just advancing to first rank and all attributes have tripled from the start. He clenched his fists, heart pounding, a corner of his lips twitching upwards. Too strong. With this ability, I can maintain permanent stealth as long as the cooldown resets in time. Not only that, damage from attacks outside the enemy's view increases from double to triple. Qin Feng read this, his eyes shining brightly, lips trembling slightly with excitement. Just first-rank evolution, and it's already this flashy. No wonder the stealth profession is called the strongest. At that moment, the system blared rapid notifications, the cold mechanical voice filling his ears. 7 players have reached level 10 in Jianghai City. The teleportation event to the Abandoned Gods continent will open in 10 minutes. Only players who meet the requirements can participate. Please prepare. The leaderboard immediately appeared before him. First place, Darkness. Second, Grey Rose. Third, Ha Tuet Thin, Black Cloth Forest Dali Zi, Wang Man. Fourth, Huai Yu Shui Ham. Qin Feng's gaze paused briefly. He checked his watch. The hour hand pointed exactly to 8:30 p.m., a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Didn't expect so many level 10 players in Jianghai City. His eyes lingered on the leaderboard, scanning familiar names, a complex feeling stirring inside both surprise and a bit of pride. I remember clearly, in my past life, the leaderboard at this time was completely dominated by foreign players. Seems like the impact of me selling so many items and skill books has started to spread. Maybe the fate of this world won't be the same as before. That thought made the corner of his lips curl, a smile both deep and eager. I'm really looking forward to it. Meanwhile, in the real world, inside a solemn room, tension hung thick. The special agent's report echoed. The Dagyang Syndicate has been raided by the government. All key members of the crime group have escaped capture. Additionally, 3 leaders remain in the game. Their bodies are currently in a corrupted state, so they cannot be apprehended, requesting orders from the leadership. The response was calm and decisive. Thank you, comrades, for the hard work informing Anyu. Request they find a way to force the suspects offline. Understood, another voice interjected, cold but calculating. This method isn't bad. Even if they hide in mini-stuns and can't be attacked, their bodies still need to eat in real life. When hungry, they have to go offline. Just cut the connection, and we can catch them easily. Everyone's eyes in the meeting sharpened at this. The commander's voice sounded approving, filled with praise. This smooth progress is mostly thanks to Darkness. He not only provided intelligence on Dajiang Syndicate, but also warned us early that powers from the God Game could be extracted into reality. If we were any slower, those leaders led by Jiang Le would have quickly reached level 10. By then, if they extracted those powers, even if we tried to arrest them, casualties would be huge. The reporter's tone dropped, making the atmosphere heavier. A leader frowned, tapping the table rhythmically. In some countries, small-scale riots have broken out, causing thousands of deaths. The longer this drags on, the more dangerous it gets. Someone nearby added, our squads sent into the Divine Game have gradually reached level 10. Most of the credit goes to the equipment and skills provided by Darkness. Darkness really is a talent our faction absolutely cannot lose. We must find a way to force him completely to our side. The whole room fell silent for a few seconds, then sharp eyes all focused on the report. Only one name was mentioned, Darkness. In the game, Qin Feng had just returned to town, not yet stepping into the square when the familiar message sound rang out. He opened it, the image of a smiling girl appeared. Big boss, I never expected you to be the great hero saving the people. I totally admire you. Qin Feng slightly frowned, his eyes flashing with suspicion. His face was calm, but the corner of his mouth twitched. What nonsense is she spouting now? He answered briefly, his tone calm. If you have something to say, just say it. Big boss, no need to be modest. The government has already announced the news. Dajiang Industries and Tang Fei plan to kidnap, imprison, and kill players. That's why you killed Tang Fei and Jiang Lei, because you were commissioned by the government. Hearing that, Qin Feng's eyes flickered slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. So that's how it is. The government is whitewashing him to make future cooperation smoother. He didn't waste time on that and asked directly, have you found the real location of Dongfang yet? He still hasn't gone offline. Just wait a bit longer. I'll let you know as soon as there's news. The girl's voice came quickly and tiredly. Yeah. Qin Feng replied shortly, his gaze shifting to the square ahead. To him, all the flattery and government announcements were just hot air. The most urgent matter now was that the continent had been abandoned by the gods. His steps quickened, the tall, lean figure moving toward the teleportation formation. Around him, columns of light flashed continuously. Players were using the town's instant teleportation system one after another. But no one had activated the teleportation to the continent yet. Qin Feng stood before the formation, lightly touching it with his finger. A fierce light burst out, engulfing his figure. At that moment, he completely vanished. The square buzzed with excitement. Players around glanced at each other, faces full of shock. No one could see him anymore. Who just teleported? Nonsense. Obviously the dark big boss. No way. I have level 2 invisibility detection now. Why can't I see him? Idiot. That means the big boss's stealth level has surpassed level 2. The chatter rose all over the square. But by then, Qin Feng's figure had already disappeared within the teleportation formation's glow. A moment later, in the abandoned divine continent, the teleportation light faded. Qin Feng opened his eyes, looking up to observe his surroundings. The scene before him made him pause briefly, then he quickly smiled faintly, just like in the previous life. This was the familiar ruined city of Gyeonghai, the shattered remains of a modern metropolis. Every street corner, every collapsed building matched perfectly with his memory. He knew he wasn't the only one like this. Players from different cities would all appear amid the ruins of their respective real-life city when first arriving on the abandoned divine continent. Why was it so eerily consistent? Even in his past life, this had always been a mystery no one could explain. Suddenly, a piercing screech came from the rubble, and a long black shadow shot out at lightning speed. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with alertness. He turned to see a giant worm over 10 meters long, its slimy body, mouth wide open with rows of sharp teeth, charging madly. In that instant, Qin Feng's figure blurred slightly. He coldly whispered, a ghostly afterimage appearing. His whole body instantly turned into an illusion, teleporting half a step to the side. The monster lunged and missed. Just as it turned its head, a flash of sword light appeared. The shadow slash struck a fierce blow, splitting the giant worm's massive body in two. Black blood splattered everywhere. You have killed a level 11 worm monster, normal grade. A cold mechanical voice sounded in his ear, but Qin Feng had no time to rest. The ground suddenly shook, and from the dark cracks, 3 or 4 more worm monsters rose simultaneously, charging toward him. Qin Feng lightly bent his knees, leapt high into the air, his cold gaze looking down. The blessing of liberation. A surging force enveloped his body, speed and strength exploding. Then the sword light flashed again. The shadow slash swept in a wide arc. 4 worm monsters screamed together and collapsed heavily, leaving behind countless bloody fragments. You have destroyed the worm monsters, gaining experience points and lifespan. Qin Feng landed lightly, his calm eyes scanning the desolate scene. There would be no safe zones here like in Shaozhen anymore. Demonic creatures lurked all around, ready to attack at any moment. But if he found a good hiding spot, he could definitely establish a dominant stronghold in this rubble. He smiled faintly, a look of understanding flashing in his eyes. The best hiding place in the ruined city of Jianghai was the northwest, where in his previous life the Godslayer Guild had a solid foothold. Not long after, another teleportation light flashed, and Wang Man's group was also transported to the abandoned divine continent. Xiaohei looked around in confusion, his eyes wide. Wow, so this is the place the gods abandoned? Wang Man frowned, stepping forward, his gaze stopping on the collapsed buildings and broken streets. He muttered suspiciously, "Why does it look like the ruins of a modern city?" Gu Yushui frowned slightly, her bright eyes sparkling as if searching for something in her memory. She muttered, "Wait, this place feels so familiar." That's right, isn't this the ruins of Jiangnan City? Sure enough, not far ahead, the familiar dilapidated buildings of Jiangnan City stood tall amidst the dust and smoke. Xiaohei immediately scanned the surroundings and said tensely, "Someone said they saw the Dark Brother being brought here, but where is he really?" Where? Gu Yushui smiled mysteriously. Xiaohei, stop looking. He's a master of hiding, definitely watching us quietly. Before we could say more, two greedy monsters suddenly jumped out from the shadows. Watch out, monsters! Wang Man shouted loudly, raising his shield immediately to block in front. Gu Yushui reacted super fast, instantly casting a skill. A circle of fairy light enveloped Wang Man like a protective shield. The two greedy monsters roared and charged straight in to attack. Although the blow was blocked, the impact still pushed Wang Man back, his health dropping by 1,000 points. Let me heal you, Gu Yushui said seriously, waving her hands as healing light covered Wang Man. She warned, everyone, be careful. The attack power of these monsters here is even stronger than the silver boss around the town. At that moment, another teammate unleashed a binding sniper skill, energy chains wrapping tightly around the two greedy monsters, trapping them instantly. Right, this is our chance, the person shouted. Xiaohei immediately began chanting. A blazing red flame burst at the tip of his staff. Stop the great fireball. Boom! The huge fireball exploded, burning both greedy monsters. Yo, we did it. The group cheered excitedly. That was awesome. Taking advantage of the heated moment, Wang Man turned and said, Little too yet, send your bird to scout the surrounding terrain. Got it. Gu Yushui nodded, immediately releasing the small spirit bird. It flapped its wings and soared high, her eyes focused on the aerial view. In just a moment, Gu Yushui's expression darkened. This isn't good. The area is full of monsters, and the numbers are huge. The noise from the recent fight has attracted their attention, and now they're heading this way. Worse yet, I don't see any safe zones anywhere. What? Wang Man froze, trembling inside. No safe zones? Has this game turned into survival mode? Tension filled the air. Xiaohei immediately pressed Little Tuyet, asking if she found the Dark Elder. He arrived 10 minutes before us, so he definitely hasn't gone far. If we find him, we have a chance to survive. Gu Yushui frowned, her eyes scanning every dark corner through the spirit bird's vision, but saw no sign of anyone. Wait, to the northwest, I see many flashes of light. Those are loot dropped by monsters after being killed, Gu Yushui said sternly. Be careful, more monsters might appear. And you also urged immediately. Let's move. They quickly looked toward the distance, where the monsters had just been wiped out by darkness, a temporarily safe spot. Just follow the flashing lights from the dropped items, and we might find the trail of that darkness. All right, everyone hold the formation tight. Don't split up. We fight and retreat at the same time. While Gu Yushui's group cautiously advanced, elsewhere, Qin Feng was slaughtering without hesitation. Even without the active effect of Anban's liberation, the total damage from his shadow shield slash could reach over 20,000, even 30,000 points. Against these weak little monsters, one strike was almost always a kill. This place really is a monster-sweeping paradise. 15 minutes later, he arrived. Before Qin Feng stood a massive palace hidden deep under the ruins. In his past life, it took a long time before humans discovered it. This underground palace was so vast it could hold thousands of resting rooms and dozens of grand halls. It was the largest hideout in Jianghai City. It was also the main base of the Godslayer Guild. Before being occupied, this place was like a true underground city, guarded by countless robot monsters and even a giant boss. The bigger the hideout, the stronger the defenders inside. In his past life, after founding the Godslayer Guild, Qin Feng had to gather 3 squads, totaling 18 elite warriors, all level 15 and fully equipped, just to barely capture this palace. But this time, as he stepped in, many monsters had already appeared inside. This is the Spirit Purification Land. Defeat the Guardians here and you immediately claim the area. But Qin Feng smirked, his eyes determined. Just me alone is enough. Then, waves of howls echoed. The monsters in the Grand Hall all turned and charged at him. They were elemental spirit minions, golden rank, level 12. Qin Feng drew his faded sword and immediately cast Dark Moment. A gloomy bone screen enveloped the space, causing all enemies to be temporarily blinded. Seizing the chance, he unleashed the Shadow Shield slash, the black blade tearing the void, wiping out the monsters in an instant. While they were blind, every strike from Qin Feng dealt extra damage. Even normal slashes could instantly cut down the level 12 minions. Within a few breaths, 15 monsters in the hall fell, black blood flooding the ground. But that was just the beginning. The Spirit Purification Land has dozens of grand halls and thousands of small rooms, a truly massive structure. Qin Feng sneered coldly. Ha, this place really is a treasure. If I wipe out all the monsters here, my greedy hand will definitely evolve to the next level. After the little monsters in the area were cleared, the Guardian here would soon appear. Not long after, a teleportation light flashed. A group of foreign players landed in the abandoned Dragon Spirit Land. One looked around and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the abandoned Divine Continent? Why does this place look so familiar? Wait, isn't that pile of ruins New York?" Before they could finish their shock, More players from different regions appeared one after another. Some were horrified to recognize these as the ruins of Mountain City, and over there was London. Could it be that everyone was teleported to the ruins of their own hometown? Could the geography here actually match reality? At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. A deadly aura descended. The two players trembled and turned around, only to see two giant greedy monsters emerge from the shadows. One shouted in panic, "We're doomed, run!" But before the words finished, they were crushed to dust. At the same time, at the Jianghai ruins, Wang Man's group followed the scattered light orbs as they moved forward. A member observed and sighed. "There are no monsters here, so let's take the chance to heal first." And Yu nodded, his eyes still serious. After a moment of silence, he sighed deeply. No matter how strong we thought we were compared to the Dark Elder, we're still just trembling under his massive shadow. Wang Man cleared his throat, sounding uneasy. "Captain An, you might want to watch your words a bit." And Yu asked innocently, "Is there something wrong with my description?" Xiao Hei sighed softly. Luckily, the Elder wiped this area clean, or else with so many monsters, I doubt any of us would have survived. But then he paused, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "If we really die here, where would we respawn?" Wang Man quickly cut in. "Captain An, I think the 6 of us shouldn't risk exploring the wasteland just yet. Let's wait until everyone hits level 10, then move together, that's safer." And Yu nodded firmly, agreed. At that moment, Go Why To Yet, watching from above through a small bird, suddenly spoke up. This monster died strangely, like it was cut into pieces. That's not right. Why was it severed there? It looked just like the Dark Elder's shadow suddenly vanished. But the loot pile was huge. Even shining gold makes me want to grab it all. Wang Man frowned, speaking quietly. "I've contacted the darkness already, not sure if he still wants those spoils." Meanwhile, inside the palace, Qin Feng was still rampaging, slashing wildly. Finally, he cleared out all the small monsters. Over 40 grand halls, thousands of rooms, more than 400 small monsters were wiped out. Plus, 4 bronze-level bosses and 2 silver-level bosses. They not only gave him over 100,000 experience points, but also boosted his evolution points to 205, just 5 points shy of evolving his greedy hand. Right then, a message from Wang Man popped up. "Big bro, where are you? We saw tons of loot dropped from the monsters you killed, but you haven't picked them up yet. Want us to grab them and pay you back in lifespan?" Qin Feng frowned, thinking, "So Wang Man's government squad has entered here too." He quickly replied, "All right, I'll contact you soon. Got some gear to sell." Wang Man responded immediately, excited. "Got it, big bro. We'll wait for you at the junk workshop. Coordinates 89.554666. After cutting the connection, Qin Feng pushed deeper inside. Lightning flashed non-stop, thunder roared through the space, and the final guardian appeared, a level 15 soul purifier, platinum rank. A cold voice announced, "Guardian of the Soul Land, defeat him, and you become the master here." In the ruined city, monsters max out at level 15. But the Soul Purifier was the real nightmare. Not only the highest level monster, but a boss with superior rank. Qin Feng squinted, memories from his past life still vivid about this terrifying beast. If I remember right, this boss has 750,000 health points, split into 3 phases. Last life, its single target lightning damage was brutal. Even in full golden armor, it was tough to withstand. That thought crossed his mind, and Qin Feng's lips curled, eyes sharp as blades. But now it's different. I don't have to struggle to endure its single target skill anymore. At that moment, darkness swung his arm, unleashing Shadow Slash, the sword gleaming like a ghost rushing forward, followed by a deadly throat-cutting strike, dealing massive damage. The Soul Purifier roared angrily, its body crackling with lightning as countless thunder arrows shot back, blue-white streaks slicing the air, flashing blindingly. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, moving instantly, darkness darting like a shadow, nimble steps dodging every bolt. His heart pounded, but his gaze stayed cold and calm. Just one hit, and with my current defense and lightning resistance, I'd be dead for sure. He knew well. Platinum-level boss skills come with damage boosts, no risk allowed. Cold sweat dripped down his temples, but a confident smile tugged at his lips. His dodge rate had reached 75%. Though the Soul Purifier's hit rate was over 50%, his agility stat had soared to 182 points. His full force burst speed topped 40 meters per second if he focused. He could dodge all these deadly bolts. Old memories flooded back from his past life, when he led guild members, relying on the priest's shield and luck just to barely defeat this monster. But this time, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with determination. "No, this time I won't give it any chance." He charged forward, skills pouring out non-stop, Liberation's Blessing, Shadow Slash, Pestilent Blade, damage exploding fiercely, cutting off 250,000 health points from the boss. In an instant, the space shook. Roars echoed through the ruined city, the ground trembling violently. The Soul Purifier entered Phase 2, its whole body sparkling, reaching an invincible state. Giant lightning spheres began forming, bolts striking continuously around. Qin Feng clenched his jaw, eyes flashing alert. This phase, I have to destroy those 3 spheres immediately, or it'll go berserk and everything will spiral out of control. Last life, the team was wiped out because of its rampage in the final phase. That scene was like a knife carved deep into Qin Feng's memory. Back then, Tan Tu Du got so furious she went crazy, shouting she didn't want to continue. In the second challenge, the team left her behind. Ironically, that's when they finally succeeded. That vague memory flickered, and Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. As the first lightning spheres appeared, he didn't hesitate, immediately throwing poisoned darts. Each dart flew with cold black light, piercing the spheres. Wham! A deafening explosion rang out. The first sphere shattered. Energy backlash made the Soul Purifier scream, its body shaking violently. Every sphere destroyed dealt corresponding damage to the boss. Cracks spread fiercely across its lightning armor. In moments, all 3 spheres exploded one after another. Instantly, the boss's health bar turned blazing red, the air thickened, lightning bolts filled the sky, erupting around like they wanted to tear everything apart. "It's here," Qin Feng whispered, a fierce smile curling his lips. "This is Phase 3, where the whole team was crushed last life, but this time, I'll end it differently." In this phase, the Soul Purifier wildly unleashes wide-area lightning skills, covering nearly the entire battlefield. In old memories, the guild had to prepare lightning resistance gear sets for every member. 4 more shields appeared, and the priest kept healing non-stop just to barely survive. But now, Qin Feng's eyes shone with unwavering determination. This life, he definitely didn't need to play it safe like before. He gathered his strength. His whole body tensed like a drawn bowstring, then exploded forward straight to the central stage. A radiant light enveloped him as the blessing of liberation activated, while beneath the ground, the dark shield kept relentlessly firing lightning to block the boss's path. Then his eyes flashed with a cold gleam. He would finish it off from above. At the breathtaking perfect moment, he seized the chance, swung his sword to execute the shadow shield slash, the blade flashing like a streak of the Milky Way, delivering a strike with absolute power. Boom! A critical slash. The soul-cleansing beast's head exploded, its massive body collapsing with a final roar. The cold mechanical voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind. "You have slain the platinum-grade soul-cleansing boss. Congratulations on reaching level 11. Attributes of the 4 virtues, courtesy and integrity have been enhanced. You have received 10 free attribute points. Congratulations on gaining 20 evolution points. You have earned 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. You are the first player in the world to kill a platinum-grade boss. Reward: 10 reputation points. Congratulations on becoming the lord of the soul-cleansing territory." Qin Feng froze for a moment, his heart pounding hard. A faint smile curved his lips, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. Finally, success. He recalled that this special hideout wasn't just a safe refuge in the game, but more like a warehouse connecting reality and the virtual world. When the divine game began, the real world gradually descended into chaos. Modern weapons, once humanity's pride, had become useless. Nuclear bombs, the most devastating weapons, had rotted away from day one and were no longer usable. Planes, tanks, and other war machines worked for a month or two, but eventually turned into worthless heaps of scrap metal. That means in the future, combat would mainly rely on extracting power from the divine game. After the hideout was brought into reality, the magical defensive barrier inside could be activated, turning this place into an impregnable fortress, an absolutely safe haven. Qin Feng glanced at the glowing arcane palace, a flash of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. In his past life, his Godslayer guild used this place as a base to grow stronger. Despite countless happy memories, he also witnessed many conflicts. Huk, you came and went, leaving behind much regret. This life? I won't choose that path anymore. Qin Feng clenched his fist, eyes resolute. I'll develop independently and climb to the top alone. Meanwhile, in another part of Ruined City, Tan Tu Du's group was struggling to farm a boss. The giant boss roared, swinging its heavy club down. Someone in the group shouted urgently, jumping aside and yelling, "Hey, dodge now!" But Tan Tu Du stood frozen, face pale. "Ah, help me," she screamed. A heavy crash echoed, the axe blade struck, and Tan Tu Du's body was cleaved in two, dissolving into light before instantly being pulled back to Newbie Village. The cold, mechanical voice rang in her ears. "You have died and lost 14 years. of non-tradable lifespan. You have died and lost 2 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Tudu trembled all over, sweat pouring down in disgust. She nearly choked, her face ghostly pale. Did I just die again? Angry shouts erupted from the group, Wuong cursing loudly. You useless babysitter, the boss is huge, and you can't even dodge. Tan Tudu's face flushed red with anger as she snapped back immediately. Who are you yelling at? So what if you're Yuong? You don't know how to tank the boss properly and blame me for bad dodging skills. Go die, you jerk, Yuong cursed furiously. With an AoE attack like that, how do you expect me to tank? Moron. After that, he angrily left the team, and a notification popped up. Player Great Wind, level 8, has left the team. Right after, Tan Tudu's best friend's voice rang in the team chat, tinged with panic. Tudu! Wong ran off! The boss is attacking me! Help! Then Tan Tudu was killed by the boss again, her body dissolving into light before respawning at Newbie Village. Her face was pale, and Long Chen's resentment hadn't even faded when her friend beside her advised anxiously, Tudu, maybe we should grind monsters to level up first. Our lifespan is running low. I'm afraid we won't survive. Just then, a server-wide announcement shook everyone. The Dark player in Jianghai City became the first in the world to kill a platinum-grade boss, earning 10 reputation points. All players instantly buzzed, the entire virtual world trembling at the news. No way! The first to kill a platinum boss did it solo? That's insane. The game just launched recently. Barely anyone's reached the mainland yet. Yet he dares to solo hunt bosses, and he's Dark class. Could the Dark player from Jianghai City really solo a platinum boss? Does anyone know who he really is? That's crazy. I haven't even seen a golden boss before. That's seriously impressive. While everyone was amazed and chatting, in another corner, Tan Tudu bit her lip, eyes red and trembling with jealousy. Inside, she screamed, "Why is it like this? Even a silver boss is so hard to kill. We've beaten ourselves to bloody hands and still failed. How the hell did that damn Dark guy manage to kill a platinum boss?" Over at the palace, Qin Feng calmly reviewed his rewards, his eyes shining with joy and satisfaction. After killing the soul-cleansing beast, I leveled up to 11. From level 10 onward, each level up grants 4 points to all attributes and 10 free attribute points, all of which I put into agility. As long as my speed is high enough, combined with infinite invisibility, I can hunt countless bosses almost unscathed. A slight smile tugged at his lips. Didn't expect the platinum boss to give a full 20 evolution points. Then I can evolve the greedy hand skill one more time. Right after, the mechanical voice echoed again in his mind. You have spent evolution points. 15 points remain. Greedy hand has upgraded to legendary. Assassin skill, bonus loot drop rate increased from 300% to 500%. Loot grade upgrade chance raised to 100%. New passive effect. Gain 100 additional greedy slots for item storage. Qin Feng's face lit up, his eyes sparkling with unhidden delight. He clenched his fist, voice low and excited. Nice. Loot drop rate increased from 3 to 5 times, plus 100 extra storage slots. That's beyond awesome. Right after that, he decisively activated the greedy hand. The mechanical sound echoed in his head again. You have received 5 more loot items. You have gained 100 evolution points, now totaling 115 points. After hearing this, Qin Feng was slightly stunned, his eyes flashing with surprise and regret. Among the loot were 2 assassin equipment pieces and a rare skill book, but his current level was still not high enough to use them. He sighed softly, then waved his hand, and everything was neatly stored in the hideout's warehouse. Immediately after, Qin Feng summoned a devoted follower, a shadowy figure appearing before him, kneeling deeply with fanatic eyes. He coldly commanded, "Go, gather all the loot in this palace. Pile it up for me." The follower couldn't speak, only making a few hoarse sounds, then silently obeyed the order, picking up the discarded treasures from the palace floor step by step. Qin Feng smirked slightly, his gaze shifting to the evolution board, silently calculating. He still had 115 evolution points left, enough to upgrade skills that hadn't reached the executioner level yet. Instantly, the mechanical sound rang out again, consuming 42 evolution points. The stealth skill evolved 3 times, leveling up to executioner. The invisibility duration increased from 36 seconds to 60 seconds. Attack damage, while invisible, rose from 300% to 500%. Cooldown time dropped from 22 seconds to 15 seconds. This cost 34 evolution points. The backstab enhancement skill evolved twice, reaching executioner level. Backstab damage increased from 50% to 75%. This cost 18 evolution points. The skill Dark Moment upgraded from Platinum to Jade to Diamond Executioner. When activated, a burst of black light blinds all enemies within range. The range increased from 20 meters to 30, 40, then 50 meters. Duration extended from 10 seconds to 12, 14, then 16 seconds. The higher the target's mental attribute, the shorter the duration. Immediately after, the notification board appeared again. You have spent 33 evolution points. The Bloom Curse skill evolved 3 times, reaching legendary level. It can be used on player corpses within 60 seconds after death. The cursed corpse will completely vanish, absorbing 50% of the target's untradeable remaining lifespan. It can also absorb untradeable lifespan light orbs dropped from discarded loot. Qin Feng's eyes widened, a fierce shock rising inside him, and he couldn't help but mutter in amazement. What? It can absorb untradeable lifespan orbs? Memories of high-level dangerous zones flashed in his mind, especially the brutal area where special bosses roamed, and life drained 100, even 10,000 times faster. In those places, untradeable lifespan was always the first to erode. At that moment, Qin Feng's eyes lit up, his hands clenched tight, his heart pounding as if it would burst out of his chest, a thrilled smile spreading across his lips. So from now on, I won't have to worry about lacking untradeable lifespan anymore. This is truly a godly skill. At that moment, the flower-selling girl from before actively called him, her voice full of excitement. Congratulations, big boss. You've just killed the first white-silver boss. Qin Feng coldly asked, What's going on? The girl immediately replied, I've got good news for you. Dongfang has finally gone offline. I heard their clan is throwing a party at Jiangnan restaurant. Rumor has it they've accumulated a significant amount of lifespan, preparing to inject it into the game to boost their combat power. He responded, You did well. It's what I'm supposed to do. But you absolutely have to kill Dongfang, or I'll be in big trouble. After ending the call, Qin Feng retrieved the pile of light orbs the devoted follower had gathered. Even carrying all of them, he still had nearly half his inventory slots free. The Greedy Hand's integrated 100-slot backpack was truly incredibly useful. He decided to find Vuong Man and sell everything to them. A little later, when Qin Feng appeared, and Yu immediately brightened up and cheered. Look quick! The darkness is here! Ko Lap Jiang excitedly ran over to hug him, but was immediately stopped by Qin Feng's cold hand blocking her head. He casually said, Same rules as always. I set the price. You can take it or leave it. 30 trash items, including common and bronze, discounted for you all, totaling 950 days. And Yu nodded repeatedly, replying as if prepared beforehand. Fine, big boss. We estimated the stuff we bought from you before was worth over 1,000 days, so I'll round it up and give you 2,000 days. Qin Feng opened his inventory. This batch included items of white silver, gold, and even platinum grade, with a total trade value up to 18,000 days, and Yu was stunned while checking the inventory. Oh my god, platinum grade? I only have 1 gold piece on me right now. Big Boss really is Big Boss. Even platinum gear is up for sale? That's awesome. Thanks to you, this time the development speed of Jianghai City will definitely be faster. Dark Big Brother, thank you so much, Qin Feng replied indifferently. No problem, just helping each other out. Next to Xiao Hei, suspicion muttered in disbelief. Why does his backpack have so many compartments? Are you Doraemon or what? Qin Feng chuckled softly. Maybe your backpacks are already full, right? This was a friendly reminder. Right beneath the stone statue at the center of the ruins, city hides a secret staircase. Going down there leads to a teleportation formation that can send them back to the starting town, but the first activation costs 500 days of lifespan. Subsequent returns won't cost anything. You all think it over. I'm heading off first. And Yu tossed her chin, smiling meaningfully. She pointed at Qin Feng. See? I told you, the big boss must be a reborn person. Otherwise, how would he know about these hidden secrets? Vuong Man felt a bit pressured hearing that. Captain Anne, stop saying that. I'm kinda scared now. And Yu mischievously placed a soda can on her hip, bending over teasingly. So what do you guys think? What if I seduce the darkness too? Vuong Man's group froze instantly, faces stiff, truly speechless. While they were still half-believing, half-doubting, elsewhere, Qin Feng quietly opened the system board, and a mechanical line immediately appeared. Do you want to spend tradable lifespan to extract power into reality? Synchronize level, synchronize profession evolution. Without hesitation, Qin Feng chose. You have spent 27,000 days of lifespan. A cold sound echoed repeatedly. Level synchronization complete. Profession evolution synchronization complete. Next, skill extraction. A thought flashed through his mind. I've extracted stealth before, but only at level 1. This time, not only upgrading the level, but also extracting more skills. The system sound surged. Consumed 1,960 days. Stealth increased to level 10. Consumed 900 days. Extracted backstab enhancement. Consumed 1,000 days of the Greedy Hand skill. Consumed 3,200 days of the Shadow Strike shield skill. consumed 536 days of the vague demon shadow skill, consumed 16,199 days of the cursed blooming flower skill, consumed 11,313 days of the black light shield extraction skill. The synchronization extraction process is complete. Remaining lifespan days are 7,480. Before the mechanical sound could stop, the system sounded again. Consumed 3,600 days. The skill of the hidden golden thickness. Consumed 3,394 days extracting the Golden Believer's Necklace. The Believer's Necklace not only shortens cooldown time, but, most importantly, can summon silver-level believers. With it in hand, Qin Feng was almost invincible in reality. Just one rough use, his entire fortune was drained, leaving only 486 lifespan days available for trade. But in return, Qin Feng's power in reality now barely differed from in the game. This also means that to achieve full synchronization in the next offline extraction, he must find a way to accumulate more lifespan. After preparing, Qin Feng immediately logged out, returning to the real world. Thinking about the exam money, already knowing his home address, he couldn't risk staying. The Spirit Purification land skill required 1,300 years of lifespan, a number Qin Feng couldn't meet now. So, his only choice was to find a temporary safe place. Without hesitation, he activated the greedy hand, clearing out all the stuff in the apartment. Indeed, the storage space this skill provided was extremely convenient. Everything disappeared, neatly fitting into his pocket. Then, Qin Feng opened the window, jumped out, and pulled out his phone to check the map. Dongfeng's location was currently at Jiangnan Restaurant, 15 kilometers away. Putting the phone away, Qin Feng used his latent image, instantly cloaking himself in invisibility, and dashed down. At his current speed, he could arrive in less than 10 minutes. Meanwhile, in the VIP room of Jiangnan Restaurant, a lavish party was still underway. The atmosphere was excited, fine wine and dazzling lights. A deep voice echoed in the room. It was now confirmed that skills and lifespan in the game could fully affect the real world. This was a great opportunity for the Dongfeng family to rise. All eyes turned to Dongfeng, whose face showed humility but eyes gleamed with pride. "Grandpa, all I did was just my duty." Old Dongfeng laughed, nodding with satisfaction. "Hien, your growth makes me very proud. This time we harvested a large amount of tradable lifespan, all of which will be used to buy equipment and skill books. We must let the core family members quickly reach level 10, seizing the first mover advantage. That way, the family's influence in reality will expand even more. With this parallel development, the Dongfeng family will surely become the ruler of one region, even establishing a millennial legacy. A millennial dynasty will no longer be just a distant dream." Dongfeng's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold glint, his heart pounding with each beat. That damn old man, half dead and about to go to the grave, still clings to the clan leader seat and even dreams of immortality. Yeah, just wait. Once I catch the darkness, the first thing I'll do is extract secrets from him, then force him to earn lifespan for me. When I reach the top spot, all of them must die. The old man tapped his fingers on the table, his voice solemn. "Right. Last time we discussed dealing with the darkness. Have the arrangements been settled?" Dongfeng bowed his head slightly, a confident expression appearing, eyes flashing with malice. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I found a trustworthy woman to gather information on the darkness's identity. The news will come soon." The old man nodded, his voice heavy with instructions. "Remember, capture him alive, then force the darkness to work for the Dongfeng family. Only then will it bring great benefits to the family." "Yes, sir," Dongfeng replied, a sly smile curling his lips. The great hall suddenly buzzed, everyone raising their glasses. Together they shouted, "Come on, let's celebrate the revival of the Dongfeng family. Long live the Dongfeng family! Long live the Dongfeng family!" Cheers rose like waves, laughter mixed with wine. Everyone was ecstatic. But little did they know danger silently approached. Outside, all Dongfeng family bodyguards had already been neatly taken care of by Qin Feng. He stood in the shadows, cold eyes scanning the crowd, quietly sighing, surprised that these aristocrats were armed with guns. The vague demon shadow and black light body couldn't help him fully dodge, and he still couldn't extract defensive items into reality. If he got shot in the heart or head, it would be game over. He couldn't be reckless. Better to be careful. The thought sparked. Qin Feng immediately activated the believer's necklace, commanding in a low voice. Summoned in gloomy light, the devout believer stepped out of the void. A massive body, sharp claws radiating deadly aura. At close range, it could tear through any defense line. From afar, its green-blue flames blazed fiercely, carrying a destructive presence. As a silver-level boss, it had terrifying defense. Even gunfire struggled to bring it down quickly. The devout believer's eyes glowed with eerie blue, bowing its head awaiting orders. Qin Feng smiled coldly, his voice hoarse and deadly. "Go in. Don't let a single one survive." Inside the Great Hall, the Dongfuang family members were still happily raising their glasses when suddenly, the large door was kicked open with a loud bang, the shock making everyone startle and turn back. The bodyguards immediately gathered, hurriedly raising guns toward the door. "Who's there? Who the hell are you?" a trembling guard shouted. At that moment, the devout believer roared a piercing sound, like a beast from hell. Its eerie blue eyes flashed. It charged into the crowd like a black storm. Dongfeng's face changed, urgently shouting, "No, that's the monster from the God game. Shoot now." Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire roared relentlessly. Bullets tore through the devout believer's body, spraying pale blue blood. But despite the wounds, it didn't stop. Roaring echoed as it swung its arm, unleashing blazing green-blue flames. In an instant, guards at a distance were engulfed by the firestorm, their bodies screaming in pain before turning to dust. The reckless who rushed close were impaled in the chest by its sharp claws, blood splattering, eyes wide open in shock before closing. Chaos erupted, screams of terror filling the great hall. Old Dongfuang trembled, his face pale, voice cracking with fear. "Haiyan, save me quickly!" But Dongfeng had no mind to care about him. His face twisted in panic. He turned and ran, cold sweat pouring down. "Damn it, gotta run. As long as I get out and into the game, I'll be safe. Reach a high level in the game, extract abilities into reality. By then nothing will threaten me anymore." Before the thought fully formed, his body lunged toward the door. But whoosh! A cold flash of light flickered. Dongfeng's head instantly flew into the air, blood gushing out. So fast he didn't even feel the pain, only seeing the sky spinning vaguely, catching a glimpse of Qin Feng's cold figure, his last gaze filled with despair before fading into nothingness. The great hall was now filled only with the stench of blood. Qin Feng lightly waved his hand. The devout followers immediately vanished into thin air. Then he cast the bloom curse. Bright red spider lilies slowly sprouted from the still warm corpses, forming a mysterious sea of red flowers. That red was hauntingly beautiful, radiating a sinister aura. Each body quickly dissolved into dust. He had absorbed 27,000 days of tradable lifespan and 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. A cold mechanical sound echoed in his mind. Qin Feng's lips curled up, his cold eyes flashing. Definitely a bountiful harvest. He clenched his fists slightly, feeling power steadily accumulating. Every time he acted, the bloom curse's effect was massive, not only erasing corpses and bloodstains, but also draining their lifespan without delay. His non-tradable lifespan had now accumulated to 2,327 years. With this backup, even if he stepped into the violent zone, the pressure wouldn't be scary anymore. At that moment, screams erupted from outside. "Quick, call the cops!" Clearly, the gunshots and screams from the room just now. Police quickly rushed to the restaurant. Everyone was tense. Because the Dongfuang family was holding a gathering inside, a big clan believed a shootout had happened, surely with casualties. But when they stormed in, the scene stunned them all. The private room was chaotic, chairs and tables overturned, clear signs of a fierce battle. Yet there wasn't a single person inside. "What the hell happened?" a trembling cop asked. "Did anyone see anyone leave the restaurant?" The captain frowned, shouting, "Report, no one." The subordinate replied, face full of fear. The atmosphere thickened. Everyone looked at each other in shock, a chilling feeling rising inside. "Where are the Dongfuang family members? All of them vanished." "Report this to superiors immediately," the captain said sternly, but his eyes betrayed confusion. Meanwhile, Qin Feng quietly left the scene. He activated stealth, his body fully cloaked, stepping out unnoticed, coldness gleaming in his eyes, his next target clear, the Tien Corporation. However, the Tien Corporation's headquarters had already moved to North America before the game Jianglam. Now, only Qianjin Qianshishi, the CEO's daughter, was still locked up in Mu's inner city. He had to act before she escaped abroad. From Zhanghai to Madodo was nearly 300 kilometers. Walking would take 2 to 3 hours, too time-consuming. He had to find a mount. Qin Feng calculated silently, eyes flickering. Thinking that, he logged back into the game. In the ruins, there were still some silver and gold bosses left. Could farm one more round to prepare. As soon as he logged in, Yu's urgent voice rang out in chat. Big bro, got good news." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, spill it." Yu panted, voice excited but trembling. "Just now, Xiao He found an entrance to a tomb. But the tomb door is guarded by a gold-level vengeful spirit. We can't beat it." Qin Feng's eyes showed suspicion. The tomb entrance, how did she find it? Yu quickly explained, "On our way back to the starting town, to avoid some small monsters, we took a detour. Halfway through, we noticed someone missing. Searched for half a day, found out Xiao He stepped on a hole and fell down. Since this is a special ancient tomb area, Even the team chat was disabled. We followed the hole's mouth inside and saw a level 12 gold boss wielding a huge blade chasing us. Luckily, we escaped in time. Now we're back at the shell town. He hesitated a bit, then added, "If Big Bro wants to go to the tomb, I'll send you the coordinates." Qin Feng sighed softly, a smile curling his lips. Comely is still comely, wandering through city ruins. Just one misstep and you find a whole tomb. And this tomb is like a shrine, like a cursed relic, all random luck appearing outside the city. He decisively said, "All right, send me the coordinates." On the other end, An Yu quickly replied, Yeah, if you find stuff Big Bro doesn't want, remember to sell it to us. Got it." Qin Feng smiled faintly, eyes flashing interest. Haha, this An Yu is sharp, already worrying about splitting loot. Following An Yu's coordinates, Qin Feng quickly found an old well, the wide mouth covered in algae. He frowned, suspicion in his eyes. This well is the entrance? So huge, yet you can accidentally fall in? That Xiaohei woman really is talented. Without hesitation, he jumped down. "You have entered the tomb of hatred. Your remote connection will be blocked," mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Upon landing, a cold, murderous aura surged. In front of him, a huge, pot-bellied, vengeful spirit stepped out of the shadows. Its blood-red eyes glowed like hot coals, holding a huge, blood-stained blade, the blade flashing a cold light that made one shiver. "Vengeful spirit," Qin Feng squinted, his heart slightly shaken. In his past life, he never faced this boss, but judging by its form, it was definitely a physical type. High damage, wide attack range. No wonder An Yu's group scattered. The gear and skill books he sold them barely boosted their strength. A flash of the mighty shield warrior god appeared in his mind, with about 5,000 health. Yet it lost half its health from just one hit from this boss. If I took a hit, I'd definitely die. A hoarse roar echoed. The vengeful spirit charged at him, swinging its huge blade as if to tear the space apart. Here, Qin Feng's eyes flashed. His body sprung like a drawn bow. He cast Graceful Release, speed exploding, swinging the shield shadow slash horizontally, a sharp streak of light cutting through the air straight at the massive body. But its defense was very high. The shield shadow slash's damage was only 80% of normal. Qin Feng frowned, but immediately followed up with a skill. A cold death aura radiated. The sandstorm strike exploded right after the opponent was hit by Graceful Release, directly breaking through the tough defense layer. The vengeful demon wailed pitifully, its massive body trembling violently. But just then, its body suddenly swelled up, its blazing red eyes growing even more ferocious. Not good, it's a self-detonation. Qin Feng immediately backed away with his body. Boom! The monster's body exploded violently, shockwaves sweeping clean across the entire area. In an instant, cold sweat poured down Qin Feng's back. Luckily, he reacted quickly, activating the vague demon shadow in time, the blurry silhouette enveloping his body. The shockwave only grazed him, but was enough to make his heart pound wildly. He wiped the sweat lightly, exhaling deeply. "Yeah, I was too careless. If I hadn't dodged in time, I definitely would have died. In my past life, I once witnessed the whole team risking their lives to take down a boss they had never faced before. At that time, one team member excitedly rushed forward to grab the loot. Unexpectedly, the S-rank boss suddenly exploded the moment he touched it. The explosion roared, and he died on the spot without even a scream. That horrifying scene still sticks in my mind. Some unlucky teams even encountered self-detonating bosses and were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Although this mostly happened with platinum-level bosses and above, thinking back now, I never expected even a gold-level boss in the tomb could self-explode. That thought made the corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitch slightly, his eyes briefly growing serious. He stepped forward slowly, raising his hand, a gloomy light flashing as the greedy hand skill activated. A series of mechanical sounds rang in his ears. "You have defeated the gold-level Vengeful Demon, receiving 1,000 kucha for 10 days, lifespan tradable. You have defeated the gold-level Vengeful Demon, gaining 20 evolution points, and the platinum-level Shadow Knight Patience skill book. You used the Greedy Hand, receiving 6,300 days of tradable lifespan. You used the Greedy Hand, obtaining the platinum-level Resentment Armor." Hearing the continuous notifications, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth lifted slightly. His eyes flashed with joy, his hand clenched tightly as if he couldn't contain his excitement. Nice. Both the gear and skills this time are usable. He carefully opened the skill book. The platinum-level Shadow Knight Patience is an assassin system skill that channels the power of darkness into the blade, dealing dark elemental damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius, adding 500 elemental damage points. The cooldown time is only 10 seconds, requiring level 11. More importantly, this is a dark elemental damage skill designed specifically for assassins. The sharpness in Qin Feng's eyes gleamed. With spirit attributes higher than strength, he already possessed superior magical attack power compared to physical damage. This skill was basically tailor-made for him. Without hesitation, Qin Feng immediately equipped all the loot he had just received. The attribute panel displayed Strength 9, Constitution 9, Agility 24, Spirit 15. He shrugged lightly, his eyes showing clear eagerness. First, let's try evolving to the Reaper level. Immediately after, cold mechanical sounds rang continuously. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points, leaving 36 points remaining. Shadow Knight Patience Platinum Jade Diamond Reaper. The notification sounded, and Qin Feng's eyes shone even brighter, dealing dark elemental damage to all enemies within 5 meters, 7 meters, 9 meters, 12 meters, with damage of 57, 751,000, 1,300 points. When the last line appeared, Qin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes full of excitement and satisfaction. After evolving the skill, the damage radius expanded from 5 meters to 12 meters, and the accompanying elemental damage skyrocketed from 500 to 1,300 points. Still, since this is an area skill, the accompanying damage isn't considered very strong. Qin Feng frowned slightly, his eyes flashing with consideration. The total damage per cast was still less than the Shadow/Shield, but he nodded slightly, thinking it was definitely a godly skill for clearing small mobs. He flipped his hand, imagining the scene when using it. The Shadow/Shield also has a 5-meter range but is a straight-line skill, while Shadow Knight Patience is a circular skill covering the surroundings. In situations surrounded by monsters, its mob-clearing effect is far superior. That thought made the corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitch, his eyes shining with satisfaction. Then he opened the attribute panel, his gaze stopping on the armor he just received. The Platinum-level Resentment armor adds 55 physical defense, 45 resistance to all elements, 42 damage block, and 777 health points. The equipment requires level 11, with a special resentment effect that grants an additional 30 basic attack power points after being attacked. Qin Feng frowned slightly, internally judging that this effect wasn't very useful, but the basic stats like defense, elemental resistance, and damage block on this armor were too high, completely able to replace the gold-level 5th-rank Demon Fire armor he was currently wearing. Thinking this, he immediately changed armor, feeling his whole body's defense wrapped in an invisible layer of strength, much sturdier and more reassuring. Besides, the other loot combined totaled more than 20 items. Just selling them would be worth more than 10,000 days of lifespan. Now he could go deeper into the ancient tomb, hoping to find something a bit more valuable, preferably a mount too. That would be perfect. Meanwhile, the group farming monsters got the same result as always. Because of Tantudu's incompetence, the whole team was quickly wiped out, forced to respawn and return to the shell town. Zhang Wei appeared furious, veins bulging in his legs, unable to hold back, shouting with a voice full of resentment. Useless. Only know how to be arrogant, but never use your brain. Every time it's because of you that the whole team gets wiped out. I only have 2 years of lifespan left, can't trade it. Don't let me see you at school, or I'll deal with you right then. Saying that, he angrily pushed Tantudu, making her fall to the ground. Then without looking back, he logged out directly. Her close friend hurried over, anxiously helping Tantudu up, voice worried. Tudu, come with me back to my parents' small town. I heard there's a community support group there, specializing in helping the elderly and people like us who aren't good at games. Tantudu clenched her fists tightly, her face full of anger, grinding her teeth. Zhang Wei and those others wait for me. Dare to talk back to me? A bunch of trash acting tough. I don't believe any of those suck-ups who chased me before are weaker than you guys. Yen, you go on by yourself. After saying that, she shoved her friend away, not bothering to look back, and logged out directly. Returning to the real world, Tantudu's face was full of frustration. She threw her game headset aside, grabbed her phone, quickly scrolling through contacts to text the people chasing her. She typed hastily, Ham, can you help me level up? Not long after, the other replied with a teasing tone, Sure, but 1 level for 1 night. I want to see how the school's aloof goddess looks when she goes to bed. Reading the message, Tantudu's face immediately darkened, her brows furrowing tightly, hands trembling with anger. Ugly bastard, you think you're so great, daring to dream of taking over my body? Get lost. She ruthlessly deleted the message, then without hesitation sent it to someone else. Zhang Huayu, actually, I've always liked you. Before, I didn't dare accept because of my brother, Qin Feng, blocking me. Now that I've cut ties with Qin Feng, I can finally be with you openly and honestly. On the other side, the reply came quickly, with a sharp, sarcastic tone. Idiot, you want me to laugh myself to death? You even cut ties with your own brother. How do I know how you'll treat me later? Tantudu's face flushed red, both angry and embarrassed. She gritted her teeth and typed 2 words, "Get lost." Then she opened her contacts again, eyes flashing with calculation, and sent a message to someone else. "Do too. There's no one at my place. Can you come hang out and maybe level me up too? Oh, Tan Tu do. I'm now a platinum prodigy, flying high. I can have any girl I want. Stay away from me." As that cold message appeared, Tan Tu Du's face immediately went pale. She bit her lip, hands trembling, but still typed another line and sent it. "Tio Ma, I'm so bored. Can you take me to play games? I'm waiting for you at Shelltown." But the reply was a cruel, mocking tone. "Tan Tu Du, everyone already knows about Zhang Wei Hai, don't you? I just used a new skill, punched her twice in the gut now." Reading that, Tan Tu Du's eyes welled up with tears. Her throat choked, tears uncontrollably streaming down full of despair. She burst into sobs. "Damn it, these damn men. When it matters, you can't rely on anyone. Boo-hoo." Hugging her face, trembling all over, Tan Tu Du muttered in panic. Her non-negotiable lifespan left with only 2.5 years. What am I gonna do? In that moment, a name suddenly flashed in her mind. Her tear-filled eyes brightened with hope. "That's right, Qin Feng. He definitely won't abandon me. He must have a way to fix this. I have to go back and find him to see." As the thought formed, she immediately acted. Tan Tu Du quickly changed into her neatest clothes, checked the mirror several times to make sure she didn't look too wrecked. She walked while silently thinking, comforting herself and making plans. "When I meet Qin Feng later, I just need to apologize softly a few words. He'll definitely forgive me. But clearly, I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? No, I can't think like that. Tu Du lowering her head is just temporary. First pretend to be soft, then ask him to level me up. He'll definitely agree. Since childhood, the person he loves most is me. Once I level up, no more worrying about lifespan, then I'll cut ties with him completely. Yeah, that's the plan. Tu Du, you're a genius." Thinking this, she couldn't help but sneer, regaining some confidence, then hurried to the apartment where Qin Feng used to live. Standing before the familiar door, Tan Tu Du took a deep breath, forced a fake smile, then knocked, calling Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, open the door." No answer. Unwilling to give up, she knocked harder, voice growing urgent. "Qin Feng, open up. Don't sleep anymore. Open the door quickly. Qin Feng, I'm back. Can you please open the door?" The knocking echoed rapidly, but inside remained silent like an abandoned house. Tan Tu Du's face grew paler, patience running out. She clenched her teeth, growling in anger. "Not opening the door. Huh? I gave you face, but you don't appreciate it. Damn it, I'm breaking it down." With a furious kick, the door burst open. She stormed in, but as soon as she stepped inside, she froze. The room was empty. No bed, no table, clothes or belongings. Everything completely vanished without a trace. Tan Tu Du's eyes widened, face pale as a ghost, body trembling, voice hoarse and choked. "Qin Feng, where are you? The bed, table, clothes, everything's gone." She hurriedly pulled out her phone to call, but only a cold, robotic voice answered. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently turned off." Tan Tu Du stood stunned, face drained of color, eyes wide, whispering dazedly, "Qin Feng, where did you go?" Meanwhile, deep in the abyss of hatred, Qin Feng was furiously slashing and killing. Each sword strike tore through the air, thick with killing intent. The blood-soaked monster trail stretched to the end, his footprints stained with the black blood of fierce creatures. When he reached the end, before him stood a huge, heavy coffin looming in the darkness. The coffin lid was carved with fierce talismans, exuding a chilling breath that made hearts tremble. Qin Feng gripped his sword tightly, eyes flashing, having killed over 200 minor monsters along the way, plus several bronze and silver bosses. His level was close to 12. Just need to open this coffin. The final boss of the tomb will appear, hopefully a platinum-level boss. Without hesitation, he summoned a loyal follower, voice low commanding, "Go open the coffin." The follower bowed and stepped forward, hands trembling as he pushed the coffin lid. But as soon as the gap opened, a disgusting, poisonous bone wave erupted like a wild tide, swallowing the follower's figure. A robotic voice immediately echoed in Qin Feng's mind. "You have summoned a silver-level loyal follower who has been defeated." The poisonous bone smoke spread wildly like a tide rushing toward Qin Feng. He frowned slightly, eyes serious. "Poisonous bone deathbot, gold level. Damn it, and I ran into this disgusting thing again." The shadowy bone figure hovered in the air, formless, completely immune to physical damage. Qin Feng recalled, in his previous life, some idiot released this boss, causing it to spread all the way to a nearby base. The people were unaware, countless casualties, the horrific scene haunting. He clenched his fist, eyes icy cold. If it possessed someone, unless teammates help drive it away or you have the assassin's unbeatable skill, otherwise it's a guaranteed death. Its essence hides in the poisonous bone mist. Without hesitation, Qin Feng immediately used Shadow Knight Harmony. Darkness spread from him, powerfully sweeping away the poisonous bones, and in the dissipating smoke, a blurry, grotesque body appeared. "Let's see where you can run." A cold sword flash, lightning fast, struck down. In an instant, the monster screamed, then was cut in two. "You have defeated the gold-level boss, Poisonous Bone Death." Qin Feng exhaled softly, but his eyes remained thoughtful. This boss's power clearly surpassed platinum level, yet it's ranked gold. The loot dropped was only gold-level stuff? He snorted coldly, gripping his sword tightly, a bit frustrated inside. Good thing I just learned the Shadow Knight Harmony skill that deals magic damage. Otherwise, I'd probably be dead here. Qin Feng activated the greedy hand, picking up the dropped items. Then he shook his head slightly, sighed. In a heavy tone, "It was damn hard to clean out this whole tomb, and the loot is just some gold stuff." The cold, mechanical voice echoed sharply, cutting through Tun Fong's complaints. "You received a rare item, a mount summoning bell." Tun Fong's eyes suddenly lit up, his pupils briefly stunned. "Is it really a mount? A real mount?" A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he recalled the rumors about that master, and he couldn't help but laugh. Lam Lingnu's carp really lives up to its reputation. Item information appeared before his eyes. The bell summons the Shadow Spirit Nightwalker mount. Upon use, it will summon a level 11 Shadow Spirit Nightwalker that can assist in combat and serve as a mount. Requires level 11 to use. Tun Fong examined the text carefully, feeling a surge of excitement inside. The Shadow Spirit Nightwalker is one of the fastest mounts ever seen. The moment it activated, a wave of dark energy burst from the bell, condensing into the shape of a giant wolf. In the blink of an eye, a ferocious beast over 10 feet tall appeared before him. Its eyes burned bright like blue flames in the night, and its eerie breath made ordinary people shiver just by looking. Shadow Spirit Nightwalker level 11, gold grade, power 148, constitution 155, agility 191, spirit 135. More info popped up. The mount gains experience equal to its owner to level up. If the mount summoning bell is traded, the level resets to the original state. Special skill, sprinting while mounted, movement speed increases by 245%. At night, the mount is always at stealth level 1. Attacking breaks stealth and deals an additional 120 points of stealth breaking damage. Stealth cooldown is 60 seconds. Relentlessly attacks a single target 3 times per strike, each hit dealing 267 physical damage. Cooldown 12 seconds. Howling increases attack by 35 points. Grants physical defense and elemental resistance to all allies. Duration 1,800 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. After reading, a satisfied smile spread across Tun Fong's lips. His eyes gleamed with excitement. A mount and a battle beast, plus stealth ability. Not bad. This time it's definitely a big win. Without hesitation, he jumped onto the Shadow Spirit Nightwalker's back. The wolf let out a thunderous roar and immediately dashed off like a lightning bolt. The night wind howled past his ears, and the scenery blurred in an instant. In the quiet darkness, the rider and wolf merged with the shadows, moving so fast it felt like tearing through space. Tun Fong already had a plan. Next, he had to quickly reach level 15 and accumulate enough lifespan to reclaim the mount. Next time he logged out, he'd head straight to Mado to settle the death debt and finish everything once and for all. With that thought, he urged the mount straight to the Gyeonghai Arena. This place was huge, with 2 more arena levels underground, featuring extremely complex terrain and dense monsters. With his leveling speed, this was the perfect spot to rise quickly. Upon arrival, Tun Fong saw countless demons gathering. The scene was nothing short of a paradise for the strong. Without hesitation, he immediately cast Shield Slash, coordinating with the Shadow Spirit Nightwalker to start a fierce massacre, blood splattering everywhere. The next day, Envu's group continued their usual diligent monster hunting. Their strength wasn't outstanding, but thanks to good teamwork and coordination, they could still take down lone monsters. After finishing off the last beast, Envu wiped sweat tiredly and sighed softly. That's good. Finally a win. Ma No, the son of a department head in Jianghai City, quickly started flattering. No wonder Captain Anne's damage is insane, but in his mind, he thought differently. The hidden dragon swordsman profession is truly powerful. No wonder she's the girl I chose. Envu frowned, glanced at the monster corpse, and said, "This gold boss was only level 8, yet our whole team took over 10 minutes to kill it. I really don't understand how Big Brother managed to solo that platinum boss." Hearing this, Ma Nai Luong sneered arrogantly. Just a lowly assassin, relying on sneaky tactics to farm bosses. Does he think that's glory? He felt even more proud inside. Lucky this girl had no backing. With my 2-generation status, crushing her would be as easy as flipping my hand, and Vu frowned, ready to reply. And Vu frowned, is that so? But a lousy marksman like me just wears down bosses, right? Mane Luong quickly interrupted, with a fake righteous tone. I'm straightforward, never do dirty tricks like that. Besides, I heard ghosts have low quality, and in real life, they're so brutal they kill without mercy. I know a hunter in Mado Police who's already level 3 in anti-stealth abilities. In my opinion, instead of idolizing him, it's better to trap and expose his true identity in the real world than control him. His eyes flashed with cold calculation. People like him only make me feel safe when controlled and used by the authorities. Otherwise, tragedies like Tong Fi or Jiang Lei will keep happening. Do we have to clean up their mess every time? And Vu and Vung Man exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up before they couldn't help but laugh hard. Little Ma, I think you still don't get the situation, huh? Vung Man laughed while shaking his head. It's not that he's begging us to clean up his mess, but rather we have to handle it for him. Only then can we ensure a unified stance and long-term cooperation with him. And Vu chimed in globally. For the first time, both gold and platinum bosses were soloed by him. At your level, if you don't cooperate, it's like inviting disaster and making pointless enemies. You planning to make yourself an enemy of a monster like that? Has your brain been stolen by a dog? Stop scolding, Vung Man whispered, pretending. He's from a powerful family. So what? And Vu sneered sarcastically. Being from a powerful family doesn't mean you don't need brains. Shh, keep it down. He's crying. Ma Nai Lung's face flushed bright red, so angry smoke seemed to rise from his head as he jumped up. Damn it, that ghost is just an assassin, right? If your anti-stealth level is high enough, can't you control him? You guys have no backing but still dare to act high and mighty, lecturing me. Just wait, and Vu. I'll slander that ghost and capture him myself. Then you'll be the one begging me for mercy, he shouted like crazy. But Vung Man calmly brushed it off, changing the subject. What did the boss drop earlier? And Vu replied immediately. A gold item for the priest, a silver item, and a silver-level skill book. Big Brother's random drops gave us a bunch of gold, even some platinum gear. Honestly, I'm starting to wonder how many bosses he's killed to gather all this. His 2 talents are really treasure hunting. It's like he just opens portals to get everything. Vung Man frowned, slowing his voice. Captain An, although it sounds a bit paranoid, I still feel uneasy. And Yu was surprised. What do you mean? Vuong Man looked at her, his eyes darkening. You've heard about the Jiangnam Hotel incident, right? The entire Dong Phuong clan disappeared while gathering there. What if I told you that it was caused by the darkness? Wouldn't we have to step up and clean up the mess for it? We still don't fully understand the true nature of the darkness. If I remember correctly, in real life, he's a serial killer, right? Crimes that stain the sky. What about that? And Yu waved his hand, his tone calm but firm. This case is under special attention from the higher-ups. Everyone's wondering if it's connected to the darkness. But so far, there's no proof to back that up. Even if it really was him, I'd still choose to keep cooperating. If the higher-ups won't clean up the aftermath, I'll take on the burden myself. Hearing that, Vuong Man frowned, his eyes full of doubt. Why? And Yu gave a dry laugh, voice full of hidden meaning. Think about it. Who wouldn't want to cozy up to the darkness? Just as the tension was thick, another member rushed over with news. Captain An, they found an area ahead that looked like an arena, but all the monsters inside were wiped out, their bodies piled up, blood splattered everywhere. No one knows which team was strong enough to clear them all like that. And Yu's eyes lit up immediately. He jumped up excitedly. Let's go. Hurry over there. When they arrived, the scene stunned everyone. Countless glowing orbs scattered like trash, proof of a brutal massacre. Vuong Man's jaw dropped, almost swearing out loud. Damn, how strong do you have to be to kill that many monsters? The loot must have come from at least a few hundred small monsters. While everyone was doubting, Yu was certain, no question about it. This is definitely the darkness's trail. Everyone immediately became alert, scanning all around, afraid they might run into it. But Ma Nai Luong sneered coldly. What makes you so sure it's him? Just because he's top of the leaderboard? Honestly, if I had invisibility skills, I could do it too. Just would take a bit longer. And Yu didn't bother arguing, just glanced at him coolly, then opened the chat window to message Qin Feng. Big bro, you still around? Killing that many monsters? You must have plenty of gear and skill books. Sell some to us. Just then, Ma Nai Luong suddenly saw the light around him flicker out, his heart sank, and when he turned around, a huge shadow appeared. On the back of the Guiling night corridor, the terrifying mount sent chills down spines. Qin Feng silently looked down. Ma Nai Luong went pale, legs weak, so scared he pissed his pants and collapsed to the ground. In contrast, Yu's eyes shone brightly, not scared but full of admiration. Big bro, is that a mount? Where'd you get it? Qin Feng smirked slightly, Replied briefly, "Thanks to the coordinates you guys provided. Got it from that tomb. Gotta thank you a lot." Xiaohei heard this. Lin Li Ngu scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. "Ha ha. It's no big deal." Qin Feng didn't say much. Continued. "Trade as usual. Everyone can gather all the stuff on the ground and take it. I won't fight over it. As for my share, I'll calculate it clearly." And Yu nodded slightly. "Serious. Got it. If the price isn't right, I have the right not to buy." His eyes locked on Qin Feng, voice steady. "But I trust Big Bro's prices are always fair." Nearby, someone pointed at Ma Nai Luong, who was trembling non-stop, whispering, "Hey, you just pissed yourself." That comment immediately turned Ma Nai Luong's face as dark as the bottom of a well. He gritted his teeth, heart raging. Damn it, that damn darkness guy. Ignoring the reaction, Qin Feng mounted the Guiling Knight and quietly ventured deeper into the corridor, continuing to hunt monsters. During a break, he opened the leaderboard, eyes scanning quickly. Top 1, Darkness level 13. Top 2, Justice Enforcer level 10. Top 3, Vuong Man level 10. Top 4, Black Father Lam Dai Litu level 10. A calm smile appeared at the corner of his lips, then he checked his balance. The trade period still had 245 years left. Evolution points accumulated 255. This wasteland Lan Kano's luck was pretty good. A golden skill book dropped, called Silent Stealth. Its effect activates stealth on the spot. As long as you don't attack or move, stealth status lasts forever. If you attack proactively, the next hit deals an extra 300 damage that breaks stealth. Cooldown is 120 seconds, requires level 13. Qin Feng squinted, sharp light flashing. This skill not only boosts my stealth in-game, the most dangerous part is if used in real life. Combined with the invincible state when logged in, it's like I completely disappear from the world's sight. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to evolve. The system's cold voice rang out. Consumed 11 evolution points. Silent Stealth skill begins upgrading. Upgrading from gold to platinum, then jade, then diamond, then zombie. Skill effects transform step by step. Stealth break damage 300, then 400, 500, 600, 800. Cooldown 120 seconds reduced to 170, then 100, then 80, then 60 seconds. Level requirement stays at 13. More importantly, he still had enough evolution points left to continue upgrading other skills. Qin Feng frowned slightly as a series of notifications popped up. You have consumed 34 evolution points. Poison darts evolved to zombie level. Upgraded to jade, then diamond, then zombie. Max throw distance 17 meters, increased to 18, then 20 meters. When hitting targets, adds 240, then 300, then 400 damage with poison effect. Poison deals damage over time each second equal to 80%, then 90%, then 100% of base damage. Notifications continued. You have consumed 200 evolution points. The Grace of Liberation skill evolved to mythic level. Attack effect on weak points adds 200%, then 300%. Damage multiplier on weak points times 2. Skill level 5. Active activation. The next counterattack triggers a damage over time effect dealing 150%, then 200% damage of that hit. Duration 3 seconds, cooldown 25 seconds. Reduced by level from 22.2 seconds to a minimum of 15 seconds and 9.7. He grabbed his weapon, his hand trembling not from fear but from extreme excitement. It felt like a wild beast, long caged, was finally freed. Mythic level skills are truly powerful. Qin Feng took a deep breath, eyes full of confidence. Now, except for some special demons, any monster will be a weak point hit for me. His gaze flicked over the jewelry he just got, including this necklace. The pendant was platinum fake, assassin system jewelry, increases physical attack power by 45, strength by 20, stamina by 20, and the unique effect adds 1 level to the stealth skill. Qin Feng lightly touched the pendant, a smug smile spreading across his lips. Including skills and equipment, I now have 4 levels of stealth. At this stage, no one can break my stealth. He continued checking his gear, eyes flashing as they landed on the armor. With this piece too, my shadow dodge shield instantly reaches 83%. The black cloak fluttered in the wind, hiding half his face, revealing only deep, piercing eyes. That feeling of invincibility made him clench his fist slightly, his whole body burning with an uncontrollable fire. Lost in excitement, suddenly a violent shock echoed from ahead, the ground shaking, dust billowing. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed immediately. He stopped, body crouching like a hunting leopard, ready to pounce. In the distance, a giant boss with a grotesque shape over 20 meters tall roared. A smirk curled his lips, voice dripping with sarcasm. Steel Saintess, who's crazy enough to summon this boss? In my past life's memories, this monster flooded back. At the ruins of Gyeonghai City, she appeared once, when over 1,000 people fought, and the death toll reached over 4,000. Actually, she was the guardian of a hidden place called Wind Hall Sanctuary, one of the second largest safe zones in the Gyeonghai ruins. Qin Feng squinted, a calculating glint flashing in his mind. I originally planned to finish the pre-battle first, then summon this boss, but since it's already here, then I'll take it head on. A cold smile lifted his lips, eyes sharp as ice. Instantly, he vanished into the shadows, riding the ghostly night corridor to leap onto the roof of a nearby tall building. His black cloak fluttered, his figure hidden in darkness, silently watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. Below, the battlefield was chaotic, the group being fiercely pressured by the Steel Saintess, screams mixed with clashing metal sounds, and in moments a group was cut down, blood splattered across the ground. Qin Feng shook his head slightly, eyes mocking. Trying to fight the Steel Saintess now? That's way too reckless. Just as he was about to turn away, his gaze suddenly stopped. He noticed a standout figure in the crowd, a person riding a white tiger, holding a shining magical shield. Qin Feng's pupils tightened, a whisper slipping through his teeth. That's Wu Ming. A flood of emotion stirred inside him. In his past life, this guy was his rival for 9 years without a clear winner. A true old friend, but also a thorn in his side. Wu Ming, cunning and ruthless, always pulling dirty tricks to escape when he was about to lose. Memories piled up. In the previous life, the Holy Knight Guild, led by Wu Ming, defeated the Steel Saintess. Since then, a famous saying spread among players. West has the Godslayer, East has the Holy Order. Two major forces divided control over the western and eastern parts of the Gyeonghai City ruins. The Holy Knight Guild, upon formation, signed a king's pact with members, guaranteeing absolute safety for its members. But the price was a brutal life tax of 50%. To be honest, most members were basically slaves, serving only a few top leaders with overwhelming power. Qin Feng's eyes darkened, lips curling into a cold smile. He snorted low, voice deep and filled with killing intent. Just right, Wu Ming. This time you won't escape. Taking advantage of the chaotic crowd, he immediately activated stealth. His figure vanished into thin air, then suddenly appeared right in the middle of the group. A red flash lit his eyes. The sword in his hand swung like cold moonlight. Phantom, Night Slash. In an instant, a fierce killing aura exploded. Dozens of figures collapsed before even realizing what happened. Blood splattered everywhere, revival lights flashing repeatedly. System notifications flooded his vision. You have defeated player Sama. You have defeated player Sai Fang Fang. You have defeated player Tu Dunya. You have defeated player The Corrupt Friend. You have defeated player Lemogoza. The already chaotic battlefield became even more terrifying. Wu Ming's face turned pale, eyes wide, voice hoarse with shock. What? Who did this? Could it be the shadows? We have no grudge against you. Why kill my people? Qin Feng appeared behind Wu Ming without him noticing, voice low and cold. Because I don't eat beef. As soon as he finished, he swung his hand to unleash Flash Slash, his figure flickering like lightning, slicing Wu Ming and the white tiger into pieces. Not stopping, he cast the blooming curse, phantom red petals blossoming wildly, clinging to the enemies, desperately draining their life force. The next moment, Wu Ming's group was forcibly revived at Newbie Village. They were furious, faces dark, roaring curses. Damn Shadow, what does you not eating beef have to do with us? Boss, my trade time has reset, definitely caused by that damn shadow skill. Guild leader, let's organize a counterattack. Counterattack? Idiot. You want to die? Better find somewhere else to grow and recover your lost life first. Amid the chaos, Tan Tu Du stood silently, eyes brimming with tears, face trembling in despair. Shadow, why are you targeting me? I barely have any life left. Just as her words echoed, a cold mechanical voice sounded in everyone's ears. The blooming curse absorbed 4 days of trade time and 1 year of non-trade time from Tan Tu Du. Qin Feng's eyes flickered with doubt. Was Tan Tu Du in that group? Only absorbed a little life. Looks like she really has no way out. Turns out she chose to join the Holy Knight Guild as a slave. A fleeting indifference flashed in his eyes, lips curling coldly. Humph, you reap what you sow. At that moment, a sharp wind howl sounded. The Steel Saintess roared, swinging her giant axe straight at him. Qin Feng didn't flinch, his figure blurred like an illusion, casting a phantom shadow to dodge. He landed lightly, eyes icy, locking onto his opponent. The early phase of this boss is nothing difficult. Immediately after, he activated stealth, his whole body vanishing into thin air. The Steel Saintess looked around wildly, unable to find her enemy. She wildly swung her spinning axe, slashing wildly in all directions. The clang of metal and shattering stone echoed everywhere. In midair, Qin Feng reappeared, eyes cold as ice looking down. It just kept repeating the motion of swinging the chain with the blade, all fixed physical attacks targeting points or areas. He tilted his body, gripping the weapon tightly, whispering coldly, a merciful release, a flash of light. Instantly, every strike he made came with a throat-cutting effect, each wound exploding to deal massive damage. Right after, he followed up with the plague finger slash, the sharp blade slicing through the air, poison spilling out. Just 1 second after being hit, the damage from the poison exploded, accompanied by a piercing scream echoing across the battlefield. Then, Qin Feng immediately unleashed the flash slash. His figure flashed like lightning, the cold blade cutting through the air, a slash with an explosive throat-cutting effect, causing terrifying damage. The Steel Saintess's health bar instantly dropped to half. The boss let out a hateful roar, the sound echoing like a rising demon lord. Qin Feng's eyes darkened as he silently calculated. The reason it could become a true guardian was thanks to that terrifying second phase. When its health drops to half, the demon sealed inside it will awaken. From that moment, all damage dealt will be reflected back to the attacker. There's even a rumor that inside the demon's belly exists a teleportation gate, and anyone swallowed by it will be sent to an unknown place, supposedly the bottom of a volcano. But in the previous life, no one ever succeeded in verifying that. I'm afraid some idiot confused the setup of another game with this one. Meanwhile, on a nearby tall building, a group of people silently watched, all wide-eyed, their faces a mix of fear and astonishment. This shadow guy is ruthless, using just one skill to push the boss into phase 2 already. Are you sure it's really the shadow doing this? This is a platinum level boss. I've been watching from the start. This boss was originally released by the Holy Knight. Then suddenly the shadow appeared and wiped them all out. He only used one move and already took half the boss's health. Below, Qin Feng also noticed the lurking gaze from afar, but he just smirked coldly, not even bothering to care. The Steel Saintess in Phase 2 isn't without weaknesses. Whenever it launches an attack, the counterattack effect is temporarily disabled. In other words, if you strike at the right moment while it's attacking, you can avoid the reflected damage. But Qin Feng tightened his grip on the weapon, his eyes flashing coldly. Whether it's flash slash, throat cut, plague blade, or poisoned throwing knives, all are continuous damage skills. Once used, I'll have to endure the reflected damage myself. I need to think of another way. His lips curled with hidden meaning as he looked toward the group of players hiding on the upper floor. Those guys have been spying all this time. Maybe I can use them to my advantage. Just then, on the upper floor, the heavy clang of metal echoed as a figure clad in iron armor strode forward, shouting loudly, "Move aside! Move aside! Let me see what's going on!" The group immediately parted to reveal a space. One hurriedly bowed and respectfully called out, "Big bro, you're safe. You're here. We've been watching for a long time. We've memorized all the boss's skills." But suddenly, after losing half its health, it froze, and its body showed strange mutations. It might be preparing to unleash a new skill. Hearing this, Antoine #1 nodded slightly, his sharp eyes flashing with understanding. His voice was steady. "So the shadow fought the boss alone before?" A subordinate replied urgently. "Exactly." After the boss entered Phase 2, the shadow disappeared. A clear but hurried female voice interrupted. "The little rabbit with red eyes is going to check if the shadow is still here." "Got it." The green-haired girl immediately summoned a small rabbit, its eyes glowing bright red. It quickly jumped down, circling the battlefield searching for any trace. After a moment, the girl frowned, shaking her head softly. "No sign. It's probably gone." The leader smirked confidently. "Yeah, if your level 3 invisibility detection can't find it, then it's definitely gone. I don't believe it has a level 4 stealth skill. Little rabbit, keep a close watch, and if the shadow comes back, alert me immediately." Without hesitation, Antoine #1 crouched and jumped straight down. "Big bro, you got this, big bro, Antoine #1. The subordinates on the upper floor shouted excitedly, their eyes full of admiration. Meanwhile, in another building, another group of players silently observed, their faces stunned. "Damn, that guy's looking for death, huh? Daring to fight a platinum boss solo? Wait, I think I've met him before. Back in the starting town, he defeated a golden level boss without a scratch. Damn, turns out he's the legendary Antoine #1. I heard his class is Soul Martial Artist, and when he rolls, he has a 100% perfect dodge effect. Plus, he used to be the global top Soul game room owner, with lightning-fast reflexes." Below, the Steel Saintess roared fiercely upon seeing Antoine #1 appear, swinging its giant blade down. At that moment, his eyes flashed, and his body instinctively rolled to the side, perfectly dodging. Right after, the giant demon arm behind the boss swept across, the force shaking the air, but he still rolled just in time, narrowly escaping. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, and Toan #1 was like a steel ball rolling all over the battlefield. The boss's fierce attacks were completely useless, only leaving thunderous sounds of earth and stone breaking. On the upper floor, the subordinates cheered non-stop, their eyes shining like they were watching an idol, the legendary boss slayer. Rolling so calmly, not a single thought, so damn cool. The people on the other building couldn't hide their admiration either, their eyes bright as they looked down at the battlefield. This Toan #1 is really skilled, every time perfectly dodging the boss's attacks without a single flaw. But why does the boss's health drop a little every time he rolls? There's definitely some dark magic. I also saw many glowing slash marks appear on the boss. Is the soul martial artist this twisted? Perfect dodging is just a basic move. The strongest thing about Big Bro and Toan is still his attacks. Every time he rolls successfully to activate the dodge, the next move can remove up to 50% of the enemy's defense. Below, and Toan #1 suddenly stopped, lowered his body slightly, and took an attacking stance. Moonlight shone down, illuminating his confident face. He shouted coldly, "Too bad for you." One subordinate was so excited his voice trembled. Special skill effect? I bet this attack's damage will hit 4 digits. Immediately after, and Toan #1's sword flashed, and the boss's health bar dropped significantly again. His silhouette under the moonlight blended with the steel glow, each slash like a shooting star streaking across the sky, one strike splitting into 3 shadows, the rapid blows falling non-stop, so fast and precise they made your head spin. The final strike, the tip of the blade, sliced through the boss's body, the cold light licking fresh blood, gathering all its power to become a critical hit. Moon/gap, this is my sword path. One final slash ended it. He sheathed his weapon, standing tall with an insanely cool stance, confident like an unbeatable swordsman. On the upper floor, the gang of followers all screamed out, "Look quick! Big Bro is insane." Didn't expect the boss to be down to just 1/3 of his health. But just as the cheers hadn't died down, a fierce red light flashed from the boss's counterattack. Boom! And Toan #1 was blasted far away, his body instantly wiped out on the spot. The air froze solid, the followers' eyes went wide, their expressions like they'd just been slapped across the face. Big Bro and Toan. Why? Why did Big Bro and Toan die? He clearly dodged every attack. Exactly. Plus, every strike he landed hit the boss. The health bar had clearly dropped a lot. So why? While they were still stunned, in a dark corner of the battlefield, Qin Feng quietly stood in stealth mode. A smirk tugged at his lips, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Lucky to have this in Toan #1. Always pretending to be cool, constantly showing off tricks that forced the boss to use countless skills. During that time, I silently struck repeatedly, and the result, Qin Feng's gaze flicked over the boss's health bar, now down to just 1/3. The fake martial soul's moves were quick and neat, damage strong enough, but in the end he died miserably from the counterattack. His professional trait was useless against the vampire saintess. If he didn't attack, he was forced to roll and dodge. If he attacked, he immediately took counter damage, truly bringing disaster upon himself. At this moment, the vampire saintess turned and walked away. Qin Feng frowned. This is bad. The boss's health dropped too low. It's trying to retreat back to the holy sanctuary. If it escapes and fully recovers its health, wouldn't all the previous effort be wasted? Moreover, after witnessing the fake martial soul die instantly from the counterattack, the people around were terrified. No one would dare make a move anymore. But if no one acts, the boss's counterattack effect will disappear. Now there's only one tough option. Absolutely can't let it return. Thinking this, Qin Feng immediately canceled stealth, standing in front of the boss. The crowd around froze, all shouting, "Look, it's darkness." Could all those attacks just now have been from him? Too scary. Some even sneered coldly. I thought Toan #1 was the big boss. Turns out he's just a clown. Darkness is the real boss. Some couldn't believe it. No way. My level 3 invisibility resistance couldn't detect him. Could Darkness's stealth skill have reached level 4, or even higher? While the crowd debated, greedy eyes stared at the orb that dropped when Toan #1 died. Clearly, the loot was still right on the battlefield, burning their hearts, wishing they could snatch it immediately. Below, Qin Feng activated the 10-layer dark light shield, each shield layer blocking one attack. The vampire saintess swung her sharp blade down hard. At that moment, Qin Feng immediately used the Shadow Slash shield, unleashing 9 consecutive slashes. But the boss's counterattack damage triggered instantly, breaking 3 shield layers right away. The 9 slashes cut down, the last 3 hitting the boss's counterattack state right after the move ended. Without the 3 layers of dark light shield blocking, Qin Feng would have died on the spot. The vampire saintess roared fiercely again, swinging both hands. The purple flame exploded into a ghostly purple fire ring, spreading like a tsunami of destruction. Qin Feng's face changed, his body tensed to the max, but he still couldn't dodge in time. In a blink, the dark light shield was burned to dust. Terrifying, he thought to himself. The damage from this flame was so high, even with an evasion rate over 80%, all 7 shield layers were torn apart in one breath. If he'd been half a second slower, death would have been waiting. Just then, a hidden looter tried to rush in and grab the loot, but before touching it, he collapsed, his eyes wide in shock, hit by Qin Feng's poison dart. "Humph, dare steal my loot? No chance," Qin Feng coldly barked, activating the blooming curse. Mechanical sounds rang out immediately. You received 612 days of tradable lifespan from Antone number 1, plus an additional 67 years of non-tradable lifespan. The blooming curse absorbed 355 days of tradable lifespan and 20 years of non-tradable lifespan. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, a faint smile curling his lips. As expected, this Antone number 1 is really interesting. His lifespan is so abundant, dying once probably doesn't affect him much. But whatever, I'll spare him this time, won't waste the curse. His attention immediately shifted back to the vampire saintess. The purple flame still blazed fiercely, the monster's heavy steps, but each step carried terrifying killing intent. Qin Feng frowned. Now he could only rely on the dark light shield and normal shadow slash shield, patiently chipping away the boss's health bit by bit. This method was slow, with a low success rate, but at least it was safe. Above, the audience buzzed non-stop watching the scene. Damn, this darkness guy is insanely strong. No idea how he's kept alive this long against the Z-boss at this level. At first, I doubted his first kill, but now it's clear. On the battlefield, the shadow kept moving, dodging each purple flame wave, while continuously using poke skills. After a tense moment, he let out a quiet yell, his whole body exploding as he swung out the final shadow slash shield. Boom! The slash pierced straight through the vampire saintess's body. The monster roared, shaking the space, then cracked open and exploded into dust fragments. Mechanical sounds rang coldly. You have killed the platinum-level vampire saintess, gained 48,000 experience points, and earned 120 evolution points. Congratulations, you received the Holy Sanctuary key. The entire arena fell silent. Then a shout rang out. Really soloed successfully? This is the number 1 darkness on the leaderboard? In the dark dungeon below, the shimmering orb that just dropped was immediately sucked into Qin Feng's hand by his legendary greedy hand skill. The mystical light spun, slowly condensing into a piece of equipment that made his eyes light up. The black flame bone armor of the phantom beast, he whispered, a faint smile curling his lips. The dark eyes in the game now gleamed with excitement as the stats panel appeared before him. Physical defense plus 95, elemental resistance plus 120, damage resistance plus 77, vitality plus 77. He clenched his fists tightly, heart pounding fast. Such a rare tier equipment still offered defense capabilities far beyond other defensive gear, truly overpowered. The system text kept scrolling. When attacking or being attacked, the target will be covered by a layer of dark venom, up to 5 layers maximum. Each layer weakens the target's defense and elemental resistance by 7%. Qin Feng's eyes flashed, a confident smile curling at the corner of his lips. Didn't expect it to come with a weakening effect compared to the item the Soul Purifier dropped earlier. This was definitely superior. Another line appeared. Assassin's Instinct, rare tier, allows you to see the outlines of stealth units to a certain degree. Grants plus 2 levels of stealth resistance, requires level 13. Qin Feng paused briefly, then chuckled softly, his voice carrying barely hidden excitement. So it's a stealth resistance skill? Directly pushing it to legendary level. When the system announced you've spent 1 plus 2 plus 30 evolution points, with 97 points remaining, he immediately opened the evolution panel. Assassin's Instinct upgraded from rare tier to legendary. Resistance levels increased from 2 to 3, then 4, and finally 5. When the notification popped up, you could clearly sense the target's weakness. Weak point attack adjustment plus 50%. The darkness at the corner of his lips twitched upward, eyes flashing a cold light. Stealth resistance level 5, plus 50% weak point attack adjustment, plus the passive skill from Anban Liberation, totaling 350%. He closed his eyes slightly, gripping his weapon tightly, took a deep breath, and spoke in a low, confident tone. With this, even blindfolded, I can hit the enemy's weak points. The system continued displaying 97 evolution points remaining. Qin Feng nodded, eyes sharp. Then first, let's evolve the vague demon shadow to legendary level. A dazzling light enveloped the dark figure's body. When the system announced you've spent 80 evolution points, 17 points left. The vague demon shadow evolved from rare tier to legendary. A glow wrapped around the dark figure like swirling mist. The system sounded, passive skill, Dodge rate increased from 75 to 85%. Activating dodge makes you immune to all damage. Level 5. Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, eyes sparkling. A level 5 dodge skill, immune to all damage. He clenched his fists, lips curling slightly, excitement surging in his chest. Just then, rapid footsteps echoed from afar. A familiar voice called out eagerly, "Big boss! Big boss! I'm here! Did any good loot drop?" And Yu led the team running over. Face dotted with sweat but eyes shining brightly with excitement. Qin Feng tilted his head, looking at her with suspicion, thinking silently, "And Yu, is this girl really a dog at heart?" And Yu, panting, shouted, "Big boss, I didn't check the rank earlier, but I didn't expect you to reach level 13 overnight. Isn't that way too strong?" Wang Man behind her widened his eyes, voice low with admiration. "We farmed all night and only got halfway through level 11. Your speed is insane." Before he finished, slap! And Yu immediately smacked him hard on the head, frowning and scolding, "Don't talk nonsense. Never say men are fast." She turned to look at Qin Feng, eyes sparkling like she was waiting for support. "Big boss, am I right?" The atmosphere lightened, laughter broke out, and the group began trading. Just then, a good item happened to drop. Qin Feng spoke calmly, voice firm but composed. "I've set the price. If you want it, just take it directly. 40 to 50,000 daily packs, transaction complete." After the trade, his eyes flashed sharply, voice dropping with a hint of challenge. "Also, there's another good item for sale. Do you guys know about the hidden refuge?" And Yu paused briefly, then nodded quickly, replying, "Hidden refuge? Yeah, we heard there's no safe zone in the Jianghai ruins, but player groups can claim hidden refuges as bases. We can store all items there, and it can deploy a magical defensive barrier at critical moments to fend off outside invasions." He hesitated a bit, then continued, "Yeah, what you know must be from the small hidden refuge that the Golden Boss dropped, right?" "Exactly, but the Jianghai city authorities haven't found any hidden refuge yet. Over at MAD, the authorities destroyed a medium-sized hidden refuge. That's how we know this." Qin Feng smiled slightly, said nothing more, just leisurely pulled out a sparkling key. Its light reflected in everyone's eyes, making the whole team inhale sharply. "If that's the case, you must understand the value of a hidden refuge, right?" He spoke slowly, raising the key high. "The key to the Windroad Sanctuary hidden refuge. This is what the boss just dropped. This refuge covers 800 acres. You can go back to negotiate the price, and then I'll consider whether to sell it to you." 800 acres, and Yu's group almost all gasped. Shock flashed in their eyes, and Yu unconsciously took a deep breath, heart pounding, thinking silently. The bigger the refuge, the stronger the defense, and the more solid the infrastructure. A refuge of just 100 acres is enough for all Jianghai city officials to have private rooms. This is 800 acres. She swallowed hard, mustering courage to ask cautiously, "How much do you plan to sell such a large refuge for?" Qin Feng glanced calmly, lips curling into a faint, unreadable smile. "You guys go back and negotiate first. Whatever price you can pay, I'll consider your offer." In his heart, memories from his past life surged. This refuge was once sold for 2,000 years of lifespan. If this time he could sell it to the authorities plus his current lifespan, he would have enough to bring all his skills and equipment levels extracted into the real world. And Yu nodded decisively, eyes serious. "All right, I'll arrange people to report back immediately." She paused, took a deep breath, looked straight at him with hesitation but determination. "Also, big boss, there's one more thing I want to ask you." Qin Feng squinted slightly and said, "Let's go." And Yu's voice dropped, mixed with sorrow and worry. "We just got news that 7 golden tier bosses appeared, gathering in Dark Moon Town. Many people have been killed. We're willing to offer 10 years of lifespan to get help killing those bosses." Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned. A thoughtful gleam flashed in his eyes. 7 golden tier bosses? Even if they all gathered, with the government's strength, it would only take a little time to definitely wipe them out. If she came to me for help, then she must have run into some serious trouble, right? And Yu immediately gave a thumbs up, her tone full of defiance. "You're the big boss. Your guess is spot on. We tried to kill each of those bosses one by one, but who knew the boss we killed would come back to life? Not only did they come back to life, but the attributes of the 7 bosses suddenly skyrocketed, causing our team to be wiped out instantly." Qin Feng's eyes flickered with a cold light, a thought echoing in his mind. Golden tier bosses can resurrect? Could they be puppets created by the cursed stone tablet in the ancient stone? If it really is the ancient stone tablet, then it absolutely can't be ignored. The system chimed, "Transaction successful. You have gained 10 years of lifespan." Qin Feng nodded, his voice steady and decisive. "Send me the location. I'll head there immediately." And Yu clenched her fists tightly, her eyes shining with genuine trust. "Come on, Elder Kovu." Qin Feng didn't reply, just gave a slight nod. He turned and left, his silhouette decisive, thinking to himself that Anu is indeed a practical girl. Just defeating these 7 golden tier bosses could drop loot worth up to 45 years of lifespan. Not only that, but an extra 15 years of lifespan was gifted as an unexpected bonus. Then Qin Feng rode the Spirit Night corridor, speeding like the wind, his shadow cutting through the night, heading straight toward the giant statue several dozen kilometers away. But when he was still a few hundred meters out, his eyes narrowed slightly. Right beneath the statue, an unexpected scene caught Qin Xiaodu's eye. The small and fragile girl who was now surrounded by a group of female players, continuously being beaten. Piercing screams echoed through the air. You just joined the guild and already trying to flirt with the guild leader? Hoo-hoo. I didn't mean to. Qin Xiaodu cried and begged, her voice trembling. Another threw out cruel words, eyes full of jealousy. Is your dad blind? I'm warning you. Stay away from the guild leader or I'll tear you apart, you little slut. The relentless blows made Qin Xiaodu's frail body tremble, her tear-blurred eyes full of despair. From afar, Qin Feng still sat firmly on the back of the Spirit Night corridor, his gaze calm as he observed, a cold smirk curling his lips. Inside, he chuckled sarcastically. It seemed that after joining the Holy Night Order, Qin Xiaodu had already gotten caught up in this stupid power struggle. In his past life, he always stepped in to handle these petty power games for her. This time just let her experience life slowly. Without any intention to intervene, he gently pulled the reins, guiding the Spirit Night corridor straight to the base of the statue. His figure slowly disappeared, eventually vanishing as he entered another dimension. Outside, Qin Xiaodu was still being brutally tormented. Hoo-hoo, stop hitting me. It hurts so much. I'm going to die. She sobbed, her pleas full of despair. But the others didn't stop, becoming even more aggressive. Beat that little bitch to death. Don't know how many men you've already hooked. Meanwhile, in another space, Qin Feng had stepped into the teleportation formation. Beneath the giant statue at the center of Jianghai's city ruins, a secret room appeared before him. This was the hidden passage back to the original town, information that the vast majority of players didn't know. But teleportation was never free. He remembered the rules clearly. The first time cost 500 days of lifespan, the second 1,000 days, the third 2,000 days. Each teleport doubled the lifespan cost. Qin Feng took a deep breath, sharp light flashing in his eyes. Over time, the original town would gradually develop into a high-level area. Small monsters would evolve into bosses. Hidden treasures would appear one after another, just like this ancient stone tablet. A great item not to be missed. Just then, a cold mechanical voice cut through his thoughts. Do you want to teleport back to the god-abandoned land, the Dark Moon Town? Qin Feng frowned, slightly puzzled. Dark Moon Town? Isn't that a town that only appears in later stages? Why didn't I hear about it in my past life? The system confirmed teleportation would cost 500 days of lifespan, now teleporting. A dazzling light burst forth, the surrounding space twisted violently. He glanced around, suspicion rising in his heart, surprised that this place was so bustling. But the more Qin Feng observed, the stranger it seemed. Most of the people here were elderly, with white hair and trembling figures. Just then, a few young people helped an old lady back. One young man sighed in relief and said, his voice trembling from exhaustion but clearly joyful, "My heart, finally Grandma has returned to the safe zone." He adjusted his posture and patiently continued. "Grandma, according to the agreement, we've leveled you up. During the leveling process, you were granted 72 days of lifespan. You just need to hand that over to us." Hearing this, the old lady's eyes bulged in anger, her voice sharp with dissatisfaction. "What? You want money too? Aren't you a public welfare group helping us level up for free?" The young group immediately waved their hands, hurriedly explaining in a calm tone. "Grandma, we're not asking for your money. When the team was formed, monsters dropped some lifespan, which we shared with you. You just need to hand that part back. Wasn't that agreed from the start?" But the old lady glared fiercely, shouting like scolding, "I don't know what the hell that agreement is. You young kids asking money from an old lady like me is shameless." The young men's faces briefly turned ugly, but they still endured, soothing her gently. "Grandma, what you said isn't right. We helped you level up completely free, and the lifespan drop is just what you give back to us." Another nodded, adding, "That's right. Without forming a group, you wouldn't get any experience or lifespan points at all." But the old lady remained stubborn, stepping back and raising her hand threateningly. Hey, don't touch me. I'm calling people now. Your Dream Sand Guild people are all arrogant brats." The young men stared at each other, shocked she would slander them so badly. Before she finished yelling arrogant brats, a strong hand suddenly pulled her backward, and before the young men could react, a figure swiftly moved in. To everyone's astonishment, Qin Feng coldly struck a fatal blow without hesitation. The old lady fell, turning into a sparkling light orb. "What?" The young men froze, not understanding what just happened when a low, calm voice rang out. "Her lifespan is on the ground. Go get it yourself," the youngest asked tremblingly, full of reverence. "May I ask which noble expert just came to our aid?" Qin Feng just glanced at them, a slight smirk playing on his lips like he didn't care. Just a quick favor. He turned and walked away, his back calm but carrying a heavy pressure. In his mind, he thought, it's really inconvenient to make a move inside the town. The group of young guys were still stunned, too scared to ask more. They hurriedly picked up the light orb that dropped. With 72 days of lifespan left, not much, but not too little either. They all bowed their heads at once, voices full of gratitude. "Thank you, big boss." Qin Feng paused briefly, a spark flashing in his eyes. He quietly thought, the Dream Sand Guild. So their origin was from the small town of Dark Moon. Since its founding, this guild has committed to public welfare, offering free help to the elderly and lonely in lands abandoned by the gods. That's why the government officially recognizes and strongly supports them. If you count by member numbers, Dream Sand Guild can easily be considered the largest guild in Huaxia. In this chaotic world, more people like them are truly needed. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, Xiaodu's best friend's family was hunting monsters as a team. The mother looked worriedly at her husband and child, her hand trembling slightly before activating her skill. She bit her lip, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Mom, hurry and use your skill." Lightning struck, a flash of bright light, thunder roaring down. The ghost beast trembled violently, its whole body paralyzed. At that moment, the father seized the opportunity, eyes sharp. Rushing forward, he gripped the sword hilt tightly, growled softly, and with a deadly slash, the ghost beast screamed and collapsed. "Success! Dad and Mom, you guys are amazing!" The daughter's voice rang out excitedly, her face lighting up, eyes shining with admiration. She happily continued, full of hope. "Look, as long as we try to learn from others, everyone can kill small monsters too." Then her dad suddenly remembered something and tilted his head to ask, "Right, Nian? Xiaodu, your good friend, has she joined the Holy Knight Guild yet? I heard their membership fees are really high." The mother sighed softly, her eyes showing a hint of helplessness. "That's right. You told her to join the Dream Sand Guild with us. You also said Dream Sand is a public welfare guild, with lots of people like us, not great at gaming but good at helping each other, and even some who guide newcomers patiently." But she refused. The daughter pouted, a flicker of disappointment passing, but kept talking. But now she's already level 10, so the Holy Knight Guild took her away. Even if they level her up to 10, they'll just treat her like a tool. The mother frowned, voice worried. "I heard the Holy Knight Guild's membership contract lasts 3 years. Once signed, you're basically a slave for those 3 years. If you don't have the skills, it's safer to just kill small monsters. Slowly gain lifespan and experience. Like us, just kill small monsters. Retreat when a boss appears and call for help. That's pretty good, right?" The father rested the sword on his shoulder, smiling kindly, nodding in agreement. But the daughter shook her head softly, her clear eyes filled with determination. "But Xiaodu isn't like us. I feel like he's not an ordinary person. After all, he has a hidden profession, which makes him way stronger than us in that regard." While they were talking, suddenly whoosh, 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 dozens of arrows sliced through the air, piercing the father's body, fresh blood spraying everywhere, and he collapsed right there. Nian and her mother saw the scene, their faces instantly pale, eyes trembling with terror. Nian screamed chokingly, "Dad!" On the hilltop, a group of people appeared, faces gleeful, cruel smiles on their lips. One of them threw his head back and laughed loudly, full of pride. "Haha, see the damage I did? Just one move and he's wiped out." Another sneered disdainfully. "Nonsense. Dream Sand Guild has no strong players, just a bunch of weaklings." "Exactly." Another scoffed, eyes full of contempt. "Anyone with real skill wouldn't drag those old guys around, right?" They squinted at Nian and her mother, cold voices sounding like a death sentence. "You two hand over all your lifespan now." The mother panicked, face pale, voice trembling. "The government has banned killing outside the wild zones. Aren't you afraid of being hunted?" Hearing that, the leader laughed crazily, eyes bloodshot and fierce. "What government? Do you know who I am? Shut up. I give you 3 seconds to surrender." At that moment, Nian bit her lip hard, her eyes flashing with determination. Gripping her magic staff tightly and softly chanting a spell, she shouted, "Mom, don't think about that anymore. I'll stop them, and you quickly call for backup through the guild channel." The mother nodded shakily. "Okay." She immediately opened the communication system, her hands still trembling. The leader saw this, his lips curling into a savage smile, signaling his comrades. "Tired of living? Go. Kill the adults. Keep the kid for me." Two behind him roared and charged like wild beasts. But before they could reach, a huge shadow of the Spirit Knight corridor suddenly burst from nowhere, biting hard. One screamed miserably, torn apart on the spot. The rest were shocked and stunned, unable to react before Qin Feng rushed from behind, sword flashing, a clean slash spraying blood, and the attacker fell without a sound. In the blink of an eye, the whole group was sent straight back to the respawn point in Newbie Village. Furious curses echoed from afar. Damn it, why did I lose so much lifespan? All my trade lifespan disappeared. No way. Even in kill mode, it shouldn't drain that fast. If this keeps up, I'm dead. I need to kill some small monsters to get some lifespan back. But just as they took a few steps running, whoosh! A brilliant sword light shot down from the sky, crushing everything, pinning their whole bodies motionless on the ground, unable to move. Then a group of people in neat armor appeared, quickly surrounding them. A clear shout rang out. Black dragon is still a dragon, roasted chicken with burnt rice flavor, wild cattle that can fly. These three have been killing players everywhere, finally caught. One stepped forward, eyes serious, voice booming with authority. We are government hunters. Demand you provide true information and accept arrest under the law. If you resist, his eyes flashed with killing intent, we will drain all your lifespan immediately. On the other side, Qin Feng raised his hand slightly, and the dark origin flower bloomed fiercely, dark petals spinning, continuously sucking the opponent's lifespan. Suo Ran's face lit up, eyes full of joy. She was so moved she almost cried, quickly bowing her head and saying, "Thank you, Dark Big Boss. Without you, my mom and I would have been doomed." Qin Feng just silently looked at her once, his deep eyes showing a hint of thoughtfulness. Then without a word, he turned and left. In his mind, he thought, who would have thought this girl, so Nen wasn't bad at all? She's kind-hearted and brave, totally different from Tu Du. I don't get how those two even became best friends. Well, now that everyone's going their own way, maybe that's for the best. So Nin and her mom stood there dumbfounded, eyes following his figure as he disappeared into the hazy distance. So Nin blinked, confused, whispering, "Hey, where did he go?" Her mom looked back at the scattered light left from the lifespan, choking up. Could this be your dad's lifespan falling away? Sweetheart, why did he suddenly vanish like that? So Nien bit her lips softly, her face still dazed. Who would have thought the #1 Dark Lord in the world could be so good? A moment later, deep in the dark forest, a group of people waited anxiously, the mood growing tense from the long wait. One guy frowned, annoyed, saying, "Didn't Captain Ann say the darkness would arrive in a few minutes? It's been almost half an hour. What the hell is this dark guy doing?" Another scoffed coldly, eyes full of doubt. Think about it. Can darkness even kill those bosses? I doubt it. They can resurrect. Ha ha, came a mocking voice. With bosses that respawn endlessly like that, does he really dare to fight? Maybe he's just a legend. Just as the crowd buzzed, Qin Feng arrived. But he didn't reveal himself, silently passing by like a shadow, leaving absolute silence with no one noticing. Before him, an ancient stone table emitted a strange glow. Through it, equipment would gain one effect, but lose another. If lucky, this added effect could even change the class's traits. Rumor has it, a world-ranked 7th master once sacrificed 7 stone tablets during battle, summoning the ancient god's illusion to mercilessly slay a legendary boss. Bosses created by the ancient god's tablets are bizarre and have special mechanics. Sometimes they're completely invisible, with stealth powers so strong that players passing by get mysteriously killed. Sometimes the real boss is a summoner hiding in the shadows, so even if killed, the boss can respawn endlessly. Intelligence reports say once defeated, all bosses will resurrect, and they carry stacked critical attributes. According to government announcements, killing one boss causes it to revive and go berserk, but if you kill them all at once, can they still respawn? That bold thought sparked in Qin Feng's eyes, a challenging smile curling his lips. "This is worth a shot," he whispered. Without hesitation, Qin Feng summoned a loyal follower, carefully putting a collar on it, then commanded the faithful to probe ahead. Under his control, the follower unleashed a blue flame attack, the azure fire exploding fiercely, but the damage was negligible. Instead, in an instant, the follower was torn apart by demons. Qin Feng furrowed his brows, a wary glint flashing in his eyes. All were M rank, no damage reflection, but attributes twice as strong as normal golden bosses. What a pain. Wasting no time, he spun around, gripping his weapon tightly, casting the Dark Knight ring. Cold streaks of light cut through the darkness, followed by a finishing strike, causing the demons to fall instantly. Yet they dropped no item orbs. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze sweeping around. Indeed, the demons didn't respawn, but a new boss appeared. A soft chuckle escaped his lips. Looks like killing them all at once was the right move. He clenched his fist, took a deep breath, then stepped into the second round of battle. As the giant boss appeared, ancient godly runes lit up its body, majestic like from a distant era. These are the ancient godly runes of calamity. The ancient heavenly autos? Qin Feng murmured, eyes flashing. He quickly arranged, analyzed, and translated them. Ancient god heavenly autos. A cold smile curved his lips. Next, he'd focus attacks on these glowing runes in order. His battle experience, countless ancient god relic raids, and the massive manpower and resources he invested in studying the runes now became the key. Without hesitation, Qin Feng struck precisely at each glowing ancient rune on the boss. Just as he predicted, the giant boss fell gently. But suddenly, the water surface shook violently. Cracking sounds rang out, and over a dozen coffins rose, their surfaces carved with ancient runes, radiating heavy pressure. At the same time, a new boss emerged from the dense bone mist. Qin Feng squinted, observing closely. Seeing each rune on the coffins corresponded to a different type of demon. He nodded softly, whispering, "Looks like this phase still requires killing demons near their matching coffins." In that moment, memories of the ancient stone table he'd seen flashed, making his heart tremble. Yes, this was the final phase. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed, lips curling into an excited smile. He tightened his grip on his weapon, his spirit igniting. "Let's go." On the other side of the forest, the group was still chatting loudly when suddenly the ground shook violently. Everyone immediately fell silent, looking around in confusion. "Huh, an earthquake?" Someone blurted out, voice tinged with panic. Another frowned, eyes fixed on the valley. "The valley's acting up. Is the boss about to go crazy? Let's check it out." One guy snorted irritably. "Ugh, that damn stalker still hasn't shown. I bet this boss can't even beat the stalker, so he probably won't come." Just as he finished, a sharp scream rang out. "Hey, look over there!" The ground ahead cracked open in chunks, ancient coffins scattered everywhere, dust clouds blocking the view. The group froze, eyes blank in disbelief at what they saw. "Where's the boss? The ground cracked too? Is it really an earthquake?" Someone asked nervously. Another stammered, "Could the boss have died from the shock?" Just then, amid the chaos, the system alert sounded, and Yu sent a message. "Everyone retreat, the boss has been taken down by the stalker." "What?" The group all widened their eyes, faces full of question marks. It's only been over 10 minutes, and the boss is already dead? They hadn't even seen him appear, still debating if the stalker could handle all 7 bosses. Now the harsh truth left them stunned. One side, eyes filled with fear. "The cursed tablet of the ancient god of calamity. Now I somewhat understand the higher-ups' decision." Elsewhere, Qin Feng quietly walked through the pale bone mist, firmly holding a heavy stone tablet. The corner of his mouth twitched up slightly, his eyes flashing with satisfaction. This haul wasn't bad at all, Qin Feng told himself, clenching the card tightly. The level had risen to 14, defeating 7 bosses, plus the reward from the greedy hand, totaling 294 evolution points. Most importantly, he had obtained this ancient god's tablet. He slowly stroked the cold surface of the tablet, his gaze deepening. With its mechanism, the government side absolutely couldn't fully understand it without losing at least one city. Moreover, the losses would definitely be severe. Hidden within this tablet was the cursed power of the ancient calamity god Otuodu, a power capable of changing the entire situation, actively triggering a curse on any piece of equipment. Qin Feng muttered, his eyes showing calculation. The curse would randomly grant a boosted attribute based on the equipment's characteristics and profession, but at the same time, it also came with a negative attribute. He paused, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Then let's attach it to the core armor. This Fitui level equipment already carried the effect of the Black Flame Ceremony, which could weaken the target's defense and elemental resistance by up to 35%. If combined with the curse from the tablet, how terrifying would its power become? A cold mechanical voice echoed. You have attached the Otuodu curse to the Black Flame Ceremony. The Otuodu curse grants a boosted attribute. The maximum stacking layers of the Black Flame status increase to 15 layers, with a negative attribute reducing the equipment's base stats by 31%. His dark eyes gleamed, the corner of his mouth curling into a half-smirk, half-excited grin. He clenched his fist, greed lighting up his eyes as if wanting to devour all the secrets of this power. The maximum stacking layers of the Black Flame status increased to 15 layers. With this effect, I can totally push the boss's defense and elemental resistance into negative numbers. No wonder it's a boosted attribute from the ancient god's stone tablet. Compared to that, the negative attribute is really nothing to worry about. Qin Feng's fingers lightly swiped the virtual screen before him, his eyes focused as if devouring every line of text. Excitement rising inside, satisfaction making his lips twitch up unconsciously. Next up, skill evolution. Evolve the Shadow/Slash skill to legendary level. Let's see what new effects it gains. The mechanical voice echoed again. You have spent evolution points. 115 points remaining. Shadow Slash upgraded from Zombie Slayer to legendary. Qin Feng squinted, his gaze sharp and unblinking, quickly scanning in one direction, the range increasing from 30 meters to 40 meters, stealth mode lasting 15 seconds, previously 12 seconds, striking 9 times on all enemies in the path. Cooldown reduced from 12 seconds to 8 seconds at level 4. The slash width increased from 5 meters to 6 meters, each slash dealing an additional 5,700 physical damage. New effect. Each hit grants the target a shield equal to 100% of their maximum HP. Maximum stacking 9 layers, duration 60 seconds. Hearing this, the darkness chuckled softly, eyes sparkling with confidence. Aha, if Shadow Slash hits all 9 times in the future, my effective HP will increase tenfold. My error tolerance will be greatly improved. Very good. He leaned back, taking a deep breath, pleasure spreading through his body, his hand unconsciously gripping his weapon tightly, eager to test the new skill immediately. At this leveling speed, just 5 more hours and I can reach level 15. Then it's time to head to the Demon City. Saying that, Qin Feng's hand ached slightly. Teleportation light flared from the gate beneath the statue, enveloping his entire body. Returning to reality, Qin Feng opened his eyes. In front of him, Tan Tu was lying flat on the ground, her body miserable, unable to lift her head. He placed his hands on his hips, exhaled deeply, sweat dripping from his boredom, shaking her shoulders while rubbing them. On the other side, the girls kept cursing Tiodu nonstop. "Bitch, little fox spirit, I'll beat you to death." Her hand still raised as if wanting to slap her again. "These women, oh man, I'm dying here. My back hurts. My waist aches so bad. I've been hitting so hard my hands are smoking." "That's enough for today. I'll give you a lesson you won't forget. You bitch." Tan Tudu's whole body trembled, clutching the new stick tightly to barely support herself. Her face pale as death, lips trembling, she gritted her teeth and blamed, her eyes flashing with hatred. "It's all Qin Feng's fault. I said we're done. Does that mean you really don't care about me anymore? Don't girls always say the opposite of what they mean?" Her voice was hoarse with bitterness, a flash of grievance in her eyes, but it quickly turned into a cold smile. "Luckily, I signed a contract with the Holy Knight. For the next 3 years, I won't have to worry about survival anymore. Though I have to pay 50% of my lifespan, I still have enough left to develop faster than those. So yen, guys, when I've grown, those who look down on me will definitely pay a heavy price. Qin Feng, just wait. And you, the women from the Kun gang, wait too." Saying this, Tan Tudu's eyes turned fierce. She bit her lip hard and waved her hand to fully cast the holy healing spell. In an instant, the magic power in her body drained like a waterfall, pouring all into the skill. A sudden holy light enveloped Qin Feng. He was walking when he suddenly felt his body fully restored, so he stopped, his face full of question marks. Qin Feng looked around blankly, completely clueless about what just happened. Meanwhile, Tan Tudu's body trembled violently, her face as pale as paper, breathing weakly, her eyes filled with panic, her magic power completely drained. But the skill didn't heal anything except leaving her utterly exhausted. Dizzy and staggering, she fell to one side, mumbling, "So strange, where did I put that again?" Then her whole body collapsed to the ground, nearly unconscious. At the same time, in the ruins of Kuma City, a group of people were besieging a giant boss, sweating profusely, breathing heavily, the clash of swords ringing sharply throughout the space. But nearby, a group of people quietly hid, their eyes like hunting tigers. Qianxi, curling her lips, sneered softly. "Men these days are so weak. Just one boss and they have to send out 18 people. Scared to death or what?" Beside her, a dark-skinned guy smiled flatteringly, like whispering, "Dear Qian, don't say that. They're trying hard for us. We should thank them." Qianxi laughed loudly, teasing tone. "Hee hee, you're really polite. Though you act gentle on the outside, inside you just despise them. These pigmen have such weak damage. It takes so long to kill even one golden boss." Time passed. Over 40 minutes, the boss's blood bar finally dropped to red. Shouts rang out. "Hurry up, push harder, just a little blood left. Come on, the final blow." A mage, glowing all over, was chanting to unleash the finishing strike. But the moment the surge of dark energy exploded, Tianxi's crew dashed out like ghosts, delivering a deadly strike that instantly took down the mage. The boss's health drained immediately, collapsing to the ground. Tianxi narrowed her eyes, a triumphant smirk curling at her lips. "That was tough. Thanks to you weaklings for handing over this gift." The backup group froze, turning around with flushed faces full of rage. "Damn it, it's the Black Peach Gang." Amid the furious shouts, an angry voice rang out. This gang was formed by a mysterious woman colluding with foreigners. So how could such scum dare lead outsiders to slaughter their own people? "Don't be scared. There are only a few of them. Let's charge together." Tianxi slightly curled her lips, her eyes full of contempt, her voice sharp and mocking. "Trash like you dare resist? I'll torture and wipe you all out, you big pigs. Get ready to die." As her words echoed, the big black guy behind her growled softly, muscles bulging, swinging two massive hammers. The wind tore through the air, then a thunderous boom followed as the hammers slammed into the ground, shaking the whole area violently, cracking the earth like a spiderweb spreading out. The people in front were blasted away by the shockwave, bodies crashing into each other with loud thuds like powerless sacks of sand. Tianxi narrowed her eyes, a cruel smile spreading on her lips. She immediately seized the chance, her figure flashing like lightning, moving at lightning speed like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, swords gleamed, screams echoed, and all opponents were neatly finished off. She tossed her long hair back, exhaling proudly, a bitter smile widening. "Ha! Men from Daiha really are just a bunch of useless losers. Looks like the Daiha government already sent out news about us, but what good does that do? The whole Daiha is just trash anyway." The black guy wiped sweat from his forehead, looking down at the defeated bodies, his voice deep and hoarse. "These guys are just casual players. How can they compare to us, backed by a powerful force behind the scenes?" Tianxi nodded slightly, a calculating gleam in her eyes. "Even though my true identity isn't exposed yet, to be safe, we should leave Daiha early and head to North America. Then we can form a guild specialized in hunting Daiha pigs." The black guy nodded in agreement, his face full of excitement. Another chimed in, "Good idea. So what should we name the guild?" Tianxi's lips curved into a devilish smile, her cold voice making everyone call her I Ledoux. "That's it for today. Log out and party hard." With that, she flashed a mysterious smile and logged out directly. In real life, over a dozen tall, muscular black guys stood waiting like bronze statues. The atmosphere was intense. Tianxi declared coldly, "For the founding of the I Ledoux Guild, let's make this a big one." Elsewhere in the game, Qin Feng was busy grinding monsters when a message box lit up from An Yu. "Boss, the price for the hideout has been reported. Can we discuss it?" Qin Feng glanced over, still swinging skills without pause, replying briefly, "How much?" 100. And Yu answered quickly. Qin Feng frowned, a slight smirk on his lips, thinking, too low. He stayed silent for a few more minutes, continuing to grind as if in no rush. Less than 5 minutes later, and Yu messaged again, a hint of pride in his tone. "I told you 1,000 was too low, so I bargained and got 2,000 for you, boss." Qin Feng chuckled coldly, fingers tapping the keys. "Fine, meet at the central statue of the scrapyard." In his mind, he thought, and you, this sly bastard still trying to squeeze me? Not long after, at the scrapyard center, An Yu appeared, followed by a well-armed group, eyes scanning all directions warily. An Yu forced a smile, trying to seem friendly as he approached. "Darkness, boss, don't take it personally. I've got a long life ahead, so the higher-ups arranged an escort for me." Qin Feng smiled briefly in response. "It's fine." Calmness flickered in his heart, but his eyes flashed sharpness. "The authorities still don't know my true power. These guys are just relying on cheap tricks." Then they proceeded with the transaction. Transaction successful notification. You have lost the hideout key of the Holy Church. You received 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng turned and walked away, not bothering to look back. His figure blended into the dim light of the church, radiating a cold, elusive aura. And Yu hurriedly waved, voice full of respect mixed with reluctance. "Darkness, boss, goodbye." The escort group in the distance whispered among themselves. Just for that, they had to spend 2,000 years of lifespan? Do you know what that place is? A hideout that can hold from several hundred to over 1,000 people. Who else but Darkness would be generous enough to share it? Hearing that, someone took a deep breath, admiration mixed with envy. In their eyes, the name Darkness was no longer just a master, but carried an aura others couldn't match. Meanwhile, An Yu clenched his hands, a smile appearing. "Lucky indeed. This time I offered lifespan just in time, preparing weapons to enter the demon realm." Notifications kept ringing in Qin Feng's mind. "You have spent 71 years of tradable lifespan, upgrading to level 15. You have spent 161 years of tradable lifespan, extracting the Grace Liberation skill, mythic rank. You have spent 71 years of tradable lifespan, extracting Assassin's Intuition skill, legendary rank. You have spent 36 years of tradable lifespan, extracting Dark Knight Ring skill, zombie rank. You have spent 23 years of tradable lifespan, extracting Stealth Concealment skill, zombie rank. You have spent 34 years of tradable lifespan, extracting Shadow Mark skill, zombie rank. You have spent 113 years of tradable lifespan, extracting Mount Item, Spirit Lantern." Qin Feng clenched his fist, feeling energy surging through his body. Now, except for a few unequipped items, his level and skills were fully synced with the game. "My power in reality has almost reached the game's limit." Notification. Your hunger level has reached 90%. His stomach rumbled slightly, an uncomfortable reminder. Qin Feng chuckled softly. Too hungry. Time to log off and grab something to eat. But when he returned to the real world, the scene made him pause. He was locked inside an old iron cage, surrounded by a bunch of fierce-looking thugs, holding sticks and clubs, eyes filled with hostility. One hoarsely said, "Boss, the kid's awake." Another licked his lips, smirking. "Kid, hand over all the lifespan you got, or else." He slammed his club down on the iron floor with a sharp clang. "Your fate won't be any different from those guys in the hotel." Ha ha. Another laughed harshly, voice excited. "The apocalypse is awesome. Kill whoever you want, steal whatever you want." Ha ha. Qin Feng's cold, icy gaze swept straight at them, making each one tremble in rage. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and hand over the lifespan. Why are you just standing there?" One guy growled, his face flushed from being provoked. "Boss, I really want to chop him to death." Another clenched his sword hilt, his whole body shaking with excitement. "Damn it, this kid's been scared, stupid. Whatever, just kill him already." "Perfect." Roaring shouts echoed fiercely. But at that moment, Qin Feng smirked slightly, a chilling, murderous glint flashing in his eyes. His whole body seemed to merge with the darkness, unleashing the Shadow Knight complete skill. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black blade tore through the air, each enemy collapsing with pitiful screams, blood staining the floor red. The hotel there also collapsed from the violence, crumbling into ruins. Amid the chaos, Qin Feng calmly sat down, grabbed a steaming bowl of noodles, and casually ate as if nothing had happened. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, his eyes deep as if lost in thought. The more power he extracted into reality, the more his body craved energy. With his current strength, ordinary food was no longer enough to satisfy him. He quietly thought, setting the bowl down. Qin Feng's gaze gradually sharpened. After wiping out the money ghost and I Ledoux guild of that woman, I have to find a way to get the divine tree scroll. But that money ghost is extremely cunning, even harder to find than Tang Fei. He frowned slightly, then suddenly remembered. Right, I was assigned to kill Qin Fengzi before. Maybe I can use that as bait? Even if she shows up, a sigh escaped, his eyes flashing a hint of helplessness. His body was full of power, but his stomach still felt empty and unfillable. Better to head to the city first, then find something to eat along the way. He whispered softly, stepping into the shadows. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room in Mado, Qian Tithi's face was filled with pleasure, her whole body trembling, limp and supported by several tall black guys. Her voice was sultry, her eyes dreamy. "Baby, you guys are amazing. Fighting with all your might, then sweetly drifting to sleep and entering the game. This feeling is seriously awesome." One black guy tilted his head and laughed loudly, patting her hip gently. "My dear Qian, your skills are unmatched. So fierce and seductive, you're seriously too hot." Just as the atmosphere was filled with laughter and heavy breaths, an unexpected message popped up. Qin Feng, disguised, sent it to Miss Qian. The darkness just sent the message. "Qin Feng is dead. He said he would meet in the virtual world, hand over Qin Feng's head to her, then collect the remaining money." Upon hearing this, Qian Tithi's lips trembled slightly, her eyes flashing worry. "Meet the darkness in real life? That's way too dangerous." She quickly typed back, "No need to meet. Just tell him to send a photo." Another message came. He said he doesn't use a phone, afraid of government surveillance. Qian Tithi's eyes narrowed, then suddenly lit up. "Oh, so the darkness is also an enemy of the government? Recently, they've been hunting us more aggressively. If we can drag the darkness into I Ledoux now, those big pigs from Daiha won't be a threat anymore." Her lips curled into a sinister smile. She grinned wickedly, eyes flashing with schemes. "Coordinates 6722 to 8331. Tell the darkness I want to meet him in the game first." In her heart, she whispered, "I'll set up a play to test which side the darkness is really on." Thinking this, her lips curved slyly. She immediately contacted the actor Hang Jian. "Baby, are you there? I miss you. I have a favor to ask. The benefits are countless." On the other side, Qin Feng was sitting silently on the rooftop with Yulin Daheng, practicing the stealth concealment skill, blending into the darkness. When still, he was completely invisible. His eyes narrowed slightly, suspicion clear in his gaze. "Meeting in the game? That money ghost really is a cunning woman." Qin Feng took a deep breath and looked at the coordinates. The Evil Spirit Academy isn't far. He chuckled coldly, quickly logging back into the game. "All right then, let's see what other devilish tricks you have." Very quickly, the darkness arrived at Mado Ruins, where the Evil Spirit Academy was located. Instead of appearing openly, he chose to stand silently on the rooftop, his sharp eyes watching all the action below. At that moment, the Money Ghost group began their play. A stern voice rang out. "Black Peach, our government has located you. Black Peach Gang, I advise you to stop resisting and surrender immediately, or we will use force." Qian Tithi immediately spoke up, her half-smile seductive and defiant. "Hang Jian, Go back and tell the single men of Dai Ha to remember this well. We are no longer the Black Peach Gang. Now we are the I Le Du Guild. Our I Le Du Guild specializes in hunting the men of Dai Ha. After finishing, she suddenly pulled off her bra, revealing 2 trembling white peaches. The sight made the Hangjian group instantly nosebleed. Everyone was stunned and furious. Damn Black Peach. The Dai Ha government must punish you. So bold, shameless. In the observation corner, Qin Feng frowned slightly, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. He stayed silent, just watching. Hang Jian whispered, eyes not daring to leave the hot scene. Baby, that's way too daring. Qian Tithi's eyes were full of meaning, her hand arrogantly stroking in front of the crowd, a wicked smile spreading wide. She taunted, "You pigs of Dai Ha, come here." In her heart, she laughed silently, thinking, "Hey, like it? As long as you help me act well in this play, tonight can be even bolder." Qin Feng stood in the shadows, eyes contemplative, watching every move. A spark flashed deep in his eyes when he saw a familiar face, thinking to himself, "Is that him?" Qiu Haonan, codename Hang Jian, the notorious insider who provided tons of intel to I Le Du Guild. Not until the 7th year after the Divine Refusal game descended did he slip up and get eliminated, but unexpectedly appeared here. Qin Feng's lips twitched, interest flashing in his eyes. Interesting. So Qian Tithi and Qiu Haonan have been colluding from the start. This whole play is just to test my stance. If I help Qian Tithi, I become an enemy of the government faction. But if I don't, Qian Tithi will probably never meet the darkness in real life. Ha, fine. Let me show you some sincerity. Thinking this, he crouched and jumped down, his figure like a shadow strike, both hands swinging to unleash Shadow Knight complete skill. In an instant, a black storm swept through, wiping everything away. The cold mechanical sounds kept echoing non-stop. You have defeated the player, Heavenly Walker. You have defeated the player, Evening Rain Mist. You have defeated the player, Fish Sailor. You have defeated the player, I Am Justice. You have defeated the player, Storm Warrior. You have defeated the player, Left Hand Book Thrust. You have defeated the player, Sharp Light. You have defeated the player, Witch Flowing Lantern. You have defeated the player, Big Fatty Big Fatty. You have defeated the player, I Eat Beef. You have defeated the player, Spirit Power Little Fire. You have defeated the player, Strong Bull. The sounds kept pounding like death drums, plunging the whole space into deadly silence. What? What the hell? The group of Qian Shishi's eyes widened in shock, choking on their own breath. At that moment, a familiar figure slowly stepped out from the clearing smoke, standing tall and straight, eyes sharp like a blade, a cold smile on his lips making the atmosphere around him even more suffocating. "Hello, Black Peach!" A deep, low voice rang out, carrying an irresistible authority. "I am the darkness." Then, Qin Feng slowly walked toward Qian Shishi, each step striking straight into her heart. Standing right in front of her, he calmly spoke. "Hello, Qian Shishi. I am the darkness." At that moment, Qian Shishi's face flushed red, her hands unconsciously clutching her chest, her heart pounding wildly like it was about to jump out of her chest. So handsome. I really like this strong, powerful type. Tears involuntarily fell at the corners of her eyes, but inside, a bitter resentment welled up. Too bad. He was a pig of the underworld. Why? Why does such a strong man belong to the underworld? The underworld is damnable. You don't deserve him. Behind her, the black-skinned guys stared wide-eyed at the scene, horrified, exclaiming, "Omeg, over 40,000 damage. Is this really the #1 power in the world?" The guy next to them stammered out broken English, "Mr. Good Tor, bro." Suddenly, the heads of the 2 black guys dropped to the ground simultaneously. White light exploded from the slash like fireworks in the dark. 39,155 damage. Weak point attack, 38,144. Hitting the weak point dealt 39,999. 1,999 damage, 39,123. The continuous lines appearing made the scene even more chilling. Qin Feng slowly sheathed his sword, eyes icy cold, voice sharp as a blade. "I don't understand what you guys are saying, but I guess you're definitely insulting me." Fresh blood still stained the ground. Qian Shishi stood beside him, stunned, her face pale, cold sweat rolling down her temples. She stammered, voice trembling. "They're not insulting you, they're just greeting you." Qin Feng glanced sideways, indifferent eyes that made others feel suffocated. "Oh, then I'm sorry. To avoid misunderstandings, it's best to speak the underworld language here from now on." Brother Ha looked up at Qian Shishi and ordered decisively, "Start the transaction." "Oh, right. Put on your clothes first." Qian Shishi blushed, slightly pulling her shirt to cover her exposed chest, then bit her lip and whispered, a mischievous spark flashing in Qin Feng's eyes. In her heart, she whispered, "This darkness guy is a freak, but he makes me even more interested." Qin Feng calmly replied, voice steady but eyes shining. It's on me, but I can't bring it into the game. If you want, I can show it to you in real life. Qian Shishi smiled softly, eyes full of trust mixed with passion. It's okay. I've witnessed the power of darkness, so I trust you won't deceive me. Tin, you have received 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. The system sound rang out. After finishing, Qin Feng turned around, his back radiating cold detachment. All right then, I'm off. Just as he stepped forward, a hurried voice called from behind. Wait. Qian Shishi stepped forward one step, her face slightly flushed, eyes revealing obvious lust, her lips curved slightly, carrying an irresistible charm. You have the power, I have the money. Can we cooperate long-term? I have a new assassination target here. If you're interested, come to my place tonight. Saying that, she deliberately licked her full lips, voice lowering to a soft, seductive invitation. Whatever you want, I can satisfy you. Qin Feng glanced indifferently, eyes unwavering, straightforwardly asked, who do you want to assassinate? What's the reward? Qian Shishi smiled softly, eyes sparkling, voice full of hidden meaning. Let's meet and talk. The reward will be much more generous than this time. Tonight at Mao Port, I'll be waiting for you. With that, she directly logged out of the game. Qin Feng stood still for a moment, his eyes flickering with suspicion. At home, huh? Could it be her yacht? At the statue in the center of Dunat City, Chu Haonan and his crew had just been resurrected, his face flushed red with anger, eyes wild, teeth grinding as he growled. Damn shadow bastard, I knew you were going to betray the government. Though Han Shui cursed out loud, deep down Chu Haonan felt an indescribable thrill. A twisted smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he thought, ha, it worked. Shishi really did team up with the darkness, so the reward she promised is definitely mine. He spun back around, eyes flashing coldly, ordering the girl behind him. Those idiots in Shanghai just keep chasing after that shadow. We gotta catch them and get some answers. Qingyue, you lead everyone to claim their lifespans first. There might be some moves soon. Qingyue blinked, but answered firmly. Got it. Her in-game name was Light Rain at Nightfall Vaivu. Inside, Qingyue was torn and full of doubt. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, eyes deep in thought. Is the darkness really colluding with Atbish? If that's true, no matter how many times we die, we have to find a way to take him down. But the gap between me and the darkness is just too wide. Even before I could clearly see his figure, I was already dead. Outside in the real world, night had fallen, the waves lapping and reflecting the dazzling lights from a lavish yacht. Bright lights cast shimmering reflections on the water like silver sparks. The yacht's door slowly opened. A figure in a black cloak stepped out, walking calmly but radiating an overwhelming aura. That was Qin Feng. He strode straight up to the bodyguards blocking the way, eyes sharp and voice low but firm. I'm the shadow here to see it, Bish. Hearing this, the guards' faces changed instantly, bowing respectfully. So it's the Shadow Lord. Miss has been waiting for you a long time. Please come in. Another guard quickly grabbed the radio to report. The shadow has arrived. Prepare to depart. Under the guards' respectful gazes, Qin Feng walked inside. At the same time, the yacht trembled slightly as the mooring lines were pulled up. The massive ship slowly left the dock, gliding straight into the dark sea. Inside the lavish hall, a woman in a sexy red dress slowly approached. In her hands were 2 glasses of shimmering red wine, a seductive smile playing on her lips, her eyes shining bright like they wanted to burn whoever looked back. Shadow Boss, finally we meet. Shishi's voice was sweet, deliberately emphasizing every word. She stepped closer, her scent of perfume gently filling the air. Her sparkling eyes locked onto Qin Feng without blinking, surprised that in real life he was just as mysterious. Qin Feng frowned slightly, his gaze icy cold, unmoved by her charm, his voice decisive and straightforward. Spit it out. Who do you want dead? Hearing that, Shishi smiled seductively. She leaned close to Qin Feng, eyes half accusing, half teasing. Who says? Why don't you have even a bit of feeling? Shishi handed him a glass of deep red wine, voice playful and teasing. Nights like this with such a view, and a beauty by your side, why bother with boring talk? Come on, bottoms up, for tonight's spring celebration. Without a word, Qin Feng took the glass and drained it. Seeing that, Shishi laughed delightedly. Yeah, now that's the spirit of a real man. She didn't hesitate, pushing him down onto the sofa and immediately sitting close, wrapping her arms tightly around his. So, Shadow, how does it feel? Her voice dropped to a sultry whisper full of innuendo. Qin Feng frowned. What? Shishi smiled smugly, eyes glinting with malice. In that glass, I slipped in a family heirloom potion. Anyone who drinks it will obediently follow my orders. Haha, even the Shadow's just a man like any other. How does it feel? Pretty powerful, huh? Her voice grew more lustful, body pressing closer. Whisper in your ear. Don't rush. Just relax and enjoy. When we both reach the peak of pleasure, I'll lift your hood to see your true face. I bet you're incredibly handsome, but for now, keep that mysterious vibe." Then her hot hands started peeling off Qin Feng's clothes, but at that moment, Shishi suddenly froze, eyes wide, mouth stammering. "Oh God, how can he be so fierce? Is this really a man? So hot. Damn, no wonder they call him the Shadow." Her body trembled, both shocked and wild. But before she could claim the moment she wanted, a brilliant light suddenly burst from Qin Feng's body. "Ah, hot! What the hell's this fire?" Shishi screamed in agony, trapped by invisible flames, struggling desperately. At that moment, Qin Feng stood up, face cold as ice. He reached out and grabbed the glass pendant around Tianxi's neck, voice low and steady. "A glass pendant for protection? Didn't expect you to still have something this good? It saved your life." Shishi's eyes went wide, whispering in horror. "What? A golden glass pendant, common jewelry, boosts stats by 10, health by 300, requires level 7 to equip, and the unique effect every 300 seconds, it creates a damage immune shield, 1 layer max." Now Shishi finally saw the face of the newcomer clearly. Her whole body shook, eyes wide with panic, lips trembling as she stammered. "Qin Feng, what the hell are you doing here? Weren't you killed by the shadow already?" In the dim light, Qin Feng stepped slowly closer, his icy gaze suffocating. His voice was low and sharp, cutting straight to her core. "There's only one reason I am the shadow." Shishi felt like she'd been slapped across the face, her complexion drained pale. Panicked, she pointed at the black-cloaked figure sitting nearby. Voice choked. You're the shadow. Then who the hell is he?" The cloaked man slowly pulled down his hood, revealing the face of a loyal cultist. His face twisted with extreme joy, eyes blazing like a fanatic, mouth screaming strange sounds. "Ngao! Ow! Ow!" The eerie noises made the yacht's atmosphere chill to the bone. Shishi's panic peaked, her legs gave out and she collapsed, bowing her head repeatedly, tears mixing with sweat streaming down her heavily made-up face. Her voice trembled and weak. "Big brother Qin Feng, no! Dad Qin Feng, I'm sorry. Dad, please, I was wrong, please forgive me. I'll give you all my lifespan. From now on, you'll be my slave. I can make you serve me however I want." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Not letting her cry any longer, he asked in a low voice, "Where are the 5 foreigners who came with you?" Shishi lifted her head, her face streaked with tears, lips trembling. She tried to muster some courage, pleading, "Dad, if I tell you, will you let me go?" Before she could say more, a cold, mocking laugh echoed from behind. Qin Feng didn't waste time bargaining. Suddenly, his hand grabbed her neck and twisted hard. A crisp crack echoed as Shishi's neck snapped. Her body went limp and collapsed. His face showed no emotion. He bent down, picked up the phone from the still warm corpse, speaking calmly, as if those 5 guys weren't here. Immediately, a system notification sounded in his head. "Ding! You've received 659 years of tradable lifespan." A slight smirk tugged at Qin Feng's lips, but his eyes darkened as he stared out the window, his voice low and calm but dripping with deadly intent. "I wanted to clean house in one go, but damn it, she used Tianxi's phone to call the government first." The night sky was bright with moonlight, the luxury yacht cutting through the waves, but the air was thick with the stench of death. Soon, a police speedboat roared across the sea, its flashing red and blue lights slicing through the water, heading straight for the yacht. An emergency report had been received. A mass slaughter on board. Among the dead was the precious heiress of the Tian family conglomerate. According to the caller, the killer's skills matched those of the shadow figure from the game. That meant the identity of the mastermind was nearly confirmed. The investigation team immediately set off for the scene. On the ship's bow, Chu Haonan clenched his fists, so tight the veins bulged. He ground his teeth, eyes blazing with pure rage. This shadow guy was lawless beyond belief, killing indiscriminately, clearly daring to challenge our country's laws. Regret filled Chu Haonan's heart, his eyes watering red as he clenched his jaw, swallowing his hatred. "My sister," that thought stabbed his heart like a needle, driving him crazier. He tightened his grip, voice hoarse with fury. "Once we're on board, I'll use investigation skills on the body." Once the Shadow's location was confirmed, they'd open fire with everything they had, making sure to kill the target. A cold, vengeful gleam flashed in his eyes as he vowed, "I swear I'll get revenge for you." Meanwhile, the investigators examined Tianxi's body. One frowned, reporting heavily, "Preliminary check shows cause of death, broken cervical vertebrae. We also found unknown DNA inside her mouth, plus burn marks." Hearing this, Chu Haonan seemed to pour gasoline on his fury, roaring with bitter rage, voice hoarse through clenched teeth. "Damn shadow, not only killing but humiliating the dead." Tien Han sued Chu Haonan, "I swear I'll drag you before the law." He trembled as he touched Tianxi's cold body, fingers stiff as iron but shaking with rage. Activating his skill, a faint glow covered his eyes. The dead's last words, a special power that reveals the killer's traces, lasted 5 minutes. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, face frozen pale. In a flash, his whole body tensed like a stretched string. Then he replayed the scene, screaming in panic. "Watch out! The shadow's close! 6 o'clock position! Open fire!" But just as he drew his gun, a blue flash tore through the air. Whiz! A poisoned dart shot straight at him, grazing his head. A sharp crack sounded as his glasses shattered. Chiu Haonan's eyes widened in horror, but before he could react, his body collapsed, eyes still frozen in shock. "Captain Cao, an investigator," shouted, voice repeating. Chaos erupted instantly. Qingye bit her lip, face pale but steady. She immediately raised her hand to signal the others to form a collective shield. Then they all opened fire ahead. Her voice rang out with hatred but sharp as ice. "Shadow, you killed an investigator. You want to be the enemy of the government now?" The battlefield was tense as a cold, steady voice echoed through the air, carrying invisible pressure that made everyone freeze. "You don't need to worry. The reason I killed Chiu Haonan is because he's been feeding intel to Tianxi for a long time. To gain benefits, he's a mole, and the proof is definitely in his phone. Take your time investigating." Qin Feng's words hit the team like thunder. Guns slowly lowered, suspicion and shock clear on every face. One investigator nervously grabbed Chiu Haonan's phone, quickly checked it, then reported, voice full of surprise, "Captain Lam, we found communication records between Captain Cao and the real Tianxi and his phone." Suddenly, he seemed to discover something important. Eyes wide in shock, blurting out, "Wait, Tianxi is the mystery in the game?" Hearing this, Qingyue froze, hurriedly snatching the phone from the male investigator. He panicked, trying to say, "Ah, wait, there's more inside." But Qingyue cut him off, frowning, voice urgent. "Wait, what? Is there something I'm not allowed to see?" When the screen lit up, her eyes widened immediately, showing a shadowy image of Shishi and Chiu Haonan. Qingyue's face flushed red, hands trembling slightly, lips stammering. "What the hell is all this?" The male investigator looked embarrassed, twisting his hands nervously, stammering, I told you it was from." Qingyue swallowed hard, heart pounding. She quickly scrolled through the images and suddenly remembered the Shadow's words. It was all true. Turns out the last time the Shadow killed them in the game was just a setup for Tianxi to witness. Once he earned her trust, he found her in real life and killed her. Then he even called the cops himself as bait. Chiu Haonan stepped out, and he conveniently took out the guy too. In one move, he helped the government eliminate 2 major threats at once. Just thinking about it sent chills down Qingyue's spine. This guy is seriously terrifying. The male investigator noticed her intense stare at the screen and asked, "Hey, why are you staring so hard?" But Qingyue didn't answer, lost deep in chaotic thoughts. Luckily, the Shadow isn't an enemy of the government, or the consequences would be unimaginable. She remembered the moment she fired at him, her heart tightening. If he just held a grudge against her, that'd be one thing. But if this messes up his relationship with the government, that's a disaster. Biting her lip hard, she finally lifted her head, her eyes locked with determination. Her voice rang out clear, "Darkness, thank you for helping me. I'm sorry for shooting at you just now." As soon as she finished, a gun suddenly appeared in her hand. Without hesitation, she raised it and shot herself right in the leg. Bang! Blood sprayed, splattering the air red. Qingyue collapsed to her knees, her face twisted in pain. Everyone on the team's eyes went wide as they shouted, "Captain Lam." Still, she raised her hand to signal, shoulders trembling but eyes steady. "It's okay." Tears welled up and streamed down her cheeks, her voice choked but earnest. "Darkness, I still hope you'll keep working with the government." An investigator rushed over, catching her trembling body. Worry and reproach mixed in his tone. "Was that really necessary?" "Captain Lam." Qingyue nodded slightly, her eyes flashing alertness, calm but tinged with anxiety. "We don't know what darkness is really like. Better to be safe than sorry." Up above, Qin Feng stood silently, hands shoved deep in his pockets, half hidden under the light drizzle. His cold face showed no emotion. To him, everything below looked like a chessboard. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as he thought, "Night Rain Qingyue, that's her real name? She shot herself just to avoid making enemies with me? No wonder she's the one who will lead the government forces later." The scene instantly switched to the game world. A horde of giant monsters surrounded a group of players. The clash of weapons and monster roars mixed into chaotic noise. A young guy in heavy armor, shield in hand, braced himself up front. Sweat dripped as he gritted his teeth and growled, "Xiao Du, hurry up and heal me." Xiao Du stood behind, hands trembling as she gripped her staff, quickly replying. Right after, her staff glowed, but the healing light didn't go to her teammate. Instead, it shot straight at a headless monster behind them. The monster immediately used its body. The wound sealed up, its vitality restored instantly. The guy got bitten by a carnivorous flower, screaming in pain, angrily yelling, "What the hell are you doing? What a useless idiot." Before he could react, another beam of light pierced through both him and Xiaodu. In a flash, they both fell, turning into white light that vanished. Moments later, the system revived them. Xiaodu opened her eyes, tears welling, hand shaking as she covered her mouth. Her heart ached. Ah, dead again. But I swear I didn't see anyone around. Right, it has to be darkness. Why does he keep targeting me? Could he know I'm trying to avenge Brother Songfei? The guy who revived with her punched her hard in the shoulder, growling, "You idiot. Darkness doesn't have time to focus on you. That's the Platinum Boss, the headless assassin Ha-La who wiped us out. Didn't you read the system alert? Your misuse of the healing skill triggered it. If the guild leader dares to send you along again, I swear I'm offing myself." Xiaodu grabbed her head, tears streaming down as she cried miserably. "It hurts so bad. Ugh." Just then, heavy footsteps echoed. The headless boss, massive and dark, stomped the ground with each step, slowly closing in on the two. The guy turned pale, panicked, shouting, "It's coming! That boss actually chased us here? Run!" Without hesitation, he turned and bolted, running like crazy. Xiaodu froze in place, eyes wide with terror, body trembling, completely paralyzed by fear. In a luxurious mansion, sparkling lights reflected off the shiny floor. Suddenly, a plate full of fruit was slammed to the ground, shattering into pieces. A woman with fiery red hair jumped up, her face flushed with anger. Her hand clenched the phone tightly, shouting furiously, "Trash! This was the perfect chance to kill Darkness, and your government just let him go? You've been in the government for years. How can you be so useless at the most critical moment?" Breathing hard, her eyes burned with fierce hatred, her voice growing colder. "I don't want to hear any excuses. He slaughtered my entire Dongfang clan, and the blood of my family won't be spilled for nothing. No matter what you do, Darkness's blood debt must be paid in blood. Your father-in-law died at his hands. What are you waiting for?" The air in the room thickened. Suddenly, from a dark corner came a cold but childish voice. A boy covered in blood slowly stepped forward. Behind him lay the cold body of a girl. "Mom, I have a plan to kill Darkness." The woman startled, spinning around, her eyes trembling with a mix of joy and pain at her son's condition. She hurriedly asked, voice full of worry, "Nantian, what's your plan? The divine game is off limits. Only adults over 18 can join. You still can't get in." The boy lifted his head, his young face twisted with hatred, eyes bloodshot like a wild animal's. He clenched his teeth, each word cold and sharp. "Mom, even if I can't enter the game, I know the tricks. That Darkness guy loves killing, right? Let's send some people to provoke him, then arrange for them to go to Dad's fireworks factory. Before that, we prepare once Darkness kills, we blow up the fireworks factory. Then, those countless fireworks will be his funeral pyre, letting the whole world witness his death. Even if we fail, Darkness won't be able to touch us." The woman stood silent for a moment, then a cruel smile curved her lips, her eyes flashing with ruthless pride. She looked at her son, voice full of pride. "Looks like we raised you right. Hear that? That So guy isn't half as useful as his own son." On the phone, a deep, reluctant male voice sounded. "All right, but this has to stay secret. The government's attitude toward Darkness is still mostly about recruiting him. My big brother and second brother won't back us on this." The woman replied coldly, "Fine, I'll handle it." Her voice was harsh, then she quickly hung up. Her eyes glanced toward the room where the woman's body still lay motionless, a cruel smile creeping on her lips. She spoke bitterly. "So, that bitch still won't give up her lifespan?" The young man standing beside her lowered his head, cheeks flushed with shame and fear. He stammered, voice trembling, "I'm sorry, Mom. I couldn't hold back, and before I knew it, I'd beaten her to death." The room grew heavy with a dark vibe, the metallic scent of blood lingering like a grim reminder of the death that just happened. Cut to the divine game world once again, the city of Mao is drowning in chaos. The group of players who just respawned, led by Qin Xiaodu, barely had time to prepare before the headless boss swung its deadly blade and cut them down instantly. Outside, other players witnessing the nightmare couldn't help but freak out. Screams echoed all over the plaza. "Did you see that? Some people just dropped dead over there. Someone's definitely lurking and stealth must be the Darkness." Before the words even finished, the headless boss lunged forward, slicing through like a cold gust of wind, wiping out another group. Fear took over, and the survivors just bolted. "Damn it, run fast! That Darkness is going berserk, slaughtering innocent players everywhere." Meanwhile, back in the real world, Qin Feng relaxed on a small boat, tapping his fingers softly to the tune of a long whistle. The Mado Lake reflected the bright sky, a peaceful scene totally at odds with the chaos inside the game. He squinted, scanning the surroundings, a satisfied smirk creeping onto his lips. Not bad at all. I'll extract the hideout here. Right then, the system chimed in with a notification. Do you want to spend 1,315 years of lifespan to extract the Soul Sanctuary? The hideout into reality? Note, the hideout is an underground city. After extraction, all original materials will disappear. Are you sure? Qin Feng didn't hesitate, his eyes flashing with determination as he confirmed firmly. Instantly, the water before him rippled, waves spreading wide, then a massive crack opened from the lakebed. From the depths rose a majestic underground city, the Soul Sanctuary slowly emerging, light flooding the entire sky. Extraction complete. Qin Feng crossed his arms, surveying the newly appeared hideout with a look of satisfaction, a slight smile on his lips as he whispered, "Time to go grab the Apocalypse book." Just as he logged back into the game, Qin Feng received a message from Wang Man. "Boss, someone reported you're slaughtering innocent players." Qin Feng blinked, raised an eyebrow, and snorted. "Huh?" Wang Man quickly explained, his voice urgent, "But since you weren't online, it's definitely not your doing." Then I dug deeper and found out a platinum boss is attacking players. It's called the Headless Assassin Hala, with crazy stealth skills no one can spot it. Wang Man's tone grew more anxious. "Boss, can you handle this?" Just then, more players were killed by the ruthless Headless boss. The atmosphere thickened, everyone trembling. Amid the tense silence, someone gritted their teeth and blurted out, mixing fear with helplessness. "What kind of freak boss is this? I'm on stealth level 3 and still can't see it. Safety first, damn it. I can't spot the boss either. Otherwise, I'd have taken it down solo by now." He growled in frustration, eyes bloodshot with rage, then scoffed coldly. Damn, this boss might even have the darkness itself throwing in the towel. Clearly, Safety First was still bitter about the last time Qin Feng humiliated him. As soon as he finished, the face of the ghoul saintess darkened, her eyes flashing irritation because the shadowy presence of the darkness outshined her own aura. Just as the mood turned awkward, the blue-haired girl next to her quickly raised a finger to her lips, signaling to hush. "Keep it down. Don't let the boss hear. First, we should find higher ground with a better view to keep watch." The group nodded, ready to quietly retreat when Safety First carelessly stepped on a banana peel someone had tossed. "Ow!" He rolled his eyes, wobbled, then crashed hard to the ground. Furious and embarrassed, he shouted, "What the hell is this? Who throws banana peels here?" His yell instantly caught the Headless boss's attention. In a flash, two of his teammates got caught in the boss's sword sweep, their bodies shredded, blood splattering everywhere. Safety First's face went pale, barely dodging a fatal blow. Seeing his friends fall right in front of him, he screamed hoarsely, voice cracking with pain. "What? Little Tho Haubach?" His eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. He glared at the Headless boss, gritting his teeth in curses. "Damn it, come here! I'm not afraid of you!" As if answering, the boss swung its massive blade down. Safety First rolled aside, dirt and rocks flying with the slash, cold sweat dripping down his temple. "Damn, I'm rolling way too early." He scrambled up, panic rising. The blade came at him again. With no other choice, he kept rolling, dodging slash after slash. Each roll left him more battered, dizzy. "Still not dead? What the hell is this?" he yelled, voice trembling as he gasped for air. The scene looked ridiculous, him rolling circles around the boss, while the boss stood still, cold as a predator waiting for its prey to tire out. Moments later, Safety First's head spun wildly, eyes darting. He was about to hit his limit, vision blurring. He collapsed in despair. Dizzy, he thought the boss had vanished, stammering, "It's gone." But no, the boss had just cloaked itself right there, cold and deadly. "Ah, I'm so dizzy." Just then, the boss suddenly reappeared, unleashing its ultimate stealth-breaking strike straight into his chest. Blood sprayed everywhere, his body convulsed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing. Safety First died on the spot, dropping some lifespan items that scattered on the ground. At that moment, a figure dashed in like a gust of wind. Qin Feng appeared behind the boss, face cold, eyes sharp as blades. Without a word, he raised his weapon and decisively unleashed the ultimate stealth-breaking kick. His sword gleamed icy light, piercing straight through the boss's back. A huge number flashed in midair, $28,000, 60 damage. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled as his voice dropped, asking, "So your name's Hala?" Back a few minutes before Qin Feng showed up, a group in the team was buzzing, all eyes filled with resentment fixed on Qin Xiaodu. They all pointed fingers, voices full of blame. It was her wrong skill use that triggered this Headless boss. Yeah, the boss locked onto her and chased her all the way to the respawn point. Qin Xiaodu's face went pale, tears streaming, trembling as she stammered, I didn't mean to." The others wouldn't let it go and turned to accuse Chen Vo Dan. "Guild leader, with players like this, our team won't take them anymore, and we don't need to. They die without even knowing why, it's just unbearable." Tren Vaudan's face darkened, teeth clenched as he hissed, "Shut your damn mouth! You want to drag the boss back here?" He shot a glare at Tun Teo-du, mixing irritation with calculation, then added, "Teo-du, looks like you're not cut out for fighting. From now on, you're in charge of scouting hideouts. Find a golden hideout, and I'll give you 3 years of lifespan. If you find a platinum one, I'll throw in 10 years. In his mind, he thought, "At first, I thought she was a hidden gem, but turns out she's just dead weight." Tren Vaudan kept giving orders, his tone cold like he was handing out favors. "From now on, I'll give you 1 day of lifespan every day. At least that's less of a waste than if you died every single day." An instant notification popped up. "Teo-du, you've received 2 tradable days of lifespan. You still have 2 days and 13 hours of tradable lifespan left." Tun Teo-du's eyes flickered with light, her earlier fear instantly flipping into overwhelming joy. She wiped away tears and quickly bowed her head. "Thanks, guild leader." Nearby female players saw this, and their faces darkened. A weird, bitter resentment bubbling inside. They whispered with sharp tones, "Damn it, she's got it made now. Seeing the guild leader every day? I get it, this is her game. Damn, little fox. Yeah, we gotta play it like that too." A few nodded in agreement, eyes full of scheming. Just then, a flash of light cut through the darkness. Tun Fong appeared suddenly, gripping his weapon tight, unleashing his stealth-breaking strike. In a blink, the headless boss was wiped out, shattered into pieces of light, and vanished. The tense air snapped as Tun Fong stepped forward, voice cold and loud. "That was Hala." The whole area fell silent. Everyone's eyes locked on Tun Fong in shock. The guy who just casually took down the terrifying boss that had the whole team sweating. Even Tren Vaudan stood frozen, mouth agape, pale as death, mind blank. It took him a few seconds to snap out of it, anger flooding in over the shock. He spun and punched the guy next to him so hard the poor dude's eyes nearly popped out, screaming in pain. Suddenly, at that moment, Tun Teo-du was wrapped tight by countless blurry shadows, her face ghostly pale, sweat pouring like rain, eyes wild with panic, breaths ragged and rapid, body trembling uncontrollably. Everyone nearby freaked out at the bizarre sight, backing away like they might catch whatever freaky thing it was. Tren Vaudan didn't even flinch. He frowned, no mercy in his eyes, and kicked Tun Teo-du hard. There was a sickening thud, sending her and the shadowy figures flying back, causing a stir among the crowd, all wide-eyed in disbelief. Tun Teo-du's body hit the air with a loud thump, and she let out a terrified scream, voice cracking from fear. Right after, 4 headless bosses suddenly appeared out of nowhere, surrounding her like grim reapers waiting to claim a soul. The group called Number 1 Safe rushed over just then. Seeing this, every face drained of color, unable to hold back, they blurted out, "What the hell? 4 bosses? No, wait, 5. Didn't the big dark boss just kill one? No wonder I kept seeing them everywhere, it's all clones." In her panic, a flicker of hope sparked in Tun Teo-du's eyes when she spotted Tun Fong. Her heart trembled, and her mind focused on one thing, darkness. "Thank God, I'm saved." Tears welled up, her voice choked but desperate as she cried out, "Dark Lord, Big Bro Darkness, save me, please save me." Tun Fong's eyes glinted coldly. Without hesitation, he swung his arm, activating Shadow/Shield, a black blade glowing with deadly force slicing straight at the boss and the falling Tun Teo-du. A thunderous explosion echoed as both the boss and Teo-du got hit. Damage numbers flashed each over 30,000. System message: "You have slain the headless assassin Hala. You have killed Teo-d. You gained 48,000 experience points. Congratulations, you earned 20 evolution points. You received 1,520 tradable days of lifespan." At that moment, Tun Fong suddenly clutched his stomach, face going pale, dry heaving with a retch, looking miserable and extremely uncomfortable. Then he muttered curses under his breath and quickly used the greedy hand skill. Besides the 1,520 lifespan days dropped by the boss, countless other glowing lifespan orbs appeared before his eyes. Turns out this boss had just sucked up a bunch of non-tradable lifespan from other players and hadn't digested it before Tun Fong killed it. Right then, the Envu group showed up. Seeing Tun Fong, Envu's face lit up bright as she ran over, shouting, "Big bro, if you don't want it, sell it to us." Tun Fong looked at her, sweat dripping down his face, sighing inwardly. "Damn, these guys are everywhere." He smirked slightly, eyes sparkling with mystery, then slowly said, "You came just in time. There's a place with good loot. If the price is right, I can take you there to grab it." Hearing that, Envu nodded eagerly, voice full of excitement. All right. But then Tun Fong pointed at Vung Man and casually added, "You guys with Vung Man come with me. Envu, you're not allowed." That instantly wiped the smile off Envu's face. Her brows furrowed, tone sharp. "Why the hell not?" Tun Fong stayed calm, voice serious. "It's really a place where women can't go. and Vu switched to a flirty look, eyes sparkling, lips curling into a teasing smile. Huh? Big bro? You're discriminating? That's so sad. I was gonna seduce you, but I guess you're into guys. Tun Feng's face darkened, mouth twitching, silent. Then he smacked Envu hard on the head. Smack! The crisp sound echoed so loud even the nearby folks heard it. He sighed softly and explained in a low voice, "There's a divine authority tower outside the northern gate of the ruined city. After the challenge, you can get great loot, but the NPCs inside hate women. If there's a woman in the team, the difficulty jumps tenfold." And Vu gritted her teeth in anger. "Damn sexist NPCs, when I level up, I'm gonna kill you." Saying that, she swung her arm, storming off, dragging Tio Hak along. "Tio Hak, let's explore the mountain over there and kill some monsters to blow off steam." Tio Hak waved goodbye, looking a bit regretful. Tio Tweet turned back to him, smiling softly. "Big bro, see you later." Tun Feng nodded slightly, then turned to call out to Vung Man's group. "You guys, follow me." Instantly, the darkness sent out a team invite. When the message popped up, the whole crew from Vuong Man's squad got their hearts pounding like crazy. One guy stammered, his face flushed. "It's my first time teaming up with the big boss. Gotta admit, I'm kinda nervous, a little on edge. This is my shot to learn how the boss moves." They kept running, trying their best to keep up, but the more they ran, the more confused they got. What the hell is going on? The boss looks like he's moving slow, but somehow he's faster than us sprinting. How the hell am I supposed to learn anything like this? They exchanged glances, faces turning dumbfounded, feeling both frustrated and helpless. Seriously, the Shadow's agility stat is just insane. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had no clue about their struggle behind him. He just strolled on, calm and collected. As he walked, he opened his system panel, eyes scanning over more than 20 items that just dropped. His gaze lit up when he stopped at 2 assassin weapons he could use. One of them was the refined bone blade of the White Phantom, an assassin-class weapon with crazy stats. 388 attack power, 125 armor penetration, plus 39 strength, 48 agility, level 15 requirement. Its only special effect? When you deal damage, your movement speed doubles for 5 seconds. When that double speed effect kicks in, the system instantly adds 30% more dodge chance. Qin Feng gripped the new blade tightly, eyes gleaming with excitement, quietly marveling, a small, satisfied smile tugging at his lips. Its attack power is nearly 80% higher than the sickly 216 of his old blade, plus armor penetration, strength, and agility bonuses. Not bad at all. The platinum-level dark blade in his hand radiated a gloomy light, instantly condensing a swirling black sword energy from shadow elements, shooting forward. This skill deals single-target shadow elemental damage within 20 meters, adding 600 elemental attack points. Especially, when it hits, it removes one random negative effect, not exceeding platinum level. Cooldown is 12.649 seconds, level requirement 14. Qin Feng nodded softly, muttering that although the single-target shadow damage is a bit low, the debuff removal effect is definitely worth it. Not bad at all. Right after, the system message popped up again. Evolution to Legendary successful. You spent 56 evolution points, 219 points left. The Dark Blade evolved from Platinum Phantom to Legendary Diamond Reaper. Its stats boosted by 600 plus 800 plus 1000 plus 1200 plus 1500 shadow elemental damage. On hit, it removes one random negative effect not exceeding legendary level. Cooldown dropped from 12.117 to just 3.78 seconds. The legendary special effect? Hitting a weak spot restores 3 seconds of cooldown. Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock, heart pounding fast. He burst out laughing, voice full of excitement. Just hit the weak spot and get 3 seconds back? Ha! That means this skill's cooldown is basically only 7 or 8 seconds now. He tightened his grip on the sword, shadow light reflecting in his eyes, burning with excitement. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly remembered Vuong Man's crew. He turned around, scanning the area, but all he saw behind was empty silence, no sign of anyone. He furrowed his brow, voice full of doubt. Where the hell did Vuong Man's guys go? About 2 kilometers back, Vuong Man's teammates were exhausted from trying to keep up. One of them couldn't take it anymore, collapsing on the ground, gasping like he was about to pass out. The shadow moves too fast. No way I can keep up. Captain, I can't go on. Vuong Man pulled him up while trying to encourage him, panting but forcing a smile. Come on, keep pushing. Right in front of Qin Feng now stood a towering spire, its peak piercing the clouds, majestic enough to shake anyone's soul. His eyes flickered, voice steady as he spoke. This is it. Once we get inside, an NPC will give us a challenge. This NPC's a real jerk. The stronger you look, the more expensive his stuff gets. So, I'm only going to use about 1% of my power. Everyone, Hang in there. Just take down one golden boss and we're good." Saying that, Qin Feng glanced at his teammates, but all he saw were gloomy faces, heavy breaths, and an atmosphere thick with tension. He frowned slightly, barely understanding what was going on when Vuong Man gave a thumbs up, sweat dripping down his forehead, gasping but forcing out, "Don't worry, we'll get the job done." Seeing that, Qin Feng nodded softly, voice firm but reassuring. "After we beat the challenge, we can buy good gear from the NPC. I won't let you guys down. Remember, only talk in the team chat during the whole thing. Don't let the NPC overhear." Vuong Man's crew dragged their heavy feet, trailing behind Qin Feng. Dim light cloaked the entrance. When the group pushed open the heavy door, the hinges screeched eerily. The moment the door shut behind them, a creepy laugh echoed. "Welcome. Welcome to Lambton. I bet the chaos of this forsaken game has you all rattled, huh?" Asterisk. Cough cough times, this is the Tower of Divine Authority. Beat the challenge, and you can trade with me. When you're ready, just let me know. That weird voice made the others shiver, eyes wide with surprise. One muttered, "Wait, this game actually has real NPCs?" Another looked worried, voice trembling. "Hold on, boss. What kind of boss fight is this challenge?" Qin Feng glanced at the team, sharp eyes but calm tone. "Just follow my lead during the fight. It's simple." But the guy still wasn't satisfied, firing off questions nervously. "Can you give more details? How long will the fight last? How many phases does the boss have? What skills? Can it move? Does it have instant kill moves, targeted skills, weak points? How long do we have to fight?" Hearing all this, Qin Feng and Vuong Man both broke out in cold sweat, tension thick as a wire. Vuong Man quickly cut in, voice a mix of embarrassment and helplessness. "Boss, don't mind him. He's got a rep for being stubborn as hell. Back when we were running missions, he messed up and lost 2 teammates, so now he's super cautious about everything." Qin Feng ignored his teammates' worries, stepped forward, voice steady and clear. "Ready? Let's start." The guy behind panicked, yelling, "Wait, I haven't finished," but the NPC's cold voice cut through the air. "Now, enjoy." Suddenly, a swirling shadow vortex opened up in midair. The darkness spun, swallowing the light. Toi konchua kip noet kao ti yong NPC lan lung vang vong gua kong gian, bai gia bato tu hundi, ngay sao do, mod vong exoi hak am dot not mora gua kong trong, bong toi exoi tron, nut le ansang. From inside, a massive monster slowly took shape. The sound of cracking and breaking echoed as chunks of black stone fell away, revealing a cracked skull puppet soaked in black liquor stone, level 20, gold grade. The guy behind widened his eyes, his face paling for a moment. Level 20? We're only at level 11 at best. Qin Fengxi glanced over calmly, his expression unchanged. "No worries. Wang Mang can handle it," Wang Mang growled, gripping his shield and sword tight, determination flashing in his eyes. He immediately powered up, let out a fierce roar, then slammed his shield forward with a shockwave, charging straight at the monster. But the beast didn't hesitate, its huge arm swung down like thunder crashing. Boom! Wang Mang was instantly slammed, flying, his big body hurtling backward like a heavy sack. "Boss!" The guys behind shouted in panic, their eyes full of worry. In that moment, Qin Fengxi moved like a gust of wind. So fast he almost blurred. He reached out and caught Wang Mang's flying body, stopping him from crashing hard on the ground. His voice was sharp but reassuring, telling everyone not to worry about him. The elite archer fired. The swordsman unleashed triple slash as they landed. The team responded instantly, their voices echoing commands. Arrows sliced through the air, hitting the boss, making it roar in fury. Below, the swordsman leapt up, striking rapid triple slashes into its body. The monster went berserk, mouth wide open, sharp white teeth bared viciously. It roared, then slammed its 2 massive arms into the ground, cracking the earth. Black blood sprayed everywhere from its mouth. Thick black energy seeped from the boss's body, spreading in all directions, making the air suffocating and cold. Qin Fengxi's eyes hardened, his voice firm. "The boss has gone berserk. I'll handle this." Everyone backed away from the black oil. The swirling, dark energy shot out like creepy tentacles. The young team dodged in panic, breathing hard, cold sweat pouring down. Damn, this is dangerous. Meanwhile, Qin Fengxi focused, his body trembling slightly before vanishing in a blink. A sharp light flashed as from the shadows. A razor-sharp blade shot forward like it wanted to tear through the void, aimed straight at the boss. Swish! The monster roared, its body shaking violently as it took 4,500 damage right at its weak spot. The swirling black energy instantly tore apart, the berserk state wiped clean. It let out a weak roar, then fell back to normal. Wang Mang forced himself up, eyes wide with shock and disbelief, half stunned, half amazed. "Boss, ditch the old gear. This damage doesn't fit your status at all." The guy next to him laughed, slapping Wang Mang's shoulder. Boss is acting way too good, stuck in the corner the whole fight. This NPC's definitely gonna think the boss is a total noob. Haha. The archer frowned, eyes full of doubt, looking at Qin Fengzi and asking, "The stronger the player, the pricier the gear, right? I'm curious, how do you know all this?" Qin Fengzi smiled faintly, his tone calm but seasoned. This divine game's got tons of secrets, a lot of info hidden in the ruins. Usually, you gotta ask yourself if you're trying to explore, if your knowledge is growing. His words made Wang Mang's group fall silent immediately. They exchanged uneasy, confused looks, not sure how to respond. Suddenly, the boss let out a fierce roar, the sound echoing through the space. From its mouth, a giant energy ball began to form. The red glow made the whole atmosphere suffocating. Qin Fengzi's eyes sharpened, and he shouted, "Watch out! Next, the boss will spin clockwise and breathe fire. Get the hell out of the way." The black oil on the ground plus the fire, 3 seconds and you're toast. Everyone tensed, ready to dodge. But right then, the guy with the greatsword suddenly ran counterclockwise. Wang Mang yelled hoarsely, panicked, "Old bastard, you're running the wrong way." But it was too late. Qin Fengji frowned, seeing the situation, and said, "No time to dodge." At the critical moment, Wang Mang gritted his teeth, activated his immortal skill, and charged forward like a steel mountain. He roared, raising his huge shield right in front of him, using his body as a shield against the fire. The flames and fury swept over him, swallowing him whole, but he stood firm. Seeing this, Qin Fengzi nodded slightly, his deep voice ringing out, "Good. Once the fire dies down, everyone hit with your strongest damage skills go all out." As soon as the flames faded, the group surged forward like arrows from a bow. Skills exploded one after another, skill lights covering the boss's huge body. Damage piled on non-stop, its health dropping fast, chunks of its body ripped apart, agonized screams echoing everywhere. The system announced, "The elite has defeated the cracked skull black liquorstone puppet, level 20. Wang Mang's team stood up straight, sweating but all smiles, confidence shining on their faces. Meanwhile, Qin Fengji thought quietly, eyes flashing. The tricky part about this boss is that when its health drops below 70%, it goes berserk. As long as you dispel the berserk effect, its power's only like a silver-tier boss. Just as the team was about to celebrate, a hoarse laugh echoed, chilling and bone-deep. Asterisk, cough 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 times, player Lamting, congrats, you're the first to beat my challenge. Now, just pay with your lifespan to claim the Divine Tree's letter from me. Asterisk, cough 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 asterisk. At that moment, the NPC slowly pulled out a pile of items, his name appearing clearly, Wizard Wickley. The swordsman's eyes lit up with curiosity, mouth dry. This NPC's name is Wickley. Hey, he's got 6 fingers. The moment he said that, the NPC's eyes flashed cold light, and in an instant, a burst of energy shot straight at the swordsman. Boom, 999 damage flashed in bright red. The swordsman didn't even get a chance to scream before he was instantly killed, his body breaking into shards of light and vanishing. Wang Mang's face turned ashen, furious, shouting, "That old bastard! Why'd the NPC suddenly attack?" Qin Fengzi stood nearby, calm but sharp-eyed, slowly reassuring, an old loyal dog but still impatient. "Don't worry, NPCs and players can't attack each other, unless players break the forbidden rules set by them. This guy's ban is linked to his fingers, just don't mention it and you're fine." Hearing that, Wang Mang quietly turned to look at the vanished light body. Long was still shaken. Meanwhile, the NPC went back to that quiet, brooding vibe like nothing had happened. He casually laid out more bizarre items in front of everyone, his hoarse, cold voice cutting through the air. "Pick the sacred book you need, trade your life for it, then get out of here." That line made Wang Man jump, stammering, "What the hell is this? You can actually burn your lifespan to create real-life materials? Stuff like food and water if you get these sacred books. No matter what disaster hits the real world, your supplies are guaranteed." Then his eyes lit up bright, and he couldn't help but turn to Qin Feng with a grudging shout. "No wonder you're the dark boss, man. Every time I roll with you, I score the good loot." Right after, the two leaned in close, whispering, their eyes gleaming slyly. "So lame. Does the boss ever let us down? Whoa, there's even a sacred book for mechanical maids? I gotta get that one." The system chimed coldly. "Ting, you've lost 9,000 days of tradable lifespan. You've received 9 sacred books from Jianghai City in total." He nodded slightly, silently calculating that these 9 sacred books would cover his daily needs. Besides that, the Divine Authority Tower had achievements with fame rewards, and those were definitely worth grabbing. Then, Qin Feng's gaze locked onto the NPC, his voice calm but firm. "I want to solo the highest difficulty challenge. Is that allowed?" The NPC froze for a moment, then sneered with contempt. "You? With how you just acted, you might not even clear the first floor." And you want to try the hardest level? Qin Feng didn't flinch, just asked, what exactly is the highest difficulty? The NPC explained slowly, teasing, saying the difficulty was split into 5 floors, with the 5th being the hardest. The boss was still the golden cracked skull black wine golem, but all its stats attack, defense, health, and skill cooldown speed were boosted by 500%. Hearing this, Wang Man's group all went pale. 500%? Wang Man swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping down his neck. Just dodging the normal skills earlier nearly had him tapping out. If it's boosted 5 times over, can the old man even dodge? And with 5 times the health and defense, how long would it take to kill it? One slip up and it's game over. The NPC continued, eyes flashing with wicked light. One more thing, if you die during the challenge, all the lifespan you drop belongs to me. Are you sure you want to try? Qin Feng lifted his head, eyes sharp as knives, answering crisply, every word dripping with certainty. The NPC's lips curled into a twisted, sinister grin. Hehehe, good. You want to hand over your lifespan to me yourself? Fine by me. This is just the beginning of the game. And yet you lamtings are already this reckless? You're asking for it. With that, he raised his hand to cast a spell, dark runes twisting in the air, and with a thunderous boom, a terrifying figure appeared before everyone. The golden cracked skull black wine golem at 500% strength, its crushing pressure freezing the air around it. Qin Feng didn't flinch, slowly drawing his new weapon. His eyes gleamed as he thought, quickly can boost summoned creatures, so 500% isn't even the limit. When I took him down back then, he could push the boost up to 2000%. So this golem is just the warm-up. Perfect timing. I want to see what this new weapon's power is all about. The moment his poison dart stabbed straight into the golem's body, a chain reaction exploded. The system flooded with alerts. Activated Black Flame Gift. Target's elemental resistance down by 7%. Activated special effect. Bone blade speed doubled, lasting 5 seconds. In a flash, Qin Feng vanished. The golem's heavy swing cut through empty air, shaking the ground and cracking it wide. A sharp swish sounded as Qin Feng suddenly appeared behind the boss, his sword flashing cold light. He activated the bone blade again, speed skyrocketing, his figure like a streak of dark lightning piercing the golem's skull. The golem screamed in rage, cracks spreading across its head. In an instant, Qin Feng pushed his speed to the max, his body blurring like it dissolved from sight. To any normal person, that looked like perfect invisibility. Outside, Wang Man and his crew stood frozen, jaws dropped in horror. He vanished again? Don't tell me the old man can stay invisible non-stop. The archer shook his head. No, it's not that. It's just speed. He moves so fast our eyes can't keep up, so it looks like he's invisible. Before the words even faded, Qin Feng reappeared. He muttered low, grace of release. In a split second, his sword was wrapped in deadly light. The next strike would trigger a throat cut effect. Instantly, Qin Feng exploded into action. Shield slash after shield slash, dark shadows overlapping, each cut tearing through space, sword light covering the golem's head, activating the Black Flame Gift, reducing the target's defense and elemental resistance by 64%. The combo rained down, all aimed at the critical weak points. The golem's health plummeted fast, red bars on the HP gauge dropping like crazy, the ground trembling under its furious roars. Qin Feng soared high, a satisfied glint in his eyes, totally worth the effect of the ancient divine stone. Without it, each shield slash would only do about 100,000 damage max. Now gripping his weapon tight, the black flame burst like it wanted to burn the whole sky. Outside, Wang Man and the archer couldn't believe their eyes anymore. Damn, in just a blink, that 500% boss lost a third of its health? What the hell kind of skill is this? It looks like the dark boss really showed up for real this time, but the shield slash usually only hits 3 times. Even the NPC Wizard Weekly standing outside with a creepy grin was visibly shaken. He frowned, eyes scanning sharply. This divine game just launched on Lam Ting, so how does someone already show power like this? What kind of talent level is that? Over here, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly flashed, sharp as a blade. He tilted his body, tightened his grip on the weapon's hilt, then executed the throat cut skill. Every move, quick and cold like a seasoned assassin. In a blink, the next strike's damage was boosted to 200%. Right after, a deadly dart traced a cold streak. The cart slammed straight into the golden skull water puppet. Took 42,442 damage. Hit the weak spot. Took 66,321 damage. Weak spot again. Took 86,123 damage. Weak spot once more. Took 101 damage. 386. Weak spot. The damage notifications flooded in one after another. The giant puppet trembled, the fierce glow in its fake eyes slowly fading. Just after a few breaths, its health bar drained completely. It was totally wiped out. A clear chime rang out. Congrats! You've beaten the 5th floor challenge of the Divine Authority Tower. You earned 5 reputation points, plus all the achievements from previous floor challenges. You got a total of 1 plus 2 plus 3 reputation points. Congrats on soloing the Divine Authority Tower for the first time ever worldwide. You earned 5 plus 10 plus 15 plus 20 plus 25 reputation points. At the same time, the system screen flashed and sent out a special global announcement. The Dark player has completed the highest difficulty challenge in the Divine Authority Tower. This is a global alert. Everywhere, players erupted into chaos. Faces were filled with disbelief. The Divine Authority Tower? What the hell is that? The city I live in is just a pile of junk. There's never been a tower like that. Damn, the dark side's always one step ahead of us? Right then, the new NPC suddenly snapped awake, eyes bloodshot with rage. He pointed straight at Qin Feng, shouting with pure hatred, "Damn it, you're a cheater, a damn fraud. You Namstar bastards are way too slick. If I'd known, I'd have sold each book to you for 10,000, no, 100,000 years of lifespan." His face twisted with fury as he roared like thunder. "Get lost! All of you, get the hell out of my sight." The fierce energy burst out, scaring the whole crowd so badly that Wang Man screamed in terror. What the hell is this NPC planning? The archer dude next to him went pale, cold sweat pouring down as he stammered, "Well, if he's gonna make a move, then we gotta be ready." The NPC swung his hand hard, unleashing a terrifying swirling energy storm that swallowed the sky like a hurricane. In an instant, Qin Feng's whole group was engulfed in that destructive force, no way out. Wang Man and the archer screamed in panic. "Ah!" Their screams echoed through the gloomy air, but Qin Feng just stood there, calm and cold, eyes steady as if he'd already seen this ending coming. The next moment, a beam of light surrounded the group, their bodies trembling slightly before teleporting outside the Divine Authority Tower. The archers' screams still echoed in the air, fading only once they actually touched down on solid ground outside. Wang Man blinked shakily, glanced around at the changed scenery, then froze before bursting out relieved. "We're outside the Divine Authority Tower. We're not dead, we just got kicked out." Hearing that, Qin Feng smirked slightly, his voice calm but confident. "Told you not to worry. NPCs can't just attack us for no reason. We already grabbed everything we needed. Let's call it a day, I gotta log off and eat." Wang Man nodded rapidly, face full of grudging respect, quickly saying, "Okay, thanks for opening our eyes, boss. If we get another shot like this, you better give us a heads up." Qin Feng nodded briefly. "Will do." The archer quickly chimed in with respect. "Boss, see you next time." Logging out of the virtual world, Qin Feng returned to his secret hideout in real life. He gently opened his storage, eyes lighting up as he saw 9 sacred books just extracted. The cost, 90 days of lifespan. These resources were tradable. Without hesitation, he ordered to spend 106 years of lifespan, buying fancy furniture, daily essentials, food, and even an all-purpose robot maid. A flash of light appeared, and suddenly a graceful maid stood in the room, holding a broom, her soft, respectful voice ringing out. "Master, it's our first meeting. I can help you handle everything around the house. If you need anything, just say the word. I'm here to serve." Qin Feng leisurely leaned back on the luxurious new couch, looking lazy but clearly satisfied. He closed his eyes slightly, voice steady. "Clean up the whole place, then cook me a really good meal." The maid bowed her head gently, eyes shining with dedication, answering clearly and firmly. She immediately started tidying everything up. Soon, the soft sound of broom bristles brushing echoed throughout the room. Meanwhile, in Jianghai City in real life, the atmosphere was heavy with sorrow. A woman's body lay covered with a cold white sheet, one foot still in a shoe, the other bare. Nearby, Mane Liang, face grim, held a thick file and spoke with grave seriousness in the investigation room. "This is the 3rd female corpse found this week. Like the previous 2, their limbs were sawed off, eyes gouged out. The killer is definitely the same person." His words made the air even heavier. A middle-aged man frowned, his tone sharp. "Did the investigators find any clues?" Mane Liang stood straight, slightly bowed his head, eyes flashing tension as he replied. "The murderer seems to know the investigator's abilities very well. The time he left the house coincides exactly with the skill's inactive period." The man's face turned serious, then decisively ordered to ask Yu how long the police would need to start the search. "We can't delay any longer, we have to catch this killer." A police officer behind immediately acknowledged the order crisply, the sound echoing in the room. Mane Liang still looked troubled, lips pressed tight, eyes flashing suspicion. The chief noticed and frowned, asking, "What? Did you find something else?" Mane Liang took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, then slowly said, "Could it be the dark? I compared the dark's online and offline times. They match perfectly with when the girls were murdered." The chief paused slightly, stroking his chin, eyes thoughtful, but his voice stayed calm. Just matching times? That's not enough to prove anything, Mane Liang quickly emphasized, voice a bit urgent. But I think we can start investigating from this angle. Now, rumors are spreading that the Dark is the killer, and the authorities are covering up his brutality. The chief frowned slightly, waved his hand, voice stern. All right, Xiaoma. I know last time the darkness made you lose face in front of An Yu, but you absolutely can't let your personal feelings get in the way of the job. I'm going to assign more people to the recognition tech team to back you up 24/7. Our mission is to wrap up this case fast and bring justice to those who've passed. With that, he turned and walked away, his figure fading behind the door. Manai Luong stayed behind, his face dark as if covered in soot, his hands clenched so tight they trembled. He could only grit his teeth and force out a reply, but inside he was boiling with frustration. In the world of the divine game, the ruins of Ma Do City now appeared as a hazy, crumbling wasteland. After resting and eating, Qin Feng logged back in. The system's light flashed, and his figure appeared in the cold, empty game world. His steps were steady as he muttered to himself, like a reminder. The Evil Spirit Academy, this used to be a platinum-level hideout. Though it's no longer hidden, its barrier strength is still considered the strongest in all of Hua Ha. Right after, the system's mechanical voice rang coldly. Tin, you've spent 74 years of tradable lifespan to create a guild base. Qin Feng walked while calculating in his mind, his eyes blazing with determination. He grabbed this hideout and registered it under the guild's name. That way, he'd have a solid foothold in the ruins of Ma Do City. Among the hideouts, some can teleport between each other. Traveling between Ma Do and Gyeonghai will be way easier later on. That thought sparked in his head as he quickly moved deeper inside. Ahead of Qin Feng was a vast open space, heat from molten lava swirling up thick, like it wanted to burn the air itself. He frowned, eyes sharp, scanning around. Strange, he'd reached the very end of the third floor, yet not a single monster in sight. Qin Feng silently questioned this, narrowing his eyes. His instincts told him someone had just been here. And more than that, it was a group with serious power. Just then, a mocking laugh echoed from deep inside. Ha ha, this time you're trapped for good. The sound bounced off the rocky walls, ringing through the scorching space. Qin Feng tensed immediately, his steps halting as he pressed himself against the lava wall to listen. In front of him, a girl was surrounded by a bunch of guys. Her face was pale, eyes wild with panic, voice trembling as she shouted, "No, don't come any closer." The men glanced at each other, their lips twisting into nasty grins. One sneered, his voice hoarse and sinister. "Heh, don't worry, we're not going to kill you. For now. Madame Fuangdong ordered us to bring you to her first, so her son can shower you with love. Spill where you really are, or we'll drain your lifespan till you're dead. Oh, and forget about suicide, it won't help. The Shura Dayan Guild members are waiting at your respawn point to pick you up." Another guy cut in, sounding amused. "Here's the deal. In this game, you killed Madame Fuangdong twice, so you've got to have taken a good chunk of her lifespan, right? I'm guessing at least 30 years. Hand over those 30 years to us, play a few rounds with us, and then you're free." Hearing that, the girl stepped back slowly, tears streaming down her cheeks, fear blazing in her eyes. But then her gaze shifted strangely, a flicker of unreadable light shining through. Her voice shook, but she forced herself to speak. "Play? What kind of game do you want to play?" The men burst out into disgusting laughter. One of them even pulled his pants down, making the girl freeze in horror. Of course, this is the game. The air around them seemed to freeze. The girl was silent for a moment, her face flushing red, shoulders trembling. Then suddenly, she bit her lip and whispered with a strange mix of despair and determination. "Then you have to promise me after the game. You'll let me go." The other side laughed right away, their voices dripping with lust. "Sure thing, come on, start with me." The guy next to him joined in, chuckling loudly. "Yeah, then it's my turn." The girl trembled as she stepped forward, each step heavy like she was being forced. But at that moment, her eyes snapped wide open, flashing with fierce killing intent. Without hesitation, she pulled a poisoned dart from her sleeve and threw it hard. The dart sliced through the air, whistling straight at them. "Die!" But just as the dart left her hand, another figure lunged out of the shadows. He unleashed the Golden Peak earthquake move, a heavy beam crashing down, pinning the girl's body. Boom! She was slammed to the ground, shaking violently, blood spurting from the corner of her mouth, her face pale. He spoke coldly, eyes full of contempt. "You little liar." The girl lay flat on the ground, coughing harshly. Hack hack, her body trembling non-stop under the crushing pressure of the skill. A blonde-haired man stepped closer, his eyes dripping with lust, a vile smile spreading across his lips. "Here's your last chance. Open wide." But suddenly, the girl lifted her head. blood-smeared face breaking into a wicked grin. Her eyes gleamed with cruelty. "Ha ha! See you later." Then from her hand shot out a white band, flying like lightning, slicing past the two men. A cold whistle rang out, followed by a sickening sound. Slash! Both were instantly cut in half, blood spraying everywhere. The band whipped toward the guy, pinning her down, his face drained of color, stammering in terror. "What? Magic chains?" Before he could finish, the white band wrapped tightly around his neck, squeezing bit by bit. He screamed, breath cut off, desperate wheezing coming from his throat. A sharp crack echoed as his head exploded like a ripe melon, blood and guts splattered across the floor. In a hidden corner, Qin Feng silently watched the whole scene. His eyes flashed with surprise, thinking, "Guild member. Could this girl be like me?" Meanwhile, the girl sprang up, her eyes blazing with hatred. She gathered all her strength and kicked straight into the other guy's groin. Thud! A pitiful groan echoed through the cave. She coldly stared down the man about to collapse, eyes full of contempt, voice sharp as she spat out each word. "Go die, you bunch of animals." In her hand now was the Huangshuan blade, its curves twisting around her body like a living creature, radiating bone-chilling, killing intent. On the ground, scattered lifespan markers glittered, shining like proof of the miserable deaths of those bastards. "The hunter has become the prey now," she growled, eyes cold as knives. "I won't spare a single one." Her name was Kuai Lin. Around her, the Huangshuan blade spun fiercely, radiating terrifying power. At her feet, she gathered the lifespan markers of her enemies one by one. Watching this, Qin Feng's heart shook. His eyes briefly lit up, thinking, just like the darkness, this is also the only hidden profession in the assassin system. In his past life memories, Qin Feng clearly remembered this girl was Kui Lin, one of the top 10 strongest in the world, ranked 10th. But because she was an enemy of the Sir family in Mo, her real identity was exposed. At that time, countless enemies joined forces to attack her. Even though she killed thousands, she eventually collapsed from exhaustion. When the bad news spread, his entire guild mourned deeply. Qin Feng clenched his fist lightly, emotions swirling inside him, never thought he'd run into her here. But then he suddenly doubted. Dongfeng Wit, the Dongfeng family, didn't I wipe them all out already? A thought flashed through his mind, and Qin Feng stepped out of hiding, revealing himself and calling out to Kui Lin. She immediately spun around, eyes cold and sharp, deadly intent flaring. She snorted coldly, voice full of caution. Still got backup, huh?" Qin Feng quickly replied, "No, not me." But before he could explain, a ruthless gleam lit up Kui Lin's eyes. She shouted, voice like a cold blade, "Too much talk, time to die." Then, the Huang twin blade spun wildly around her, radiating fierce killing intent as it shot straight at Qin Feng. In a flash, the white ribbon wrapped tightly around him, but Qin Feng stayed calm, not a hint of panic, his gaze sharp like he saw through everything. As the Huang twin blade tightened, his body blurred like smoke, then vanished right there. "What?" Kui Lin's eyes flickered with shock. Just then, a calm yet taunting voice sounded behind her. "All right then, I'll play with you." Kui Lin flinched, heart pounding, eyes wide in disbelief at what just happened. Instinct kicked in, and she quickly jumped back, then swung Ho Hong Twin fiercely forward. The blade radiated a chilling, killing aura, while Kui Lin's body began to fade. She activated the assassin's stealth skill, disappearing into thin air in a blink. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, then laughed out loud, voice full of excitement. "Ha ha. Stealth, huh?" Right after, his body also started fading. His stealth skill activated, making them both vanish completely from sight. Silence fell like death. Cold sweat dripped down Kui Lin's forehead. In invisibility, she gritted her teeth, thoughts racing. "No way. My Hoang Twin blade comes with level 4 anti-stealth skill. How didn't it detect him? Wait, could this guy be darkness itself?" Just then, a low mocking voice suddenly whispered right by her ear. "Hey, I'm right here." Kui Lin tensed up completely, heart about to leap out of her chest. She startled, fear flashing in her eyes, and quickly jumped back. Panicked inside, she thought, "Damn it, I clearly used level 4 stealth, yet he still saw me? No way." Qin Feng, she immediately unleashed her soul-hunting demon skill. Instantly, the Hoang Tuyen blade twisted and writhed like a venomous snake, radiating icy killing intent, ready to slash Qin Feng down. Gripping the hilt tight, Kui Lin sent the blade flying. Qin Feng tilted his body aside, dodging easily, eyes flashing with surprise, a quiet "oh" escaping his lips. He thought, could this blade actually lock onto my position? Meanwhile, Kui Lin coldly schemed, even if I can't see him, my weapon can. Once targeted by soul-hunting demon, no one can escape. Qin Feng kept leaping, moving smoothly to dodge every sharp strike, but the Huang Tuan blade stubbornly chased him like a shadow. He furrowed his brows slightly, lips curling with interest. Didn't expect this profession to track targets, even ignoring stealth. Fascinating. Thinking this, he suddenly burst forward, moving so fast he left only after images. Circling around Kui Lin, she gasped, eyes wide, whispering in panic, "Oh." Then, Qin Feng dropped right at her feet, eyes calm but lips curved faintly. But that's not all. In a flash, the Huang Tuwen blade broke free from Kui Lin's control, twisting to coil tightly around its owner. Her body was squeezed hard, pain shooting through her core. Kui Lin struggled, face pale, letting out frustrated sounds. "Ugh! Ah!" Qin Feng stepped forward casually, grabbed her weapon with one hand, and effortlessly hoisted Kui Lin upside down like she weighed nothing. He spoke coldly, voice sharp and clear. "Kui Lin, can you hear me now? I'm darkness, not someone sent by Dongfeng Niet. If I wanted you dead, you'd be long gone." Kui Lin's face drained of color, heart racing wildly. She panicked and shouted, "I believe you! I believe! Just put me down!" Qin Feng stayed calm, eyes half-lidded, staring straight at her. "Tell me, is this Dongfeng Nuet you mentioned from the Dongfeng clan in Jianghai City?" Hanging upside down, Kui Lin trembled, voice choking out. "Yeah, but she was married into the Sir family, so her ties with Dongfeng aren't that close anymore." Qin Feng's eyes darkened, a bloody memory flashing through his mind of when he personally wiped out the Dongfeng clan. He muttered low, voice full of killing intent, "So I missed one fish slipping through the net. Looks like when I killed the Dongfeng clan, Dongfeng Wait wasn't there." Kui Lin's eyes widened, shocked. "What? You wiped out the Dongfeng clan? Then?" She burst out laughing, a mix of joy and hatred in her voice. "Perfect. So Dongfeng Nuet and Darkness are enemies too. Put me down. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can work together." Qin Feng said nothing, just coldly released his grip. Thud. Kui Lin dropped straight to the ground, the impact making her wince, and let out a choked cry. He stood watching, calm eyes but firm voice. "Cooperation comes later. First, tell me why you want to kill Dongfeng Weet." Kui Lin propped herself up, face twisted in pain but eyes burning with hatred. She gritted her teeth, voice hoarse. "To avenge my father." She took a deep breath, hands trembling as she clenched them, then began to tell her story. Before the god game appeared, Dongfeng Wait drank, drove, and killed someone. But she still walked free, because the Sir family found someone else to take the fall. My father couldn't accept it, so he risked everything to find evidence to convict her. But the next day, my father was pulled up from the river bottom. Back then, the authorities concluded he had a nervous breakdown and took his own life. Kui Lin's voice caught, her eyes red-rimmed, but then a fierce blaze of hatred flared up. "I went straight to Dongfeng Niet demanding answers, but all I got was nearly beaten to death by the Sir family's bodyguards. At that time, I was desperate, had even thought about ending it all. But then this game showed up. The first thing I wanted to do after stepping in was to kill Dongfeng Niet." Her eyes burned like fire, but in the game, to kill that bitch for good, I had to drain her lifespan completely. After she revived, she hired countless people to hunt me down. And what happened next, you've seen it yourself. Big boss of darkness, I beg you, help me kill Dongfeng Niet." The air went still for a moment. Tun Feng was silent, his eyes deep like he was weighing something. After a bit, he spoke firmly. "I refuse." Kui Lin froze, her face going pale, then hurriedly said, her voice urgent and worried, "Don't worry, I'm not asking for free. What do you want? If I have it, I'll give it all to you. I'll be your damn beast of burden, give you every bit of lifespan I earn. All my gear and skills belong to you. Just help me kill Dongfeng Wit. Even if you want me to be your slave, I'll do it willingly." Tun Feng quietly glanced at Kui Lin, a flicker of thought crossing his eyes. Then he slowly spoke, calm but resolute. "No, I can't help you kill her. This enemy can only be ended by your own hands. But before that, I'll help you. Whether you can get that far depends on your own fate." Hearing that, Kui Lin looked up, her face showing confusion, her voice trembling. "Help me? How exactly will you help me?" The corner of Tun Feng's mouth twitched. He looked straight into her eyes and said, "Join my guild, become one of mine, and then I'll help you get your revenge. Ping, Darkness has invited you to join the guild." Kui Lin stared at the notification in front of her, her brows furrowing slightly, surprised inside. The Darkness Guild only had him so far. Just joining the guild was enough? After a moment's hesitation, she took a deep breath and clicked, "Accept." "Ping, Kui Lin has joined the guild." "Ping, you have accepted Kui Lin's friend request." Tun Feng nodded slightly, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. Looks like she agreed. Now all she has to do is advance her class rank. He paused, his voice slow but commanding. What advancing class rank means and how to do it, she'll have to figure out on her own. Once she succeeds, she's to come find me. If she can't even do that, then she might as well give up on revenge. Saying that, Tun Fong turned and disappeared deeper into the cave, leaving behind Kui Lin's stunned but determined gaze. She clenched her fists tight, a fierce flame rising inside her. I will do this. I have to advance so I can kill that woman with my own hands. Meanwhile, Tun Fong walked on, silently thinking. The potential of the Huang Tuian blade was nearly limitless, just a little guidance, and her future would be bright. When Kui Lin grows stronger, she might even become a powerful ally for me. His figure faded as he entered the deepest part of the Aklin Academy. There, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared. The level 15 platinum-grade demonic fire witch, Sana. Tun Fong narrowed his eyes, staring at the monstrous creature before him, thinking, is this really the guardian of Aklin Academy? Then, he vanished on the spot. Boom. Tun Fong used Shadow Knight Harmony, a precise strike aimed straight at the boss. Critical hit, dealing 26,338 damage, hitting its weak spot. A smirk crept onto Tun Fong's lips, a spark of interest in his eyes. Early stage, only one of the boss's 4 heads was active, and it was immune to physical damage. So I have to use elemental skills, less damage, but enough to take it down. Tun Fong took a deep breath, eyes calm but mind calculating. He gripped the blade's hilt tight, muttering to himself, using shadow recognition and calculating, plus the forest bone blade to speed up. After a critical hit, cooldown resets, letting me keep up the attack rhythm. Thinking this, Tun Fong struck immediately. The shadow blades in his hands radiated cold, killing intent, each phantom slash flying like shooting stars straight into the boss's massive body. Slash, slash, slash. Precise hits kept striking the weak spot, the boss's health dropping fast. Its huge body trembled, covered in deep wounds left by Tun Fong's blade shadows. A cold smile tugged at Tun Fong's lips, his eyes sharp. Right, transform into a mobile spirit guard right here, force it into phase 2. Sure enough, the boss's body shook violently, all 3 heads snapping up at once, blood-red eyes glaring at Tun Fong, full of hatred. He snorted softly, a cold smile curling his lips. Then she jumped aside. A furious roar echoed, the boss enraged, attacking wildly, heavy blows smashing the surroundings. Rocks shattered, the ground cracked into chunks, but Tun Fong was as fast as the wind, his body flowing smoothly, dodging every deadly strike by a hair's breadth. His hand raised the blade again, shadow blades shooting out, sharp light piercing through the monster's flesh. The boss howled, spewing black blood from its wide mouth, its breath growing weaker. Tun Fong stood firm in the battlefield, eyes full of confidence. He gripped the hilt tight, his voice ringing out, decisive like a death sentence. Disco dance, end it here. Instantly, the shadow blades shot from his hand, cold light tearing through space. Boom! The boss's body shook hard, then exploded on the spot, shards flying everywhere. System sound rang out. Friend Tun Fong has slain the level 15 demonic fire witch Sana, earned 50,000 experience points, received the key to the Platinum Aklin Academy hideout. You can now advance your class rank. Tun Fong smirked lightly. His eyes sparkled with battle intent as he whispered, advance. The cold voice echoed again. Your class rank advancement has progressed. Now you've leveled up from 1st to 2nd rank, all stats boosted sharply. Power 927, Stamina 927, Agility 2472, Spirit 1545, Level 15. Lines of text flooded his vision, announcing insane numbers. Power 129,147, Stamina 184,202, Agility 268,316, Spirit 10,131, Health 2,608, Physical damage 535, Cooldown reduction 85%, Damage resistance 77, Physical defense 300, Physical damage reduction 24.8%, Lightning elemental resistance 458, Reduction 31. 4% lightning damage. Dark element resistance 304 reduces dark damage by 23.3%. Ice element resistance 278 reduces ice damage by 21.7%. Fire element resistance 278 reduces fire damage by 21.7%. A new passive skill just popped up. When attacking while invisible, you won't get knocked out of stealth. Attacks that break stealth still work. Reading that, Qin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. A powerful wave stirred inside him. The bonus stats had tripled, and on top of that, attacks didn't break stealth anymore. Phase 2, Obsession. This was a real game changer. A rush of excitement mixed with joy swelled in his chest. A faint smile tugged at his lips, his eyes shining brightly as the scene outside the Demon Spirit Academy shifted. Seeing that group turn back, Kui Lin flinched slightly, her lashes trembling. They still dare to come here? The group of perverts opposite burst into loud, mocking laughter, their tone dripping with provocation. Heh, last time I didn't know you still had that chain blade, my bad for underestimating you. But this time's different. I've brought the whole Shura Hall guild crew. Let's see where you can run now. With that, the leader charged forward, eyes bloodshot, shouting, "This time, I'm not holding back like before." In his hands, a heavy staff slammed hard into the ground, triggering a massive, earth-shattering shockwave. The ground trembled violently, dust swirling everywhere. Kui Lin quickly leapt back, her body moving gracefully out of the attack's range. Without hesitation, she activated her shadow step, vanishing into a misty veil. But suddenly, a blinding bomb was hurled straight at where she'd just disappeared. Boom! A flash of light exploded, forcing Kui Lin out of invisibility, her body blasted by the shockwave, staggering off balance. Before she could steady herself, a brutal flying kick slammed into her stomach, sending her crashing backward onto the ground. The blonde guy stepped up, eyes full of contempt, brutally stomping on Kui Lin while sneering, "You rotten bitch, I'm gonna teach you a lesson you won't forget." Kui Lin's slender body trembled in pain, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She shut her eyes, pale-faced, but still holding a small vial in her hand. Her voice was hoarse but proud. Don't mess this up." Before she could finish, his foot violently crushed the vial, knocking it from her grasp. The blonde picked it up, inspecting it before bursting out laughing, dripping with sarcasm. "Self-poisoning, huh? Ha! Planning to lose half your lifespan and respawn at the checkpoint? This bitch has got some nerve." He bent down, his face twisted with lust. His long, slimy tongue slid out as he grinned wickedly. "But I gotta say, I like it." Then he licked her pale face. Kui Lin felt a wave of disgust rise, but her battered body had no strength left to fight back. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed through the air. "Ding! The platinum-level hideout, Demon Spirit Academy, now belongs to the Shadow Guild." The barrier opened. Everyone not in the Shadow Guild is considered an intruder. Initiate cleanup. In an instant, a massive lightning bolt tore through the air, striking the group. The explosion roared, rocks flying everywhere. That terrifying power left them no chance to react, their bodies trembling before being wiped out on the spot. The system's cold voice rang out again. "Ding, cleanup complete." Silence returned. Kui Lin stared blankly at the scattered lifespan points on the ground, eyes wide, heart pounding wildly. Fear and disbelief flickered in her pupils as she whispered, voice shaking, "So the Demon Spirit Academy was a hideout all along, and now it belongs to our guild?" A wild thought flashed through her mind just minutes ago. The darkness killed the Guardian and grabbed the key? The shock made her whole body tremble, her hand unconsciously gripping her weapon's hilt, unsure if it was fear or defiance. Elsewhere, Qin Feng was checking the item info popping up before him. The Demon Lady's mutated ring, usable by all classes, adds 22 to all stats, cooldown reduction by 30%, requires level 14. Its only effect boosts skill range by 25% and area damage by 10%. Poison Trap, a platinum-level assassin skill, lets hunters place up to 3 level 5 invisible traps, dealing 500 poison damage, slowing targets by 50% for 5 seconds, with continuous poison damage of 100% per second. Cooldown is 10.46 seconds, lasting up to 3,600 seconds. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, a satisfied smile curling his lips. He nodded, mumbling, "Finally, 2 usable items for assassins. This ring's not bad at all. Both Shadow Slash and Dark Knight Bloom are area skills, so this is a huge boost for me." His fingers gently brushed the stats panel, eyes shining with excitement. "Plus, I still have 363 evolution points, just enough to upgrade Backstab to legendary level." The system's voice rang rapidly. "Ding, you've spent 340 evolution points. 23 remain. Backstab has evolved to legendary. Passive effect. When attacking from behind, damage increases from 75 to 100%. Legendary special effect. While invisible, all your damage counts as backstab damage." After reading that, Qin Feng burst out laughing, his voice echoing through the gloomy space. "Ha ha, stable backstab damage. Combined with the permanent stealth from the evolved class, my damage output and safety just skyrocketed." His eyes blazed like fire, hands gripping the blade tightly, his face cold and confident like a king on top of the world. Just then, a message alert sounded. Xiaohei excitedly sent, Boss, I found another relic. Want to check it out?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, interest flickering in his gaze. He replied right away, "Oh? Where at?" Xiaohei's excited voice crackled through. "Around the stone slabs at the entrance of the temple ruins in Duinak High City, there are some murals that look a lot like the ones in the Xinthu town ruins." Hearing that, Qin Feng smirked faintly, his deep eyes flashing sharp. "Then why don't you guys explore it yourselves?" With your skills, you should be able to handle a platinum boss by now, right? Xiaohei hurriedly explained, voice panicked. Well, we wanted to fight, but while clearing monsters, a teleport orb suddenly appeared. When we touched it, nothing happened. It just said, only those destined can enter. So, boss, do you know who's the chosen one? Qinfeng's lips twitched, his voice calm but firm. All right, everyone wait for me. He paused briefly, eyes narrowing with a teasing tone. Oh, and by the way, I just found some more gear. You better get your lifespan ready. I'll bring it back for you guys. Inside, Qinfeng was quietly calculating. Both hideouts showed signs of teleportation. Traveling from the ruins of Ma Dou to the ruins of Zhanghai would be way easier. Meanwhile, Xiaohei eagerly replied, Hung, but the lifespan in Zhanghai's government isn't enough. The big boss could sell it to Ma Dou officials too. Cut to the outskirts of Zhanghai's ruined city. The wind howling fiercely, Xiaohei rode atop a huge sheep, looking super badass, eyes scanning the distance like waiting for something. Suddenly, a familiar deep voice sounded right behind. Where's the ruins? Gasp! Xiaohei jumped. Both she and the sheep screamed. Whoa, big boss, you scared the hell out of me! Qinfeng smiled softly, his eyes mischievous, clearly teasing, but he still pretended to be serious. I'll be more careful next time. Xiaohei was still clutching her chest, breathing hard, shot him a glare, then pointed down below the cliff. The entrance to the ruins is right down there. Hearing that, Qinfeng tilted his head, brows furrowed. How did she find out? Xiaohei blushed slightly, a bit embarrassed. Well, it's a long story. She glanced at her sheep mount, pride flickering in her eyes before continuing. I've got another ride here, this little sheep. She told the story with a mix of embarrassment and amusement. That day, I was playing with it when suddenly a silver boss appeared. It startled me so bad I freaked out and accidentally fell off the cliff. Luckily, I got stuck in a tree down there, and that's how I spotted this cave. Then, Xiaohei nimbly climbed down the cliff, her hands gripping every jagged rock. Once she stood steady at the cliff base, she looked up and smiled. Right here. Watch out, or you'll slip and die. She clicked her tongue, recalling the past. After I fell and barely survived, I called Captain An and Vung Man to come explore with me. Qinfeng stood still above for a moment, eyes narrowing as if measuring distance, then leapt down, landing so smoothly. That dust barely kicked up beneath his feet. He nodded slightly, a smirk of approval curling his lips. Not bad at all, you really can find a spot anywhere. Xiaohei looked up, eyes sparkling bright but couldn't resist teasing. Big boss's moves are slick. Even big bro Vung Man jumped down like you but slipped and died. She pointed ahead, voice turning serious. There's a maze up front. We cleared out all the monsters and mapped the whole path. Qinfeng reminded as he walked, his voice low but commanding. If you can avoid dying, then don't. Don't let your lifespan drop, that's dangerous. Hearing this, Xiaohei chuckled softly, a mischievous grin playing on her lips but eyes shining with confidence. Got it. I know a skill that can absorb others' lifespan. If mine gets too low, I can just absorb directly. We've already set up countermeasures to restore lifespan that can't be traded. Qinfeng glanced sideways, a spark of interest flashing in his eyes. Oh, you guys even have a steady supply? Xiaohei smirked proudly. We lured a bunch of monsters that absorb non-tradable lifespan, hiding in a corner of the city ruins. After killing them, we keep all the lifespan they drop, just grab more whenever we need. Qinfeng chuckled lightly, voice full of praise. Not bad at all. That was smart thinking by An Yu. Xiaohei's eyes widened in surprise, almost dropping her sheep's reins. Whoa! Big boss guessed right, that's An Yu herself. Inside, Qinfeng was quietly thoughtful, a flicker of contemplation in his gaze. Sure enough, she was the one who came up with this method in their past life. Eventually, everyone copied it. Arriving there, Xiaohei pointed upward, where a glowing orb floated, casting faint shimmering rays that made the cave look mystical. She stepped forward, hand gently touching the sparkling surface. Instantly, words appeared before her eyes. You are not the destined one. Mechanism will not activate. Xiaohei spun around, voice tinged with helplessness but eyes gleaming with excitement. See? There's a message. I'm not the destined one. Big boss, did you try? We all guess this shrine is connected to the one in town. Qinfeng nodded slightly, eyes burning with determination. Yeah. He slowly placed his hand on the teleport orb. The moment he touched it, the orb exploded with a blinding white light, like the whole cave was ripped apart by lightning. Xiaohei flinched, reflexively covering her eyes with both hands, shouting, "Ouch!" As the light faded, she hurriedly lowered her hands. Only emptiness remained. No sign of Qin Feng or the teleport orb. Xiao He stood dumbfounded, lips trembling as she muttered, eyes full of confusion and disbelief. Big Boss and the orb disappeared. No doubt, he's the destined one. On Qin Feng's side, the system notification rang coldly. Tin, you have entered the Ice Dimension Cave. Your remote communication will be blocked. Without hesitation, Qin Feng activated his stealth aura, his figure vanishing into the cold, bone-chilling mist. His eyes narrowed, wondering, Ice Dimension Cave. Suddenly, a glowing scroll appeared above his head, words clear as day. Your mission, protect the ice-tide crystal. Qin Feng let out a soft "oh," lips curling slightly, voice low and steady in the silent space. Oh, the ice-tide crystal. I remember, if it's attacked, it unleashes a freezing tidal wave. So that's how it works. The thought sparked in his mind, his gaze growing more serious. Monsters will definitely flood out from surrounding caves. They'll risk everything to destroy the crystal. If they succeed, I'm dead. He took a deep breath, fists clenched, unafraid of death. What worried him more was, if he failed, he'd never return here, and the reward would slip away. His resolve hardened. Qin Feng quickly pulled out a toxic trap. His voice rang out decisively, blending with the cave's cold breath. Then I'll just have to upgrade the toxic traps. System notifications sounded one after another. Tin, you've used 6 evolution points, 17 points remaining. Toxic trap, Platinum Serpent Diamond Corpse. Trap stats are constantly evolving. Capture level rising from 5 to 7, then 8. Toxic damage increased from 500 to 700, 900, finally reaching 1,200 points with poison effect. Slow effect duration extended from 5 seconds to 8 seconds. Each poison thread corrodes enemies with double damage. Trap quantity deployable jumped from 3 to 9, lasting up to 3,600 seconds. Without hesitation, Qin Feng swung his arm. Trejian lam chum kung tunam jiai vun len tam jiai. Moidai dokto on mon kedich vai suksatung tangopdoi. Solung bei kote datu ba tang votan chin chiek ton tai toida den bang in sautram jiai. Kong tron tru. Ton fong vong tai. Deadly traps were tossed out one after another, hidden right at the entrances of pitch-black caves. An invisible poisonous mist spread, slithering through the darkness like venomous snakes waiting for prey. At that very moment, the system chimed in. Ding! The corrupted witch's ring effect activated, boosting the range by 25%. Qin Feng silently told himself, eyes flashing. Nice. The trap's range after the buff now covered the entire path. Any monster daring to step out would definitely get caught. Not long after, deep in the cave's shadows, pairs of blazing red eyes appeared like hellish flames. Killing intent and snarls echoed, choking the air. Qin Feng gripped his blade tight, voice low and steady. They're here. Right after, countless monsters poured out from every cave entrance. They came in all kinds of twisted forms, some covered in sharp spikes, others with slimy fangs, and some long and snake-like. But the moment they crossed the threshold, the deadly traps flared with an eerie blue glow. Sizzle! Poisonous gas exploded out, venom-coated vines wrapping tightly around the beasts, eating away their flesh. They howled in agony as their blood rapidly drained, damage numbers flashing one after another. Almost all cave entrances triggered simultaneously, forming a deadly wall. Screams echoed throughout the cavern as the monsters were squeezed so tight not a single one could escape. The bloody scene mixed with venomous vines coiling around mangled bodies was enough to make anyone shudder. Qin Feng silently stood guard before the crystal ice tide, sharp eyes gleaming in stealth mode. He smirked confidently as long as he stayed hidden. All damage counted as backstabs. Then these guys only have one way out, getting wiped out. He lowered his voice, lips curling into a faint smile. Heh, protecting Athena, huh? Interesting. But just then, whoosh! A cold arrow sliced through the air straight at him. Qin Feng reacted lightning fast, eyes flashing as he instantly raised a full-body shield. Crack! The arrow shattered before it could pierce through. He snorted coldly, eyes scanning toward the attack's source. In the shadows, a twisted monster appeared, its long arm clutching a bone bow, fiery red eyes locked on him. Qin Feng chuckled coldly, voice sharp like a blade cutting through ice. So, there's a ranged freak too, huh? Scene shifts outside the ruins of Mado City. The Tula Guild was gathered, standing before them a woman clad in silver armor, radiating arrogance and cold fury. Her in-game name was Feng Nia Ku Thien. She stared down the blonde guy, voice dripping with pressure. You mean your guild gave up hunting the demon spirits just because she joined the Dark Guild? The blonde shrugged, helplessness plain on his face. Yeah, we couldn't handle it. Go find someone else. The woman's killing intent exploded instantly, eyes like they wanted to tear him apart. She spat each word coldly. So you think the threat from darkness is worse than me, huh? The blonde bit his lip, silent. Feng Gia Ku Thien stepped forward, voice icy with murderous intent. Scum, don't forget I hold all your real-life info in my hands. Killing you in real life is as easy as flipping a hand. Her furious gaze swept over the Tula Guild members. Suddenly, a thunderous punch slammed into her face. It was the blonde guy. The powerful blow twisted her face sideways, sending her flying back several steps. Not stopping there, he charged with a knife, stabbing repeatedly at her body, voice roaring with bitter hatred. Bitch, I've held back on you for too long. I didn't touch the darkness, but I can't kill you? Open your mouth and curse all you want, huh? Die, die, die. The relentless stabs brought Feng Nia Kuthin down. The system announced the mission, Ding Feng Gia Kuthin has been defeated. Outside the game, Dongfang, the real form of Feng Gia Kuthin, screamed in rage. Betrayed, betrayed, betrayed. These damn Tula scum even dared to kill me, Dongfang. Honey, send people to catch them. A male voice came through the line. Tula Guild, you hired those guys to catch demon spirits? Dongfeng replied coldly. Yeah. Demon spirits and darkness have gathered in one place, and these people are too scared of the darkness's revenge to continue. Another voice sounded threatening. We'll deal with those scumbags after we kill the darkness. I've already got the Black Dragon faction in Mo causing trouble for the darkness. The plan's underway. Revenge for your clan will come soon. Dongfang's eyes turned icy and terrifying. Darkness, and those damn scumbags. Just wait, I'll avenge the Dongfuang clan. Wipe them all out. Back in the game where Qin Feng was fighting, the ranged monster had just been stabbed straight through the eye, collapsing into a bloody mess. He looked around. Monster corpses littered the cave entrances. Blood splattered everywhere. Qin Feng calmly said, voice low, ranged monsters, huh? My dark blade resets cooldown when it hits weak spots, so I can take them down one by one, one by one. Right then, the system announced, ding, protection mission successful. Please claim your reward. The crystal ice tide immediately glowed, radiating dazzling icy light. Qin Feng blinked, surprised. It's over already? Before him, the crystal ice tide cracked, emitting a cold glow. Mysteriously, a level-grade zombie treasure bed slowly appeared, as if waiting for its owner to claim it. He stared at it, whispering, a level-grade zombie treasure. Last time it granted mercy. Wonder what I'll get this time? Qin Feng reached out to touch the treasure bed, and instantly, divine light burst forth, illuminating everything around. From inside, a figure gradually appeared, a nun with smooth white skin, plump red lips, and long glossy hair, but her level and name were just question marks, creating an aura of complete mystery. She looked down at Qin Feng coldly. He looked up, puzzled. Is this the NPC from the last zombie treasure? The female NPC didn't answer directly, but spoke in cryptic phrases. Qin Feng wondered, is this ancient divine language? Then a voice echoed clearly inside his head. You have passed 2 trials, meaning you are the chosen one. Qin Feng exclaimed in shock. Weird. I don't understand the words, but I get the meaning. Could it be thanks to the judging eye? The NPC continued, voice deep and commanding. The ancient gods have perished, and you are the heir to the power of judgment. In a blink, she transformed into pure light, leaving Qin Feng stunned. A slender hand, long, delicate legs, a body clad in pure white robes appeared like an angel. On her forehead, a third eye flashed, its mysterious light piercing straight into him. She stepped closer to Qin Feng, her voice soft but commanding. My name's Asasis. I'll be by your side, watching you rise as the true judgment god. Then she knelt down, raising her hand to offer the summoning bell. Please accept this gift I've prepared for you. This bell is the Asasis summoning bell, crafted by the judgment god Asasis herself and fused with the power of divine law. The instructions appeared, saying you can use it once each at levels 25, 35, and 50 to summon the divine envoy Asasis. Each summon gives you a chance to challenge a special relic. Complete all 3 trials, and Asasis will stay in your hideout, granting skill upgrade functions. Qin Feng took the bell, a flicker of thought crossing his eyes, then said in a deep but curious tone, so, that's how it is. That means the last divine shrine was level 5, and this time it's level 15. And yet, all of it was uncovered by Dai Ledoux. Her luck stat is seriously off the charts. Asasis looked at him seriously, her voice gentle but grave. Please choose a skill. You have 1 free upgrade chance for your current skill level. Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, mumbling to himself as his gaze locked on the bell before him. Upgrade a skill, huh? Sounds tempting. He thought it over carefully. In the game, the power of skill books is judged by 2 things: quality and required level. The quality of each skill book is fixed, can't be changed, but with infinite evolution, he could force an upgrade in skill quality, even turning the most basic hidden skills into legendary ones. The required level, on the other hand, is the player's level needed to use the skill, which also determines the skill's overall strength. Level 5 hidden skills and level 50 hidden skills? Totally different leagues. He pressed his lips together, furrowing his brows before breaking into a faint but determined smile. High-quality skills are hard to come by, and high-level skills are even tougher. But in the future, none of that will matter. As long as he spends lifespan, he can upgrade skill levels. With that thought settled, Qin Feng raised his hand, voice low and firm. I choose to upgrade the Liberation Blessing to the highest quality. Asasi smiled, eyes sparkling, then bent down to place a kiss on his hand. It will be as you wish. Instantly, the Liberation Blessing, a level 10 legendary skill, blazed brightly, its level soaring to 16. The attack bonus against weak points jumped from 300% to 440%. The multiplier for attacking weak spots doubled. When used actively, the next strike causes a throat cut effect, dealing 200 to 370% damage per second for 3 seconds, with cooldown down to 6.97 seconds. With everything done, Asasis stood tall, wearing a gentle but mysterious smile. I look forward to seeing you again next time. With that, she vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving Qin Feng standing alone. Suddenly, a shimmering, mystical teleportation gate appeared before him. This was the teleport gate. At that moment, Qin Feng furrowed his brows slightly, glancing at the glowing artifact emitting a faint light. He thought to himself, wait a minute, what else is hidden inside this treasure? Suddenly, a notification popped up in the virtual space. Congratulations, you've received the equivalent exchange pact of the North African Corpse Handler. This is Assassin's defensive gear. 198 physical defense, 198 elemental resistance, 19.8% damage reduction, requires level 15, with special 19.8% charm resistance. Equivalent exchange art. Sacrifice one piece of equipment or a skill book of corpse handler level or below to randomly receive a piece of assassin gear or skill book. Quality and rank remain unchanged. Cooldown 1 hour. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, eyes gleaming with interest. He chuckled softly, voice warm but full of excitement. Equivalent exchange gear? That's pretty sweet. I still have plenty of Fee Thui level gear and skill books at home. All of it can be converted into assassin gear. This really is a jackpot. I gotta thank Dai Ledoux for being so thoughtful. Saying that, he took a deep breath and stepped steadily into the teleport gate, leaving behind the faint glowing light. Meanwhile, Xiao He stood outside the cave entrance, arms crossed, back leaning casually against the wall. She yawned softly, eyes drifting but still intently watching the exit. As soon as Qin Feng stepped out, his gaze immediately caught sight of that familiar petite figure. He looked surprised for a moment, then smiled and spoke. You didn't run off to level up but waited here for me? Hearing that familiar voice, Xiao He instantly turned around, her eyes lighting up, face showing pure joy. She hurried over, voice bright. Big boss, you're back already. I thought I should keep watch here to make sure you don't get ambushed right after stepping out. Qin Feng paused briefly. In that moment, a complex feeling rose inside him, both touched and warm. He nodded gently, eyes soft, then handed Xiao He a skill book he'd just picked up in the relic. Here, this is for you. The skill book's cover glowed faintly, silver gold letters clearly engraved, platinum magic disguise level. Xiao He's eyes immediately sparkled like twin stars, clutching the book to her chest, exclaiming excitedly, wow, platinum magic disguise, level 13 skill. Thanks, big boss. With this skill, my survival chances just shot way up. Saying that, she nimbly climbed onto her little fire spirit, face beaming, waving goodbye. Big boss, see you later. Qin Feng smiled softly, watching the small figure fade away. A peaceful silence settled as he chose to log out of the game. His stomach rumbled, reminding him it was time to fill that empty belly. Scene shifted to the ruins of Jianghai City, home to the headquarters of the Silver Rank Holy Church Knights Guild. Inside the newly built house, loud laughter echoed. The guild brothers and sisters? Wu Ming raised his hand, face shining. Let's remember this great day. Our Holy Church Knights finally have a home. Sure, it's not big, but it's a fantastic start. His eyes gleamed with excitement, voice growing more passionate. With this house, we won't have to worry about bosses popping up and killing us out of nowhere anymore. With this house, we have a safe place to rest after exhausting battles. And for all this, we owe thanks to one person. He paused, then pointed behind him where a woman stood. That's Xiao Du, the one who first found this place. Come on, everyone. Let's give her a big round of applause and wait for her to step up on stage. Cheers erupted all at once. Xiao Du! Xiao Du! Xiao Du! Xiao Du stepped forward shyly. Her eyes glistened with tears. Touched, she bit her lip, forcing a smile, then spoke up. First off, I want to thank my teacher. Without his tireless guidance, I wouldn't be standing here today. Then, I want to thank the friends who've always had my back when times got tough. She paused for a moment, her gaze steady as it swept across the crowd, her voice growing firm. I also want to thank those who once hated me. Their mockery and insults pushed me to become stronger. Finally, Xiaodu choked up and continued. And last, I want to thank my parents. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Tears slipped down her cheeks, her hands clenched tightly, heart aching. If only they were still alive, then they could see the exceptional Xiaodu I am now. I'm sure they'd be so proud. She wiped away the lingering tears and tried to smile softly to carry on. Wow, turns out there are a lot of people to thank, huh? Chen Wuming chuckled, then asked in a low voice, eyes curious. Xiaodu, tell everyone how you overcame all those struggles to find this hideout. Xiaodu took a deep breath, her eyes shining with honesty. Before this, I had a dream. In that dream, a powerful warrior led me here and showed me this place. It was vague but felt so real. So I decided to come here, just to try. And somehow, I really found it. As she finished, laughter erupted throughout the hall, mixed with doubt. Ha ha, dreaming, huh? This girl's hilarious. Is she serious? Even Chen Wuming couldn't help but burst out laughing. After a moment, he cleared his throat, composed himself, then said cheerfully, Hey, thanks for that awesome speech, Xiaodu. But did you dream of anything last night? Xiaodu nodded. Her eyes suddenly lit up like she was seeing it all again. Yeah, I dreamed of a huge hideout packed with people inside. It was so dazzling it blew me away. I'm sure it's a platinum-level hideout. This time, the laughter exploded even louder. Ha ha ha, what a dreamer. Looks like we're about to move into a bigger place. Chen Wuming smiled and nodded. What a fantastic dream. He stepped forward, holding out a reward. Here, this is the prize you deserve. Xiaodu bowed respectfully. Thank you, Guild Leader Tin. I've received a tradable 1-year lifespan. Without hesitation, Chen Wuming wrapped his arms around Xiaodu, his voice ringing clearly across the hall. I hope everyone can learn from Xiaodu, follow her spirit of selfless dedication. As long as we all work together, the Holy Church Knight Guild will stand strong through these tough times and grow even stronger. Then he clapped his hands to signal. All right, meeting's over. Anyone who wants to level up, go ahead. Anyone curious, explore away. As for Xiaodu, his gaze was serious but hopeful. Keep searching for that hideout. Hang in there. Everyone's counting on you. Xiaodu blushed deeply at the praise, heart pounding. She bowed her head, voice trembling but excited. Yes, guild leader. Sometime later, inside the ruins of Jianghai City, Xiaodu glanced around cautiously, stepping carefully forward. In the cold, desolate space, her footsteps echoed lonely. She whispered, I followed the feeling from my dream. It has to be close. But why? Why haven't I found it yet? In the distance, hidden in shadows, a guild group silently watched. One whispered low, eyes flickering with suspicion. Since the meeting ended, she went straight here, like she's searching for something. Could it be the platinum-level hideout from that dream she mentioned? Another frowned, pointing ahead. Look, she's about to enter the building. Let's follow closely. Xiaodu pushed open the heavy door. Stepping inside, her heart tightening at the sight. The space was chilling and gloomy, with faintly drifting bones twisting the scene into something warped. Her whole body trembled slightly. So creepy, just like the dream, but with some differences, she whispered, feeling invisible eyes stalking her, making her skin crawl. She clenched her fists, steadying herself. Xiaodu, you got this. You're a life priest by trade, nothing can hurt you. Suddenly, a low growl shook the air. From the shadows, a giant boss appeared, grotesque body, blood-red eyes, and a long, terrifying tongue flicking right in front of her. She screamed in panic. Ah! Before she could react, fear overwhelmed her mind. Her body went limp and collapsed backward, unconscious. The boss lunged but missed. Even it paused, surprised the prey fainted so easily. Meanwhile, the hidden watchers nearby turned pale. What the hell is that monster? Gross. This isn't good. Charge. Kill it now. But before they could move, the boss's huge tentacles shot out like lightning, wrapping tightly around a girl in the group. Screams pierced the air, barely finished before the boss's nasty tongue plunged into her mouth. In an instant, the girl's lifespan was sucked dry. Her eyes went from despair to empty, body collapsing into a soulless shell. Ah, run. That monster can suck the life right out of you. No, don't get near it. Panic screams echoed wildly, chaos at its peak. At that moment, Xiaodu snapped awake from the horrible sounds. Her eyes flew open, breath ragged. The scene before her froze her in place. The boss was wrapping up several people, its disgusting tongue digging deep to drain their lifespans. They fell in seconds. No way, she whispered, trembling all over, survival instinct kicking in. Xiaodu spun around and bolted deeper inside, but before she could get far, the ground beneath her suddenly gave way. Ah! She screamed, losing balance and falling straight down a deep pit below. Xiaodu tumbled, rolling side to side until with a thud, she hit the cold ground hard. Ouch! That hurts. Her face twisted in pain, eyes red and tears spilling out. She sobbed, voice choked. Huh. Where the hell is this place? In her panic, she froze. Right ahead, a massive door appeared, majestic and mysterious, glowing faintly. Xiaodu's eyes lit up instantly, her face bursting with joy. She shouted out loud, voice trembling with excitement. Here it is, the entrance to the dream. Finally, I found it. This has got to be the platinum level hideout. I have to tell the guild leader right away. She trembled as she opened the interface, hurriedly typing a message to Wu Ming. Guild leader, I found it. I found the platinum level hideout. The reply came fast, full of doubt. What? Don't go anywhere. I'm sending people over right now. Join my group so I can track your location. Teodu's heart was pounding, but she typed back, okay, I'll wait here for everyone. She quickly joined the group, but then, crack crack, a sharp sound echoed through the quiet space, making Teodu jump. She spun around, eyes wide. Through the misty haze, a twisted shadow slowly approached. A massive boss emerged from the darkness, its long, crooked neck stretching straight out. Its eyes burned red like evil flames, locked onto Teodu without blinking. That cold stare sent chills down her spine. No way. Her whole body shook, her hand clutching the staff trembling. Tears of fear spilling from the corners of her eyes. She bit her lip, gritting her teeth, forcing out a quiet yell to herself. Don't be scared, Teodu. You can do this. You times will times beat it. Her small frame stood firm before the mysterious door. Facing the terrifying boss, her eyes flickered with both fear and fierce determination. Teodu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, her gaze burning with resolve. She told herself, Teodu, you got this. You times will times beat it. You're not that helpless kid anymore. You're a noble life essence cultivator. With that, she gripped the staff tighter, trembling slightly, but her eyes blazed with fiery determination. Teodu unleashed her poisonous vine skill. In an instant, black vines wrapped tightly around the giant boss. Crack! The dreadful sound of vines squeezing echoed, poison instantly seeping into its flesh. Damage numbers popped above the boss's head. -130, -110. Seeing the boss's health drop, Teodu quietly cheered. Yes, got it! The poison's eating away at it. Excited, she quickly stepped back, sweat soaking her, but a shaky smile spread across her lips. Not stopping, she swung her arm to cast the middle-level toxic smoke skill. A thick black smoke burst from her staff, engulfing the boss. Immediately, big numbers appeared above it. -160, -170. This poison was way stronger than normal, making the boss scream, its huge body trembling. But then, Teodu's smile froze. The toxic smoke didn't just surround the boss, it started creeping toward her. No, this isn't good. She quickly covered her nose, face pale, heart pounding wildly. This place is sealed tight, the poison spreading everywhere. Teodu coughed dryly, trying to back away, flailing her limbs, her mind screaming, I'm dead, I can't hold on anymore. In the middle of despair, her eyes suddenly lit up like she just remembered something. That's right, I'm a life essence cultivator, I have a detox skill. Wasting no time, she raised her staff high, trembling all over, spinning to cast the detox skill. But the moment the light burst out, Teodu's face froze. The skill didn't affect her, but shot straight at the boss. No way. The boss froze too, its whole body going still like it was stunned. Teodu immediately collapsed, blood pouring from 7 orifices, foam bubbling at her lips, her eyes dimming, not even understanding what just happened. A cold system sound rang out. Player Teodu has self-destructed, her body vanished, returning to the respawn point. Light swallowed her figure, leaving only an eerie silence behind. Just then, a message alert rang. Wu Ming hurriedly sent, Teodu, where are you? Why did you return to the hiding spot? Panicked, Teodu quickly replied, Guild leader, there was a monster inside. It killed me. On the other end, Wu Ming frowned, suspicious. A monster? I already killed the boss. Are you talking about that platinum-level soul-sucking witch? He knit his brows, doubtful. No, that one's slow and weak. But if it catches you, it drains your lifespan. Then why are you still alive and back? Hearing this, Teodu stiffened, fear turning to shock, then trembling joy. What? Hearing Teodu's story, Wu Ming raised an eyebrow, surprise flashing in his eyes before bursting into approving laughter. Teodu, you're seriously amazing. You found the only way to survive. Teodu proudly lifted her head, a bright smile spreading across her face, her voice shaking with excitement but full of confidence. Guild leader, I knew if it caught me I'd die, so I smartly killed myself first. That stunned Wu Ming. His eyes widened, mouth hanging open. After a moment he exclaimed, Damn, Teodu, you're a damn genius. Teodu beamed, cheeks flushed. She tilted her head slightly, voice full of excitement. Thanks for the compliment, guild leader. I'll come over to join you guys right away. Inside, Teodu smirked coldly, her eyes flashing with cruelty. Ha! Looks like those 3 creeps watching me are dead for good now. That's what happens to anyone who dares cross me. Not long after, Teodu returned to the meeting point. She pointed straight at the towering stone door ahead, voice full of excitement like she was bragging about a victory. Guild leader. Behind this door is the platinum-level hideout. Wuming's eyes lit up like fire. He smiled with satisfaction, voice deep and commanding. Well done. Securing this hideout means I'll definitely reward you. Teodu bowed slightly, voice sweet but filled with pride. Thank you, guild leader. Then Wuming turned, his cold gaze sweeping over the henchmen. He waved his hand, ordering a tall guy. Big Head, you lead the team to clear the area around here. Make sure no one dares cause trouble. Big Head pounded his chest, roaring like thunder. Don't worry, guild leader. Anyone who tries to mess with us, I'll take care of them, even if it's the shadows themselves. Hearing this, Wuming laughed heartily, then suddenly shouted, voice full of excitement echoing through the squad. All right, brothers, charge in and kill the guards inside. This hideout will be ours. Cheers erupted. Charge! Kill the guards! Knight's Sanctuary will win! Their fighting spirits soared as they all surged toward the door, shoulder to shoulder, pushing hard. Let's go. Get inside. What's the holdup? Move it. Move it! Just as their momentum peaked, a henchman came running up, panicked, gasping. He reported to the guild leader. The stone gate won't budge. Wuming furrowed his brow, lost in thought for a moment, stroking his chin as his eyes drilled into that towering door. A theory sparked in his mind. In this game, every hideout has a guardian. Could it be? A sly grin tugged at Wuming's lips as he looked up and called out clearly, this stone gate is the guardian. One of his underlings nodded quickly, hoisting a massive axe and charging forward with a roar. Then let me show you all how it's done. Bam! The axe blade slammed hard against the door. Immediately, the number -320 flashed clearly. Another guy saw it and cheered, eyes blazing. Damage. Yeah, the stone gate really is the guardian. Smart move, guild leader. Wuming crossed his arms with a triumphant smile, his voice ringing out full of excitement. Haha, this platinum-level hideout is basically a freebie for us. Guys, grab it for me. His crew shouted back in unison, rushing forward together. Roars of skill attacks echoed like thunder, beams of light, flames, and energy swords slammed one after another against the stone door. Meanwhile, somewhere else, in front of Qin Feng, the system kept spitting out urgent alerts. The Spirit Purity Land hideout is under attack. The current gate durability is 99.3%, damage is ongoing, and the magic barrier's durability is at 100%. Qin Feng let out a soft, frowning, quietly scanning the messages with cold eyes. The system asked again. Instant teleport to the hideout is locked. Do you want to use war teleport? 1 war teleport left for today. Qin Feng nodded slightly, voice low. Someone found the entrance to Spirit Purity Land and is attacking our hideout. He smirked faintly, eyes flashing with contempt. With their attack power, it'll probably take them a year to break the gate. Guess I'll ride the wolf over there and see. Saying that, Qin Feng leapt onto the back of the dark spirit Nightwalker, a shadowy figure shooting forward like an arrow, leaving trails of faint blue light behind. After a while, outside Spirit Purity Land, Qin Feng and the Nightwalker arrived. The moment he got there, his eyes locked onto the chaotic scene ahead. A group of shiny armored guys were yelling, chasing a petite girl who looked exhausted, breathing hard, stumbling as if about to collapse. Stop! Don't even think about running. 1 more step and we'll kill her. A fierce shout echoed. Suddenly, a burly guy wielding a spiked mace the size of a pillar jumped out to block her path. He sneered, voice rough, where do you think you're running off to? The girl froze, heart pounding wildly, but before she could react, he swung the mace straight at her. Bam! The blow hit like a thunderclap, sending her flying backward, her body rolling on the ground several times. Dust and sand kicking up thick clouds. A pained groan escaped her slender throat. Not stopping there, another guy quickly unleashed a skill. From thin air, countless glowing swords appeared, flying straight into her limbs. Ah! She screamed in agony, voice hoarse and cracking, face pale as tears streamed down. One of the group sneered coldly, arrogance dripping from his expression. Yeah, like we said, this area belongs to us. Holy Order Knights run this place, and you still dare barge in? The girl trembled, eyes red-rimmed, trying to plead with a choked voice. I was just passing through, not trying to invade. Clearly, they were just looking for an excuse to loot. Qin Feng caught a quick glimpse and recognized her as Duang Tunya, a co-worker from the company, the same kind soul who had once kindly warned him. His heart sank briefly. The group was still acting arrogantly, shouting, "We say you invaded, so you invaded." Qin Feng frowned, eyes scanning them, thinking to himself that these Holy Order Knights were the real attackers of Spirit Purity Land. One of them laughed and boldly declared, "Old rules. I go first." The big-faced leader burst out laughing, full of contempt. Ha ha, then I'll follow. But before his laughter could fade, a smile still on his lips, his head was severed, blood spraying everywhere in an instant. The entire group fell, none left alive. Qin Feng moved past them lightly, his motion as gentle as a breeze, yet not a single head remained. His gaze was ice cold, dripping with deadly intent, no longer hiding his identity. Duang Tunya was stunned, eyes wide, voice trembling. That's the power of darkness. But when her eyes met that sharp, cold stare, she suddenly recognized something familiar, the determination, the calmness. There was no mistaking it. No, wait, she muttered, whispering his name, Qin Feng. After wiping out all those perverts, Qin Feng snapped his fingers, a dark light spreading out as the cursed blossom skill enveloped their bodies. Blood-red flowers slowly bloomed on their skin, petals swaying mysteriously, blooming while draining their life away. In that deadly atmosphere, Qin Feng's eyes were cold as ice, fixed on Duang Tunya. That look made her heart race wildly. She blurted out, voice shaking, Qin Feng, is that you? But he didn't answer, lips pressed tight, eyes flickering with complexity. Then he activated stealth, his figure fading into the shadows, leaving only cold silence behind. Duang Tunya stood frozen, hesitatingly looking around as if trying to hold on to that fading figure. But no one was left. A forced smile flickered on her lips, her voice lost in the emptiness. Inside, turmoil stirred. That was definitely darkness, but why did those eyes look exactly like Qin Feng's? No, it must be a coincidence. If Qin Feng really was darkness, he'd never let Tan Tu, his girl, become a black necromancer. Outside the Spirit Purity hideout, Wu Ming and his underlings all dropped to their knees, shouting loudly, their voices echoing everywhere. Hail the Dark Boss! The Dark Boss forever rules the world! Wu Ming immediately kicked one of his underlings hard, scolding, these idiots dared to steal from others on the road. They deserve to die 1,000 times. It's my fault for not teaching them better. Thanks to the Dark Boss for teaching them a lesson for me. At that moment, Qin Feng appeared, standing tall and imposing before everyone, his cold but overwhelming aura forcing them to bow their heads, barely daring to breathe. Wu Ming pounded his chest, face beaming like a kid meeting his idol, and said excitedly, ever since the Dark Boss saved us from that headless Hala, everyone in the guild sees him as #1 idol. We always follow the Dark Boss's positive energy values and are determined to be the happiest guild in this game. Absolutely no messing around with dirty stuff. The little brothers immediately jumped in, shouting and laughing. No doubt about it, Darkness, we love you. Darkness, slow down, we'll follow you forever. The atmosphere was electric, their cheers echoing all the way to the sky. Wu Ming bowed respectfully and asked, Big bro, what brings you here this time? Qin Feng glanced sharply, his voice low but commanding. Nothing major. I heard you guys are attacking a hideout. Wu Ming froze for a moment, eyes wide with shock. Wait, how does the big boss know? Could it be he's already seen that hideout? Qin Feng's gaze suddenly turned bone-chilling cold, like ice covering the whole sky. His voice dropped heavy, each word like a blade cutting into the listener's heart. That hideout belongs to me. The moment he said it, the whole place seemed to freeze. Wu Ming stood motionless, his face drained of color like he'd just seen a demon. The knights from the Holy Guild trembled all over, sweat pouring down like rain, all shouting in panic. What? Wu Ming's face quickly drenched in sweat, each drop soaking his shirt. He trembled, voice cracking, not like the big boss at all. Rumor has it your hideout is in Ma Do, right? Doesn't a person only get one hideout? The little brother beside him stammered softly, trying to save the situation. Guild leader, if we make a guild, we can own another hideout under the guild's name. Hearing that, Wu Ming felt like he'd fallen into a deep pit. His eyes widened, voice breaking with terror. Wah, what? Qin Feng squinted, his cold gaze sweeping over them, voice sharp like a hammer blow. Exactly. Mado and Jianghai City are both my hideouts. A thunderous shock struck the knights like lightning crashing down. Everyone froze, faces pale. No one dared to breathe hard. Inside, their minds screamed in terror. We're done, for we're invading Darkness's hideout. The sky's falling. In a corner, Xiaodu trembled slightly, clutching her shirt so tight it turned white. Her heart tightened, tears silently streaming down. This hideout belongs to Darkness? No way. This can't be happening. Darkness never appeared in my dreams. Wu Ming was nearly collapsing, dropping to his knees, hands clasped, trembling as he begged, Big boss, we really didn't know that hideout was yours. Please, tell us, what should we do now? How do we make this right? Qin Feng's eyes flashed cold, his tone calm but heavy like a death knell. You guys broke the gate to my hideout. Fixing it won't come cheap. He glanced at Wu Ming, a cold smirk curling his lips, continuing, Here's the deal, give me 500 years of lifespan, and we're square. Wu Ming shook violently, eyes rolling back, mouth agape. 500 years? Before he could say more, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he collapsed, face pale, drenched in sweat, occasionally twitching. The disciples panicked, rushing to catch him, shouting anxiously, "Guild leader! Guild leader!" One quick-witted guy stepped forward, pressing hard on Wu Ming's philtrum, then looked up at Qin Feng, voice trembling. "Big boss, look, our guild leader's passed out. Can you cut us some slack?" Qin Feng's gaze drilled into him, his pupils full of deadly coldness, voice dropping like thunder crashing in the ear. "Do you even know how much it costs to fix this gate?" The little brother swallowed hard, face drained of color. Lin Yi answered, "No, I don't." Instantly, Qin Feng shouted, his voice slicing the air like a blade. "Then shut your mouth." Wu Ming slowly came to, trembling all over, eyes glazed like a lost soul, mumbling non-stop in a hoarse, desperate voice. 500 years? Oh God, what curse have I brought on myself? In his panic, he suddenly grabbed Xiaodu's collar, yanking her down before she could react. His bloodshot eyes pressed close to her face, breath ragged, screaming madly, "It's all your fault, Xiaodu. You want to ruin me? Destroy our holy knights, don't you?" Xiaodu froze, eyes shimmering with tears ready to fall. Instead of fighting back, she trembled and bowed her head, voice choked. "Yes, it's all my fault. I dragged everyone into this." Those words made Wu Ming hesitate, his hand clutching her collar trembling. He didn't expect this girl to take all the blame. Xiaodu lifted her tear-streaked face, staring straight at Qin Feng, eyes blazing with fierce resolve. "Whoever did it should take the fall. Big bro, darkness. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Tell me to do whatever you want." Her voice shook, but was firm, like a faint but brilliant light piercing through the darkness. Wu Ming's eyes burned so bright he instinctively raised his hand to shield them. Xiaodu kept going, tears streaming, but her gaze stayed strong. "I'm willing to be your beast of burden, your servant for life. All the lifespan I earn from now on, I'll give it all to you, until it's enough to pay for your losses. You can hit me, scold me, even mistreat me, whatever you want. Just please spare the guild, spare everyone else." After she finished, she bowed deeply, body trembling but radiating rare determination. Qin Feng stood silent, cold eyes fixed on her, a flicker of disdain crossing his mind. To him, this emotional act was nothing but a cheap performance. Yet Xiaodu's words choked everyone in the guild. Many eyes reddened, hearts overwhelmed with emotion. Someone whispered shakily, "Xiaodu's unexpected." Qin Feng's deep voice cut through the tension. "Wu Ming." Hearing his real name, Wu Ming's whole body shook violently, cold sweat pouring out. He stammered in panic. You actually know my real name?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk on his lips. "You really think she's worth 500 years? The murderous aura blasting from Qin Feng made Wu Ming's heart nearly stop. He instinctively stepped back, legs shaking, stammering broken words. I. In his fear, he suddenly spun around, channeling all his rage into a punch that hit Xiaodu, sending her flying backward. "Get lost, you useless piece of trash." The heavy thud echoed. Xiaodu collapsed flat on the ground, body aching, head slammed against the cold floor. Wu Ming's face twisted in rage, voice full of hatred. "You got us to accidentally invade the big boss's hideout, and now you're playing the martyr? Clearly, you're just trying to suck up to the big boss, wanting to be his servant, right? You seriously think something good like this would happen to you? Dream on." The shout shook the whole crew silent. Not a single soul dared to breathe loud. Xiaodu lay there, shoulders trembling slightly, tears streaming down non-stop. She bit her lip, quietly sobbing, "Ugh." My plan to approach the darkness failed again. The helplessness and sadness were written all over her face, her small frame shrinking in the tense air. Nearby, Chen Vodan kept begging, voice trembling with worry. "Big boss, we're just a small guild. We really can't spare 500 years. Please, be flexible. Anything you can do, we're all on board." Tan Feng glanced at him, eyes deep like he could see right through him. He answered slowly, calm but with an unshakable firmness. "Fine then, I won't make it hard for you. 100 years of lifespan. In the next 4 years, every guild member in the training state is like a walking corpse. One head counts as 1 year deducted." He calculated silently killing a murderer could wipe the killer status off himself, and he could use this chance to get rid of that damn murder mark. Hearing that, Chen Vodan lit up instantly, eyes shining bright, voice full of relief. "This works. Our guild has over 2,000 people. I'll send you 100 years first. Tin, you've received 100 years of lifespan." Chen Vodan quickly turned and shouted, urgent but excited. He waited a moment and told them to gather up. "Hurry up, hurry! Bring all the murderers here. Don't keep the big boss waiting." Heavy footsteps thundered. groups moving fast, no one daring to lag behind. At that moment, Tan Feng opened the system panel, squinting slightly when he saw the repair hideout option. The text read, "Repairing the hideout costs 7 days of lifespan." He nodded softly, a slight smirk on his lips, thinking, might as well fix the hideout while we're at it. Tin, repairing the hideout costs 7 days of lifespan. Do you want to proceed? Without hesitation, Tan Feng replied clearly, yes. Tin, you've lost 7 days of lifespan. The hideout is repaired. After a flash of swords and blades, Tan Feng's murderer level dropped significantly. Chen Vodan stood aside, flattering, clapping, killing, perfectly justified. Those guys broke guild rules secretly, so they gotta learn their lesson straight from the dark boss, Tan Feng said coldly. From now on, this hideout is under your guild's protection. Chen Vodan was still stunned. What? Tan Feng continued. This is also a warning to anyone thinking about breaking the rules. You better behave and take turns guarding for me. If someone attacks again, I'll drag you up for questioning. Chen Vodan was sweating bullets, hurriedly accepting the task like he'd just signed a death contract, thinking, once this is done, that dark dude must want me on the chopping block, right? Suddenly, machines buzzed. The Evil Spirit Academy's hideout was under attack. The magical defense barrier was taking constant hits, durability dropping fast from 99.8%. Want to use war teleport? Landung has one left today. Tan Feng frowned. Not done yet? Since the Evil Spirit Academy is a key hideout, you activate teleport. Everyone knows the Academy's our refuge. If anyone dares to provoke the darkness, just wait and see. Seeing Tan Feng vanish, Chen Vodan immediately ordered everyone. Darkness is gone. Let's move. I'm heading back too, a big-headed guy asked suspiciously. But didn't the darkness assign us to guard here? Chen Vodan pointed at Xiaodu. Of course, she's on guard. Miss Xiaodu, you're in charge here. Xiaodu was flustered. Me? Chen Vodan confirmed. That's right. You don't have any dreams here, right? Then stay in guard, don't wander off. Report anything immediately, or I'll drain your lifespan myself. Meanwhile, in the ruined city of Mayo, at the Evil Spirit Academy, a group with forehead tattoos was screaming, "Brothers, smash open the main gate for me!" The barrier's durability plummeted, dropping to 51.7% in a blink. Around them, a crowd stood watching, chatting excitedly. Those guys must be desperate, daring to challenge even the darkness. They look like some hardcore players. Foreigners, huh? Just then, Qin Feng stepped out from the teleport gate, casually standing on the city wall, frowning. Black Dragon Hall? I remember this guild has nothing to do with me, so why the hell are they suddenly targeting me? The leader of Black Dragon Hall shouted like he was hyping up a show. Guys, get ready. Everyone, give it your all, one big final move. Instantly, the whole crew combined their power to unleash the Black Flame Demon Dragon smash straight at the barrier. In just a flash, the durability dropped to 13%. They laughed, thrilled. Ha! One more hit and this gate's toast over 100 years of lifespan, about to be ours. This thing's fragile as hell. Qin Feng thought to himself, someone's definitely pulling the strings behind the scenes. You still hate me and haven't died yet? Only Dong Feng fits that bill. Just as tension peaked, a roar like thunder echoed. Everyone turned, surprised to see a dragon, but it looked lame, like some sketchy beast from a friend's rough doodle who never bothered learning anatomy. The dragon opened its mouth wide and let out a roar that stunned the Black Dragon Hall members, knocking them off balance. Then someone panicked, shouting, "Look, a fireball's falling from the sky. Is that a meteor? No, that's not right. That shape's way too weird." Boom! A massive explosion shook the ground, instantly roasting 2 Black Dragon Hall guys on the spot. The leader, trembling, opened his eyes still alive and laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha, thought this meteor was badass, but it only did like 3,000 damage. Lucky I'm tough as hell." But before he finished, his head was sliced clean off by Qin Feng's blade. Everyone watching from outside froze. Wait, did their leader just die? But clearly, we didn't make a move. Could it be the Shadow? But where the hell is he? Someone guessed. Dumbass. Shadows are impossible to predict. Maybe he's reached some permanent invisibility level by now. Suddenly, Qin Feng spotted a girl in the crowd wearing a pretty standout witch hat. Oh, she's from the Heavenly Frame Guild, and a rare soul painter by trade. Turns out she's Qian Xuan in the game, going by the poetic name 10 Miles of Green Mountains. Just hearing that name made me picture endless blue mountains stretching for miles. No wonder those last 2 moves felt so familiar. Dragon roars, meteors, all masterpieces from her brush. This artist's crazy good because she can learn skills from both summoners and mages, but she doesn't mumble spells like normal mages. To cast a skill, she just has to draw it once, and the better the art, the harder the damage. Super useful in team fights, but in solo battles, she's basically a sitting duck. If someone sneaks up on her, she's toast. Qianxuan scanned around and called out, "Shadow Senior, are you here? I want to discuss something." Qin Feng stayed hidden, only asking back, "What's up?" The guy holding the shield beside him gawked. "Whoa, the Shadow's really here?" Qianxuan replied, "I want permission to enter your hideout to find an item. It's crucial for my job promotion. Don't worry, I'll pay handsomely." Qin Feng nodded silently. Henry, from the past life's Evil Spirit Academy, was taken over by Heavenly Frame Guild because Qianxuan discovered this place during her promotion. Too bad this life, I got here first. The Heavenly Frame Guild leader, jokingly called Old Trung, used to be the chairman of Madodo Trade Association. After retiring, he got into streaming games. Even at 73, he streams with his granddaughter, playing well and gaining fame, even competing a few times and snagging some awards. Since Qianxuan lost her dad young, Old Truong treats her like a treasure, tagging along everywhere, even in-game. Later, when the Divine game launched, he founded Heavenly Frame Guild, made Evil Spirit Academy their base, built it strong, and pushed it into the top 10 guilds. Qin Feng knows this history like the back of his hand, because he was a hardcore fan in his past life, grinding their live streams every night. He cleared his throat firmly and spoke inside. As soon as he finished, the hideout door automatically opened. The shield guy gawked again. Holy crap, the hideout door really opened. Qianxuan led the guild inside, smiling. "My profession's soul painter. Every time I want to advance, I need a special material, and that material's right here in Evil Spirit Academy. I heard the Shadow sold this place to Jianghai's government for 2,000 years of lifespan. Perfect timing, since my job desperately needs that material. So today, I want to buy back the academy. What do you think?" Qin Feng sat in the leader's chair, muttering, "This Heavenly Frame Guild's ruthless gathered thousands of years of lifespan in no time? No wonder they call Old Truong a sly fox." He replied, "Sorry, I'm not selling this academy, but if you want, I can grant you guest access to the deepest floor anytime." Qianxuan squinted. "You mean rent?" "Exactly. 500 years of lifespan for 3 years freedom on floor 1. Senior, what do you think?" Qin Feng hesitated. Clearly, I just gave her permission, meaning her promotion's settled, yet she still insists on renting and even wants to pay 500 years of lifespan. Looks like Heavenly Frame Guild's no joke. Maybe their real goal is to build ties with me. Shadow. Not done yet, Qianxuan added. "To prove my sincerity, I have one more condition. If you agree, our guild, Black Dragon Hall Mado, the ones who attacked your hideout, will handle them completely. No need to thank us." Qin Feng frowned slightly, answering slowly, "That's basically declaring war on a whole guild. You didn't ask Old Trung first?" Qianxuan's eyes widened. "Wait, you know my grandpa too? Don't worry, he listens to me like gospel. Besides, that guild's tiny ones stomp and they're dead." Qin Feng laughed and nodded. "Young and decisive, I respect that. All right, sign it." Qianxuan jumped up, thrilled. "Really? Hell yeah!" Mechanical sounds rang out as the rental contract was sealed, and the player gained 500 years of lifespan. Qin Feng said slowly, "Feel free to use the first floor, and don't worry about the cracked defense barrier. The magic layer underneath will fix itself automatically. Then we won't bother you anymore, Senior." Qianxuan smiled, waved, and let everyone out. Qin Feng blushed a bit, thinking, "Damn, she's even livelier in real life than on her streams." He scratched his head, telling himself, "All right, time to get serious." With that, he headed straight to the warehouse. Thanks to the exchange system, Qin Feng had gathered quite a few treasures. "Lunch break's over, let's keep going. You pumped?" Instantly, the exchange buffet system activated. One item vanished and another of equal level appeared. Cold mechanical sounds echoed. "You just lost your training willpower. You got the Crimson Spirit Blade, the finishing move of the assassin class. This blade condenses from red blood, and when it closes in on the target, it adds a whopping 4,800 elemental attack points. Plus, the less health the enemy has, the more damage it deals, exploding up to 200% damage. If the enemy's health drops below 30%, this slash also heals you for double the damage dealt, and any leftover healing turns into a shield." Qin Feng was stunned. "Whoa, isn't this the Dream Critical Limit Break finisher? This skill builds power throughout the fight, and when unleashed, it can flip the whole battle in a blink." He laughed with satisfaction. "Ha, the Crimson Spirit Blade is truly a farewell slash. At the rarest level, adding 4,800 damage makes it even stronger than my legendary corpse handling skill." The cold mechanical voice sounded again. "You just spent 1 + 2C, 30 evolution points, leaving 55 points left. The Crimson Spirit Blade upgraded fast from legendary diamond level. Elemental blood damage adds 4,800, 6,000, 79,000. Healing effects, 200%, 300%, 400%, 600% health. And if you overheal, no worries, it turns into an elemental blood shield. Think about it. If you add a few damage buffs, Hitting over 100,000 damage in one shot wouldn't be a dream. You still have 55 points left to evolve another mythic skill. The mechanical voice sounded again. 500 evolution points spent, 55 left. Deep Shadow skill, legendary, passive, adds stealth level 2 plus 3, max 5 plus 7. Reduces cooldown when breaking invisibility. Each stealth level adds 200 to 300 damage to break stealth. Mythic version reduces life drain while stealthed by 90%. In short, entering the zone with brawlers is no longer stressful. You're now level 17, perfect for rocking the new Assassin Spirit gear you just swapped. Assassin Spirit gear set. Sharp Blindfold adds 20 stamina, 20 spirit, stealth resistance level 2. Critical hit rate adjusted to 88%. Activates plus 133% critical hit rate for 30 seconds. Cooldown 120 seconds. Thin Spirit Gloves adds 75 defense, 60 elemental resistance, 25 strength, 20 agility. Effect reduces 12% HP to boost base damage by 30%. Thick Spirit Armor adds 18 to all attributes. Increases running speed. Stealth level 2. Activating stealth removes collisions for 3 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Wet Spirit Ring, just the name sounds damp. All attributes plus 15. Water resistance 88. Special bonus. All damage also adds 179 water elemental attack points, basically soaking everything around you. Current gear toggled on. Sharp Blindfold Spirit, Bone Piercer White Spirit Weapon. Right ring is the wet ring, spot on. The coat's like a gift of dark flame armor, mysterious just by the name, perfect for the spirit bone lover. Heart Fade Pendant, delicate white spirit gloves. Left ring is the eerie demon lady's ring, mutated spirit. The whole set looks bulky and kinda invisible, meaning confusing, except for the shin guards. Honestly, I've already maxed out spirit gear, but the low-level stuff in this game looks like junk from a flea market. Better to switch back to the Obsession class outfit. It fits way better. Time to conquer the next hidden zone. In the real world outside Omato, a proud group waited by their car. How many did we bring back this time? Just 4? Sounds stingy. Who's gonna sell their lifespan that easily nowadays? Another group just arrived, stepping out with an "I've got cash, so I'm boss" vibe. They even assigned 4 people to stand guard. I'm gonna report this to Mrs. Dongfuang. The newcomers grumbled. Why won't they let us in? They're seriously disrespecting us? A guy holding a gun frowned. Inner circle. These idiots are gonna learn pain soon. Feng Yue stepped out with her kid, calmly said, "You guys here to sell lifespan? Turn it into a light orb and drop it here." The scar-faced guy's eyes bulged. You kidding me? No money yet, and you're already demanding the goods? Dongfang kept her arrogant tone, threatening non-stop. Are you brain dead? I'll say it one last time. If you don't want to die, turn your lifespan into a light orb and drop it on the ground right now. As soon as she finished, the henchmen flipped a switch and all aimed their guns at the others. The guy with black glasses just shrugged, eyes narrowed with meaning. Oh wow, ma'am, what are you planning? You want to rob us too? Before he finished, the scar-faced guy struck lightning fast, slicing off the heads of 2 gunmen, blood spraying everywhere. The girl turned pale seeing that, immediately hiding behind Dongfang like a scared cat. Right then, the black glasses guy released a swarm of creepy insects. He revealed himself as a hidden bug master. Controlling just one insect could level him up, and he could even turn them into fierce mutant beasts. Clearly, this time he spotted a fat sheep to fleece. The enemy numbers were like ants. Wiping them all out in one shot was just a dream. The big guy activated a shiny silver shield, raising a wall-like barrier. Damn, the bullets couldn't even scratch it. Not giving up, he jumped high, unleashed the Golden Peak earth-shattering shield, smashing down like a mace, crushing a whole group of gunmen. Elsewhere, a guy with white glasses moved like lightning, dodging bullets, then posed like a gun with his hands, firing as if each finger shot a different kind of bullet. Turns out the hidden sniper class can shoot with fingers, each finger loaded with a separate ammo type. The gunmen, seeing things going south, called for backup. At that moment, a cloaked figure, moving like the wind, slipped through their lines and charged toward Dongfang. But just as she was about to act, a rocket-like kick slammed in. The others flew back dozens of feet, and a bald guy appeared beside Dongfang. Be careful, ma'am. These guys know how to stay invisible, she calmly ordered. Capture them alive. I want slaves for life, to get lifespan for my son, the bald guy replied. They're strong. Success rate's only about 50%. The big guy frowned. Look, they've got professionals too. The bald guy stepped forward slowly, confident with his one-hit kill skill and weapon defense gear. Turns out these guys specialize in targeting the rich and have pulled off many jobs. Great. Hope those guys already withdrew their levels, gear, and skills, or this fight's gonna be as dull as cold tea. The black glasses guy frowned. This brat's way too cocky. The fight's on time to meet the dirt. Saying that, the bug flying in the air lunged to attack. But the bald guy's reflexes were insane. He ducked, flipped, then trapped the bug between his legs like a snack. The black glasses guy was stunned. Seriously? Trapped? That bug flies at 200 kilometers per hour. Then the bald guy curled up, flicked his tail, and white smoke puffed out like a flare. Little Hu Yen just collapsed right there. Froze the whole crowd like statues. Ha! I already set up a barrier all around here. No little ant's gonna wiggle past my sight. I'm the source of this damn plague, and you humans eating, training, spreading it? You're just tools for me. His eyes flashed cold as death itself. Without another word, he shot forward like lightning, kicking high. The big guy hurriedly raised a steel wall, a shield in front of him. Yeah. Come at me now. Too bad. A sharp kick cracked the shield all out of shape. Before he could even catch his breath, the second kick turned his head into a smashed, scarred watermelon. Shit, he's almost here. Shoot him, quick. The guy in black shades was sweating bullets, while his white shade buddies gritted their teeth. Don't let him get close. I'll blow him to bits. But damn, the guy's moves were ghost fast, no way to aim. Suddenly, he leapt into the air. White shades sneered. Idiot, jumping up in front of a shooter? Might as well hand me your head. Die. The shot rang out, and he screamed like thunder. The blast shook everything. White shades didn't even get what hit him before his face shattered, soul ripped away. The kicker crossed his arms, smirking. Weaklings shooting back? Pathetic. Black shades trembled, cold sweat pouring, and immediately turned to run, but before he could get far, the kicker yanked him back by the hair. No escape. The guy dropped to his knees, begging, "Boss, please, spare me." The kicker sneered. "Relax. I'm not killing you. 2 die, 2 live, that's the 50-50 deal I promised the madam." Then he squinted and asked, "Hey, where's that invisible buddy of yours? Shouldn't he be knocked out by now?" Black shades itched. "Invisible? We only got 4 of us, and you already took out the 2 brothers." The kicker went, and Kindam tilted his head. "You mean that short guy who got out with us?" "No clue, just some random dude we happened to drag along to sell our lifespans." Meanwhile, out in the ruins on the outskirts near the old crooked magic tower, Tun Feng sneaked up to the door. He frowned. Weird, where did the guard go? Could someone have slipped in ahead of him? Not thinking twice, he stepped inside. It was a massive library, full of trap mechanisms like spiderwebs, basically a 3-story maze. Deep inside was sealed a monster that once made the world tremble with fear. Rumor had it she was once a princess, but the black dragon twisted her into the final boss. Some group must have gone deep before him, Tun Feng muttered, recalling the teleport trap to the upper floor. He crept to a bookshelf and pulled out a guide on raising boar sows. Yeah, sounds crazy, but the moment he grabbed it, the teleport magic kicked in. In a blink, a phantom sow appeared, and boom, Tun Feng vanished from where he stood. Appearing somewhere else, he immediately saw a big crowd fighting the desperate princess boss. Wait, they already took out the guards? With that many people but crappy gear, the death rate must be insane. Still, making it this far? That's impressive. Then a woman stepped forward, waving sharply as she charged in dead or alive. She'd come running. Tun Feng narrowed his eyes. Familiar. Huang Duifan. Turns out this whole crew was the Mono City's heavy industry, non-tech conglomerate. After the Divine Game crash, their leader Huang Duifan reacted fast, traded company assets for lifespan, and built a heavy industry non-tech guild. Her gig? Illusionist, expert at messing with people's heads. Illusionist's signature skill is creating teleport gates. She can place an entrance at point A, move to point B, then mark the exit. Boom, a teleport tunnel is set. Anyone can use it. As long as it's not broken or attacked, it lasts forever. If the entrance and exit are near the respawn point and the boss, fallen players can revive instantly and rush back into battle. That way, they get to live and recover health fast. Thanks to this trick, Guild's tactics were unpredictable. In his past life, Guild once shot up to be one of the top 20 strongest Gs in Die Hot. But facing the guards and the desperate princess, a platinum level 18 boss, all those plans went to crap. The princess's life drain speed was 100 times stronger than normal monsters. Straight up, when she kills a player, she sucks their life force to power herself. If this kept up, she'd soon evolve into a sapphire level boss and fully restore her health. Then the whole army would be wiped out. The massive life force her drain skill consumed was enough to break through even that. God knows their game industry. Just then, someone stepped forward, taking charge. The guild leader gave me 1,000 years. I'll handle the boss. All assassin loot is mine. Huang Dui was startled. That guy's Shadow. Tun Feng nodded, bluntly warning. Listen up. I'm serious. Y'all don't stand a chance. If you can't accept my terms, retreat while you still can. No time left. Someone ran up, yelling, Hey, who the hell are you? Saying we can't win? Who the hell demands 1,000 years? Beat it. Huang Dui hurried forward to calm things. Prince Than, don't be rude. Tun Feng showed no mercy, grabbed the guy's mouth, and threw him straight into the teleport gate. while slashing half his body with a shadow/move in the same instant. Huang Dui panicked, rushing over. "My son, just teach him a lesson. Don't destroy my teleport gate." Tun Fong replied coldly. "You'll understand soon enough. Remember, in 1,000 years, I can handle the boss for you." Saying that, he vanished like a shadow, leaving them frozen. They didn't know the boss was about to level up. If the gate hadn't been destroyed, those kids might not have survived. He snapped his fingers, summoning his mount. Taking down the enemy team was no big deal, but losing 1,000 years of lifespan, that made him frown. His prediction was spot on. The survivors could sacrifice their last bit of lifespan to help the boss level up. A flash of light showed the boss evolving. When it hit Sapphire level, he'd strike and kill it, scoring even better rewards. Right then, Kui Lin messaged, "Senior, I found Dongfeng Yit." Turns out she was hiding in a mansion at the foot of Fungan Mountain, but guarded by a super strong fake official. "Last time I almost died at his hands," Kui Lin said. Tun Fong replied, "Meet me at the dry bone graveyard." He silently admired Ma Dou's big, yet someone managed to find Kui Lin, not ordinary. Soon after, at the graveyard, Kui Lin detailed the guard's features. "Close combat, you'll understand soon enough. Just remember this, I can take down the boss for you guys even 1,000 years from now." With that, he vanished like a shadow, leaving them frozen in place. They had no idea the boss was about to level up, and if the gate hadn't been destroyed, those kids probably wouldn't have had a chance to survive. He snapped his fingers, summoning his mount. Crushing the enemy's formation was nothing, but losing 1,000 years of his lifespan, that's what made him frown. Turns out, his prediction was spot on. The survivors could sacrifice their remaining lifespan to help the boss level up. A flash of light signaled the boss was evolving. Once it reached the Emerald Beast stage, he'd strike it down and claim an even bigger reward. Right then, Gui Ling messaged him, "Senpai, I found Dong Fang. She'd been hiding out in a mansion at the foot of Fan Nan Mountain, but was guarded by a ridiculously strong fake official. I almost died at his hands last time," Gui Ling said. Qin Feng replied, "Meet me at the bone graveyard." He thought to himself, even in a place like Ma Dou, someone finding Gui Ling like this is no small feat. Not long after, at the graveyard, Gui Ling described the guard in detail. "Close combat, damn, the speed and power are terrifying. His fighting style's sneaky as hell. And his main move? Fart attacks." She said it so casually it shut everyone up. "He could even see right through my mark, surrounded by smoke and fog for like 30 feet. Qin Feng smirked, not surprised at all, then threw out a sarcastic jab. "Oh, so that nasty smell was his secret weapon all along? Turns out that guy's some kind of special hidden pro, the root of the plague. Right now he's only level 10, just barely started. But the polluted aura around him's enough to sense movement and totally mess with your invisibility. Plus, he can use the disease to boost his strength and heal so fast it's almost sickening. People say if a plague origin reaches its peak, it might hit some immortal, indestructible level." Hearing that, Kui Lin's eyes went wide, mouth hanging open. "Immortal and indestructible? So he's got no weak spots? Does that mean I'm screwed for revenge this lifetime?" Qin Feng shook his head. "Serious. Not exactly. The disease makes his body tougher and his lust stronger, but it eats away at his mind. In other words, he's got a steel body but a fragile head. The fatal weakness for this type is a weak spirit. As for you, when your Hellblade profession hits stage 2, you'll unlock a whole new form, the Hellblade Demon. Then that so-called immortal will finally know what real death means." Qin Feng spoke softly. "You gotta level up your profession to stage 2, fast. That's the key to beating him." Hearing that, Kui Lin snapped awake. "So, that's how it is." Still confused, she asked, "Senior, how do you know so much about my profession?" Qin Feng casually picked up the tombstone in front of him, smiling as he said, "Gods may abandon us, but my knowledge is as vast as the ocean. Think back when you were grinding levels before. Did you ever really put your heart into researching? Only by grinding hard, building solid foundations, step by step, can you make it big someday." His words were like honey in her ears, making Kui Lin clench her fists, feeling encouraged by him, silently vowing, "Yeah, I get it now." The old master's strength came from real effort. Qin Feng went on, "And this dry bone graveyard is the perfect spot for you to level up. The monsters here respawn crazy fast. Killing them not only levels you up, but gives you a chance to upgrade your weapon into the Hellblade Scythe. Of course, the catch is these monsters are elites, thick-skinned, tough as hell, and hit 3 times harder than regular mobs." No sooner had he finished than monsters started rising from the graves all around. Qin Feng just chuckled softly, then in a flash, jumped off the tombstone. One slick move, and the whole horde turned to dust. His figure stepped out, majestic like a war god, just hit their weak spots, and they go down fast, no sweat. Seeing that, Kui Lin's face flushed red as she muttered, "Seriously insanely strong." Qin Feng stepped closer, patted her shoulder, voice calm. "You gotta go all in. Give it everything you've got. Bet it all if you want to walk the path of revenge. With that, he faded into thin air. Kui Lin stood frozen, a vague feeling stirring inside her. When he mentioned revenge, at that moment, somewhere in the ruined city of Jianghai, Xiaohei was slumped against her pet sheep, looking miserable and whining. God, I'm so wiped out, but my stomach's growling like crazy, and I haven't finished grinding this area yet. Might as well push a little more. She pulled out a crumpled map, propping her chin, staring like she was solving a tough math problem. Suddenly, thud, a strange object dropped right in front of her. What the hell? Fruit? It was a huge, bright red fruit that looked just like a giant plum. She grinned, drooling, then bit into it crunch, juicy sweetness flooding her mouth. This is the bomb. The system chimed, awarding 50 experience points. Xiaohei's eyes lit up. No way, fruit that hacks XP? This is a god fruit for sure. Looking around, she saw a long trail of red fruits scattered like someone had spilled a carpet. Without thinking twice, she rushed forward, grabbing and munching nonstop. Plus 50, plus 50, plus 50, she shouted between bites. Damn, this is insanely good, but what the hell is this fruit? Just then, a message popped up from An Yu. Xiaohei, where are you? Get to the rotten shore as soon as possible. An Yu, what's up? That Manai Luang guy got caught by the boss. He's got over 500 years of lifespan stored in him. We need you to come help rescue him right now. Xiaohei kept chewing as she replied casually, I'm near the rotten sea. All right, stay put. We're on our way. But she didn't care, still munching and muttering. Manai Luang's such a scatterbrain. If he wasn't family, who'd bother teaming up with him? Whatever, forget it. This divine plum is way more important. After eating for a while, following the fruit trail, Xiaohei suddenly froze. Right in front of her, at the rotten shore, a giant creature sat looming, covered in mouths, holding something. Wait a sec, holy crap, that's Manai Luang. She saw Manai Luang and another unlucky dude dragged by the boss, probably scared, stiff, and collapsed on the spot. Xiaohei peeked at what the boss was holding, thinking, so this is the boss An Yu mentioned. It was a level 20 Andrain Spirit Eater, with poisonous blood, and only 10 minutes, 32 seconds, and 44 heartbeats left to live. Suddenly, the boss popped that little monster into its mouth, snapped once, and bit it in half like breaking a rice cracker. Watching that, Xiaohei covered her mouth in shock. What the hell? This boss actually eats other monsters? Before she could recover, the boss tossed the other half down and started kneading it like meat filling for dumplings. Xiaohei's eyes went wide. Oh my god, it's squeezing the monster into meatballs? Just then, An Yu's group showed up. She called out, Xiaohei, we're here! Did you see Manai Luang and the boss? Xiaohei stuffed snacks in her mouth and answered, Yeah, this boss is terrifying. It eats other monsters, but hasn't touched players yet. An Yu and Vuong Man stared at the boss, chills running down their spines. No way that's a poisonous level boss, right? An Yu said, Hold on, let's watch a bit more. Don't rush in. At this boss level, we're outmatched. We gotta call for backup. Just then, the boss suddenly stood up, trembling like it was trying to say something. An Yu frowned. Wait, that posture looks familiar. Huh, could it be, it's about to poop? Oh god, that's a huge one! And sure enough, the boss dropped a few round, shiny black fruits that looked like plums. Xiaohei blinked. Weird shape, but they do look like fruit. Turning back, she saw An Yu and Vuong Man staring wide-eyed at Xiaohei, happily munching a few while clutching a big pile. They froze for a few seconds, faces pale, then An Yu screamed, Ah no, what did you just eat? An Yu was scared her friend might attract the boss's attention. Turning back, he saw An Yu and Vuong Man staring wide-eyed at Xiaohei, who was happily munching on a few fruits, arms full of more. She froze for a few seconds, her face going pale before she screamed in horror. Ah, no. What did I just eat? An Yu feared her making a scene might attract the boss, hurriedly grabbing Tio Hak. Hey, chill out, calm down, Xiaohei. But it was too late. The boss whipped around, eyes blazing red, staring down the whole group, and Vu freaked out. Shit, it's triggered. Right away, the boss opened its mouth and roared, unleashing the ancient beast's hypnotic charm skill. Tio Hak's eyes went wide, cold sweat dripping. We're screwed. This time we're definitely dead. Before long, and Vu's whole crew was hit by the boss's weird energy. Their eyes turned bloodshot like they were about to burst into flames, mouths non-stop screaming. So hungry. Starving. Only Tio Hak stayed clear-headed. She blinked rapidly, stammering, what's wrong with you guys? Then An Vu and the others, like hypnotized, all lunged toward the basin in front, grabbing the thick goo inside and eating like they'd never eaten before. I'm starving. I'm about to pass out, one yelled while chewing. Even though their bellies swelled like balloons ready to pop, no one stopped. Watching this, Tio Hak just buried her head in despair. Oh my god, they've lost it. Eating so much they're about to blow up. Then she wondered, wait, why am I not affected? Am I immune to this hunger freak? Before she could figure it out, the boss swung its arm, snatched a chunk of that goo, and threw it straight into its mouth. Teohawk screamed, "This is bad. It's targeting the fattest one. Gotta call for backup." But thinking of the rest of the team, sweat dripped down her face. If even the elite squad goes down, who else can we count on? With no other choice, she sent out a distress signal. "Big Boss of Darkness, help us out." On the other end, Tun Fong was busy hunting monsters when he got the message, blinking in surprise. "What now? Teohawk causing trouble again?" She replied immediately. "We ran into a rare-level boss, the soul-devouring beast Andrain. Tree An and Captain Vung Man are about to get swallowed." Tun Fong frowned but then chuckled softly. "The Soul Devourer? Isn't that the bloodline creature I've been hunting all along?" "Teohawk, you really are my lucky star. Send me the coordinates. I'm on my way." After getting the location, Tun Fong took off immediately. Besides casting his shadow magic, he'd also unlocked keys to 3 other platinum-level hideouts in the demon realm. Conveniently, he planned to take care of this bloodline beast too, while the desperate princess was nearly ready to level up. Soon enough, Tun Fong appeared on the battlefield. "Big Boss, you finally showed up." Teohawk cheered happily. "Where's the boss?" "It's up ahead. Tree An and Vung Man got swallowed. Hurry and save them." Tun Fong raised an eyebrow, scanning around. "Wait, where's the boss? Why's it so quiet?" Teohawk pointed far away, hesitating. Probably off handling some personal stuff." Then the boss tensed up and spat out a huge chunk. Looking closer, it was the head of the goo. Teohawk almost burst into tears, her face drained of color. In its mind, the boss thought only one thing. "I swallowed the goo once, now am I about to puke it out? Damn." Tun Fong calmly explained, sounding like a teacher breaking down game mechanics. "The soul-devouring Andrain is a minion of the ancient beast. It swallows every living creature without caring about species. It emits the ancient beast's charm, driving players insane, forcing them into an endless eating frenzy. The more they eat, the bigger they get, and the bigger they get, the tastier they become to it. The only way to avoid the effect?" Tun Fong paused, giving Teohawk a meaningful look. "You gotta eat what it just spat out. Sounds gross, but folks say it's not so bad." Teohawk wanted to disappear. "Please, just save people instead of talking about this creepy stuff," she yelled, then turned to vomit. Tun Fong sighed, activated his stealth skill, grabbed the special item that dropped, and charged straight at the boss, landing a brutal hit that made it puke out Anvu's group. Not stopping there, Tun Fong unleashed a combo. Blessing of Liberation, Shadow Shield Slash, each hit dealing 50,000 damage. The boss's health dropped like a rock, losing nearly a quarter of its HP in seconds. Then the finishing blow, the Crimson Blade, a critical hit with 1 million damage. The system sound echoed coldly. The Dark player from Die Hot became the first in the world to defeat the rare beast boss, earning 30 reputation points. Teohawk's eyes went wide, mouth agape. 100 million damage? Dude, are you playing the game or hacking it? Right after, the whole server exploded with the announcement. The Dark player from Die Hot was the first to take down the rare beast boss. The international community instantly went wild. This is bad. Die Hot really has monsters now. Who said darkness came from Die Hot? No way. He's obviously a descendant of the great Korean kingdom, our immortal Simida. Electronic sounds buzzed non-stop in Tun Fong's ears, like a lucky soundtrack. "Congratulations, you just gained 50,000 experience points, plus 60 evolution points. Current balance, 336 points. Wait, add another 300 evolution points. Now you have a total of 696 points. Successfully activated 5 skills. Unlocked 6 slots. Congratulations on acquiring the Soul Devourer bloodline. Want to activate it now?" Tun Fong stroked his chin, thinking. In the divine system, bloodline is a rare system like monster DNA. Defeating certain special bosses gives a chance to absorb their bloodline. If you find one that fits your class, your combat power explodes like a power-up. When he nodded to activate, the system immediately popped up a fresh notification. Soul Devourer bloodline is starting up, stats refreshed. 1 point equals 3 physical attack points. Stamina refreshed. 10 stamina points equal 50 HP. 1 point equals 35 physical defense. Agility upgraded, running speed, attack, and spellcasting increased by 32%. Spirit refreshed. 1 point equals 3 elemental damage plus 5 elemental resistance. The Soul Devourer skill can absorb other class skills and gain attribute adjustments based on quality. Side effect, your hunger increases by 200%, but you gain 15 points of full magic resistance. Special skill Wide Mouth creates a giant bloody mouth that can swallow enemy bullets or thrown weapons. Each swallow heals you based on quantity. Cooldown 60 seconds. The Devour skill got extra attribute adjustments. Tunfeng nodded slightly. Attribute adjustments simply mean bonus points. 1 strength point now gives him 3 physical attack points. Unreal. At that moment, he picked up from the S-rank boss a poisoned bronze blade. Just the name sounded deadly. This weapon can poison, but it was useless for him. Let's try swallowing it. As soon as he said that, the system sound rang out again. You use Soul Devour on the poisoned bronze blade skill. Power upgraded, each strength point now equals 3.3 physical attack. Tunfeng smirked. This game really is all about eating your way to power. He was silent for a moment and muttered, "Wait, a bronze level skill only gets a 3/10 boost? That's kinda stingy. Hold up, the swallowed skill became passive, so it can still evolve, right?" Qin Feng was silent for a moment, then muttered, "Wait, a bronze level skill only increasing by 0.3? That's kinda stingy, huh? Hold on, the swallowed skill turned into a passive skill, so it can still evolve, right? This is insane." Without hesitation, he burned through 242 evolution points, and the deadly bronze blade instantly transformed into a legendary poison blade. At the same time, his enhancement ability shifted. Now every point of strength counted as 5 points of physical attack. Qin Feng laughed out loud, feeling great. "Ah, I knew it. If I keep devouring like this until mid or late game, my stats will probably blow everyone else out of the water by hundreds, even thousands. Back on top, baby." Boom. Meanwhile, the Anyu squad just woke up. "Big bro, thanks for saving us. Without you, we'd have been recycled as some lame NPCs by now." Xiaohei ran over and hugged Anyu tight, grinning ear to ear. "It's okay, sis. Ain, gaining a little weight just means you're still alive, looking good in that undefinable way." And Yu blushed and said, "Big bro, we're in the Jianghai area now, but there's no lifespan level yet. So, what's the reward for this mission?" Qin Feng waved him off, cutting in, "No need for that. You guys just need to help me gather a few assassin skill books. Got it, I'm out." Saying that, he vanished into invisibility like he'd never been there. Only then did Anyu finally breathe a sigh of relief. The mission was basically done. She turned to her team. "Let's head back. And remember, not a word about today to anyone. Got it?" Xiaohei nodded eagerly. "Got it. Yes, sis on." The mage tilted the Tower of Power. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, just leaping off the tower, the boss's health bar was down to just a third. Huang Zifan shouted, "Come on, guys! The boss is about to go down. Only a third of its health left." Little Tui quickly activated the Tree of Life, responding clearly, "Everyone stick close to me." A green light spread across the battlefield, healing teammates' health non-stop. The teleport gate was shattered by darkness. No one's allowed to die. Give it everything you've got, win this, and we're out. Cheers erupted as the team braced themselves, charging in with wild attacks, skill effects exploding everywhere. The fight hit its most intense moment. Huang Zifan breathed out, impressed. "Thank God for Little Tui's life-sacrificing skill, or we'd never have cracked this nest." Little Tui smiled proudly. "Heh, of course, duh." But before she could enjoy it, the boss suddenly roared, swinging its tentacles hard at Yuang, vaporizing him on the spot. His blood and life force got sucked up, turning into evolution energy. In a flash, the boss's whole body lit up, power exploding violently, sweeping Huang Zifan's group into a deadly tornado, blasting light and smoke everywhere, becoming a perfect storm of destruction. The boss's health fully restored as if it had never been hurt. Despair filled the air. Level 30, Jade quality, 10 million HP. Just seeing those numbers made everyone want to quit the game. Right after, Huang Zifan's group respawned at the hidden white-silver level of the industrial Phi Koa. The human-shaped tree in the yard trembled softly. Huang Zicheng greeted, "What's going on? Why's the whole team wiped? Is the boss down yet?" Huang Zifan replied, exhausted, "Not yet. We fought it down to a sliver of health, but suddenly it healed fully, turned into an egg, then exploded, wiping us out in seconds." "What? Fully healed? Only evolution stage can make a boss recover all its health." Could it be she hesitated because of what Qin Feng said? That shadow guy predicted the boss would evolve, which is why he stopped us from using the swarm tactic. A platinum boss evolving into Jade quality is a nightmare. Maybe the only way is to call on him. Meanwhile, at the tilted tower where Qin Feng hid invisible, he quietly watched the desperate Jade boss. "Strange," he muttered. "It just evolved but barely changed form. More like a giant egg than a high-level creature." He suspected it was incubating an even more terrifying version. Without hesitation, he unleashed 2 critical strikes with his hidden blade. Total damage 20,000, 10 million HP, more than a zombie-level boss. He couldn't let it hatch. He immediately kept swinging his hidden blade relentlessly. That boss's thick health was scary looking, but honestly, handling it wasn't that hard. It had 0 stealth detection, basically blind to his presence. As long as he stayed invisible, kept spamming skills, and finished with his ultimate, no matter how many health bars it had, it was only a matter of time before it hit the scoreboard. After just 3 or 4 consecutive Crimson Blade strikes, each dealing over 1,000,000 damage, that boss egg exploded like a soap bubble. But surprisingly, inside wasn't loot, it was a girl lying unconscious. A level 1 Despair Princess with 11 HP. Qin Feng froze. Is this the true form of the Despair Princess? Legend says she was cursed by the White Dragon. Could that really be true? But if so, only 11 health? So to complete the mission, I have to personally send her off? He hesitated, about to strike, when suddenly the sky darkened. Black clouds rolled in. Thunder crashed. A giant creature crashed down from above, shaking the earth and sky. Qin Feng frowned. A dragon? Yeah, that's Atos the White Dragon, cursed by the White Dragon, level 100, mythic tier. From its massive body, red lightning bolts exploded like they wanted to tear the sky apart. Its roar echoed, sounding like the thunder god descending. That huge figure slowly landed, making the whole space tremble. Qin Feng was stunned. Mythic tier boss here? Could the legend of the White Dragon cursing the princess really be true? So this is the legendary hidden boss? As the dragon got closer, Qin Feng suddenly saw the girl's body lifted into the air beside it. The sight stunned him. The girl, who seemed to be still asleep, suddenly opened her eyes, those clear eyes locking fiercely with the dragon's intense gaze. Thump, thump. Was that a heartbeat? Qin Feng blinked, and the girl gently reached out, touching the giant dragon, then smiled, hugging its head like reuniting with a long-lost family member. In that moment, everything exploded. Tears streamed down, mixing with the blazing red light surrounding her body, but then her form slowly vanished, revealing a heart beating strongly in midair. The dragon's blood faded, its majestic form turned into particles of light, then dissolved into nothingness. Both the girl and the dragon disappeared like they never existed. Only Qin Feng stood dumbfounded among the ruins, a silent question echoing inside him. Did they really vanish? In front of him, the only thing left was the girl's heart still beating steadily. He stepped forward and gently caught it. A familiar voice rang out. Tin, you have stopped the resurrection of the ancient sea god Laos. You received the cursed heart item. When the curse's time stops, this heart will keep beating until that fateful moment. You can use it to become one of Laercis's bloodline, absorb its lifespan to welcome the destined master, or destroy it to seal time itself, trading it for a legendary level item. Qin Feng froze. Use it or destroy it. If he used it, he could gain insane power, but the description clearly wasn't a good sign. A parasitic curse that could snatch his soul anytime. Clenching his fists tight, he decided it wasn't worth the risk, so he'd destroy it. Gritting his teeth, his hand squeezed that heart. Suddenly, a blinding light burst out from it. Qin Feng frowned, eyes full of doubt. He stared hard at the swirling light, but before he could make sense of it, his body felt like it was sucked inside. When he opened his eyes, the scene froze him in place. Wait, was he teleported? No, it was still the magical Leaning Tower. His gaze darted around and landed on a soldier standing right in front of him, and his mind spun. Is this really my body? What the hell am I experiencing? Just then, a boy ran up, shouting as he ran. Up on the wall, someone sat quietly watching down. The boy asked with innocent curiosity, "Are you leaving again today?" Ates turned with a soft smile. "Sorry, but the enemy suddenly summoned a giant octopus monster attacking the port. As the kingdom's protector, I have to go fight." The little princess's face fell, stomping her foot. "Stop lying. You promised to teach me wind control today." Ates quickly waved his hand, voice gentle. "Don't be mad. As long as I come back early, I'll teach you right away." The princess crossed her arms and pouted. "You think I'm some 9-year-old kid?" Inside, Ates chuckled bitterly. She was only 10 herself. Before he could say anything, the princess shot back. "My dad says it takes 7 whole days to run full speed to the coast from here. You say you'll be back the same day? Who are you trying to fool? My dad always lies to me, and now you're copying him? Typical guys, all talk and no action, liars and cheats." Ates turned pale, stumbling forward to calm her down. Hey, where'd you hear that from?" The princess snorted and turned away, clearly sulking. Seeing that, Ates pulled out a shiny object and held it out to her. "Here, I want you to have this." Curious, the princess looked back, eyes sparkling. "What is this?" Ates smiled seriously, his expression full of promise. "Under its witness, anyone who breaks their promise loses their wings and can never fly again." Hearing that, the princess paled and quickly pushed the object back at him. "No, I don't want to lose my wings." Ates laughed heartily. "Ha! Don't worry, I mean what I say. Don't underestimate my wind control skills." As he finished, his shoulders sparked with fierce red lightning like thunder striking. In a flash, a huge pair of wings sprouted from his back, looking just like the legendary dragon's wings that had vanished earlier. The princess's eyes lit up like a kid spotting a new toy, and she cheered excitedly. Even though I've seen you transform 100 times, you still look insanely handsome. Hades flashed a cool peace sign and smiled. Wait for me to come back, we'll have dinner together. But for now, my 3 shadow clones will keep you company. Saying that, he shot straight up into the sky, leaving a trail of red lightning like a shooting star. The princess waved from below, her voice full of worry mixed with pride. Come back safe. As his figure disappeared, she clenched her fist, eyes burning with determination. If he's trying this hard, I can't fall behind. She immediately turned to the soldiers and shouted, All guards, come with me. Let's get the ingredients ready so when Tess returns, we can have the most epic dinner ever. Nearby, Qinfeng muttered quietly, So these two are the Princess of Despair and the White Dragon? Looks like I really got sucked into the era sealed by the cursed heart. The princess and her soldiers began their battlefield market journey. She excitedly picked colorful, wild mushrooms like they were treasures. Then they went hunting. A poor rabbit became their target, followed by a fishing trip at sea. She caught a perfectly round pufferfish that had everyone laughing their heads off. As evening fell, orange sunlight bathed the leaning tower. In the kitchen, the princess sighed deeply. Man, I'm so tired I could pass out. On the table were proudly displayed burnt specialty dishes. Chicken head bones cooked with poisonous mushrooms, steamed molten hot stones, volcano pizza, jelly wine stir-fried with black stones, cold fish scales salad, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. She wiped sweat from her brow as she listed them, cheeks flushed shyly. All his favorites. Attis must be coming home soon. A moment later, she collapsed, face first on the table, falling asleep without realizing it. The heat from the dishes still steamed, filling the air with a mix of aroma and burnt scent. Suddenly, soft footsteps approached, and a hand gently tapped her shoulder. Your Highness, Princess, wake up. It's late. You should go back to your room. The princess groggily opened her eyes, voice sleepy. Huh, I fell asleep? What time is it now? The attendant replied respectfully, It's time for evening prayers, Your Highness. When the next bell rang, it was already midnight. Hearing this, she jumped up, almost yelling, What? It's that late? Where's Hades? He's still not back? The scholar sighed heavily, his face dark with news from the front war was brutal. It's very likely General Ates won't be back anytime soon. The princess immediately protested, eyes blazing. No way. Ates is the strongest, he's the kingdom's shield. Any enemy who meets him might as well be a lamb headed for slaughter. The scholar shook his head softly, but explained the enemy had sacrificed tens of thousands to summon a monstrous creature from the ocean's abyss. It was as huge as a fortress, covered in tentacles and countless eyes, and just looking at it drove people mad. If the intelligence was right, even ATs would face a life-or-death battle. The princess panicked, clutching her dress tight. No, no way. ATs. Before she could finish, a soft crack echoed. The ring Atis had given her their bond token suddenly cracked and shattered in her palm. She turned pale and grabbed the scholar's hand. This is bad. If he doesn't return before midnight, his wings will vanish. Scholar Lin, take me to see my father. He was a dragon knight. He must know how to break this pact. Before Lin could react, she dragged him off like a whirlwind. Wait, princess, my waist's gonna break. She ran while saying, Sorry, but if he loses his wings, it's really over. The door burst open, and before her stood a familiar figure under dim light. It was Hades. He crossed his arms, smiling, half joking, half gentle. Why do you look so panicked? I was only gone a moment. The princess froze, then tears slipped down. She rushed forward, hugging him tight, sobbing in his warm arms. Thank God you're back. It's okay now. He gently rubbed her head, voice warm. Of course I'm back. We still have a promise, remember? The princess rubbed her eyes, still sniffling in his arms. They said, The front lines are a mess. I'm worried sick about you. Lin jumped in, adding that General Atin was caught up in intense border battles. Hades chuckled softly, sounding a bit tired. Yeah, it's a real headache, but it's settled now. The leftover scraps are fine for the troops to handle. Elwyn praised him. No wonder you're the kingdom's protector. Hades suddenly clutched his stomach, groaning. Man, I'm starving. He glanced at the table, piled with food, and exclaimed, Did the princess cook all this? The princess smiled softly. Heh, yeah, but it's all cold now. But At didn't care. He sat down and attacked the food like he was afraid someone else would snatch it. Damn, this is amazing. The fish smells so good, the mushrooms are rich and creamy, and this wine jelly, crispy as hell. The princess worriedly warned, Eat slowly, or you'll choke. Elwyn stood behind, wiping sweat, thinking, This general really eats like he's going into battle. Next scene, atop the leaning tower, Ates and the princess stood bracing against the wind. All right, today we're learning wind riding, he said. The princess yawned and replied, making Ates want to laugh and cry at the same time. Hey, what's up, sleepy? She stretched, voice tired. I'm just worn out from prepping your meal all day. Ates gave a wry smile. Well, we can learn tomorrow then. But the princess immediately grabbed his leg, whining, No way. I want to try flying with wind riding. She blinked mischievously. Or maybe you should shift back to your true form and take me flying. Ates hesitated. The king had banned her from risky stuff like this, but the princess was throwing a tantrum. Yeah, you come home late and still say no? I cooked all those delicious dishes for you, and you just ignore me. Ungrateful jerk. Hearing that, Hades raised his hands in surrender. All right, you win. But just this once, and don't you dare tell the king, got it? Or I'm dead meat for a whole week. Hearing that, the princess couldn't hide her excitement, eyes sparkling like a kid seeing magic for the first time. Ates closed his eyes slightly, a massive energy burst from him. In a flash, his body transformed, turning into a majestic white dragon glowing in midair, his true form. The princess looked up, eyes full of awe. Ates bowed his head, signaling her, and she immediately wrapped her arms around his neck. His voice rumbled warmly, hold on tight. Then, he gathered his strength and lifted her, placing her neatly atop his head. The princess beamed, shouting excitedly, Let's fly! With that, his huge wings spread wide, whipping the air around them. Within a few wing beats, Ates carried the princess away from the leaning tower. She lay flat, hair streaming behind her, shouting with joy non-stop. Below, Lin and the soldiers looked up, a mix of worry and amazement. Up high, the princess widened her eyes, taking in the breathtaking view below, exclaiming in wonder, So that's how beautiful the world looks from above. Ed softly asked, Beautiful, huh? The princess smiled. Not just beautiful, it's stunning. Just then, the tower's bell rang urgently. The princess paused, then whispered, Ates, you'll always protect this place, right? He was silent for a moment, dragon eyes glowing gently. Of course, your highness. Hearing that, she smiled, hugged his neck tightly, and whispered thanks. After landing safely, Hades gently carried the princess back to her room. She'd already fallen asleep from exhaustion and happiness. He pulled the blanket over her feet, his gaze soft, like he wanted to protect her sleep forever, then quietly stepped outside. The king is waiting, someone said, voice low and worried. You're badly hurt, Ates. That monster wasn't easy to handle. Ed just smiled. Lucky to be alive. I just need some time to recover. And that octopus thing? I burned it with dragon fire. The king fell silent, eyes distant. The demon empire seemed to be performing some weird ritual. That monster must be the result of it. I feel a dark wave about to engulf the entire continent. We have to prepare your dragon. Clan will get caught up in this too. At nodded firmly. I'll follow all your orders, your majesty. Darkness fell, swallowing the leaning tower like it wanted to devour the last light. Inside, the clatter of falling metal echoed, shattered armor pieces scattered across the floor mixed with dark red blood. Hades covered his mouth, trying to hold back the blood, but failed. Every cough sent blood spraying like a fountain. Inside his chest, a strange red glow flared, spreading like a living flame. He clutched his chest, pain so intense sweat poured down, breath ragged. It was like a bloodthirsty parasite clinging to him, draining his life bit by bit. 5 years later, screams echoed across the sky as waves of monsters crashed against the city walls like a raging storm. Each hit felt like a hammer from the heavens, shattering stone and shaking the earth. The alarm horns blared. Guards shouted, Enemy attack! Monsters incoming! Get ready to defend! Across the city, people panicked and scattered. Some fell, some cried. Someone was just screaming for help. A giant monster lifted its foot, ready to crush a bunch of kids like they were ants. Others charged in, still swinging the unlucky victims they'd grabbed. Upstairs, the king looked down, his face heavy with worry. God, the Manga Empire has totally lost it, he muttered. Are they trying to drag the whole world down with them? Outside, the horde of monsters kept pouring in like it would never end. Inside the city, the princess rushed up to the city wall, panting and yelling, Atos, the enemy's broken through the gate! When she got there, she saw Atos standing in the smoky haze, wind whipping his hair, his face strangely calm amid the chaos. Their army's full of monsters. Regular soldiers can't hold them off. What are you just standing there for? The kingdom needs me, Atos said, turning to the princess with a serious look. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. Your Highness, I was actually looking for you. The magic tower is still the safest place. Please don't leave. The princess replied right away. Okay, I'll stay here. Ah, then go push back the enemy, someone else urged. Atos shook his head firmly. No, Your Highness, I'll stay and protect you. The princess frowned, curious. Wait, what are you talking about? You're the kingdom's shield. Your job is to protect the land, right? Now the capital's about to fall, and the people and soldiers are suffering. What you need to do is turn into a dragon and burn every invader to ashes. she shouted at Atos. I just need your back to watch over me, like you always do, right? Atos was silent for a long moment, then spoke in a deep voice. 5 years ago, we found out the Manga Empire was performing some mysterious ritual. They called it the Divine Abandonment. Basically, this ceremony trades lifespan to summon a non-human creature. The more life you sacrifice, the more terrifying the monster that appears. It's an ancient ritual. Barely anyone dares to use it. Who'd be dumb enough to trade their life for some ugly monster? But for Mariga, it was hope. That empire sits in the heart of the archipelago, surrounded by powerful forces. They have rich resources and, more importantly, a strange plant called the blood flower. This plant only grows on Mariga soil, radiating magic that extends the lifespan of its people. On average, American lives up to 700 years. That's the root of a millennium-long struggle with Mariga at the center, spreading across the continent. To end the conflict and seize power, Mariga started sending envoys with overwhelming power to other nations, forcing them to sign contracts, binding the envoys' loyalty to the throne. The weaker factions, after receiving these envoys, suddenly turned the tide. Mariga believed this would bring balance and peace. They miscalculated the wickedness in people's hearts. The envoys' presence made other nations realize the real threat was Mariga itself, and they secretly agreed to wipe out that people completely. Curses, plagues, division, and brainwashing waves crashed over the Mariga Empire like a violent storm. Even the envoys who were once absolutely loyal got manipulated into tools for other nations. The land was pillaged and devastated so badly that the blood flowers, the symbol of life here, began to wither. When the blood flowers died, the balance between nations collapsed, and Mariga lost its last value. That flower petal, once the pride of the country, turned into the last snowflake, triggering a deadly avalanche. The Mariga Empire faced the fiercest attack in human history. Their homeland was flattened, people mercilessly slaughtered. Even Mariga's resources were ordered destroyed, absolutely no chance of falling into enemy hands. That's the deep root of all disasters. In the darkness, the dying people of Mariga still tried to hold on to the last bit of light. The gods had turned their backs. According to Atos, the lifeblood of the Marigan people was being drained to summon monsters. He said calling it a ritual sounded too fancy. It was really a curse. Every Marigan was marked, their lifespan slipping away every second, while monster seeds sprouted inside their bodies. Then, one by one, they tore through their host's flesh to burst out, carrying the sole purpose of destroying humanity. The princess's eyes widened in horror at this. Atos turned back, a twisted smile creeping over his slowly deforming face. I can't turn into a dragon anymore, he said softly, his calm voice chilling to the bone. The princess trembled, unable to hide her worry. How did you end up like this? Atos sighed quietly. The truth about the Magar, only a few know. Outsiders call us the Dragon Clan. And the Mariga envoys, you know them as the kingdom's protectors. The princess was stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. Atos stared into the distance, his voice dropping low. The black tide has already swept across the continent. Your Highness, the end of humanity is here, and I just want to protect you alone. Chaos now ruled the fortress. Monsters screamed wildly, rampaging and slaughtering every living thing left. On the ground, soldier and civilian corpses lay scattered, blood soaking every stone red. The monsters, with senses sharp like predators, crept into every corner, dragging survivors from their hiding spots. Wave after wave of monsters poured in like a dark tide. Your Majesty, Wynn shouted over the screams and clashing weapons. There are more and more monsters. The capital's about to fall. Aren't you gonna retreat? The king just shook his head, eyes firm, no way out now. The magic tower is one of the pillars holding magic across the continent. If this place falls, all the mages will lose their fighting strength. Then, no one will be able to stop the strike. His voice grew heavy, his gaze sharp as a sword cutting through snow. Then the king drew his blade and charged into the roaring monsters. One slash, a monster split in two. The second, the third each strike a flash of light in the desperate night. But his old body couldn't keep up with the brutal pace, his breath growing heavier. Amid the blood rain, he let out a hoarse laugh. Time's a real bastard. Oss, I remember when we first met. Looked like we were the same age. But damn, you're already 100. And for your kind, 100's probably just leaving kindergarten, huh? Memories flooded back of days they fought side by side, downing drinks after life-or-death battles. Suddenly, a sharp claw tore through the air, slashing across his face, blood spilling out. Still, his mind was only on Atos, the friend who never aged, forever stuck as a teenager, never understanding the burden of a king. He couldn't understand humans, and humans couldn't understand him. He sighed, looking at the swaying tower, his hand trembling, the blade slipping from his grasp. In that moment between life and death, the princess's image appeared. The day she was born, Athos holding her in his arms, smiling gentle as morning sun. That's when he finally understood why he had to protect all this. The king slammed his sword into the ground, lifted his head to face the giant monster charging energy for a strike. He didn't dodge, just stood tall, eyes blazing with final resolve. It seemed he was ready for a glorious end in a sea of blood. The giant monster's blow whipped up a fierce whirlwind, sweeping everything around. Amid the chaos, the king smiled softly, the last smile of a man who realized his mistake too late. That thought faded as his body slowly dissolved into nothingness. From the leaning tower, a massive explosion erupted at the palace, flames lighting up the sky. The princess panicked, looking toward the castle, voice trembling. That explosion, could it be Athos? Gritting her teeth, eyes dark with despair. The capital's fallen. They'll be here soon. Just then, eerie screeches echoed from above. Swarms of winged monsters diving down like a black rain. Athos immediately shouted, "Monsters attacking!" But as they tried to break through, an invisible barrier blocked them. The monsters slammed their heads against it, bouncing back, screaming madly. The princess exhaled sharply, trying to stay calm. This magic tower has a super strong protective barrier. They won't get in easily. Right then, a heavily wounded figure staggered forward. It was Elwyn. He called out hoarsely, "Princess, Your Highness." The princess rushed over, worry clear on her face. Scholar Elwyn spoke sternly to Athos. "By the king's orders, I'm here to escort the princess out of here." Seeing the severe wounds on him, the princess couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God, you're badly hurt." Athos nodded, replying, "No doubt about it. All right, I'll use the wind to get you both to safety." "Is the backup team ready?" The princess hesitated. "Wait, what do you mean?" Elwyn clenched his fist tightly, his voice dropping low. "His Majesty has passed away." The space suddenly fell silent. The princess was frozen, whispering softly, "No way." Elwyn looked at her with heavy eyes. "Everything's been arranged already. When the capital falls, my mission is to get your highness to a neighboring country to escape." The princess turned to Athos, tears welling up. "And you? You're not coming with us?" Athos smiled, a smile both proud and bitter. "If I leave this place, where else would I go? Those monsters share my bloodline. Humans already see me as the enemy. No matter where I go, there's nowhere I belong." He sat down by the city wall, staring into the distance. "The place where the knights fell is the dragon's tomb. I belong here, and I'll guard it until my last breath fades." The princess's eyes widened, staring hard at Athos. Suddenly, she leapt into the air, wind swirling around her small frame as she flew before him. Her clear voice rang out, "Then let me be your dragon knight. Don't forget, I was born here. This is my home. I'll protect it with you. Don't underestimate me. My wind control has reached the pure flame level. Come on, let's seal the pact. How about it?" Athos was stunned, briefly surprised, then laughed as he looked at her. He reached out his hand, and they clasped tightly in that moment. He gave her a softly glowing scale. She was impossible to resist. Fine. The old tradition, the pact scale. The princess gripped the scale, eyes sparkling. "So it's really that simple? From now on, we're together forever." Athos chuckled softly, but his voice dropped low. "Forever, without ever seeing each other again." She froze. "What?" Before she could grasp it, Athos suddenly used wind magic, a strong gust pushing the princess toward Lewin. "Scholar Lin, I entrust the princess to you." She screamed in panic, tears streaming, unable to believe what was happening. Athos's voice echoed, "Go, your highness. You don't belong with dragons. Your place is with the human world." No sooner had the words faded than tragedy struck. Behind Lewin, his eyes turned blood red, his hand stabbed straight at the princess. A chilling thunk times echoed as her heart was ripped out, bright red blood splattering everywhere. Athos was stunned, eyes wide, his body frozen like stone. The princess collapsed, lips trembling, her eyes slowly losing their light. Elwyn's voice rang out, hoarse and twisted. "General Athos, be careful. The thunder origin has begun." His body convulsed, his face distorted as a giant monster tore through his flesh and emerged. It clenched the princess's heart, grinning grotesquely. "Fresh meat, so tasty. Your lifespan's running out fast. So, Athos, killing the one you love, does that satisfy your thirst for revenge in the fire that once burned me?" Ha ha. Athos's eyes darkened, cold and terrifying. The monster still squeezed the princess's body, laughing and growling. "Does killing your beloved make you feel fulfilled, white dragon?" On the monster's bloodied hand, the princess's heart still beat weakly, dripping bright red drops. Suddenly, its eyes flashed madly. Its muscular hand crushed the fragile heart, shattering it like bubbles. At that very moment, Athos's night clones seemed to lose control all at once, their eyes blazing with murderous intent, darting like black lightning. They all unleashed the death shadow step, their forms blurring then vanishing, leaving only the sound of rushing wind. In a flash, The monster's disgusting tentacles were severed, falling scattered on the ground. A bone-chilling roar echoed everywhere, sounding like the very space was being torn apart. But instead of pain, it laughed with twisted delight, its hoarse voice terrifying. "Haha, useless! It's all useless!" One of Atos's clones rushed forward, catching the princess's limp body, his eyes full of sorrow. She whispered his name softly, lips curling into a weak smile, a clear tear rolling down over the gaping wound still bleeding on her chest. She said no more, falling silent as if the whole world had stopped. The monster burst into a long laugh, its voice dripping with arrogance. "Proud white dragon, your tribe is nothing but sacrifices for me. The body you see is just one of my countless clones. My seeds have spread everywhere, parasitizing life, sucking blood, devouring flesh, and when the time comes, they'll break free from their cocoons. Just like that crippled old man." It bared its teeth in a wild grin. "Ha ha ha! Your whole tribe will turn into vengeful monsters, ravaging every land. And you, hero Atos, you're slowly being swallowed by the curse. One day, you might even kill the princess you love with your own hands." Every word stabbed deep into Atos's heart. Inside him, pent-up emotions exploded. Rage, pain, regret, burning hatred. Dark, cursed energy swirled around him, his eyes glowing fiery red, colder and more terrifying than death itself. The monster's voice dropped low. "But what if I told you I could change all this?" Atos's eyes widened, breath caught in surprise. The monster curled its lips into a twisted smile that thickened the air around it. "Heh heh, I hear your heart pounding out of control. I'm Citus, once the absolute ruler of the old world, a god once worshipped." It stepped closer, voice whispering into his ear. "I can help you crush the beasts, protect this kingdom, even bring the princess back to life, so you two never have to be apart again. Just accept one small condition. Give me your heart, and that's all." Atos remained silent, staring into nothingness, struggling to stand, legs trembling with inner conflict. Citus spoke again, his voice low and hypnotic. "You have two choices, White Dragon. Die here with the princess in this tower, your bodies torn apart by monsters, or give me your heart, and in return, she becomes your dragon knight. Then you'll protect this kingdom together, never separated again. But hurry, my body's fading fast, and your time's running out too." As he finished, blood suddenly spurted, staining the space deep red. Citus froze. Atos had ripped out his own heart, holding it up before him. From afar, Atos's clone, Qin Feng, still holding the princess, stood frozen, unable to believe what he was seeing. Citus chuckled hoarsely. "Ha ha, damn good, my white dragon. Looks like you've chosen the right path." The heart in Atos's hand still thumped, each beat echoing like a battle drum. Citus raised his hand, and black light spread out from him, engulfing the heart. "I grant this heart the ultimate blessing. It will never stop beating. The one you love most will receive it, awaken, and come back to life." The heart slowly floated to the princess's chest, the light merging into her body. Citus smirked, his voice chilling like a cold wind. "You won't die, nor turn into a monster. Your heart is now one with hers. From now on, you'll become a dragon, the immortal white dragon, forever guarding that girl." A brilliant light suddenly burst from the top of the leaning tower, lighting up the whole sky. Atos's body began to shift violently, waves of radiant energy surging like ocean tides. In the blink of an eye, he fully transformed into a massive white dragon, wings spread wide, roaring so loud the earth and sky trembled. Standing atop the tower, Atos let out powerful roars, his presence ready to crush the heavens. Spirals of energy swirled around him. With a soft whoosh, he vanished and reappeared in the blazing battlefield. Without hesitation, Atos opened his mouth, unleashing scorching dragon fire so hot it warped the air. The flames spread wildly, burning the screaming monsters below. Wherever he flew, only ashes and smoke remained. The entire capital quickly turned into a sea of blazing red fire, like hell on earth. The screams, the thunderous flapping of wings, and the sounds of explosions blended into a chaotic yet epic symphony. From afar, Citus's voice echoed with a cold laugh. "Enough. That power's strong enough to cleanse this entire kingdom." Atos kept spewing waves of fire, wiping out every last monster. Meanwhile, from the tower's peak, streaks of deadly lightning flashed, shooting in all directions, as if the sky itself was enraged. At the summit, the princess's eyes grew vacant, dark energy seeping into her body, making her tremble, racked with pain. Below, her flesh twisted and black tentacles sprouted, wrapping around her frail form. In an instant, she was no longer human, but a half-beast creature, completely swallowed by darkness. A low voice echoed inside her mind. "Everything will belong to me." He was the mastermind behind it all, though sadly not strong enough to transform into a dragon lord himself, so he had to borrow a human body for now. But that didn't matter. As long as he controlled the white dragon, gathering souls would be no problem. Yet suddenly, he froze, a creeping unease rising. Strange, this kingdom was burned to ashes, so why hadn't the white dragon returned? Before him, two glowing scales appeared, emitting a soft light seeming like the princess's last flicker of consciousness. She struggled to control her body, hands clasped in prayer. Kuss froze, staring at the destined scale, the one Athos gave the princess in their last meeting. One symbolized a vow never to meet again, the other a promise to protect the kingdom's tower forever. Citus frowned. Is that the white dragon's oath? Has he figured out my plan? Gritting his teeth, he snarled, that damn dragon would rather roam free in the magic tower than be used by me. Fine. I'll turn this place into a soul-hunting graveyard, sucking the life from anyone who dares come near. One day, this Citus will rise again and rule the world once more. Time slipped away like sand through fingers. Stars shifted, blue seas turned to deserts, countless eras passed quietly. Back in the present, inside the magic-leaning tower, Qin Feng held the princess's heart tightly, more precisely. The heart of the white dragon Attis. He stared at it a moment, murmuring, is this the story behind this game? But no, it felt too real. Every detail, every image, vivid like a memory. He felt like he'd just touched the origin of the monsters in the game, something tied to history. Suddenly, dark energy burst out, swallowing the surrounding light. The heart in Qin Feng's hand vanished, and before he could react, the system announced, congratulations, player. You've acquired the mythic skill, Shadow Strike Clone. Creates 3 clones lasting 7 seconds. Each clone can use skills identical to the original, dealing 100% damage. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Time left, 27.9 seconds. The black shadows created by the white dragon still seem to linger. Maintaining them consumes a huge amount of spirit energy, something the white dragon preserved for 15 years without rest. Qin Feng smiled softly, feeling the new power surge through him. Shadow Strike Clone, a skill only white dragon Attis had in memory. Just this alone could boost his combat efficiency 4-fold for a short time. So this is the power of a mythic skill? He exclaimed, both surprised and excited. Just as he was still stunned, the system lit up again. Congratulations, you've obtained the key to the Magic Leaning Tower's hideout. Reward, 50,000 experience points. Congratulations, you've reached level 19. You received 360 evolution points, 7 pieces of equipment, and 3 skill books, plus the key to the Skull City Ruins gate and a level 20 map of the Skull City Ruins. Qin Feng curiously lifted the map, eyes gleaming. Skull City is a new map? I haven't heard a thing about it. Where is it? On the map, a red circle marked the city's location. Qin Feng flipped the map, realizing it looked like an island in an inland sea. Could it have once belonged to the Manga Empire? If so, it might be connected to Maria, the White Dragon's hometown. That place definitely hides many secrets, maybe even rare treasures. To get there, you need level 20. But Min's only 19. Almost there. But first, I gotta sell this key. Saying that, he pulled the key from its hiding spot beneath the Magic Leaning Tower. Cut to the base. The hideout nestled in a heavy industrial zone where trees grew tangled with rusty rooftops. Huang Zifan stood among the drill gang, asking, Guild leader, what now? We can't take down that level boss beast or contact the darkness for help. Huang Zifan sighed. Fine. I'll reach out to some contacts in Jianghai City. They have good ties with the dark side. I'll ask them to pass the message. Suddenly, Qin Feng appeared beside Huang Zifan, still invisible, his voice ringing out, Guild leader, no need to negotiate directly. Everyone in the guild jumped, turning to look at him. When did he get here? What's this dark guy up to now? Qin Feng smirked teasingly. Relax. If I had bad intentions, you'd all be dead by now. The system only opens the barrier for friendly people at the hideout. Not just anyone can get in like I did. Huang Zifan frowned and asked, Darkness, what deal did you just mention? Qin Feng casually pulled out a faintly glowing key and smiled. What else? Of course, it's the deal for the magic tilted hideout. He tilted his head at guild leader Huang, half joking. So? Not interested, leader Huang? Everyone in the guild was stunned. What? The hideout key? Darkness killed a boss-level phantom jade? No way. Huang Zifan's face showed shock, but she quickly regained composure and said, Interested? Name your price. Qin Feng smiled calmly, voice like a 1,000-year-old forest. Same old price, 1,000 years. Huang Zifan smiled. All right, thanks. But before we finish, a hot-headed guy in the team suddenly jumped up, yelling, Darkness, you're shameless! So it was all your plan, huh? He shouted, pointing at Qin Feng like he was playing the hero. First you attacked me, then used the chaos to break the teleport gate, making our team lose fighting power and get wiped out. Now you're pretending to be honest, selling stuff for 1,000 years? You're the lowest scum ever. Huang Zifan frowned, hearing her son talk like that, and snapped, Prince Thon, back off right now. But he was stubborn. Mom, you're being fooled. That key belongs to us. The guild worked hard and shed blood to get it. How could we just lose it? Qin Feng glanced at him coldly. Oh, yeah? What do you want then? Prince Thon sneered, full of scheming. Simple. Give us the key back and pay compensation. I'll pretend the 1800 years of lifespan never happened. Qin Feng looked at Huang Zifan, smirked. Leader Huang, you've got yourself a real gem of a kid. Then he folded his arms and nodded. Fine, let's do as he says. Hearing that, Prince Thon lifted his head proudly, grinning like he'd won, while Huang Zifan's face turned pale as death. Then Qin Feng calmly dropped this line, 100 years, not a day less. Prince Thon thought he agreed and laughed triumphantly. See, Mom? You gotta be tough with people like this. But when he caught the meaning behind Qin Feng's words, he froze, face going ghostly pale. Wait, what did you say? At this point, Huang Zifan's face was as dark as a bottomless pit. Qin Feng stayed calm, voice light but cold. I came here to do serious business with you. Yet you insult me. I'm holding back for everyone's sake, but the price is non-negotiable. 1800 years of lifespan, not a day less. Prince Than clenched his teeth in fury, but before he could retort, a slap like thunder from his own mother sent blood flying from his mouth. He could only stare dumbfounded. Huang Zifan's voice was cold. Tu Tui, take Prince Than's team to train right now. They can only come back when they meet the requirements. Tu Tui immediately replied clearly. Aunt Huang, Prince Than is so frustrated. Wait, I haven't finished yet. Why did you hit me? But Huang Zifan didn't care, just turned to Qin Feng with a forced smile. Sorry, Darkness. I really raised a strict kid, making you laugh. Before she could finish, Qin Feng cut in. 1800 years? Want me to repeat? The mood dropped. Huang Zifan was silent for a moment, then said, 100 years is fine. I heard you sold another hideout in Jianghai for 2,000 years, but our guild is badly hurt now. Can't pay all at once. Can we do installments? Qin Feng nodded. Sure, pay 1,000 years up front. The rest 800 years, I'll come back in 10 days to collect. Huang Zifan sighed in relief. Grateful. Thank you. I agree. Right after an announcement rang out, you lost the key to the Magic Tilted Tower hideout. You received 1,000 years of lifespan tradable. Transaction complete. Qin Feng smiled. I'm off. Saying that, he vanished into thin air, leaving behind a group still stunned. In his heart, he thought, this heavy industry guild really has potential. If we cooperate long-term, maybe they'll become a major force in the big market. After Qin Feng left, Huang Zifan took a deep breath and declared, from now on, the Heavy Industry Guild will take the platinum-level Magic Tilted Tower as its main base. To repay the debt, the guild will tax 50% of lifespan. Sounds high, but it's an investment for the future. Everyone in the guild responded in unison, voices echoing through the hall. Leader, we'll definitely stand united as one. Cut to outside, in a dense forest shrouded in misty bones. Tu Tui looked at Prince Than, voice soft but full of reproach. Si Cheng, don't be mad, but honestly, you messed up today. Prince Than was still sulking, face flushed with anger. He shoved her hand away, snapping, don't butt into my business. That damn Darkness, sooner or later I'll make him kneel and beg for mercy. Someone ahead suddenly shouted, watch out! A silver boss was about to fight. The whole team instantly went on alert. Nurse, get over here quick! Little Tui dashed forward, her hand gripping a glowing magic staff. Prince Than stood behind, snorting coldly. Watch out, the boss is poisoned, make sure to detox, came a voice from the front lines. Got it, no worries. Little Tui replied, eyes steely. While everyone else fought fiercely, Prince Than quietly slipped away from the group, heading down a different path. He muttered, Humph, what a bunch of idiots, fighting like slow turtles. Just seeing Little Tui's face irritates me. Why the hell does my mom insist on pairing us up? This guild is full of cowards. He clenched his fist, ambition flashing in his eyes. In this damn divine game, only those who seize the moment can rise to the top. Even the darkest players get there that way. He pulled a jet black vial from his coat, engraved with an open eye. Black smoke curled out, swirling around his hand. A sly grin twisted Prince Thane's lips. You all think I'm just a useless rebel? Wrong. This is the treasure I snagged from the Jade Phantom boss level. He plunged his hand into the vial, and instantly, dark energy exploded out. The Deep Abyss Spirit Orb activated, info flashing before his eyes. Special skill, Abyssal Puppet Curse can turn corpses into puppets under control, retaining all their living powers. Cooldown, 48 hours. Prince Than burst out laughing like a madman. Ha ha ha, this skill's a godsend. Just gotta kill the darkness, then use it as my puppet, and I'll be the strongest. A cold voice whispered from deep inside the vial. Remember, when you stare into the abyss stares right back at you. At that very moment, in the dry bone graveyard amid the ruins of Ma Do, Huang Xuanlian skillfully unleashed the chain in her hand. The chain wrapped tightly around the neck of a mummified monster. The demon spirit twitched slightly, and the monster's head flew off in an instant. 5608 damage, the system immediately announced. Your weapon has upgraded from silver to royal gold. Experience points have met the requirement. Ready to advance your class. Want to start now? She hesitated for a moment, exhaled softly, finally having enough. Without a second thought, Demon Spirit boldly confirmed the upgrade. Boom! A dark magic circle appeared beneath her feet, golden Huang Xuanlian flowers spinning around her body, while a purple light shot straight down onto the desolate cemetery. The advancement ritual ended with the whistle of wind and dust swirling. System update. Royal Gold class unlocked. Your specialized weapon, recognized by Huang Xuan, can now freely change forms. Skill unlocked. Huang Xuan's Eye. Passive skill. Huang Xuan's Claw. Demon level 2. Stealth ability +2. Huang Xuan's Eye attacks the mind, trapping opponents in illusions. The stronger the spirit, the longer the hallucination lasts. Huang Xuan's Claw tracks targets by scent. Especially against those of lower rank, there's a 50% chance to double damage and set them ablaze with white-hot flames. Feeling the new power surge inside, Demon Spirit smirked slightly stronger damage, faster speed, plus the ability to counter the mental system of On Dik Chi Nguyen on the Masked King. Dongfang, this time I'm definitely taking back the blood debt for my parents. After saying that, she sent a message to Qin Feng. Teacher, I've advanced to level 2. I'll repay your guidance later. Receiving the message, Qin Feng paused briefly, then chuckled proudly. Looks like Demon Spirit really made it. That girl's tough as nails. After sending the message, she logged out immediately, probably itching to hunt down Dongfang for revenge. But memories from his past life suddenly flooded his mind. Last life, she avenged herself but spared a loyal dog of the enemy out of mercy. That dog was tracked by a beast tamer, exposing her identity. The chase dragged on for a long time. Government forces suffered heavy losses protecting her, and eventually Demon Spirit collapsed from exhaustion, plunging Ma Do into chaos for months. Qin Feng stood hidden on the ruined rooftop of the abandoned Ma City, eyes fixed on the distance. That girl's talent is undeniable, her future shining bright like a torch in the dark, but she's still young and unstable. She's indecisive in action, easily slipping up from a moment of weakness and losing her way. Thinking of how he once guided her so earnestly, Qin Feng sighed softly. To be safe, he decided to quit the game and meet her in real life to check the situation, to prevent her from making the same mistake again. It was night in the real world too. At Dongfang's mansion in the suburbs, 2 mercenaries were casually patrolling the garden. The blue-haired one sighed as he walked. When's this shift gonna end? I'm itching to hit the town and find some cheap thrills. The red-haired one was even bolder. I'm telling you, Mrs. Dongfang is still smoking hot. Hearing that, the blue-haired guy's eyes lit up like headlights. Yeah, I was thinking the same. Once we level up, we'll take care of that useless demon-faced bastard. Then it's our turn to have some fun with the lady. He was still talking when the redhead suddenly widened his eyes, nearly nosebleeding. Hey, look! Under the silver moonlight, Dongfang appeared right in front of them. Her enchanting beauty and seductive figure in soft black pajamas, every step seemed designed to mesmerize those 2 guards. The redhead stammered, blushing. Mrs. Dongfang, what are you doing here? The blue-haired one was speechless, staring dumbfounded. And dressed like that too. Dongfang smiled softly, voice hazy like smoke. I can't stand that useless husband of mine anymore. I want someone else to satisfy me. Can you 2 handle that? Hearing this, their mouths practically watered. For real. Without another thought, they hurried to strip off their clothes. Dongfang tilted her head, smiling sweetly. In such a rush, you 2 can go at the same time if you want. But just as their minds were focused down below, wham! 2 heads were yanked off by black chains, bodies collapsing to the ground, blood pooling across the yard. Dongfang's alluring figure vanished like smoke. The one who struck was Demon Spirit. After swiftly taking out the 2 guards, she slipped inside, cold as ice. Meanwhile, the Masked King lounged arrogantly in his hammock, legs crossed, looking like he was enjoying a vacation amid his signature stinky pestilence. Suddenly, he cracked one eye open, chuckling, "Oh, a little rat sneaking in here?" His entire mansion was shrouded in his pestilence aura. Trying to hide her location? No chance. He immediately pinpointed where Demon Spirit was hiding. Meanwhile, she was still unaware, silently watching her target through a window, ready to strike precisely. But before she could move, a shadow shot in like lightning. 2 huge hands lunged straight at her. Even though she was cloaked in stealth, the king not only caught her but used a sudden gust of wind to speed his attack. A fierce aura exploded as they crashed hard into the flower garden, the ground shaking and cracking wide. The masked king sat astride her small frame, laughing hoarsely. This whole mansion's full of my pestilence barriers. The moment you showed your face, I felt it. She struggled in his grip, but it was useless. Recognizing her, he squinted with interest. So, you're the brat who escaped that day, huh? Look at you, getting stronger. If you grow any more, maybe you'll be a worthy opponent to get me fired up. He spoke while playing out the emotions himself. Damn, this is exciting. I really want to snap your neck right now, but gotta hold back so you get a little stronger first. But no, I can't take it anymore. It was like he was arguing with himself, torn between killing or sparing her, while his grip on her neck tightened. Demon Spirit's breath grew weaker, then stopped completely. Her head lolled to the side, lifeless. The masked king jerked. Shit. Did I just choke her out? He panicked, dropping her, blaming himself like a guy who just lost his insurance. But at that moment, his chest was pierced by a sharp claw. Demon Spirit's body on the ground dissolved into smoky mist. She was actually standing right behind him, eyes steady, hand plunged deep into his chest. In the brief moment before his consciousness faded, the masked king's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, what? Didn't you just die? Demon Spirit's eyes suddenly flared with a blood-red glow, the Huang Xuan's eye. She didn't even bother hiding it, calmly telling the masked king, by now, you should realize, right? You've been trapped in my illusion all along. You're so damn stupid. The only thing left is to go meet your ancestors. Shiwang exhaled weakly, his voice hoarse to the point of fading out. When did the illusion magic start? Guilin smirked coldly, like she was stating an unchangeable fact. From the moment you dared to look me straight in the eye, that very second, your fate was sealed. Only then did he remember the scene where she grabbed his collar earlier. Turns out, from that moment on, he was already the loser, though, knowing it was useless since his fate was already set. Shiwang collapsed to the ground, the corner of his mouth twitching as if to give a bitter laugh. I lost. You're definitely an opponent I can't underestimate. Just then, the upstairs window slammed open, and Dongfang poked her head out, shouting, What's all that noise outside? You trying to keep people from sleeping or what? You want to get kicked out to sing on the street? She didn't finish her sentence before falling silent for 2 seconds, her eyes landing on Shi Wang, lying motionless on the floor, and a shadowy figure disappearing into the night. Dongfang's face went pale, and she screamed, Someone broke in! Where are the guards? Get ready to defend! All the guards in the mansion immediately scattered to check the situation. The ruckus woke Nantian. He rubbed his eyes, groggy, and asked, Mom, what's going on? Another enemy showing up? Dongfang's voice turned serious as she ordered, Stay put. I'm going to contact your dad. Nantian clenched his fists, trying to sound tough. I'm grown now. I'm a profession user too. I can protect you. She sat down, hugging her son, her voice trembling with emotion, but still throwing shade at her husband. My son's amazing. Too bad that useless husband of mine isn't half as good as you. Bang! The door was kicked open. Nantian Huanghun pulled the blanket over his head. Who's there? Who is it? He called out, only to be met with a bloodied corpse collapsing right in front of him. Dongfang stepped back, her voice shaking. All the guards are dead? No way. Could he have known our plan? Just then, Guilin slowly appeared behind her, voice dripping with amusement. Oh, what's this secret plan you're talking about? Panicked, Dongfang spun around and yelled, Who are you? We have no grudge against you. Why attack us? Guilin laughed coldly, finding it all hilarious inside. She pulled down her hood, no hatred or resentment, and stared straight at Dongfang. Don't recognize me? Look closely. See who I really am. Her eyes suddenly glowed with a bloodthirsty red, an unnamed fear crawling through every pore. She finally realized it's that damn brat. Didn't expect you to still be alive. Huang Xuanlian obeyed Guilin's command, piercing straight through her body, leaving no chance to escape. Guilin was like a judge from hell, cold and decisive. Accept death, demon, Dongfang groaned on the bed, a fierce dog barking a few times. Nantian curled up, eyes full of hatred staring at Guilin. You killed my parents. Now I'm gonna kill you right in front of your son. She clutched her head, begging in pain. I lost. Just one request, don't hurt my son. Guilin used Huang Xuanlian to lift her up, laughing mockingly, the sarcastic laugh making the dog bark even louder. Nantian trembled, calling out, Mom, Guilin replied coldly. What right do you have to set terms with me? Dongfang weakly muttered, This is our grudge, my son's innocent. That sentence pulled Guilin back to the image of her deceased parents, a few tears sparkling before she asked evenly, When you hurt my parents, did you ever think this day would come? Before waiting for an answer, she ordered Huang Xuanlian to crush her insides. Die, she whispered. Nantian and the dog curled up in fear on the bed. When it was over, the house was shaken like it had just been through a storm. Guilin panted, her fiery eyes glancing at the two lying on the bed. Nantian looked pale, pulling the blanket over himself and letting out a soft sigh of relief. Guilin stepped forward again, but instead of finishing them off, she turned and left, sparing both him and the dog. Under the blanket, Nantian stifled a laugh he'd just escaped death. His gaze shifted, cold like a hunter who just dodged becoming prey. "I've long been sick of my mom's endless control," he whispered inside, a sly smile of relief crossing his lips. "Thanks, sis. Sister Vuong Tai, looks like we've got some fresh meat to feast on tonight." The dog's face twisted into a grotesque grimace, like someone was squeezing it. Staggering toward the door, under the pale moonlight casting shadows on the bones, Guilin suddenly saw 4 figures behind her. She spun around, and weren't those the corpses of the profession users who had died? Yet now they stood upright, moving stiffly like puppets on strings. The one controlling those bodies was none other than Nan Tian. He smirked, voice full of excitement. "Keep her alive for me. I want to have some fun." Turns out this guy's energy ran against the heavens, possessing the unique profession of spirit summoner. This kind of job isn't great for charging or close combat, but their mental power is terrifying, able to control the dead, making them as strong as when they were alive. In a flash, the 4 corpses lunged forward. Guilin had no time to react and was thrown out of the mansion like a kite with its string cut. Her body tumbled on the ground, hitting hard several times before stopping, pain twisting her insides, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. She was almost too weak to fight back. Just as the 4 corpses were about to pounce and finish her off, they all suddenly collapsed like puppets with their strings cut. Guilin was stunned, still not understanding what happened when a figure stepped out of the dust, holding Nantian's head like a chicken. A calm, deep voice spoke, offering her some advice. The silhouette of Qin Feng became clear as he stepped forward, crushing the dog on the ground without hesitation, because he knew well that mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. Though Guilin had met Qin Feng before, he was just a character in her virtual world. So when the man in front of her appeared, she frowned slightly, voice full of doubt. "Who are you?" Qin Feng didn't answer right away, just coldly tossed Nantian's head to the ground. His voice was calm but icy. Guilin remembered, "Never show mercy to your enemies." Hearing that, it hit her like lightning. Recognizing the familiar voice, her heart trembled, a mix of joy and choking emotion flooding her chest. "Master? Is it really you?" "Thank you." Qin Feng didn't reply, just raised his hand to cast the blooming flower curse on the corpse. In moments, a sea of blazing red flowers spread out like a blood ocean in the dark night. In that scene, Guilin broke down, sobbing. She choked out, "Mom, Dad, I finally avenged you." Right then, the system voice in Qin Feng's head rang out. "Essence absorption complete, lifespan gained. 788 years available for trade." He exhaled softly, looking at the girl still collapsed among the red flowers. "Your enemy has been punished. What do you plan to do next?" Guilin wiped her tears and softly said, I don't know. Maybe I'll go follow my parents, to be with them." Qin Feng frowned slightly, his voice low but tinged with regret. "After revenge, all that's left is emptiness. She's come this far, so she must be ready. If she wants to leave quietly, I won't stop her. But before that, there's something I need to say." He looked up at the sky, his voice deepening. "This game isn't just some virtual world. It hides countless mysteries, even the power to bring the dead back to life. If she takes another step, she'll see way more than she expects. If revenge is the final goal, then just think of my words as a passing breeze. But if there's still something unresolved inside her, then stand up and come with me." Saying that, he turned and walked away, his silhouette fading among the red blossoms. Guilin watched, a wave of indescribable emotions rising inside her. She stayed silent for a long time before slowly standing up, her eyes shining with fierce determination. And just like that, she chose to follow Tun Feng, starting a new journey in the simulation realm, a place called Pure Soul. Standing before a lake as still as glass, she softly asked, "Master, where is this place?" Tun Feng smiled gently, waving his hand to reveal a glowing, illusory door. "This is my hideout in the real world. The Pure Soul Land hides peacefully amid chaos." Guilin couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. As she stepped inside, Tun Feng said softly, "You can stay here from now on." Guilin glanced around, took a deep breath, then exclaimed, "This place is seriously impressive." Right then, a maid summoned by Tun Feng approached, bowing deeply with utmost respect, filling Guilin's heart with a feeling like coming home. She was surprised again, now there's even a maid? Tun Feng ordered dinner to be prepared for both of them, then introduced the dishes as creations from the Divine Authority book. Guilin's eyes went wide once more. "The Divine Authority book?" The maid replied clearly. "Yes, Master." Tun Feng nodded. "Yeah, the Divine Authority book can create all kinds of items, super important." Tonight, I'll take you to challenge the Divine Authority Tower in the simulation realm and claim the Divine Authority book. Kui Lin immediately dropped to one knee, thanking her master with all her heart. The scene shifted to reality at the Sur estate. After Tun Fong and Kui Lin left, several cars pulled in. A man shouted in panic, "Move fast! Full force rescue! Don't let anything happen to my wife and kids." He clenched his teeth, wondering. Nguyet called for help, so who the hell attacked in the dead of night? That man was Sir Kon Son, Mado City's military strategist and Dongfeng Nguyet's husband. He guessed, could it be the darkness? Or did someone discover our fireworks plan? No way. The ground still showed signs of battle. A patch of earth sunk deep, the room inside empty, shards of glass tinkling on the floor. Someone came forward to report. Report? There were signs of fighting in the estate, but no one was found. Sir Kon Son frowned and asked, "What?" Then his voice grew sterner. "Where are my wife and kids?" "No sign at all." "What about the guards and servants?" The man shook his head, reporting, "No one's here." Sir Kon Son narrowed his eyes, coldly. "No bodies either?" The man replied coldly, "None." Rage exploded inside Sir Kon Son, uncontrollable. Damn it, just like the Dongfeng family, no sign of the living, no trace of the dead. Nguyet and Nam Xian probably don't have anyone left either. Tears streamed down his face as he screamed into the darkness. "They killed my wife and kids. I'm ordering a manhunt. Gotta catch that bastard and make him pay." Behind him, Lam Tan Uyen spoke calmly. "Why are you so sure it was the darkness?" Sir Kon Son roared. "Because it's exactly like what happened at the Dongfeng house. My wife and kids were killed by him too." Lam Tan Uyen frowned and replied softly, "There's never been solid proof that the darkness did it at the Dongfeng place. Your wife and kids are missing now, and that's not enough reason to blame the darkness. Or maybe you know something from inside, like they had run-ins with the darkness, so you're suspicious." Sir Kon Son froze. Her words left him speechless, only able to scream. She filled the heavy silence inside him. "You're accusing me of abusing my power in the Mado military?" Lam Tan Uyen stayed calm, her gaze steady. "You don't scare me. Recently, the Heavenly Frame Guild arrested members of the Black Dragon Motto and interrogated them. They confessed you ordered an attack on the Darkness hideout, even planned to blow it up at the fireworks factory. At first, we planned to catch you red-handed, but now Dongfeng Nguyet is missing. We suspect she ran off to dodge blame. You're under investigation for abuse of power and terrorism plots. Please come with us for questioning." As she finished, two people stepped forward to restrain Sir Kon Son. He yelled, "What are you doing?" "You saw her," his voice mixed with anger and shock. "You've got guts, colluding with those shady guilds, and now you're arresting someone from the government like me." Lam Tan Uyen calmly replied, "Government or not doesn't matter. I'm just on the side of what's right." Meanwhile, Sir Kon Son was dragged away by the two. He raged, "Let me go right now." Lam Tan Uyen said coldly, "Commander, sir, you'd better cooperate. If you're innocent, you can stir up trouble with me anytime. But for now, we're taking you to Mado prison for questioning. Time there moves 100 times faster. You better be ready." Sir Kon Son screamed, furious, "Damn it. No way. You can't do this. I'll report to my superiors." No matter how loud he yelled, he was forced into the car. At that moment, figures appeared in the tall trees around. A lookout called out, "Target acquired. The noisy guy is definitely our mark, right?" The girl beside him nodded. "Yep, that's Sor Kon Son, the Mado military strategist." The group quickly prepared to strike. Under the cover of night, the car carrying Sir Kon Son sped down the road as he kept shouting, "Lam Than Uyen! I'll report this. You can't just arrest me like that." Lam Than Uyen sat up front, her voice calm but firm. "The arrest was ordered from above. Save your breath. Stop yelling." Sir Kon Son grumbled and fell silent. Suddenly, something whizzed by. Startling the driver, a deadly arrow shot straight at them. The car skidded out of control, crashing onto the roadside, windows shattering. Lam Than Uyen screamed in pain. "Damn it, what the hell?" The driver, Gong Min, replied in chaos, "We're stuck, can't move." Lam Than Uyen looked up, eyes wide open. In front of her, a big hand grabbed Sir Kon Son, pulling him out of the car. It was the group from before. The curly-haired guy yanked his sword with a smirk, like it was a piece of cake. Mission complete. The cops inside the car shouted, "Let him go! Hands up, or we shoot!" The curly-haired guy laughed out loud, mocking, "These government dogs don't even get it yet." The girl beside him grinned wickedly, her laugh sharp like a blade. Heh. Suddenly, the cops froze as a tall figure appeared from behind. Both hands swung up, gripping two hammers as he charged forward. He unleashed the meteor fire water strike. Two hammer blows slammed down, crushing the vehicle's body. Before anyone could even react, the car suddenly exploded. Screams echoed everywhere. The curly-haired guy's eyes went wide. "Whoa! That much power?" The dark-skinned man behind him replied, "Lord Xiao Duo never lies." The hammer wielder stepped forward, grinning ear to ear with pure satisfaction. Haha, this feels damn good killing these government dogs. Lord Xian's card boosts my power 5 times from level 10, enough to reach level 50 strength. Too bad those mutts won't live long combined. They probably don't have 100 years left. Another guy cut in. That's just fly shit. After finishing the mission, Lord Xiao Duo will reward us with 1,000 years of lifespan. The curly-haired guy snapped his fingers, giving the order. Let's go home. With Xiao Duo backing us, killing that shadow guy and avenging Shishi is just a matter of time. Lin Qingwen was still trapped inside the car, her face flickering with worry. Suddenly, a girl in the group stopped, frowning. Wait, the dark-skinned man looked up. What's up? Her cold gaze fixed on the car. I feel like there's still one left inside a rat hiding. Lin Qingyuan. Inside the car, Lin Qingyuan's heart jumped. She carefully ducked down, trying not to get spotted. But outside, that girl unleashed a fireball strike instantly. A blazing ball of fire shot straight at the car. Before long, the car exploded, flames lighting up the area like fireworks at a festival. The girl turned away, a sly smirk playing on her lips, half teasing, half daring. Heh, not a single mutt escapes my grasp. And you guys still remember Tian Shi? How touching. Am I, my Tin, not attractive enough? Her comrades laughed harshly. Ha ha, Miss My Tin's cute as ever, but Miss Tian Shi's an old friend who's given us endless fun. By Eastern tradition, we must always remember her, avenge her, and help her reach Buddha's enlightenment. The explosion died down, smoke thick in the air. Lin Qingyuan barely escaped death, hiding behind a tree, her eyes cold and watchful. She thought to herself, these guys are remnants of the Alice Guild, hunted down by a man named the Sai cornering So Khan's son. The entire squad was wiped out. She needed to report to her superiors fast. With her ghost-hunting stealth skills and sharp senses, Lin Qingyuan activated her evasion just as the four spirits closed in, slipping from death's grasp. The cooldown lasts 100 hours. The scene shifted to Hu Mao, at the Divine Authority Tower, where Qin Feng led Kuai Lin. Ahead, he pointed at an NPC guarding the tower, jokingly called Mom. That NPC was Queen Tranquette Virginia. Before becoming an NPC, Virginia suffered a brutal loss. Her 2 children were murdered right before her eyes. From that trauma, she imagined her kids were still alive. If a player dared to challenge her, Virginia would assign the quest to find her son and daughter. But that mission was nearly impossible. The only way to truly use the NPC was for a young man and woman to team up and face her. Virginia would treat them like her lost children. Then the battle's difficulty dropped, and the rewards got way better. So when you enter the room, don't forget to call her Mom. Kuai Lin gasped, mouth wide open. Qin Feng chuckled softly. See, that's why they call her Mom. Fine, you call her Mom, leave the rest to me. Kuai Lin replied. On the crescent moon above, a woman stood looking down. Of course, it was Virginia. She spoke gently, but with authority. My children have finally returned. You came back to get the Divine Authority book, right? Kuai Lin smiled warmly. Yes, Mom. Tears suddenly fell. Mom, I missed you so much. Virginia answered warmly. I missed you too. Though I wish I could give it to you myself, the tower's rules say you must complete the challenge first. When you defeat my clone, I'll cheer you on. Immediately, a clone appeared before them. Kuai Lin was amazed. Whoa, it's huge! Getting Mom's blessing boosts all stats by 20%. Qin Feng didn't hesitate, creating 3 jet black clones and unleashed the Shadow Slaughter Strike. The shield slash slammed down, dealing massive damage to Virginia's clones, each cut hitting for tens of thousands. Ding. We defeated Queen Tranquette Virginia's clone. Challenge complete. Kuai Lin's eyes went wide. Wait, there are 3 shadows? Qin Feng struck again with the Tan Clan 4-corner slash, a sharp, decisive move that blew away Virginia's clone. Kuai Lin, standing nearby, still didn't understand what happened, eyes bulging like they'd pop out. Master, that was Savage 3 clones, no less. That move's insane, she stammered. Qin Feng calmly recalled his own clone. At that moment, Virginia stepped forward, her gaze gentle but proud. Len Anna, you two have grown so much stronger and braver than before. She turned to Kuai Lin, showering praise even though all she'd done was cry, calling Mom. Mom, your little daughter Anna has grown up. Then Virginia pulled out 9 divine books from her hands and handed them all to her. These are all the divine books I have, keep them all. Kuai Lin hugged her, crying like a storm. Thank you, Mom. Virginia hugged her back, gently soothing. Little Anna, I love you. Watching this, Qin Feng thought to himself, Virginia truly is a great mother, giving everything without hesitation. Because of that, so many players sought her out, forcing her to sacrifice her lifespan just to grant divine authority, and then she died from exhaustion. After a while, Virginia turned to Qin Feng. Son, what do you want? Qin Feng answered immediately. I want the divine authority communication bracelet. Basically that communication wristband. Virginia nodded softly. All right, wait a moment. She stretched out her hand, chanting. A glowing orb appeared. Then she gently said, I don't have the divine authority ready now, so I'll use my own lifespan to create it for you. After a while, the book appeared in her hands. Here, Tin Ni. You've got the divine authority now. The system announced the communication bracelet was crafted using 150 days of lifespan and can be traded. Virginia looked a bit shocked at Qin Feng. Son, you don't have to pay me back with your lifespan. But he cut her off. Please take it. Mom, this is my sincere gift. Then he turned to Kuai Lin. Let's go, we're leaving. Virginia watched their backs, her voice full of love. Safe travels, both of you. Little Anna, if you're in danger, don't stray from him. Qin Feng will protect you. Hearing that, Kuai Lin thought to herself, Master's age really fits being my big brother. With that thought, she scampered after Qin Feng, chattering as she walked. Master. From now on, should I call you Master or Big Brother? Before she could finish, she didn't know what she saw ahead, but her face went pale and her running feet froze. Qin Feng turned, scowling. Maybe the word brother just hit some nerve. He raised his hand to stop her. Call me whatever you want, just don't say old brother. Kuai Lin didn't get what was going on but smiled and nodded when he said that. Okay, fine then, she muttered inside. Why such a strong reaction? Could there be some kind of curse behind this? Just then, a message alert popped up, and Yu sent one to Qin Feng. Big boss, you free? Qin Feng frowned. What's up? And Yu replied right away. Mind showing me your friends list? Qin Feng, still confused, asked back, why do you need that? And Yu explained, there's a serial killer ghost in Jianghai City, 7 dead so far, and rumors say it's you. Qin Feng almost choked. What? What kind of nonsense is this? And Yu's tone got serious. Investigations show the victims died exactly when you logged in and out. The killer knows the government investigator's schedule, disappearing without a trace at just the right time. That's why people suspect you. She paused, then stressed, but we know you're not that kind of scum. Hearing that, Qin Feng immediately got why she asked for his friends list. Calmly, he said, you mean someone in my friends is trying to frame me? Only people on that list can see when I'm online. And Yu confirmed. Exactly, Qin Feng went on. Besides your group, my friends list includes the Holy Church Night Guild leader, Wu De Huiguang, who plays a white snow beast. There's also Old Zhang, leader of the Trade Frame Guild, and his granddaughter, Thop Li Thon Sun Vien. She's in my guild too. Kuai Lin listened carefully to the names Qin Feng listed, and Yu nodded, clearly satisfied. All right, I'll send someone to investigate. Qin Feng asked, where are the victims' bodies found? And Yu answered, scattered all over Jianghai City. She asked loudly, Big boss, want to check the scene yourself? Qin Feng just nodded, and Yu's smile bloomed like a flower. Perfect. If you handle it personally, you'll probably find the culprit in minutes. I already sent you the files, hope you can help. When the chat with An Yu ended, Qin Feng turned to Kuai Lin. Kuai Lin, log off. I've got a mission for you. Kuai Lin answered clearly, yes, master. In the real world, where you're hiding, he explained to her, this is the communication link. It connects the game and real life. And here's the Yu Lin Dahan Lang mount I gave you. Ride it to Jianghai and track down the serial killer. Kuai Lin skimmed info about the mount, surprised. Oh, you just give me a mount like that? But master, I'm not cut out for detective work. Qin Feng explained further. Someone's trying to trap me. They staged a murder case matching the time I logged off. I checked my friends, none have a clear motive. My online-offline schedule's definitely been reported by traitors in their ranks. Tu Eni has an insider. Her Huangshuan strike skill lets her track objects by aura, so she's the best fit for this investigation. I sent you detailed files. If you use your skill smartly, this mission's totally doable. Kuai Lin nodded softly, voice firm. Got it, master. Don't worry, I'll dig out whoever's behind all this. Her hand clenched unconsciously, burning with determination. Since master trusts her this much, she won't let him down. Meanwhile, in the real world, somewhere in Mo, the kidnappers of So Kan-sun finally dragged themselves back to their hideout. The ringleader grabbed So Kan-sun by the collar, dragging him down, flattering, Sir Theodo, here's the man you wanted. So Kan-sun was thrown to the ground, groaning in pain. The man called Theodo spoke calmly. Good job, Tony. Hearing that familiar voice, So Kan-sun immediately grew suspicious. Theodo? Could it be you? Turning around, still holding a cigar in his mouth, he looked like he just stepped out of a mafia movie. Dear So, looks like you haven't forgotten me. We had a great chat at the embassy party last time. Seeing you suffer injustice broke my heart, so I asked some friends to handle things and bring you here. So Kan-san recognized him and blurted out, so it really is you, Theodo from the embassy. But wait, these guys all look like wanted criminals from the lower city, even tied to the money trade. Are you fighting the darkness or messing with the government itself? Theodo laughed out loud. What's the difference? Everyone knows officials and the underground are like best buddies. So Kansun frowned, voice full of bitterness. My wife and kid were brutally killed. They should be hunting the underground, but instead, they're chasing a loyal officer like me. You're saving me for a reason. Spill it, what do you want? Theodo acted like he was just chatting over tea. I'm a fortune teller, and the reading pointed straight at you. It says you can help me find what I'm looking for. Mr. So, what's your profession? So, Kansun chuckled. Looking for stuff, huh? Well, you came to the right guy. I'm the one and only hidden profession, a pastor/feng shui master. Skill 1, yin-yang harmony, flips the enemy's emotions on a dime, plus it deals extra damage to all kinds of monsters. Skill 2, earth vein sense, helps track down treasure, hunt monsters, check feng shui vibes, super versatile. Too bad it's just a support skill, so soloing the darkness? Yeah, not gonna happen. Suddenly, his eyes flared red like they caught fire. Without a word, he activated yin-yang harmony. In a flash, Tony and the black guy next to him started blushing like crazy, looking like two roosters doused in gasoline. Where the hell is your head? Mr. Shi clearly told him to help us find the stuff. The black guy shouted, pissed off enough to blow a fuse. Keep talking trash if you want. I want to see what you'll do. He growled. Tony wasn't scared at all. He played right into it. If it weren't for that cash, I'd have smashed your skull by now. Just that, and these two giants, like walking refrigerators, charged at each other, fists flying everywhere. Damn it. I'm gonna stomp your face flat right now. You want to taste my fists? I'll give you a full serving. So Kansun didn't even bother turning around. He calmly told Shi, that's my skill. Once it hits, they fight till one's down. But heads up, it doesn't work on anyone 5 levels above me. Hearing this, Xian clapped loudly, laughing, haha, awesome, just awesome, totally worth the trip to find you. He pulled out another card. All right, enough fighting. Our real enemies are the government and the dark forces, not each other. He tossed the card up. A crescent-shaped light spiraled out, purifying the moon god, and instantly a beam shot straight at the two guys still throwing punches. Within seconds, the negative effects vanished, and the two snapped back to reality, staring at each other like they just woke up. The only girl on the team burst out laughing. Ha ha, So's skill is seriously OP. Those two got wrecked hard. Xian turned to her. Miss Anne, please heal those two. Got it, Mr. Xian, she replied and stepped forward. She then looked at So Kansun. Tonight, everyone rests first. Once they recover, we start moving. So Kansun whispered, startled. Weird. My skill shouldn't be broken by some basic purification. What exactly is Xian's profession? Xian smiled confidently at him. From now on, you're officially part of our team. I'm Xian, the only hidden profession in the pastor system. Fortune teller here. I can pull out different cards for divination, purification, or teleportation. And some cards can even be used once by others. In Jianghai City, Guiling gently reached out, sensing every pulse of energy around her. She used her special ability to confirm the Huangquan checkpoint, and immediately, a bright smile lit up her face. Found it. This is the culprit's aura. She followed the remaining energy trail, guessing the direction the guy went. Next to her, the Guiling corridor appeared just like Qinfeng described, and without hesitation, she hopped on it and said, all right, Guiling corridor, let's roll. Scene shifts to Jianghai City. At Qinfeng's old house, persistent knocking echoed. Tap, tap, tap. A small hand kept knocking non-stop. Xiaodu opened the door, smiling. Nian. You're here? Standing before her was Suran, waving his hand, and beside him, an older man with silver hair. Xiaodu's eyes lit up. Oh, is this the buyer for the house? Nian, you're really something. Just yesterday I was thinking about selling, and today you've already found someone to buy it? Suran hurried to explain. No, Xiaodu, this is the fortune teller I hired for you. I want him to help find your brother's whereabouts. The silver-haired man spoke seriously but politely. Hello, I'm fortune teller Nhando. Xiaodu frowned. You're telling my brother's fortune? Yeah? What's up? Suran looked a bit down, explaining, I have to move out in 2 days. Won't be living with you anymore. And I'm worried about you being alone. Xiaodu jumped up, surprised. What? Why the sudden move? Where are you going? Suran stayed thoughtful, sighed. The Jianghai government just uncovered a platinum-level hideout, the holy church near the stadium. The Saha Guild is involved, and I'm going with them. But don't worry, fortune teller Nam's predictions are legit. He'll help you find your brother. So Kansun added, that'd be me. Suran nodded, reassuring, Qinfeng's trustworthy. Just pray sincerely, and he'll help. Xiaodu crossed her arms, acting all high and mighty. Nian, I get your heart's in the right place, but honestly I don't need it. Our brotherhood's almost 20 years old, And if he said no, then no. Even if you dug him out from some hole, what good would it do? I'm watching the gateway to the dark lair every day. I see him all the time. The darkness will definitely notice my super hidden power and invite me into his gang. Su-ran sighed deeply. Do. The dark forces are outsiders, no matter what. Your brother still knows you best. I trust him with this, so you should try again. I'm heading back now. Haven't even finished packing my junk. After saying that, Su-ran left. Xiaodu stood behind, calling after him, but before she could say anything, Nihando spoke up. Miss Tan, do you have any belongings of your brother's? I need them for the reading. Xiaodu immediately rolled her eyes. I told you, no readings. I don't care about him. Nando ignored her and walked straight inside, casually saying, I heard from Miss Yan Ran that you two lived together for a long time, so this house must have been his place too, right? Hey, wait, that's enough. Xiaodu panicked and rushed to block him. Who gave you permission to barge into my house? Like I said, I'm not here for fortune-telling. Nando stayed calm like he was just at the market. Miss Tan, I think we're destined, so this time I'll do it for free. Saying that, he pulled out a card, glanced at her. Whatever the results show, that's what it is. Believe it or not, no big deal. He tossed the card up, it flashed, then showed a blurry scene of a figure lying motionless at the bottom of a dark sea. Xiaodu froze. Curious. What does that mean? Nihando clasped his hands, smiling softly. Too bad. Your brother was burned to ashes. His body sunk into the sea. Xiaodu's eyes went wide as she screamed. What? Meanwhile, where Qin Feng was hiding, he kept sneezing. The maid worriedly said, Young master, be careful not to catch a cold. Back here, Xiaodu was both shocked and trembling with anger. She yelled, Qin Feng, damn it, you dare die so stupidly? Useless. You better wait until I'm strong enough to crush you under my feet and make you beg for forgiveness. Why'd you have to die like that? Seeing Xiaodu looking down, Ren Duo gave a slight smile and cut into the conversation. Miss Tan, my condolences. Then he quickly switched gears, his voice lowering but full of curiosity. I heard you've got some connection to the darkness. By chance, I know where it is around here. Want to come with me? Xiaodu's mood suddenly brightened like sunlight breaking through clouds, her eyes sparkling as she asked, Really? Ren Duo smiled, a mysterious edge in his grin. Of course. As long as you agree to teleport with me, I've got this card that'll take you there. Even though your brother's gone, if you treat the darkness like a new brother, that's something to be happy about. He pulled out the teleport card and placed it in her hand. His sweet words got Xiaodu so hyped she nodded right away. All right, I'm in. Then she thought to herself, Humph, lucky Tan Feng, but he left way too soon. Doesn't matter, the darkness will definitely protect me, since I know he's watching over me. Right away, Ren Duo activated the card. They both teleported to a pitch-black place where even the light seemed shy. Ren Duo looked at Xiaodu with eyes full of malice and death. She was innocent, looking around with curiosity, asking, where is this? Where's the darkness? Ren Duo slowly chuckled, his coat swirling with the motion, revealing his true intent. Turns out, I'm the one who should be asking you that. In a flash, he slammed a hard punch into Xiaodu's stomach, making her spit blood and her whole body twist in pain. She cried out in agony. Without mercy, Ren Duo flipped her over and fired off rapid questions, forcing her to spill everything about the darkness. But Xiaodu kept her mouth shut stubbornly. Only when pushed to the edge did she stammer, I don't know him. Tears mixed with snot ran down her face, looking both pitiful and heartbreaking. It was like all the weight of the world was on her tiny shoulders, but she stayed tough, just enduring it. Not getting the answer he wanted, his face darkened. Without a word, he threw a punch like a thunderbolt straight into Xiaodu's gut. Still denying it? Wasn't it you who said you kept watch so he could meet him all the time? He growled. The second punch knocked Xiaodu limp. She went soft like a doll with the batteries pulled out. He shoved his hands in his pockets, bent down to look at her, muttering with disappointment. Already out cold, huh? Can't even pull a little power from the game? He grabbed Xiaodu's lifeless body, dragged Legu over to a freezing metal table, and pulled out his phone to call. Hey, the goods are ready. When do we move? It's been 2 days and I haven't killed anyone yet. My knife's about to starve. Hanging up, he tossed Xiaodu onto the table like a piece of trash. The voice on the other end was low and calm. Do whatever you want, but don't kill her without my order. A twisted smile curled on his lips. Got it. No killing. He said that, but his eyes were sharp as knives, full of savage hunger. He lifted a surgical blade, its steel glinting on his sinister face. No killing, huh? Then let's play slow. At the same time, in a hidden corner of the police station, Ne Liang was secretly texting the same message he'd just told the goods. Do whatever you want, but don't take her life. The reply was short. Okay. Ne Liang frowned. It's been 2 days and the darkness hasn't logged off. If the game data turned real, basic needs like hunger and thirst would definitely exist. There's no way someone can survive without eating or drinking like a game character. Only one possibility, and you didn't report it. Or worse, they found out someone's setting a trap. That thought gnawed at him, and he hurried outside, feeling like his chest was on fire. This is bad. Gotta speed things up. Just as he stepped out, someone spotted him and waved. Captain Ma. He just nodded slightly in response. Yeah. Inside, his anger toward Tan Feng burned hotter than ever. Darkness, if the whole city believes you're a crazy killer, how the hell are you gonna fight back? When rumors explode and society goes wild, even the government can't cover it up. Thinking that, he let out a small, cruel laugh. Ha, it won't be long now. Elsewhere, Gui Ling was riding the Dark Soul, gliding softly down the hallway, tracking the serial killer's trail. When she sensed the thickening murderous aura, she immediately knew the culprit was close. Looking toward a house ahead, the killing intent grew stronger. Focused on a single room, she detached from the Dark Soul, used her stealth vision, then quietly jumped down. Like a ghost, she crept to the window, detecting the killer's presence. Approaching, a laugh rang out. Ha ha, this is perfect, dead bones. Curious, Guiling peeked inside, eyes widening in horror. Xiaodu was hanging suspended, arms spread out, eyes blank, legs gone, blood dripping onto the floor, and the killer was none other than the goods, tilting his head back to drink every drop from the victim's body with a mad grin. It had been a long time since he'd felt this good. Xiaodu slowly opened her eyes, looking confused like she'd just woken up in a battlefield. The system immediately blasted cold alerts. Request failed. Combat status can't enter divine illusion. The repeated messages mocked her, and all she could do was cry like the universe was picking on her. Her legs still dripped blood onto the floor, making a faint, chilling sound. The scene only made her panic more. She looked at the figure opposite, using her blood for some dark purpose, her heart squeezed tight. Because of that auction room, I'm like this? I'm done for. Someone save me, she sobbed, tears and snot pouring down like a storm. In her despair, Xiaodu thought of Tan Feng. As long as he's alive, as long as he's here, I wouldn't be suffering like this. Damn, Tan Feng, why did you have to die at the worst time? You were supposed to protect me, right? Just as she thought she was about to meet her maker, her body suddenly started healing. The bleeding stopped, wounds closing up. She gasped, someone saved me? But the truth hit like a kick to her pride. It was that goods guy using the priest skill to heal her. He grinned wickedly. Beautiful little sister, let me reintroduce myself. In this game, I'm the priest. My job is to keep the prey alive long enough to make the game more fun. He said it with a smile that made anyone want to run 3 miles away. Haha, that's why I picked priest. He stepped closer, voice dark. Baby, you won't like the next part of the game. He yanked her shirt hard like he wanted to shove her into total despair. Overwhelmed, Xiaodu collapsed again, foaming at the mouth from sheer terror. The goods laughed with delight. Passed out already? So weak. At that moment, Gui Ling's Huangquan blade flashed like lightning. The goods didn't react in time before the blade pierced straight through his belly. Gui Ling slowly emerged from stealth, her eyes burning with fury. The goods hung suspended, screaming in agony. From below, Gui Ling's cold voice cut through like ice. Why do you kill? And why blame the darkness? Her gaze was like it could shred him to pieces, while the goods trembled, desperately using his healing skill to save himself. Trying to run? Gui Ling yanked the blade back hard, making him arch in pain. She slammed his head down with a thud. Blood sprayed like a busted hose, and the ground beneath him dented. Her voice was icy cold. Spill everything, or I'll let you feel what it's like to have your legs chopped off. The goods was scared to death, stammering, don't do that. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Jianghai City, where Anyu's crew gathered, the atmosphere was tense. Since we stopped announcing the darkness's online and offline times, there haven't been any murders, someone said. Wang Mang nodded. That proves someone's setting him up. Xiaohei was visibly pissed. I told you, the boss can't be some twisted killer. If he really did it, there wouldn't be a whole body left, let alone all this fake crap. And you spoke up. We all know the boss isn't the culprit, but the public doesn't. They freak out just hearing rumors. And chaos is exactly what the killer wants. Once things spiral out of control, even if the darkness is innocent, the government had no choice but to take him out to calm the public down. Xiaohei blinked, confused. Do you really think the government can take down the darkness? And Yu chuckled. No way. If they push too hard, the government's the one who'll get crushed. Then, the neighboring countries will jump in to stir the pot, and the whole region will be in deep trouble. Wang Man nodded too, saying they had to quickly clear out all the suspicions around the darkness. Now, It was almost certain that the one trying to trap the darkness was hiding right inside Jianghai City's government. And Yu propped her chin, thinking. Jianghai City had clashed with the darkness more than once before. If she had to name a suspect, there was only one person she had in mind. Elsewhere, Neiliang was scrolling his phone, fuming like a kettle about to blow. Why hadn't the darkness gone offline yet? It's been 2 days. Thinking about that killer maybe getting impatient and offing the prey, he got even more restless. Could it be Anyu and her crew already caught wind of it? And you, is that darkness the only thing you see? If you don't deal with it, I'll never have a chance with you. I'm willing to go against the whole region just for you. Han pulled out a card as he thought this. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message. Could it be the darkness finally showed up? But when he opened it, he nearly threw his phone in rage. The prey got away. I need 3 years of lifespan to unlock tracking skills. Bring the lifespan to this address. Neiliang was shaking with anger. God damn it, can't even keep the prey. If this leaks, I'm done for. Fine, I gotta handle this myself. He headed to the abandoned house where the package was supposed to be and where Xiaodu was held, grumbling as he entered. Hey, you killer, I'm here. What the hell are you playing at? How did the prey get away? But as soon as he stepped fully inside, he froze. Xiaodu and Rendu were both hanging upside down from the ceiling, blood dripping from the girl's feet onto the cold floor. Neiliang screamed in horror. What the hell? Where did the underworld blade of Guiling come from? Before he finished, the blade wrapped tightly around him, squeezing hard, hoisting him up next to the two. Guiling stepped out of the shadows, voice icy cold. So you're the one trying to hurt my master, huh? Neiliang's eyes went wide. Master, put me down. Do you even know who I am? Guiling's gaze was ice cold, no hint of joking. I know everything. She smiled faintly, but it wasn't really a smile. Rendu spilled everything to me. Neiliang, the Mayor Ma Gang's golden boy, you're the one who sent him to kill, waiting for the darkness to go offline so you could pin it on him and get some benefit, right? After saying that, Guiling flicked her hand, dropping Rendu to the ground with a mocking tone. Here's your last chance. Go on, deal with Neiliang however you like. Rendu stepped forward with a sinister grimace, chuckling darkly. Heh, thanks, miss. Behind Neiliang, his face went pale. Green Bean Rendu stopped right there, but telling him was like talking to the wind, none of them cared. Rendu charged forward, muttering, Sorry, Boss Ma, I'm just being forced. The surgical knife gleamed as it sliced just inches from Neiliang's face, making him widen his eyes in terror. In that life or death moment, Neiliang activated his skill, flinging Rendu and the barrier away. A loud bang echoed as Rendu's head snapped back, dead on the spot, and the lifespan orb dropped, rolling on the floor. Neiliang quickly used a card to boost his agility, standing amid the flames and shouting, You think I came empty-handed? You little bastard, you're a disciple of the darkness, right? Fine. I'll set an example. I'm gonna crush every last one of you. Darkness and all your puppets. Solar power surged around him, his body suddenly enhanced for 3 minutes. He leapt up, firing a barrage of rocket arrows at Guiling. While shooting, he cursed, Die already! Take this rapid fire! But Guiling just shifted her foot slightly, lightly leapt up, then activated invisibility. She vanished before his eyes like she was never there. Neiliang frantically scanned around, face full of confusion. This one really was a pro assassin, just like the name Darkness. In a flash, Guiling's underworld blade whipped out, wrapping tightly around Neiliang. The blade pierced straight through his arm, pain so sharp he screamed like he was being skinned alive. Hey, down there. Guiling's gaze is the kind that kills on sight. She glanced at him coldly. Weaklings like you should know your fate. That skill card isn't yours. I can tell just by looking. Spill it. Who's backing you? Both arms riddled with holes like a beehive. Neiliang trembled in pain, face pale as death. Ah, it hurts so bad. Don't kill me, I'll confess. I'll tell everything. Unable to take it anymore, he started spilling. It's those foreign guys and the money-hungry fools. They found me, told me to cooperate to kill the darkness or whatever. Guiling growled. That card was given to you by them too. Neiliang nodded quickly. Yeah. They said there's a big shot backing them. Told me not to worry. Who's this big shot? Neiliang's tears and snot streamed like a river. I really don't know. Please spare me. I'm dying here. I'll have my dad thank you. Guiling stared silently, then he yelled, You know it! My dad's the mayor. Whatever you want, he can handle it. Hearing that, Guiling lost all patience. She waved her hand gently, and dozens of holes appeared on Neiliang's body, blood gushing like a fountain. She said coldly, Noisy. Die. Her master once told her, No mercy for enemies. In a blink, Neiliang was reduced to a few fragments of shattered lifespan. Guiling looked up at Xiaodu hanging above. Oh right, this girl, she's already lost a leg. It's so brutal it hurts just to look at. Call the authorities to rescue her. Whether she lives or dies is up to fate. Soon after, Jianghai city officials got an anonymous tip and rushed to the scene. The police found 2 bodies and Xiaodu unconscious, 2 dead. One was Liang from our agency, the other unidentified. The injured girl was unconscious but stable. Suddenly, a cop shouted like he'd found treasure. "Captain, someone left this info here." The twisted serial killer case was actually a collab between 2 people. Not only that, they purposely framed the darkness. All the evidence is on their phones, plus a witness, a kind-hearted girl who wants to stay anonymous. Another cop flipped through the phone, confidently saying, "There's real audio recordings." Liang conspired with Ren Du to kill, then framed others. Someone inside even tipped him off about the darkness's online and offline times. Send people to catch that traitor right away. Meanwhile, Tan Feng was casually gnawing on a huge roasted drumstick when his phone buzzed wildly. It was An Yu texting the big boss of the darkness, saying the serial killer case just had a major breakthrough. Hurry and send someone to catch that traitor right now. Meanwhile, Tan Feng was chilling, gnawing on a huge roasted leg when his phone suddenly buzzed. It was An Yu texting the big boss of the darkness, saying they'd made a major breakthrough in the murder case. Qin Feng asked again, "Oh, so you found the culprit already?" And Yu replied, "Yeah, for now it's looking like Ma Nai Luang and some guy named Ren Du." Qin Feng frowned. "For now? What do you mean?" And Yu sighed and explained, "Both of them were on edge, but we've gathered enough evidence, plus there's a girl who got hurt. According to the data, there's a 99% chance those 2 did it. The victim was tortured so badly she lost both legs and is now in a coma at the hospital, so we gotta wait for her to wake up to get her statement." Qin Feng whispered to himself. "Looks like Kuai Lin cleaned up the mess pretty well." And Yu then messaged again, sounding like he was apologizing and trying to sweet talk at the same time. "Boss, sorry to bother you with this, but to make it up, I've got some top secret info for you." Then he went on. "In the newbie town of Jianghai City, some weird stuff's going down. There are 5 ghostly creatures flying around, stalking players. Kill one, and another one pops up right after, always keeping the count at 5, like someone set it up that way. It's exactly like that time with the 7 bosses gathering at Am Nuyet. I'm sure there's some crazy treasure there. Boss, you gotta get over there and handle it." Qin Feng muttered, "Great." Another ancient stone tablet falling from the sky. He sent a quick reply to An Yu, saying this info was pretty hot. After thinking it over, he figured, based on An Yu's story, that stone tablet must be way up high. Regular players can forget about climbing up there. Only those who can fly in the late game stages can reach it. Bottom line, I gotta find a flying mount no matter what. Last time, when exploring the magic leaning tower, I got the key to the Skull Castle, which used to belong to the Mariga Empire, and is also the homeland of the Demon Clan. Thinking about that, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Maybe there's a flying mount there. To get into that area, you need to be level 20, and he's only at 19. One more level and he's good. Okay, just gotta grind this out and then head there, he told himself, and logged into the game. At the sea area outside Skull Castle, Qin Feng was busy clearing sea creatures near the shore to rack up experience points. Lifespan orbs were dropping all over the water. While fighting hard, he suddenly noticed something interesting. On the other side, a giant sea shrimp was surrounded by a group of players attacking it. Curious, he moved closer to check it out. The huge shrimp was roaring and wildly swinging its claws. Below was a pretty solid formation. Yuang was holding a shield up front, taking the hits, with mages and fighters taking turns attacking from behind. Suddenly, the shrimp blew out a bunch of bubbles as big as basketballs. A foreign girl in the group looked confused. "Bubbles? What kind of skill is that?" The black guy in the team laughed confidently. "Watch me show you. The only hidden class, Soul Practitioner, one of the strongest supports in the game." He went on to explain. While in Soul State, neither he nor his teammates can deal damage, but on the flip side, they're immune to everything. They can't hit, but no one can hit them either. When the shrimp blew a giant bubble shield over them, he immediately activated a skill that let the whole team dodge it cleanly. Then he dropped the Soul State right after attacking. "Bro," he shouted, and the group immediately launched a counterattack, cutting the shrimp's health down to about half. Qin Feng looked at these guys and felt a flash of memories from his past life. Thodo, Zuma, and those others once schemed to trick the government, causing such chaos that the authorities couldn't keep order. The aftermath was 3 years of turmoil and indirectly led to over 100,000 civilians dying. Thanks for sticking around till the end, everyone. If you liked it, don't forget to hit like and subscribe so you won't miss the next episodes. See you in the next video.